Chapter 1. In the Silver Moon territory of Baron Castle, after finishing his breakfast, Baron Richard stood before the window on the second floor, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The air outside was permeated with the foul stench of various unidentified excrement, causing him to grimace. With a decisive motion, he closed the window, gazing out as his mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts. In this strange world, Richard found himself transformed into a traverser. Originally, he had been a promising young man from the 21st century, flourishing on the vast land of China. Aside from collecting rent, his existence revolved around indulgence and merriment. However, one fateful night, while night fishing with friends, in a moment of excitement upon catching a large fish, he lost his footing and fell into the river. When he awoke, he discovered himself in this cold castle, in the guise of a mere 14-year-old boy baron. The original occupant of this body also bore the name Richard Tanked, a minor noble from the northeastern region of the Ron Kingdom. A few days prior, he had met with a tragic end during a breakthrough attempt as a mage, leaving the current Richard to assume his place. Fortunately, being reborn as a noble was a stroke of luck. Had he become a serf, his fate would have been dire. On the third day of his arrival in this new realm, Richard had begun to accept the reality of his situation, gradually acclimatizing to his new life. He prepared himself to embrace a new existence, eager to explore the vibrant world of magic and superhuman abilities that lay before him. From the memories of the original occupant, he learned that this world was known as the Radiant Continent, a realm teeming with knights, magical beasts, orcs, dwarves, elves, and various other extraordinary races. The human race was the most powerful, with a societal structure reminiscent of the feudal system of medieval Western civilization on Blue Star. At present, all nations across the continent adhered to the calendar of the Radiant Empire. Today marked the 12th day of January in the year 9957 of the Radiant Era. Once, the Radiant Empire had unified the human race, vanquishing all other races on the continent to become the sovereign of myriad peoples. However, over 5 millennia ago, the empire fractured, and the various races seized the opportunity to rebel, resulting in the loss of all human territories west of the Beast Mountain Range. After millennia of conflict, the humans now formed 10 major kingdoms and numerous principalities. In this new world, Richard's circumstances were far from favorable. The original occupant's father, Baron Raphael, had perished 3 months ago during a territorial inspection, falling victim to a horde of Windfang wolf beasts, leading to the demise of his entire party. Subsequently, a great war erupted between the Ron Kingdom and the Sapphire Principality to the southwest. The late Baron Raphael's eldest son and heir, Naran Tanked Richard's brother, had yet to return to claim his title when he met his end on the battlefield. As the second son, Richard, now the sole remaining heir of the Tanked family, was compelled to graduate early from the royal capital's Magic Academy and return to Silver Moon territory to inherit the title. Unfortunately, misfortune continued to plague the Tanked family. Within 2 months of Richard's return to claim his title, the territory began to face assaults from orc clans. In an effort to stabilize the situation, the original occupant had aimed to advance from a peak magic apprentice to a full-fledged mage, only to fail miserably, suffering a severe mental shock that led to his untimely demise 3 days later. At this moment, Richard, having fallen into the water while fishing, unexpectedly traversed into this body. Reflecting upon the tragic history of the Tanked family over the past few months, Richard felt a deep sense of sorrow. Yet he had no choice but to accept this chaotic predicament and immediately address the crisis within the territory. Repelling the orcs, after all, a famished orc could resort to cannibalism, and he had no desire to return to nature as mere fertilizer for the fertile land. Thus, Richard began to endeavor to master the magical abilities of his predecessor. However, he was suddenly struck by an excruciating headache, and the core of his mental energy shattered completely, causing him to lose his magical prowess. No way, my magic. Is this how they increase the difficulty at the start? In a state of despair, Richard lamented, as a traverser deprived of a golden finger was already unfortunate enough now. Even this meager magical ability had been stripped away. It felt as though fate were mocking him. Just as he was engulfed in hopelessness, A peculiar sensation emerged in his mind, revealing the gradual manifestation of a book-like object. Upon closer inspection, he saw the cover emblazoned with the four characters Tongtian Shinyu. Divine symbols? Taoist talismans? Ha ha ha! The golden finger has arrived. With the power of divine symbols, who needs magic? My Taoist talismans are far superior to mere spells. Richard's heart raced with excitement. As he reached out to open the Tongtian Shinyu, he noticed that the book began to voraciously absorb his energy, with a line of numbers appearing at the top of the page. 57%, 90%. With the extraction of his power, the value steadily increased. Did this mean he needed to recharge the Tongtian Shinyu before he could unlock it? Once the value reached 100%, the first page opened. Indeed, it requires charging to be opened. Richard then gazed at the now opened first page, where the words Divine Fire Symbol Level 1 were inscribed at the top. Below, it lay a series of incomprehensible symbols. I seem to be able to decipher these bizarre symbols. Richard felt a new understanding of talisman knowledge blossom within him, as if a seed had been quietly sown in his heart. At the bottom of the page, there was an introduction to the Divine Fire symbol. The Divine Fire symbol summons divine flames that burn fiercely, incinerating all foes that dare to approach, dispelling malevolent spirits and shattering darkness. Richard contemplated, isn't this merely an upgraded version of the intermediate fire magic, the Fireball and Wall of Fire combined? Moreover, it even possesses a built-in Holy Light spell. These are spells that only a full-fledged mage can wield. It seems I can continue to masquerade as a mage. Realizing the potential of the Divine Fire symbol, Richard quickly recognized that he could maintain his facade as a mage, for he had once been a mage himself. The matter of the Tongtian Shinyu was one he could keep to himself, especially considering the existence of the church in this world. While the church's influence did not extend to the Ron Kingdom, it was prudent to avoid standing out in this unfamiliar world, as no one relished the idea of unknown powers being controlled by others. He then took note of the level 1 designation following the Divine Fire symbol and pondered, could this signify the power level of the talisman? Is it possible to advance further? Moreover, does this level correspond to that of a full-fledged mage in this world? Richard turned to the second page of the Tongtian Shinyu, only to find himself unsuccessful. His current power could only charge it to 80%. It seems I must also train as a knight. Given that his magical abilities were now nullified, the only path to greater power to unlock the Tongtian Shinyu was to cultivate knightly combat energy. He realized that he could become a versatile warrior, combining knightly prowess in close combat with talisman abilities at range. However, in this world, humans rarely practiced both magic and martial arts simultaneously. With mages being exceedingly rare, only 1 in 10,000 individuals possessing magical talent, and lacking the hereditary lineage similar to knights, there existed knightly families, but no mage families. Moreover, the vast expanse of magical knowledge ensured that no mage would be foolish enough to attempt to combine the training of knightly combat energy. It seems I will inevitably become the subject of ridicule by other mages in the future. Nonetheless, Richard remained undeterred, for his divine symbols required no lengthy meditation like a mage. He needed only to concentrate on honing his combat energy. Next, Richard gauged the thickness of the Tongtian Shinyu. It appears there are quite a number of divine symbols within. I eagerly anticipate discovering more powerful talismans ahead. Surely the thunder symbol must be among them. Just imagining the ability to summon lightning fills me with exhilaration. As Richard withdrew his consciousness from his mind, he began to sketch the Divine Fire symbol in the void with both hands. Within a minute, he paused, wearied, gazing at the 15 floating Divine Fire symbols before him. He felt an exhilarating rush in less than a minute. He could release 15 Divine Fire symbols. This was far more powerful than the spontaneous casting of spells by typical mages. With his current speed and quantity of crafting Divine Fire symbols, he alone was equivalent to a small squad of fire mages. However, he remained uncertain about the potency of these symbols. He resolved to test them in the training grounds, hoping not to accidentally destroy his own abode or harm anyone in the process. With a wave, he dissipated all the symbols. Richard then sought out Old Charlie, a silver tier knight, to witness the might of the divine fire symbols. Old Charlie, the family steward and a novice silver knight, represented the family's highest combat strength. His son had perished while defending the territory, and his grandson had now become a knight of the family. Thus, Old Charlie was now the individual Richard trusted the most. In the reception hall on the first floor of the castle, Old Charlie was engaged in conversation with the captain of the knight squad, Clay. Upon seeing Richard approach, both men were momentarily taken aback. Ever since Richard had encountered a two-headed ogre outside the castle and sustained injuries, coupled with a failed breakthrough, he had remained dejected and withdrawn from social interaction. Seeing Richard approach, Old Charlie immediately rose and stepped forward, asking, "Young master, what brings you downstairs? Have your injuries healed?" Captain Clay also inquired hastily, "Indeed, Baron. Are you well?" "Ah, Grandfather Charlie and Captain Clay, I am quite well now my injuries have nearly healed. I have come to invite Grandfather Charlie to the training grounds to test my magic and assess the recovery of my magical power. I sense something amiss with my magic, and since Captain Clay is present, we might as well go together." Upon hearing that Richard's magical power was in question, the two ceased their discussions and promptly escorted Richard towards the training grounds. Richard's magic was of paramount importance to the territory. No further issues could be tolerated. Within the training grounds, the family knight, Seg, was leading a group of knight attendants and ordinary soldiers in rigorous training. With the territory in a state of turmoil, everyone was training with fervor to protect Silver Moon territory and their families. Upon seeing the three approach, Seg immediately halted the training and stepped forward, saying, "Greetings, my Lord Baron." "Ah, Seg, please continue with your training. The territory is currently unsettled, and everyone must exert themselves to safeguard it," Richard replied. "Yes, my Lord Baron." Seg promptly returned to intensifying the training. The trio made their way to a corner of the training grounds. Richard turned to Old Charlie and said, "Grandfather Charlie, not only have my injuries healed, but my mental power has also improved. However, I do not feel as though I have truly advanced to the ranks of a formal magician. Therefore, I wish to cast a spell to ascertain the extent of my abilities." "Oh, an improvement, young master. Quickly, demonstrate your magic," Old Charlie exclaimed with delight, while Captain Clay also wore a look of joy, having previously worried that Richard's magic might have regressed. Richard retrieved his wand, contemplating, might as well go all out. At the same time, he inscribed a Divine Fire Talisman within his sleeve. In what seemed like an instant, the talisman was completed and hurled forward, a crimson sigil soaring toward the clearing 30 meters away. Boom! A sea of flames erupted, spreading outward. The blazing divine fire formed an inferno before Richard, resembling a fiery wall extending nearly 30 meters in length. The intense heat generated a wave of warmth that enveloped the entire training ground. Gazing at the fiery spectacle before him, Richard felt a twinge of astonishment. Was this truly a level 1 Divine Fire Talisman? It was exceedingly powerful. He understood that this force far surpassed his previous magical prowess. Richard's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling as though he might float away, pondering, "Truly, this is a divine talisman. Its might is astonishing, and this is only one. If I were to unleash a dozen, perhaps even the two-headed ogre would be incinerated alive." Just as he became immersed in his musings, Old Charlie's voice suddenly resounded from behind him. "Young master, this is the power of intermediate magic. You have indeed advanced to the ranks of a magician." "Huh, the safety of the territory is assured. Those accursed orcs had better watch out." Old Charlie's voice brimmed with excitement. Captain Clay, the knight Seg in the distance, and the soldiers training nearby were all struck with profound awe upon witnessing the immense wall of fire. In this frontier territory, magicians were exceedingly rare. None had ever encountered a formal magician of the silver rank. The sight of the vast flames descending would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Upon hearing Old Charlie confirm that this was intermediate fire magic, Richard also acknowledged that the power of the level 1 Divine Fire Talisman equated to the initial silver strength of this world. Thus, he had now become a silver-level adept. In this world, the extraordinary professions of humanity are primarily knights and magicians. Knights are categorized into attendants, bronze knights, silver knights, gold knights, and finally, legendary knights, with each level further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle stages. Magicians lack one grand tier upon awakening their magical talent. Apprentices wield power akin to bronze knights. They then progress to formal silver-level magicians, gold-level archmages, and ultimately legendary magicians. As magicians awaken at the bronze level, they are generally younger than their knight counterparts of the same tier. However, the path to becoming an archmage presents formidable challenges. Thus, as a talisman-based formal magician, Richard might be among the most powerful in this remote region. Even intermediate or advanced silver knights might regard him with apprehension. The magical prowess of magicians at the bronze and silver stages can threaten knights of one or two lower tiers. However, it is said that at the gold level, knights' combat strength becomes comparable to that of magicians, and at the legendary stage, knights allegedly surpass magicians. Of course, these are mere folk tales, and the original owner had no contact with such beings. Observing the inferno before him, Richard felt a sense of reassurance. This divine fire talisman had imbued him with great confidence to establish his foothold in this world and conquer it thereafter. Richard waved his hand once more, crafting a distinctive divine fire talisman. He silently recited incantations that resonated like mysterious spells in the air, the talisman in his hand pulsating as if alive, beginning to absorb the raging inferno. Under the talisman's allure, the flames were drawn in, vanishing without a trace, as though consumed by a black hole. This was the unique power of the Divine Talisman. Upon the vast training ground, Richard's miraculous maneuvers left old Charlie utterly astonished. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Young master, what manner of sorcery is this? I have never encountered such magic before. Is it not the case that a wizard's enchantments dissipate only after their magical energy wanes?" Richard smiled gently and, with carefully chosen words, elucidated, "This is a form of ancient magic I stumbled upon during my studies at the Royal Magic Academy. Fear not, for the arcane arts are ever evolving, and we need not worry about prying eyes." Old Charlie took a deep breath and cautioned, "Even so, we must exercise caution," he continued, "now that you have ascended to the rank of a formal wizard. The crisis facing our territory is temporarily alleviated. However, our number of knights remains insufficient to expel the vile orcs. Furthermore, a two-headed ogre has recently been sighted lurking near Silvermoon City." Upon hearing this, Richard felt confident that the formidable power demonstrated by the Divine Fire Talismans would suffice to address the orc issue within their domain. Moreover, although old Charlie did not mention it, Richard recalled from the original owner's memories a deep-seated enmity towards the southern Sandwolf territory, and it seemed the two-headed ogre had fled from that direction. Richard surmised that Baron Sandwolf might also be plotting against Silvermoon. Thus, he promptly instructed old Charlie and Clay, "Let us return to the castle and confer regarding the orc situation." At that moment, within the reception hall of the castle, Richard recounted his transformation into a wizard to old Charlie and Captain Clay. "Grandfather Charlie, it appears that my previous breakthrough was not a failure, merely a lack of thorough preparation. After my successful promotion, I was unable to harness the formidable mental power of a formal wizard, resulting in a mental shock that caused my injury. Once I recover, I shall naturally embody the prowess of a formal wizard." Upon hearing Richard's account, old Charlie's expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, indeed. When I was guarding you outside the door, I sensed a mental shock that reached the strength of the silver tier. You must have successfully ascended, but were unable to reign in the mental power of that level, which led to your injury. Regardless, Richard's successful promotion was undoubtedly a boon for the territory, and they were disinclined to dwell on the details. The pressing issue of the orcs remained, as they had seized a small iron mine, 2 lumberyards, and 3 farmlands within Silvermoon, capturing over 1,200 serfs in the process. The vicinity of Silvermoon City had also become perilous, with the two-headed ogre roaming nearby, causing panic among the serfs of the surrounding villages who flooded into the city, creating chaos. Consequently, Richard resolved to first deal with the two-headed ogre. He immediately queried Clay. "Captain Clay, is the two-headed ogre still in the vicinity of Silvermoon City?" "Yes, it has been lingering nearby. I've instructed little Charlie to keep watch on it." "What are your orders, my lord?" "No, I intend to slay it." Richard replied with an impassive expression. Old Charlie and Clay gasped in astonishment. Kill the ogre? That is out of the question. The creature possesses silver tier combat capabilities and can cast spells, unleashing lightning. Attempting to vanquish it may result in the loss of several knights. And our territory cannot withstand such losses. Richard confidently reassured them. Rest assured, I have a plan. With careful strategy, we can eliminate this ogre without any knights sacrificing themselves, due to the complexity of employing multiple Divine Fire Talismans simultaneously. Richard rose without allowing further inquiries from the two. Let us depart immediately. I will elaborate on the plan en route. Since the two-headed ogre wields lightning magic and possesses initial silver tier strength, we cannot afford to underestimate it. Mobilize all extraordinary combatants for a full frontal assault, leaving it no avenue of escape. Captain Clay, swiftly gather all knights and squire for assembly. Hearing Richard's unequivocal command, Clay had no choice but to comply. Hurrying to the castle gate to sound the assembly horn, Old Charlie, witnessing Richard's unwavering confidence, chose to place his trust in him. Before long, 5 knights, including Clay, and 20 squires had gathered at the castle gate, ready to heed Richard's commands. Richard cautioned everyone to remain vigilant against the ogre, striving to avoid any unforeseen incidents. He then commanded Captain Clay to lead the way toward the two-headed ogre's demise. Following the markers left by Little Charlie, Captain Clay bolted eastward, with the others trailing closely behind, advancing towards the banks of the Silver Moon River, 10 kilometers away, the main road, 3 kilometers from the river. Little Charlie awaited to rendezvous with the group. Richard inquired about their proximity to the ogre, and Little Charlie replied that it was situated by the river, 3 kilometers away. Richard promptly assigned tasks, Grandfather Charlie and Little Charlie, as our finest archers, shall attack the ogre from a distance to provoke it. Captain Clay will lead 4 knights in a frontal engagement with the creature, retreating cautiously while maintaining their defenses. Sam and Roger shall remain with me, 1 kilometer away. The remaining knights and squires will provide distractions using arrows and throwing axes. However, Old Charlie remained concerned for Richard's safety and earnestly suggested, Young master, let Little Charlie stay by your side. I can manage to enrage it alone. Recognizing the importance of his own safety, Richard acquiesced and allowed Little Charlie to lead the way. The group then commenced their mission. The two-headed ogre, leisurely drinking water, possessed a keen intellect. Having been exiled from its K.I.N.IT, was aware that the territories might have perished, and food resources remained plentiful. Thus, it resolved to settle here for the winter. However, standing against the biting wind, the ogre's gaze suddenly grew profound and unfocused. As if sensing something amiss, IT turned to the rear, where the resonating sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly closer, like the drumbeats of fate. A contingent of knights materialized through the distant mist, their figures shimmering in the winter sun, akin to warriors descending from the heavens. They charged towards the ogre with precise and powerful speed, as if bolts of lightning slicing through the silent winter night. In the blink of an eye, the ogre found itself encircled. The knights raised their gleaming swords, faces resolute, launching an assault upon the two-headed ogre. In this frigid winter, Richard's battle for survival was about to unfold. Noticing that although the ogre was surrounded, it exhibited no intention of breaking free, Old Charlie swiftly drew his bow and aimed at the creature's dual heads. 2 arrows flew forth, one striking the left eye of the left head, while the other was easily deflected by the ogre's bony club. Enraged by the loss of an eye, the ogre charged towards Old Charlie. Its towering frame nearing 3 meters in an instant, it loomed before Old Charlie, bringing its club crashing down. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Old Charlie expertly maneuvered his steed to evade the blow while unsheathing his knight's sword. Channeling his silver tier aura to block the formidable strike, gliding past the ogre's left side. Captain Clay, following closely behind, skillfully maneuvered past the ogre's right flank, his sword imbued with bronze tier energy aimed at the creature's neck. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the ogre activated its magical talent, unleashing lightning that struck Clay's sword while retaliating with its club. The other knights immediately erupted with energy, striking at the ogre. The creature could only defend itself with its club. Seizing the opportunity, Clay distanced himself from the ogre, then turned his steed to charge once more. The remaining knights and squires utilized throwing axes and arrows to create diversions. Each member executed their roles diligently, fighting and retreating while gradually closing in on Richard's position, unbeknownst to the ogre. From a distance, Richard observed the unparalleled clash of extraordinary forces, his eyes wide with astonishment. In mere moments, the knights had seamlessly engaged the ogre in a series of fierce exchanges. The ogre, drenched in blood, frantically swung its club while unleashing lightning upon the knights. After several more exchanges, 3 knights, including Clay, were incapacitated by the lightning, rendered powerless and extracted from the fray by 2 others. Had it not been for their extraordinary armor and personal energy shields, they would have succumbed to the lethal strikes. The squires had gradually retreated, remaining unscathed, as they had been maneuvering along the outskirts of the battle, providing auxiliary support with arrows and axes 800 meters from the riverbank. Only old Charlie remained locked in fierce combat with the ogre. However, merely after a few rounds, old Charlie also succumbed, retreating to the sidelines while still retaining the strength for one final battle. The 2-headed ogre, clutching a hefty club, panted heavily as it stared menacingly at the crowd. Suddenly, it spoke, "Humans, grant me my freedom, and I shall vacate your territory." Old Charlie scoffed. "Huh. Do you think we would be swayed by your cunning words? Today, you must perish upon hearing this." The ogre became infuriated, wildly swinging its club and roaring. "Then come forth and witness who shall meet their demise." It charged at old Charlie, but halfway through, it abruptly veered towards Richard. Old Charlie anxiously watched the ogre rushing towards Richard, suppressing his urge to intervene, and called out to everyone, "Retreat." The group quickly fell back to a distance of 100 meters, and the guard beside Richard also took a few steps back. The ogre observed this scene with confusion, yet its fury compelled it to eliminate the young lord before fleeing. Richard, regarding the approaching ogre, let out a cold laugh. Indeed, it has fallen for our ruse." With that, he raised his wand, swiftly drawing several divine fire symbols with his left hand and hurling them at the ogre. Instantly, divine fire began to rain down from the sky, engulfing the ogre in a fiery inferno. The successive divine fire symbols triggered a terrifying chain explosion. The ogre roared in terror amidst the flames, thrashing left and right, attempting to escape the conflagration towards the great river. However, the sudden explosions left it disoriented, and one of its legs was blown off, rendering the ogre to helplessly roar in despair within the sea of fire. Moments later, a final desperate roar emerged from the flames, followed by the ogre's thundering collapse. The 2-headed ogre lay dead, confronting a naturally formidable foe, the silver-ranked 2-headed ogre, under the leadership of Baron Richard. They had astonishingly slain the beast without a single casualty. The knights were euphoric, cheering and raising their swords in utmost reverence to the Baron. They desperately needed this victory. Richard, appearing fatigued, acknowledged the knights' cheers. Feeling utterly drained after casting so many divine fire symbols, it seemed he needed to expedite his physical training and cultivate his fighting spirit. Gazing at the charred remains of the 2-headed ogre, Richard once again conjured a different divine fire symbol, casting it towards the raging inferno ahead. "Gather," he commanded, using his will to absorb the swirling flames. Richard had no desire for the fire to scorch his farmlands. Moreover, he intended to bring back the ogre's head to stabilize the morale of his people. After achieving this miraculous feat, Richard turned to the knights beside him, saying, "Sam, Roger, you go and sever its heads to bring back. Young Charlie, lead the other knights and attendants to spread out and keep watch." The knights who had not been present in the arena gasped, "Is this the great wizard? Truly marvelous." Hearing the Baroness' orders, the 2 captains, Sam and Jack, along with young Charlie, promptly responded and set off. Richard then dismounted and approached the incapacitated trio on the ground, Clay, Bree, and Carter, inquiring with concern about their injuries. The 3, having been struck with tremendous force, were still paralyzed and unable to speak. Beside them, Sage explained, "Rest assured, my lord, although the ogre's lightning spell was formidable, we were clad in extraordinary armor that mitigated some of the magical damage. The captain and his companions are not gravely harmed. They merely need a few days' rest to recover." Upon hearing this, Captain Clay, lying on the ground, slightly nodded in affirmation of Sage's words. At tea that moment, old Charlie approached, speaking in a solemn tone. "My lord, we must swiftly return to the castle. Your recent display of magic and the ogre's roars may have attracted the attention of distant orcs. Moreover, we must urgently reinforce the castle, as there are orc scouts in the vicinity. We must return before they discover us." Richard lifted his gaze across the riverbank and indeed spotted traces of orcs, with dust clouds rising in the distance, indicating that a large number of orcs were approaching. He immediately rose to address the group. "Grandfather Charlie is correct. We cannot linger any longer. Sage, you take Captain Clay and the others, and Sam, quickly gather the rest. We must hasten our return to the city." With that, Richard mounted his horse and galloped towards the castle, followed closely by the others, to the city gates of Silver Moon. The official Old John looked towards the Baron dismounting, hurriedly approaching him, while internally sighing in relief. "My lord, you have finally returned. According to reports from the scouts, as soon as you left to hunt the ogre, disturbances among the orcs began nearby." Hearing Old John's words, Richard merely chuckled coldly and commanded, It's merely a trivial matter. Pay it no mind. First, have the head of the two-headed ogre hung at the city gate to instill fear in them. Then, send the serfs back to their villages. The stench in the city has become unbearable. Upon returning to his castle, he promptly instructed the servants to slay a few sheep, reserving a leg for himself, while sending the rest to the military camp as provisions for the nights. Then he retreated to his chamber for a soothing bath to relieve his taut nerves. After all, it was his first experience in such a battle. Reflecting on the day's conflict, Richard felt the urgency to intensify his training and fighting spirit and seek out more apprentice and bronze-level opponents to hone his combat experience. Recognizing that his own was alarmingly lacking, once he had rested sufficiently, Richard delved into his mind, attempting once more to turn to the second page of the heavenly divine symbol, yet to no avail. However, he noted slight progress compared to last time, estimating that once his body fully recovered, he would be able to unlock the second page. It seemed he needed to supplement his studies and engage in appropriate training over the next few days. Planning to commence his cultivation of fighting spirit immediately after dealing with the orc threat. Subsequently, Richard enjoyed a hearty meal of lamb, though the preparation and flavor left much to be desired. The addition of some spices made it vastly superior to his previous meals. After dining, Richard visited the military camp to check on Captain Clay and the others, finding them somewhat recovered, which eased his mind. Given the dire shortage of knights in the territory, any one of their unexpected mishaps could inflict irreversible damage on this fragile domain. He then conducted a brief inspection of the camp's basic conditions. Boosting morale before returning to the castle, in his study, Richard perused the documents sent by Old Charlie, recognizing the need to further comprehend the fundamental state of his territory and strategize the forthcoming developmental direction. For this was his foundation in this world. He had initially intended for Old Charlie to report in person for clarity. However, due to Captain Clay's injury, the territory's defense now rested with Old Charlie. Thus, he could only review the documents himself for the time being. The Silver Moon territory lay on the western side of the Chaotic Mountains. Approximately a century ago, the Kingdom of Ron had ventured into this region, driving the formidable clan orcs back to the north, establishing the province of Chaos, and stationing a legion here. However, they soon discovered the area to be resource-poor and the land barren, incapable of sustaining the legion. Kingdom legions generally are self-sufficient. Only elite legions stationed at strategic locations receive central provisioning. Consequently, they were compelled to disband this legion and parcel the land to over 100 baronial families, instructing the nearby Count of Giant Bears to provide military assistance. Should the orc clans be detected moving south, immediate action was to be taken. After several probing attempts, the orc clans ultimately abandoned the area, leaving behind numerous smaller clans to wreak havoc that a century passed. And due to the barren land and disturbances from the orcs, most barons either perished or relinquished their territories, returning to the kingdom as landless nobles. With the kingdom having forsaken this area, it fell into the hands of bandits, evolving into a chaotic haven for various orc clans, referred to by outsiders as the Chaotic Domain. Currently, the Chaotic Domain comprised merely over 30 baronial families, most of which lacked neighboring territories, separated either by orc clans or formidable magical beasts. However, the Silver Moon territory bordered the Sandwolf territory, with both lands situated at the heart of the chaotic domain, merely divided by the River. Regarding the military strength of Silver Moon territory, the knights consist of merely half a squad, totaling 6 knights. Among them, only the captain, Cly, is a high-tier bronze knight, while the remaining 5 possess only initial tier capabilities. There are also 20 knight attendants, with 2 captains having reached peak attendant status, poised to break through to bronze knight with the acquisition of bronze-level magic crystals. Additionally, there are 5 high-tier attendants, while the rest are primarily initial and intermediate tier. The trained regular soldiers number around 150, and in emergencies, it is possible to muster 400 peasant soldiers, in terms of weaponry resources. There are 15 extraordinary-grade long swords and 12 sets of armor, 50 elite-grade long swords, 30 pieces of armor, and 200 ordinary-grade long swords, alongside 30 bows, 320 arrows, 350 spears, 50 pieces of ordinary iron armor, and an additional 100 sets of leather armor available for use. Weapons in this world are categorized by levels: ordinary, elite, extraordinary, exceptional, epic, and legendary, corresponding to 5 tiers of both common folk and knights. As for war horses, there are none of the extraordinary grade magical mounts, but over 200 ordinary grade war horses and 80 draft horses for transporting supplies remain. The population in the city is roughly 400, with the serfs suffering significant losses, now numbering less than 1,500, having been plundered by clan orcs and brigand groups, approximately 1,200 in total, in terms of arable land. Only 3 villages surrounding the castle, amounting to 2,000 acres, remain cultivable, while 3 estates further from the castle, totaling 1,500 acres, have been seized by orcs. Behind the castle lies a stone quarry and a small iron mine to the south. Alongside 2 logging camps to the north have also been occupied by orcs. Livestock is even scarcer, with fewer than 100 cattle and sheep combined. The food reserves are critically low, currently comprising 2,000 kilograms of wheat, 4,000 kilograms of beans, 8,000 kilograms of potatoes, 900 gold coins, and 3,000 silver coins. Lastly, the strategic resource of magic crystals is alarmingly insufficient, with 12 attendant-level crystals and 5 bronze-level crystals. Barely enough to sustain needs. Richard furrowed his brow. The situation is indeed dire. He then took a look at the chaos wrought by the orc clans in the territory, notably a tribe of goblins, 2 tribes of wolfmen, and 3 goblin tribes, alongside some opportunistic brigands. The tribe occupying the iron mine, comprised of goblins, is the strongest, with a leader of initial silver tier strength. However, the most perilous threat comes from a high-tier apprentice-level priest-mage, along with a dozen or so bronze-level goblins and about 50 attendant-level ones, while there are around 500 ordinary goblins. The strength of the wolfmen occupying the logging camps and the goblins in the estates is relatively weaker. Aside from the absence of mages, the extraordinary level presence is only about half of that of the goblins, and their weaponry and combat techniques are quite outdated in a confrontation with humans of equal strength. One could typically handle 2 or 3 of them. That evening, old Charlie arrived at the castle to provide Richard with additional information. Upon understanding the current state of the territory, Richard realized that it was imperative to bolster its strength swiftly. The following morning, Richard, bearing the magic crystals, made his way to the training ground. Standing before the 20 knight attendants, he proclaimed loudly, "Yesterday, we successfully vanquished the 2-headed ogre. This is a monumental victory. You have exemplified the valiant spirit of knighthood and a steadfast resolve to protect our territory. As a token of recognition for your bravery, I have prepared a special reward of magic crystals for you." Upon hearing this news, the training ground erupted with excitement. Both the knight attendants present and the ordinary soldiers in the distance were astounded by this unexpected reward. In the chaotic territory, magic crystals are an exceedingly rare resource, with only a few small deposits available, and their quality is generally subpar. Thus, in this tumultuous domain, magic crystals are immensely valuable, regarded as treasures by the nobility, typically reserved for their personal use and seldom bestowed upon subordinates. Richard gestured for everyone to quiet down before continuing. "Yes, it is indeed magic crystals. However, due to the severe shortage of magic crystals in our territory. Rewards can only be granted to those of higher cultivation. Our territory requires strength. Not everyone can receive a reward. Yet, I, Baron Richard, assure you that your bravery will be duly rewarded by the territory. As long as you fight valiantly and train diligently, there will be more magic crystals in the future. All present stood tall, their hearts swelling with excitement, as they shouted in unison, "We pledge our undying loyalty to you. My lord, we vow to protect Silver Moon territory with our lives." Hearing the fervent cries of his subordinates, Richard laughed heartily. He directly named 7 individuals. Sam, Roger, each of you shall receive a bronze-level magic crystal to aid your ascent to Bronze Knight. Thomas, Mark, William, Dark, Roland, each of you will receive an attendant-level magic crystal to aid your ascent to Peak Attendant. Remember, our territory desperately needs your strength, so be sure to prepare adequately before using them. I wish you all success in your breakthroughs. The other knight attendants each received a single gold coin, equivalent to a year's worth of pay for an attendant. Thus, those that did not receive magic crystals were still greatly satisfied. Everyone raised their voices in unison, kneeling on one knee with fists clenched over their chests in a display of loyalty. Richard then proceeded to distribute the magic crystals and gold coins, offering them a few encouraging words before sending them off to meditate on their training. Upon returning to the castle, Richard summoned young Charlie. Young Charlie hurried over, respectfully greeting Richard. Richard entrusted him with 43 gold coins, instructing him to give 10 to Grandpa Charlie, 8 to Captain Cly, and 5 each to the 5 knights as rewards for their recent battle. Young Charlie eagerly accepted the task, his spirits lifted as he distributed the coins. Richard returned to his study, contemplating how to confront the orcs. The current strength of the territory was insufficient for a direct assault. Otherwise, heavy casualties would undermine the very foundation of the territory. Additionally, they must remain wary of the Sandwolf territory to the south, as Richard had an unsettling feeling that the Sandwolf territory was persistently causing trouble for Silver Moon territory. Recently, there had been a steady influx of older orcs expelled from clans, causing disturbances within the territory. And it seemed that old Charlie was concealing something. Nevertheless, the orcs within the territory must be expelled. Should they continue to occupy the land, the territory's development would be severely hindered, and its strength would dwindle. In this resource-scarce, chaotic territory, exhibiting any sign of weakness would invite a relentless onslaught from hyenas. Thus, swift action must be taken to ensure they pay a price, thereby deterring other restless orcs. From noon until dusk, Richard diligently devised strategies, neglecting even his lunch. Finally, he formulated a plan and called for servants to prepare dinner, summoning the soldiers outside to gather the knights in the reception hall for a meeting. When old Charlie arrived at the reception hall with Victor, Cly and the other 3 had already been waiting. Upon seeing Cly, old Charlie inquired, "How is your health? When will you be fully recovered?" Cly smiled and replied, "I'm fine now, able to move freely, but I'll need another day of rest to fully recuperate. The patrols around the castle will have to be entrusted to teacher Charlie for the time being." "Don't worry about the patrols. Focus on your recovery," the 2 said, just as Richard approached. Everyone quickly rose, greeting him with, "Young master and my lord baron. Please, take your seats. I've gathered everyone to discuss the expulsion of the orcs and brigands from our territory. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Especially with spring plowing approaching, I invite anyone with thoughts to share." Old Charlie was the first to respond. "Indeed, we must address this promptly. Otherwise, more hyenas will come rushing in. However, for now, we only need to deal with those foolish orcs. The brigands have likely fled back to their lairs upon seeing the ogre's head. We can disregard them for the time being. How infuriating that we let them escape. They must be exterminated next time." Cly expressed his indignation. Old Charlie, unfazed, replied, "Let them run. We can find another opportunity to deal with them later. But even with just the orcs, it will be challenging to resolve this with our current strength. Exactly, we must set aside the ones that fled for now. Our nightly combat power is insufficient if we confront them all at once. The casualties would be too great, jeopardizing the territory's future development. Moreover, there's still that old Sandwolf lurking to the south, that we should concentrate our efforts on the orcs for now. My proposal is to target one tribe specifically, to annihilate the 3 goblin tribes in the east. setting an example and then intimidating the goblins and wolfmen into retreating. The three goblin tribes have migrated here in full force, totaling over 1,500, all holed up in the eastern estates. If we engage them decisively and completely eradicate them, it will demonstrate our current strength and determination. With the wisdom of the goblin priest, they will surely vacate the mining site, and the wolfmen will likely retreat as well upon seeing the goblins flee. After all, both goblins and wolfmen have come merely to seize resources. Driving them off is our immediate goal, and we can settle accounts later. Therefore, we must crush the three goblin tribes with utmost speed. After Richard finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the reception hall, as everyone was evidently astounded by his analysis. Initially burdened with anxiety, contemplating how to confront the numerous clan orcs, they prepared themselves for a formidable battle. However, now they found themselves faced with merely three of the weakest goblin clans, and with a well-crafted plan, their losses would be minimal. The young baron, at just 14 years of age, had devised such a comprehensive strategy, clearly showcasing remarkable leadership qualities, much to the delight of the knights present. With the plan in place, they awaited Sam and the others to successfully break through before promptly dispatching forces to eradicate the goblin clans. Originally, they had intended to delay their training and fighting spirit until after dealing with the orcs, but now, with some free time on their hands, Richard resolved to seek counsel from Old Charlie regarding the training of knightly fighting spirit. Despite Old Charlie's continuous persuasion to reconsider, Richard remained steadfast in his decision, and Old Charlie reluctantly acquiesced, beginning the lessons in knightly training. The Don Quixote family practiced the Holy Flame fighting technique, a martial art common to the military of the Ron Kingdom, which was suitable solely for fire attribute fighting spirit and could only be cultivated up to the high silver rank. Lacking any subsequent techniques, from Richard's understanding, knightly training diverged significantly from that of mages. Mages determined their attribute of mental meditation based on their awakened innate qualities, but could later pursue other attributes, albeit with diminished effectiveness compared to their primary attribute. Conversely, knightly training, aside from the bloodline awakening typical of noble families, allowed most ordinary individuals to develop corresponding fighting spirit talents simply by practicing a specific attribute as technique, with any later changes restricted to techniques of the same attribute. For instance, Richard had previously awakened a fire attribute magic talent, hence he practiced fire attribute magic. However, had he acquired meditation techniques for other attributes such as water or lightning, he could simultaneously cultivate those attributes. Yet if Richard were to practice the Holy Flame fighting technique now, his body would generate fire attribute fighting spirit, confining him to fire attribute techniques exclusively. Richard believed that his cultivation of fighting spirit would not lead him to engage in combat like other knights. His battles would still primarily rely on talismanic methods. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to train in a primary offensive fighting spirit technique like fire. However, due to the limited techniques available in his territory, he ultimately decided to cultivate Old Charlie's wind attribute fighting spirit technique, the wings of the wind spirit. Though this agile technique could only be cultivated to the initial silver rank, it sufficed for the time being. He resolved to seek superior techniques later, having heard that the southern Sandwolf territory offered wind attribute techniques that could reach the pinnacle of silver rank, suggesting a fortuitous connection between himself and the Sandwolf territory. In the following days, Richard diligently followed Old Charlie's guidance to strengthen his physique, laying a solid foundation for knightly training. On the morning of January 17th, young Charlie delivered the joyous news that Sam and Roger had broken through to become beginner bronze knights. Furthermore, 5 intermediate attendants had also advanced to high rank, and 2 soldiers had ascended to knight attendants, a delightful surprise. Richard decided to summon all the knights to the castle's reception hall, including the newly promoted Sam and Roger, to assign combat tasks for the campaign against the goblin clans. Young Charlie eagerly notified everyone, having long wished to eradicate the repugnant goblins. Approximately half an hour later, the knights arrived one after another in the reception hall, greeting Richard before taking their seats to await further instructions. Captain Clay, who needed to finalize patrol arrangements, was the last to arrive and sit down before Richard began outlining the mission, that we are to dispatch forces to eliminate the 3 goblin clans to the east. which have taken refuge in 3 estates approximately 50 kilometers from Silver Moon City. These estates are aligned from north to south, each about 10 kilometers apart, to swiftly annihilate the 3 goblin clans and return to the city. I propose splitting our forces into 3 groups. The first squad will be led by Grandpa Charlie, accompanied by Seg and 5 knight attendants, along with 20 soldiers heading to the northernmost estate, AS envoys. They will warn the goblins there that failure to depart will result in punitive action from the Silver Moon territory. The second squad, led by Captain Clay, will take young Charlie, 5 knight attendants, and 20 soldiers to the middle estate. Delivering a similar warning that I will personally lead the third squad, consisting of Bree, Carter, 5 knight attendants, and 20 soldiers to the southernmost estate. Remember, the first and second squads must avoid engaging in combat with the goblins at those estates. Your sole duty is to issue the warning and then withdraw promptly. Therefore, Grandpa Charlie and Captain Clay, after your withdrawal, swiftly redirect to the southernmost estate to rendezvous with me. Once we converge, we will surround the goblins from 3 sides, leaving only the north open at that point. I will initiate an assault on their camp using wall of fire and chain fireball spells as the goblins panic and flee from the inferno. We shall eliminate them one by one, capturing none, allowing only their escape to the north. Once the goblins are either slain or in retreat, we will collectively pursue northward, exterminating any formidable goblins encountered along the way, driving the remaining ordinary goblins toward the central estate. Grandpa Charlie and Captain Clay, you must keep a close watch on the silver-ranked goblin leader, ensuring his demise before reaching the second estate. The other knights and attendants must also target any extraordinary goblins encountered en route, eliminating them as well. Do you understand? Yes, understood. Old Charlie and the others replied, rising in affirmation. Richard gestured for them to sit again and continued issuing orders. Victor, you will lead Sam and Roger to organize the remaining personnel to secure the castle, that we may not return until quite late, and I cannot guarantee a specific time. Therefore, no one is to be allowed entry into the castle unless they see me in person. The gates must remain firmly shut. During the time we are away, you must staunchly defend the castle, refraining from venturing out to confront enemies or provide aid. Is that clear? Yes, understood. Victor and the others responded loudly. Subsequently, Richard and the group discussed the finer details of the plan, confirming its soundness before he rose and waved his hand. Hasten to prepare. We shall gather at the city gates after lunch. Everyone then stood and departed to make their preparations. In the afternoon, at the city gates, all who were to partake in the battle had gathered. Richard rode forth to the front of the ranks and proclaimed, "Warriors of the Silver Moon territory, today we shall go forth to vanquish those foreign invaders who have trespassed upon our homeland. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. Do you wish to become slaves or food for the beasts? Do not wish. Do not wish. Then take up your weapons and fight bravely to defend our Silver Moon territory. After this battle, each of you shall receive a year's military pay as a reward. In the event of any sacrifices, compensation will be provided at 3-fold, and any offspring aged 14 or older shall be given priority for enlistment into the military for training." Upon hearing Richard's rewards, everyone was deeply moved, especially the ordinary soldiers who fervently cried out, "We swear our loyalty to the Baron." Thereafter, Richard instructed Old Charlie to lead the first squad to set off. Half an hour later, Richard and Clay merged their forces and set out together. However, midway through their journey, Richard quietly led his team to diverge towards his intended destination, the northernmost estate. The goblin sentries spotted the approaching human cavalry, and their captain stood at the camp entrance, warily shouting, "Humans, leave this place. This is the territory of our clan." Old Charlie's team arrived at the estate's entrance, where he coldly retorted, "That is something I should be saying. This is the territory of Silver Moon, and it is you repugnant goblins who should depart." Infuriated by Old Charlie's insult, the goblin sentry captain sounded the battle horn. In response, Old Charlie sternly declared, "We, Baron Richard's men, demand that you vacate Silver Moon territory within 3 days, or we shall return to eradicate your clan after that period." With that, he disregarded the furious goblins and swiftly turned his team towards the castle. The goblins pursued for a while, but upon realizing Old Charlie had distanced himself, they returned to their camp, taunting Silvermoon territory as they went. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded at Captain Clay's location at T4 p.m. Richard led the third squad, hidden in the woods south of the estate camp. Before long, a sentry reported that Old Charlie and Captain Clay had stealthily positioned themselves on either side of the estate. "Excellent. Raise the Silvermoon banner. We shall advance." Hearing the sentry's report, Richard immediately commanded the march. The goblin sentries stationed there soon detected Richard's forces and hurried back to relay the news. Within the estate, the goblin chief inquired of the sentry, "Who goes there, and how many are they?" The sentry replied, "A troop of cavalry, fewer than 30, bearing the banner of Silvermoon Dahaha, the young baron from Silvermoon. With merely 30 men, dares to approach. Summon everyone to gather at the southern wall. We shall annihilate this band of humans." Soon, over 500 goblins congregated within the confines of the southern fortifications. Goblins are born soldiers, truly a race where every individual is a warrior. The goblin chief intends to utilize the rudimentary wooden walls of the manor to delay the knight's charge, a mere 30 men at best. Once encircled, unless they are all bronze-tier knights, their fate is inevitably sealed. Richard's forces halted 500 meters from the wooden barriers, launching signaling arrows. Shortly thereafter, a squad of cavalry appeared on either flank of the goblins, inciting panic among them as nearly 100 human knights surrounded them from 3 sides. The more timid goblins began to flee backward, but their escape was short-lived as they were swiftly slain by their own captain. Although the goblin leader felt a tinge of fear, he quickly regained his composure, and he mused that even with 100 human knights present, most of them were mere commoners, posing no significant threat. Thus, he resolved to defend the manor and dispatched a messenger to the northern estate for reinforcements. Richard surveyed the goblins trapped within the wooden enclosure, secretly amused, thinking it was quite convenient for a bonfire gathering. Following the plan, he beckoned his troops to advance at a slow pace while he, accompanied by Zebulon and Carter, hastened toward the goblins. At 30 meters, they encircled the wooden fence and began hurling Divine Fire Talismans incessantly. From left to right and back again, they launched 10 talismans before ceasing. After completing this task, Richard returned to his ranks, having fulfilled his role for the moment, ready to observe the unfolding spectacle. The goblins, noticing only 3 individuals rushing towards them, were filled with confusion, unaware of the humans' intentions. It was only when the inferno descended upon them that panic ensued as they frantically sought refuge from the flames. As the talismans continued to rain down, explosions erupted and despair took hold as they scattered in a desperate bid for survival. The goblin chief, witnessing the flames, bellowed in shock, "A sorcerer, a silver-tier sorcerer, flee, head north." Despite knowing that exposing their backs to the knights would be tantamount to suicide, he had no alternative. That it was better than being consumed by the flames, and with a magical fire obstructing their path. The knights could only pursue them by detouring. Amidst the roaring inferno, nearly half of the goblins began their retreat, while a small faction that managed to breach the enclosure was met with death at the hands of the waiting cavalry. The remainder found themselves trapped within, succumbing to the flames. Richard observed the goblins fleeing northward and immediately grasped a Divine Fire Talisman in each hand, charging into the blaze. Old Charlie and Clay also led their respective teams in pursuit, following closely behind Richard. Wherever their knights ventured, the flames swiftly dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, they surged through the inferno, closing in on the goblins. The goblin chief, staring in terror at the knights emerging from the flames. Liken them to hellish demons, he shrieked in fear. "Demons! A horde of demons!" As he ran, he trampled over any goblins that dared to obstruct his path. Richard, having retrieved his talismans, continued to pursue the goblins at a steady pace alongside his ordinary soldiers, while Old Charlie and Captain Clay relentlessly hunted down the extraordinary goblins. Half an hour later, Richard's forces had driven over 200 ordinary goblins near the second estate, inadvertently colliding with a second clan of goblins that had been preparing to advance southward for reinforcements. Richard promptly ordered Old Charlie and Clay to encircle them from the sides while he unleashed Divine Fire Talismans directly at the front. The second clan, already thrown into disarray by the retreating goblins, quickly succumbed to panic upon witnessing the power of the talismans and also fled northward. The goblin clan at the final estate followed suit, retreating in disarray to the north. Richard and his men pursued for over 30 kilometers until they reached the foot of Silver Moon Mountain, a territory claimed by the Windwolf Pack, where Richard's father had perished at their hands, and they dared not pursue further. However, Richard's objectives had been achieved. They had slain 3 leaders and the majority of the extraordinary goblins. With fewer than 100 from the 3 clans managing to escape into Silver Moon Mountain. Deprived of their formidable protectors, they would soon become prey for the Windwolves, after cleansing the area of any remaining stragglers. Richard led his forces southward back to the manor, where goblin corpses awaited disposal, and the surviving serfs needed rescue. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Richard arrived at the southernmost estate, rescuing over 100 serfs. In total, 3 estates had survived with just over 300 serfs, nearly half perished. Cursed goblins. Subsequently, Richard ordered a report on casualties, and Clay reported that there had been no fatalities, only about 10 ordinary soldiers with minor injuries. While Richard had anticipated few losses, he was astonished by the minimal toll. Overjoyed, he instructed the soldiers to begin preparing soup and arrange for everyone to have a modest meal of dry rations. The rescued serfs were given only hot soup. They had endured hunger for too long and could not consume much at once. Once everyone had rested, Richard led the group of over 300 serfs and several goblin heads back to Silver Moon City. These heads belonged to the extraordinary goblins, including the 3 leaders, which were to be displayed as a demonstration as they journeyed. Taking breaks along the way, they arrived at a village by the Silver Moon River, close to midnight. After settling the over 300 serfs, they hastened towards the castle. Upon reaching the city gates, the guards spotted a cavalry unit approaching and immediately rang the alarm bell. Victor, hearing the commotion, swiftly ascended the battlements. Upon recognizing the returning baron, he ordered the gates to be opened and hurried down to welcome Richard the gates. Richard smiled at Victor and the others who had come to greet him, praising, "Well done, Victor. Your vigilance is commendable. However, you must endure one more night. Reinforcements will not arrive until tomorrow." Victor, filled with excitement, replied, "Thank you for your praise, my lord. I shall do my utmost to protect Silver Moon City." Before departing, Richard instructed Victor to hang the goblin heads as a warning, then mounted his horse and rode away. After a day of pursuit and travel, everyone felt somewhat fatigued, so Richard allowed them to return and rest, instructing them to gather at the mess hall the following noon. With that, he made his way back to the castle for a bath and sleep. After all, his body was that of an ordinary person, even weaker than those common soldiers. Had he not been persevering, he would have surely collapsed from exhaustion. After resting for a while, Richard sat cross-legged on his bed. Following several days of recuperation, he felt fully restored and believed he might be able to turn to the second page of the celestial divine symbols. Thus, Richard's consciousness delved into his mind to perceive the celestial divine symbols, initiating the motion to flip to the second page. As he turned the page, his strength was continuously absorbed, and just as he felt his power waning, he charged it to 97%. With gritted teeth, he persevered, ultimately achieving 100%. To his astonishment, both the second and third pages were revealed simultaneously. This revelation left him utterly surprised, as it seemed the celestial divine symbols did not adhere to conventional logic. Upon reviewing the second and third pages, he speculated that the second page might be an additional feature. The contents of the second page did not consist of talismans. Rather, it detailed the methods for crafting divine symbols. This process allowed one to inscribe talismans onto spiritual paper, which could then be sealed using the unique techniques of the celestial divine symbols. Subsequently, by merely crushing the symbol paper, the power of the talismans could be unleashed. In essence, this meant that not only could he utilize the divine symbols himself, but he could also share them with others. Was this not akin to a talisman version of a magical scroll? The existence of such a usage is truly astonishing. If the Divine Fire Talismans could be mass-produced, how remarkable that would be. If every knight possessed a few Divine Fire Talismans, the strength of the territory would undoubtedly surge instantaneously. However, this world lacks spirit paper, and it remains uncertain whether the hides of magical beasts can be utilized to craft magical scrolls, but I must find a way to produce them. This represents a strategic reserve of power that rivals that of magic crystals. Next, Richard turned his gaze to the third page, revealing an even more astonishing talisman, the Spirit Gathering Talisman, Level 1. That, as the name suggests, this talisman can gather spiritual energy, effectively consolidating the magical elements of this world. In areas abundant with magical elements, the cultivation of any extraordinary profession becomes exceedingly smooth, with a significantly accelerated pace compared to ordinary locales. Many noble knight families invest substantial resources to invite legendary magicians to craft magical gathering arrays for their kin. Such arrays can only be successfully created by magicians who have attained legendary status. Even peak grand magicians are incapable of this feat. The magical gathering array is a potent magical formation that accumulates magical energy. With sufficient magic crystals to activate it, the array can function autonomously, facilitating the cultivation of the family's descendants swiftly and smoothly while maintaining the purity of their bloodline. Since magicians cannot pass their abilities to their offspring, the true power in this world resides with those knight families who represent the pinnacle of authority, handed down through generations. The efficacy of the magical gathering array contributes to this. So when Richard beheld his Spirit Gathering Talisman, he trembled with excitement. With the Spirit Gathering Talisman, the strength of the territory will experience rapid growth. It could be said that as long as he does not meet an untimely demise, this very talisman could propel the Don Quixote family to become a preeminent force in this world. After pondering for a moment, Richard restrained the impulse to experiment immediately. This knowledge must remain absolutely confidential. With no room for leaks, he understood well that these talismans held immense power, capable not only of enhancing his own strength, but also of bringing peril. Should anyone discover that he, a novice magician, could forge the magical gathering array meant for legendary magicians, they would undoubtedly pursue him to the ends of the earth. A shiver ran down his spine as Richard resolved to seek out a secluded location to conduct his experiments the following day. To ascertain the specific effects before devising a method to discreetly utilize it within the territory. Until he possessed absolute strength, even if he could use it alone, he must not allow any ill-intentioned individuals to become aware of it. Subsequently, Richard attempted to turn to the fourth page, but as expected, it remained unopened, and his thoughts retreated from the sea of consciousness. The unexpected delight of the Spirit Gathering Talisman left Richard wide awake. Prompting him to try crafting beast hide talismans, he rose from his bed and summoned a servant to check the warehouse for magical beast hides, instructing them to bring back over 20 sheets if available and deliver them to his study. Shortly thereafter, the servant returned with 20 sheets of silver moon otter hide, a common-grade magical beast product, known for its decent warmth due to its origin from the Silver Moon River. Richard etched the Divine Fire Talismans onto each sheet of otter hide and then attempted to infuse them with talismanic energy. However, upon completing the engraving, the hides ignited when he attempted to infuse them with power. Richard experimented with various methods, reducing the energy and altering the engraving technique, but all attempts ended in failure. As he gazed at the charred remains of the 20 hides before him, he wearily muttered, "This makes no sense. Theoretically, it should work." What went wrong in the process? As night deepened, Richard remained restless, seated in his study, unable to find a solution. Disappointed, he left the study, contemplating, perhaps I should revisit the magical materials left by the former owner and see if I can uncover a solution. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Richard returned to his room to rest. For there were more pressing matters awaiting his attention the following day. That night, Richard slept exceptionally soundly, awakening only when the sun had risen high the next day. He hurried through his morning routine and headed straight to the military mess hall. He knew that if he did not attend the promised victory banquet, others would hesitate to commence without him, and he nearly overslept. Upon entering the mess hall, he found it filled with people. Except for those on duty, everyone had gathered. They engaged in conversations, sharing tales of glory and heroic moments from the previous day's battle. Those who did not participate could only look on with envy. Hoping for the chance to join next time, Richard stepped into the hall. An immediate silence fell. All rose to pay their respects to him. He gestured for everyone to sit, then raised his goblet and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us toast to our victory." His voice echoed in the hall, and the soldiers' eyes sparkled with admiration as they collectively shouted, "Cheers to victory!" After several rounds of toasting, Richard continued, "This victory fills me with pride for each of you. You are the pride of the Silver Moon territory, valiant warriors deserving of respect. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you the rewards that belong to you." He then instructed the treasurer, Parker, to distribute coins or silver pieces to everyone present. The soldiers on patrol would receive their rewards shortly, and those injured would also be compensated additionally. The recipients of the rewards rejoiced, each raising their goblets in praise of their lord. Richard was unaccustomed to such inferior ale and eager to experiment with the spirit-gathering talisman. He quickly consumed some lamb before hastily returning to find a place for experimentation, for this was crucial to the development of the territory. Upon reaching the door, Richard instructed a servant, after the banquet concludes, "Inform Butler Charlie and Captain Clay to come find me at the castle. Between the castle and the rear mountain lies a circular area with a diameter of approximately 300 meters. Long ago, it served as an internal training ground for the family. However, as the family's numbers dwindled, it gradually fell into disrepair. Aside from occasional visits from servants for cleaning, it remained largely unused." Richard resolved to transform this space into his own magical laboratory. He decreed that no one was permitted to enter without his express permission. Here, he could experiment with new talismans that in the center of the area. Richard released a spirit-gathering talisman he had recently learned. He silently attuned himself to the surrounding magical elements and discovered that their concentration had increased by nearly twofold, even in a barren land like the chaotic territory. If the spirit-gathering talisman were utilized in areas rich with elemental concentration, the results would be nothing short of terrifying. Richard then assessed the radius of the spirit-gathering talisman, finding its effects significantly pronounced within a 200-meter range. With optimal results within 100 meters, he proceeded to release additional spirit-gathering talismans to see if there were any cumulative effects. However, the results did not align with his expectations, yet this was of little concern. If cumulative effects truly existed, the world would have reached its conclusion far too soon. Having thoroughly understood the effects of the spirit-gathering talisman, Richard resolved to cultivate this area into a sanctuary for training. He planned to arrange for those knights who had sworn undying loyalty to the Don Quixote family to train here. This could be discussed in detail once old Charlie and Clay arrived. Noticing they had yet to arrive, he deployed another spirit-gathering talisman and commenced practicing the Wind Spirit Wing Knight technique. Under the enhancement of the spirit-gathering talisman, Richard distinctly felt his cultivation results improve several-fold. Initially, he believed that with the assistance of magic crystals, it would take 3 to 4 months to cultivate enough fighting spirit to advance to the rank of Knight Squire. Now, with the spirit-gathering talisman, he felt he might achieve this within a month. The experience of cultivating under abundant elemental energy was truly sublime. As Richard practiced, he awaited old Charlie and the others. Approaching evening, the banquet finally concluded. Upon hearing Richard's instructions, the two immediately made their way to the castle. As they passed through the castle and arrived at the experimental clearing, they sensed an unusual concentration of magical energy in the air. Upon spotting Richard, they quickly approached him. However, as they drew nearer, they increasingly noticed the heightened magical concentration and realized Richard seemed to be in the midst of cultivation. They stood frozen in place, unsure whether Richard was practicing some ancient magic. Noticing their arrival, Richard halted his cultivation and beckoned them. "You two, do not stand there. Come over. I have important matters to discuss with you." As they entered the room, old Charlie could hardly contain his excitement and inquired, "Young master, what on earth is happening? Why is the magical energy concentration here so high?" His face was etched with confusion and concern. Richard smiled, his demeanor calm, as if everything was well within his control, a situation of my own making. "Please, do not be alarmed. Let us sit down and discuss this." As he spoke, he gestured towards the chairs beside him. Once seated, Richard continued to elucidate. "This magic is derived from ancient sorcery known in the royal capital, which I have only recently mastered. It resembles a spirit-gathering array, capable of accumulating magical energy to create a land rich in elemental essence. The effect can approximately double the elemental concentration within a radius of 200 meters. The duration remains uncertain, as my experimentation is still in its infancy. Upon hearing this astonishing news, both men immediately sprang to their feet. Old Charlie's expression grew exceedingly tense, and he stammered, "Confidentiality is paramount. It must remain a secret. Young master, this magic must never be used recklessly. This matter cannot be disclosed to anyone else. It absolutely must not spread. Clay, you must immediately stand guard outside. No. Go seal off Silver Moon City at once. Also, lead a patrol to secure the entirety of the Silver Moon territory." Watching the frantic old Charlie, Richard and Clay were momentarily stunned. After Charlie's outburst, he noticed the two still in a daze, but he promptly slapped Clay across the face, bellowing, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up!" Stunned by the slap, Clay turned to Richard, unsure whether to proceed. Richard quickly steadied old Charlie, signaling to Clay not to panic. "Grandfather Charlie, please calm down. I've already given the order. No one will come here, and the magic's effect only extends 200 meters. Beyond this point, it cannot be sensed." Hearing Richard's explanation, old Charlie relaxed, exhaling. "That is reassuring. That wasn't it merely about enhancing magical potency. There was no need for such anxiety. It was rather akin to training with magical crystals." Old Charlie cast a nonchalant glance at him, only to deliver another slap. Observing Captain Clay receiving a beating, Richard struggled to suppress his mirth and promptly explained, "Captain Clay, you have no idea how formidable a gathering array can be. Simply put, if one operates a gathering array using a bronze-level magical crystal, it can harness enough magical energy to equate to that of a silver-level magical crystal, and it is far gentler than the original. Thus, it symbolizes the enduring strength of noble knightly families, representing supreme power. The Count of the Eastern Giant Bear family does not possess a gathering array. Would you not agree it is impressive?" Upon hearing Richard's explanation, Clay instantly panicked, rushing outside. "Then I shall go seal the territory immediately." Old Charlie called him back. "Come back. Now you are afraid? As the captain of the knights, you must read more. Acquire greater knowledge. Do not confine yourself to mere training, oblivious to everything else." After sitting down, Clay still bore a tense expression. "What shall we do now? Shouldn't we utilize such a valuable asset? Perhaps we should seal the territory first and wait until we are stronger before venturing out." Richard replied gravely, "I summoned you here to discuss this very matter. We must utilize it, and sealing the territory would only pique curiosity. The crucial point now is determining who should wield this power. I am not yet capable of magical contracts, nor do I possess contract scrolls, so I cannot ensure absolute reliability, which entails risk. Therefore, my current thought is to allow only the family knights and their descendants to use it. As for others, they must wait until I possess contract abilities." Old Charlie concurred. "That is the only course we can take for now." Richard, feeling somewhat satisfied, added, "However, we must inform these individuals that any sudden increase in their training speed should be attributed to a perceived crisis in the territory. They have drawn upon the accumulated resources of 3 generations to achieve accelerated training in a short period. This will help stabilize internal sentiments, preventing feelings of unfairness while also misleading outsiders. Let us arrange for them to begin training here, starting tomorrow." Both men readily agreed. After finalizing this matter, Richard proposed a second issue. The goblin heads have been displayed for a day, and the dog-headed men and gnolls should already be aware of our extermination of 3 goblin clans. They were likely astonished by our strength, and our morale was exceptionally high that we must seize this opportunity to deploy troops against them. However, this time, our primary objective is to drive them out rather than engage in a full confrontation. You two should select 100 men tomorrow to first expel the dog-headed men in the south. Remember, it is imperative to rescue the serfs. If the southern task is completed by noon, then after a brief rest, we shall immediately head north to confront the gnolls. If the southern task is delayed, we will have to address the northern issue the day after, but by then, the gnolls will likely have fled with the serfs, so we must resolve the southern issue swiftly." "Understood, young master." "Yes, my lord." Both men promptly rose to accept their orders. Richard contemplated for a moment, realizing there were no other matters at hand, and instructed them to return and prepare. Meanwhile, Richard continued his training in combat techniques, intending to further test the duration of the spirit-gathering talisman. Thus, he decided to spend the night here, as there was a resting area nearby. Meanwhile, in the southern Sandwolf Castle, Baron Sandwolf and several knights were engaged in a meeting. The elder Sandwolf's eldest son, Quinn Sandy, spoke up. "Father, this is true. The young man Richard from the Don Quixote family in the north has indeed advanced to the rank of official magician, just the day before yesterday. They dispatched our silver-level two-headed ogre, and yesterday they annihilated 3 goblin clans to the east. We captured a fleeing goblin, confirming that Richard has indeed become an official magician, having vanquished the goblin clans with his sudden fire magic." The elder Sandwolf, his expression grim, addressed the assembly. "What are your thoughts?" The mid-tier Silver Knight, Old Walker, responded, "My lord, since the young man from the north has truly become a magician, we can no longer toy with him. We must seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Although we have already decimated Raphael and a significant portion of the Silver Moon Knights, diminishing their strength, now that they possess an official magician, attacking them will be even more challenging. A castle guarded by a magician will incur substantial losses." Quinn echoed, "Indeed, let us not forget that the lad is only 14 years old, a prodigy from the royal capital's magic academy. If we allow a few more years to pass, he may not only become a great magician, but certainly advance to a high-tier magician. At that point, we may find ourselves in peril. Thus, we must eliminate him now. He is currently surrounded by only 1 initial Silver Knight, while we have 2 mid-tier Silver Knights and 3 initial Silver Knights. Killing him should not result in significant losses." The assembly was taken aback by Quinn's words. Indeed, this young prodigy must be quelled without delay. However, the elder Sandwolf's second son, Sean Sandy, opposed. "That may not be prudent. Lord Cavendish has instructed us to torment him slowly, allowing him to perish gradually in despair. Let us not forget that Richard offended Lord Cavendish in the royal capital, which is why Silver Moon has become what it is today. We have benefited greatly from the Lord's patronage. Should we fail to act according to his wishes, we could become the next Silver Moon." Sean's words held merit. Offending Lord Cavendish is not an option. What should we do? Noticing the assembly's indecision, the elder Sandwolf interjected coldly. "What are you all afraid of? A 14-year-old magical prodigy is indeed formidable, but that is a concern for the future. Moreover, he has departed from the royal capital's magic academy. With Silver Moon's current strength, it cannot support a magician. Without resources, even the most gifted talents are rendered impotent." The assembly, upon hearing this, began to agree. The Silver Moon territory was barely maintaining its own survival. What could they possibly seize? Without resources, he cannot cultivate. The elder Sandwolf continued, "As for Lord Cavendish, he does not represent the Cavendish Duke family. We are not his subordinates, merely collaborators. This is a chaotic territory, and the Count of the Giant Bear does not favor interference from other families. Thus, we need not be overly concerned." Sean continued to request greater rewards from Lord Cavendish, stating that Richard has advanced to magician, and without adequate strength, we cannot confront him. "Kent, you have only recently joined the territory. I entrust you to keep a close watch to the north, occasionally driving away some straggling orcs to create minor disturbances. But avoid escalating conflicts. Quinn, expedite the use of silver-level magical crystals to quickly advance to mid-tier silver. As for myself, I feel on the verge of breaking through to high-tier silver. Once I achieve that, we shall immediately deploy against Silver Moon Fortress at high-tier silver. In the realm of chaos, it is likely that there are scarcely a few high-level silver ranks remaining, while the Sandwolf territory is on the verge of acquiring a high-level Silver Knight, thereby positioning itself as one of the most formidable forces against chaos. As February mid-month approaches, over 20 days have elapsed since the expulsion of the orcs. Previously, Old Charlie and his company successfully drove away the goblins and gnolls, rescuing more than 400 serfs. The territory now boasts over 2,000 serfs, rendering the workforce just sufficient for the imminent spring plowing. However, Richard has resolved to cultivate only 2,000 acres of land nearby this year, as the military strength of his territory remains feeble. The farmland to the east and the lumberyard to the north are presently lying fallow, with only the iron mine to the south necessitating operation. To enhance productivity, Richard has been diligently researching the advanced technologies of his past life. In addition to training in combat energy techniques, in recent days, he collaborated with the blacksmiths to design a usable curved plow head, which they have now mastered in crafting and are working overtime to produce. Furthermore, Richard plans to expand his military forces. Thus, the manufacturing of weaponry must keep pace. He is currently working with the craftsmen on the designs for ballistae and heavy trebuchets, ancient instruments of great destruction from his previous life, which may not be as formidable in the face of this world's extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, given his current shortage of troops, these weapons could serve well for city defense. Moreover, should he attract magicians in the future, there may be potential for magical enhancements. In the Armory's forge, Richard presented the blueprints for the ballistae and trebuchets to the blacksmiths and craftsmen, hoping to inspire them with his knowledge from his former life. He does not possess the expertise to fabricate these weapons. He merely sketched a rough idea based on what he had seen on television, lacking understanding of the specific craftsmanship and components involved. One craftsman, examining the blueprint for the ballista, cautiously inquired, "My lord, this colossal bow is indeed feasible, and its creation is not overly complicated. The challenge lies in that ordinary individuals cannot draw it, and our noble knights find it impractical to wield. It would necessitate the involvement of a magician to imbue it with construction magic, enabling commoners to operate it. I have heard that such magic can only be mastered by grand magicians." "I wonder if you," Richard replied calmly, "I am not yet capable of that. What I envision is a design that does not require construction magic and is suitable for use by ordinary soldiers." Some craftsmen expressed skepticism, believing that without magic, it would be impossible for common soldiers to utilize such a device to assuage their doubts. Richard explained, "The device incorporates a winch. By turning the winch, one can draw the bowstring. 2 ordinary soldiers should be able to operate this winch." Upon hearing Richard's explanation, the crowd eagerly scrutinized the blueprints, growing increasingly excited as they exclaimed, "How remarkably simple! Truly, my lord, you are a genius of design. How could we not have thought of this?" Seeing that the craftsmen were beginning to grasp the concept, Richard encouraged them to attempt fabrication, assuring them they could seek his assistance should they encounter any difficulties. Subsequently, Richard returned to the secret training ground on the castle's rear mountain to continue his meditation on combat energy. He urgently needed to cultivate his energy to unlock more talismans. Recently, the Sandwolf territory has been increasingly audacious, frequently driving magical beasts or orcs into his lands, causing significant trouble. This was one reason he intended to limit his cultivation efforts to the nearby fields this year on the mountainside. A dozen young individuals were practicing combat energy. They were all descendants of noble knights, some serving as squire knights, while others were common folk. Upon Richard's arrival, he first activated a spirit-gathering talisman, which lasts for only 24 hours, thus necessitating its activation each day before he begins his training. Today, Richard chose not to train outside, but rather proceeded directly to the newly constructed training room, designated for breakthroughs. Inside the training room, he made a few adjustments, then held a magic crystal stone in his hand and commenced the operation of his combat energy technique. As the magical elements circulated within his dantian, a seed-like entity began to form. This was the combat energy seed, indicating he was close to success. Richard continued to cautiously and slowly absorb the magical energy. And as the combat energy seed grew larger and stabilized, he withdrew his technique and opened his eyes. With a sense of joy, he murmured to himself, "At last, I have succeeded. I am now a junior knight squire." Rising to his feet, Richard felt the changes in his body, distinctly aware of the differences between himself and ordinary individuals. Both his strength and perception had received substantial enhancement. Indeed, the extraordinary class was unparalleled. Having attained the status of a junior knight squire, Richard felt he should be able to unlock the subsequent celestial talismans. However, he did not rush to do so. Instead, he planned to wait until evening to attempt it. Thus, he exited the training room and resumed his physical conditioning. As his newfound strength necessitated intensified training on the training grounds, others observed Richard's markedly enhanced strength and the faint aura of combat energy surrounding him, exclaiming, "My lord has broken through. How swift! Indeed, have you not seen how diligently he trains each day?" Another replied, Yes, if not for the fact that my lord has to manage the territory's other affairs and practice magic, he would have likely advanced long ago. Hearing the murmurs, the sole knight present, Victor, reprimanded them loudly. What are you all chattering about? My lord trains tirelessly for the sake of safeguarding the territory. The crisis facing our lands has not yet been fully resolved. You lot have such a favorable training environment, yet fail to take advantage of it as heirs of noble knights. Do you wish to remain protected behind my lord? If anyone does not make progress this month, they shall be dismissed and return to farming. The young trainees felt a wave of shame and anxiety wash over them upon hearing Victor's rebuke. Having undergone knight training since childhood, they all held their own knightly spirit and honor. They would not allow themselves to hide behind their lord, and being told to return to farming felt akin to a death sentence. Richard desired precisely this effect, a collective effort to bolster the strength of the territory. Yet he also sought to reassure and motivate them. Thus, he declared, Victor, while training should indeed be intensified, we must not overexert ourselves. That said, it is essential to enhance our efforts. Here's what we shall do. Whoever achieves the most outstanding results this month will be rewarded with a bronze-grade magic crystal stone. Victor, please inform those who are absent. Yes, my lord. Victor responded with a loud affirmation that a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembled trainees, and soon thereafter, each began training with fervor. Observing their spirited response, Richard smiled contentedly. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. As evening descended, Richard completed his training and returned to the castle. After a simple dinner, he hastily washed up and retired to his chamber for rest. For this world lacked the allure of nightlife. In his mind, the celestial talisman was continuously absorbing power. This time, with the strength of a junior knight squire, he barely managed to unlock the celestial talisman. And, much like before, it revealed not one page, but a remarkable 4 pages of talismans. Richard was momentarily stunned. For talismans, was the celestial talisman multiplying its yield? Last time it was 2, and now it was 4. Could the next time yield 8? This was utterly astounding. He cautiously attempted to delve into the subsequent talismans, realizing that to explore them further would likely require the prowess of a peak squire. After regaining his composure, Richard began to closely examine the 4 talismans, eager to discover what extraordinary powers they possessed. The first talisman was the contract talisman, non-upgradable, allowing one to forge a certain contract with another. Once the contract was signed by both parties, each must adhere to its terms. Should either party breach the contract, their spirit would be instantaneously obliterated, rendering them a fool. This talisman could only be used on individuals, with the terms determined by the user, provided the other party willingly accepted. It was noted that it could not be replicated or upgraded. How intriguing! Although it binds both parties, the terms are set by me. This is essentially an unregulated contract. The limitation on replication means that it can only be used by me, but that is of little concern as I currently lack the ability to create talismans. This contract has arrived at an opportune moment. The spirit-gathering talisman at home can be utilized by all who pledge loyalty to me, requiring only the signing of a contract. After understanding the first talisman, Richard turned his attention to the second, the spirit-planting talisman, level 1. This talisman is utilized for the cultivation of spiritual plants, enhancing soil fertility, accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs, and increasing yields. How fortuitous! With spring plowing approaching, a spirit-planting talisman could not have arrived at a better time. Although the specific effects remain uncertain, as long as it is not wholly ineffective, it should suffice to resolve the issue of food supply, thereby allowing for an increase in population and troop expansion. After all, only with full bellies can one train effectively. In due course, considerations for gradually liberating the serfs may also arise, thereby significantly improving the quality of the military recruits. Richard was overjoyed to discover that these 2 talismans were precisely what he required, as the issue of food scarcity had long been a significant concern for him. After all, the education he had received made it difficult to accept the frequent occurrences of starvation. He began to anticipate the surprises that the next 2 talismans might bring. Richard turned his gaze to the 3rd talisman, the Winged Spirit Talisman, level 1. This talisman allowed the user to sprout a pair of ethereal wings. Not only did it impose no burden, but it also resonated with the user's thoughts, enabling them to soar freely through the skies. Ha! A flying talisman. This talisman actually grants the ability to fly. Richard thought excitedly. In the Radiant Continent. Only those who had attained the golden level of power possessed the ability to fly, and the speed and distance of flight varied among different professions. Golden Knights could only fly briefly, while Grand Sorcerers could traverse great distances. Currently, the chaotic territory lacked such formidable individuals. This talisman will make me the only person capable of flight in the chaotic territory. As long as I exercise caution, I could be nearly invincible. However, he was merely an apprentice mage at the moment and could not afford to use it recklessly. It would not bode well if word reached Count Giant Bear in the east. In public, he would claim it to be a flying scroll. For the time being, he couldn't help but wonder what the scene would look like as he soared through the air, casting fire god talismans. Ha! Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Should he head to Sandwolf City to test his flying range? Resisting the urge to immediately use the Winged Spirit Talisman, Richard turned his attention to the final talisman. The Battle Talisman, Level 1. This talisman could instill a powerful fighting spirit within oneself or an ally, temporarily enhancing all attributes and compelling them to fight fearlessly until exhaustion. However, the Battle Talisman could be retracted midway, and once its effects faded, the user would experience a brief state of weakness, the severity of which depended on the duration of the talisman's use, and it was only effective on humans. This Battle Talisman bore a resemblance to the berserk technique employed by orc shamans. Human sorcerers had never developed a magic capable of temporarily augmenting combat power in such a manner, supposedly due to the limitations of human physiology, which could not withstand the sudden surges of the berserk technique, leading to internal explosions. However, the orc's berserk technique was activated through bloodlines, only effective on those of the same lineage. After observing the effects of the fourth talisman, Richard felt a twinge of concern regarding its side effects. Yet considering it was only effective on humans, he deemed it to be safe. For precaution, he decided to test it on those condemned prisoners awaiting execution. If they survived, he could then experiment with it himself. After thoroughly examining the four talismans, Richard was exceedingly satisfied. He immediately donned his armor and equipped his longsword, disregarding whether his body had fully recovered. Eager to test the effects of these talismans, he activated a Winged Spirit Talisman, instantly feeling a pair of wings sprout from his back, invisible to the naked eye, perceivable only to him. Sensing the wings fluttering behind him, Richard opened the window and soared out. His speed was astonishing, surpassing that of ordinary birds, likely nearing that of low-level, flying magical beasts. As Richard flew above the castle, surveying the land beneath him and feeling the wind brush against his face. The sense of freedom and boundlessness filled him with unparalleled joy. The sensation of flying is absolutely magnificent. Let us see how long I can maintain this flight. He lowered his altitude, flying at a low level near the castle to avoid a fall that could prove fatal. After nearly an hour of gradual flight, he noticed the wings on his back beginning to weaken, likely on the verge of dissipating. Instead of landing immediately, he activated another Winged Spirit Talisman, rejuvenating the wing's vitality, allowing him to continue his flight. Furthermore, the flight consumed the talisman's power, exerting no toll on his stamina, making it particularly suitable for knights. Revitalized, Richard ascended once more, spiraling upward before heading southward, in less than half an hour. Richard had arrived above the River, over 100 kilometers away, on the southern bank of the River. A troop from the Sandwolf territory was busy driving away some isolated orcs fleeing towards the Silver Moon territory, causing considerable trouble for Silver Moon. After a few minutes, Richard spotted the encampment of this troop. He was determined to teach them a lesson today. The encampment of Knight Kent. The Silver Knight was engrossed in his training. At only 28 years old, he was on the verge of being promoted to a mid-tier Silver Knight, a testament to his exceptional talent. He was not a knight from the chaotic territory, but hailed from a noble family in the southern region of the Ron Kingdom. Due to his remarkable abilities, he successfully wed the sole daughter of the old Earl, becoming the heir apparent of that family. However, amid family strife, he and his wife lost their bid for the title, forcing them to flee the Ron Kingdom with their child, originally intending to seek refuge in the Sapphire Duchy before moving on to the Radiant Kingdom. Unfortunately, they inadvertently wandered into the territory of high-level, mid-tier magical beasts. The storm apes, along the way, resulting in casualties among the knights, and his wife suffered severe injuries. Reluctantly, Kent had to join the Sandwolf territory. After finishing his training, Kent pondered his predicament. He sighed, "Alas, that Baron Richard is already on the rise. If I could swiftly eliminate him now, it would be for the best, but the longer I delay, the more I risk dire consequences." Unfortunately, he had no voice in the Sandwolf territory. After some internal deliberation, Kent began to contemplate his next course of action. He was not optimistic about the Sandwolf territory. The old wolf's vision was too narrow to support his ambitions. Moreover, Kent's age and cultivation made it difficult to gain the old wolf's complete trust. Were it not for the deep emotional ties he had with his family, which served as a weakness, the old wolf would never have taken in this mysterious Silver Knight. Meanwhile, Richard had already flown 30 kilometers west of the encampment. Hovering over Lion King Mountain, the domain of high-level mid-tier magical beasts, the Flame Lions, Richard tossed a Fire God Talisman into the mountain, igniting a fierce blaze that roused the slumbering Flame Lion. Following the lion's roar, Richard descended to hover above it and hurled another Fire God Talisman, thoroughly enraging the Flame Lion, which, upon detecting Richard's presence, began to chase him frantically. Richard planned to use this not-so-intelligent Flame Lion as a scapegoat. As its speed was not particularly swift, and being a fire-type magical beast, it was ideal for the role of a decoy. He was not yet ready to expose himself to the Sandwolf territory. Kent, who had been peacefully sleeping moments ago, was startled awake by the thunderous roar. He rushed out of his tent to investigate. The roar originated from the west, accompanied by a blaze of flames. Kent immediately recognized it as the sound of the Flame Lion and cursed, "Damn this lion! What is it doing here at night?" He hastily ordered his troops to assemble and retreat southward. However, just as Kent prepared to pull back, a massive wall of flames suddenly erupted from the south. Filled with confusion, he wondered how the lion had also made its way to the south. He swiftly issued a new command for everyone to retreat eastward. Yet, it was too late. Suddenly, a gigantic fireball plummeted into the encampment, causing chaos among the ranks. Following that, a massive Flame Lion charged into the camp. Embarking on a rampage of slaughter, Kent was accompanied only by a high-level Bronze Knight, 2 low-level Bronze Knights, and 8 Knight attendants, while the rest were ordinary soldiers. This meager force was utterly inadequate against a Flame Lion of high-level silver strength. Consequently, he commanded everyone to scatter and flee. The Flame Lion's speed was slow, making survival a matter of luck. Kent himself quickly mounted his warhorse and fled. Meanwhile, Richard observed the inferno below, marveling at the lioness' fiery abilities. After watching the devastation for a while, Richard pursued the lone Silver Knight who had already begun to flee. After running a few kilometers, Kent noticed that the Flame Lion was no longer in pursuit. He let out a sigh of relief, then stopped to regroup his scattered subordinates. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Noticing fire rain falling from above, he quickly rolled off his horse, activating his silver fighting chi to narrowly evade the fiery deluge. However, before he could rise, another wave of fire rain descended, surrounding him in flames. He was left with no choice but to flee desperately. But no matter where he ran, the inferno followed. Kent realized that this was not the Flame Lion's fire magic, but rather a spell cast by someone nearby. There was a sorcerer concealed in the vicinity. Yet, no matter which direction he took, he could not spot the sorcerer. After fleeing desperately for a while, Kent found himself with multiple burns, and the once luminous silver fighting chi enveloping him had dimmed considerably. Had it not been for his mastery of earth-based combat techniques, which inherently excelled in defense, he might have perished in flames long ago. However, as yet another inferno descended upon him, despair enveloped him entirely. Kent could no longer endure and fell despondently to the ground, gazing helplessly at the sky, his heart heavy with thoughts of his injured wife and young child. A mixture of worry and reluctance etched upon his face. He ultimately resigned himself to fate, closing his eyes in anticipation of death. Yet, just as he believed he was nearing the end, the surrounding flames abruptly vanished. Kent opened his eyes in bewilderment, discovering that the rain of fire that should have incinerated him had dissipated. And even the sea of flames that had once engulfed the ground was no more. That moment, a youthful figure hovered above him. "That a great mage? How could this be?" Kent murmured, his voice laced with confusion and trepidation. You do not appear to be a knight of the wolf tribe. The voice from above jolted Kent awake. Struggling to rise, he knelt on one knee and addressed the esteemed mage, respectful great mage. My name is Kent Jones. That I fled from the Chaos territory 6 months ago. During my journey, an unfortunate incident left my wife gravely injured, compelling me to temporarily seek refuge within the wolf tribe. Richard seemed intrigued by this revelation, inquiring, "Oh, a silver-tier refugee? How fascinating. However, since you have already allied with the wolf tribe, you must still face death." Confronted with the threat of mortality, Kent remained unperturbed, countering with a question. "Might I inquire if you are Baron Richard of the Silver Moon territory?" Richard, taken aback by Kent's retort, asked with renewed interest, "It appears your identity before fleeing was rather significant." "Indeed, I am Richard Don Quixote." "What of it? Do you possess something that could spare your life?" Kent, overwhelmed with astonishment, realized that the young baron before him had recently ascended to the rank of a novice mage. How could he have suddenly transformed into a great mage? Moreover, he appeared to be barely 14 years of age. Had such a young great mage ever graced the continent? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kent responded with trepidation, "Esteemed Baron Richard, I possess no treasures. However, I do have a piece of information that is of utmost importance to you, which I hope to exchange for my life. I assure you, I will subsequently flee with my wife and child to the Radiant Kingdom and will no longer be your enemy." Richard regarded Kent coldly. "Are you suggesting that my father's death is connected to Baron Wolf? That information will not save you." Hearing Richard allude to the cause of his father's demise, Kent felt a surge of fear. This young baron was indeed more formidable than he appeared. Nevertheless, Kent did not betray his panic. He spoke slowly. "It seems you have already uncovered the truth about the wolf tribe, which is hardly surprising, as you would not be here otherwise. However, what I wish to convey is not about the wolf tribe itself, but rather the individual behind it, a figure of considerable power, whom I believe you may recognize." The mention of an unknown adversary, particularly one known to Richard, caused him to lose his composure. Those lurking in the shadows are always the most perilous. He needed to unravel the matter at hand. "Oh, there are others involved? Someone I know? Pray, enlighten me. Let us see if this information is worth your life." Observing Richard's expression, Kent felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He hesitantly replied, "My lord, I beg your pardon for my audacity, but I hope you might swear an oath of magical truth. If I reveal the identity of the influential figure, then you must allow me to leave." "Swear an oath of truth? Ha!" Richard scoffed. "It seems you are eager to meet your demise." Kent quickly bowed his head, fervently explaining, "My lord, please forgive my rudeness. That it is not that I distrust you, but I must return to care for my wife and child." Richard interrupted him, frowning, enough that he regarded Kent, who remained kneeling, deep in thought. This man's background appeared rather extraordinary, and considering he had already attained the rank of a silver knight at such a young age indicated great potential. If he could be persuaded to join forces, it would be advantageous to test the contract symbol. With this in mind, Richard decided to proceed. "Given your youth and status as a silver knight, your previous identity must be noteworthy. Since you request I swear an oath of truth, should you not first disclose your own identity?" Seeing Richard suppress his murderous intent, Kent dared not breathe. Yet, when questioned about his identity, he felt a surge of anxiety about whether to reveal it. Noticing Kent's indecision, Richard added, "We are in the Chaos territory. Your enemies in the kingdom should not dare interfere here for the time being. Unless your enemy is Count Grizzly, then you may choose to remain silent." Kent could not help but glance up at Richard, contemplating his words, before reluctantly lowering his gaze and recounting his experiences in the kingdom. "Ah, I see. Then there is no issue. The Clinton family's influence does not extend this far," Richard remarked softly, chuckling to himself. Observing Kent, he could not help but marvel at his remarkable talent. He would undoubtedly evolve into a powerful golden knight. It would be a pity for him to venture off to the Radiant Kingdom. Thus, Richard extended an invitation for Kent to follow him. "Follow you?" Kent exclaimed in astonishment. Hadn't Richard just intended to kill him? This sudden shift left him momentarily speechless. Richard, perceiving Kent's hesitation, clarified, "Naturally, we currently lack trust. We can sign a loyalty contract first. That way, we can both feel secure. You merely need to accept the terms I propose." With that, Richard swiftly drafted a contract symbol, inscribing the terms and presenting it to Kent with a wave of his hand. Kent was once again taken aback. Was this young boy truly a minor baron in this desolate frontier? The ease with which he conjured a magical contract was beyond anything Kent had ever heard of. Had he been the one living in ignorance? Kent meticulously read the floating contract, confirming each word, occasionally inquiring of Richard. Once he established that the contract's terms were straightforward, requiring his unwavering loyalty and a vow to protect Richard at all costs, while Richard would provide resources for his training, pay his wages, and ensure the safety of his family. He realized it was akin to his previous role as a family knight for the Clinton family. My lord, is this all that is required? Are there any other stipulations? Kent could not help but question. Richard smiled. What more could you need? As I said, it is a loyalty contract. It is a straightforward arrangement where you work and I compensate you. Just do not betray me. What is compensation? Kent inquired, bewildered. Richard refrained from explaining his modern vernacular and instead reiterated the consequences of violating the contract. However, you must remember, once you sign this contract, you should harbor no thoughts of betrayal. Otherwise, your spirit will be shattered, leaving you a fool. You understand. If there are no objections, then sign it. Simply touch it with your hand and accept it with your heart, without any resistance. Otherwise, it will fail. If that happens, I shall simply kill you. There is no way I would swear an oath of truth. If necessary, once I flatten the wolf tribe, I will learn what I wish to know. Kent's heart sank upon realizing Richard knew he could obtain information without his help. He hastily reached out to touch the contract before him. Instantly, he felt a surge of power flow into his body, and he dared not entertain even a hint of resistance. Shortly after, the sensation of power vanished. My lord, is this sufficient? Kent asked. Upon witnessing Kent absorb the contract symbol, Richard immediately sensed a connection. It seemed this artifact could be used to ascertain the life of his subordinates. Much like a life paper, with the contract established, Richard descended and inquired, Rise and tell me who instigated the wolf tribe against you. Kent stood upright and replied, Baron Richard, it is the eldest son of Duke Cavendish, your classmate from the royal capital, Ron City. Richard paused in surprise. Who? The eldest son of Duke Cavendish. I do not know him. Kent was equally taken aback. I heard it was indeed him in the wolf tribe. And he studied magic alongside you at the royal capital's magic academy. Are you certain you do not know him? I truly do not know him, that a minor noble like myself must tread carefully in the capital, dedicating my days to training in classes, avoiding social gatherings, lest I become ensnared in the web of the great nobles. I am certain I have not offended him. Why would he wish to see me dead? Richard spoke with a sense of resignation. Upon witnessing this, Kent was convinced of Richard's truthfulness and proceeded to analyze the situation. If you, my lord, have not offended him, then it must be due to his own jealousy. Such a nobleman of high rank has always looked down upon those of lesser status. I have heard that you are one of the 3 great magical prodigies of the royal capital's magic academy, which would undoubtedly incite his deep dissatisfaction. Furthermore, my lord, you may not be aware, but he not only wishes to kill you, but intends to torment you slowly to death. This fellow is undoubtedly a psychologically twisted pervert. Upon hearing this, Richard could not help but feel speechless. Slowly torment me to death. That truly is the mark of a psychopath. He mused inwardly. It seems I must tread carefully. Otherwise, my future days will surely be fraught with unrest. Richard contemplated that the matter was more troublesome than he had imagined, and a resolution must be found that it was indeed true that misfortune could strike while one is at home. But he could never have anticipated that the root of all this turmoil lay within himself, simply because of his remarkable talent that overshadowed others, inviting the calamity of extermination upon his family, and now facing the prospect of a slow and torturous demise. Truly, this was the epitome of perversion. Richard considered taking immediate action against this pervert. However, that individual remained within the confines of the royal capital's magic academy. Likely surrounded by family guards, he would have to bide his time for a suitable opportunity to deal with him. For now, he could first resolve the troubles at hand. Kent, do not return to Silver Moon territory for the time being. Remain in Sandwolf territory. Firstly, to gather intelligence about the royal capital, and secondly, to gradually ensure the safety of your family. When the right opportunity arises, I will personally come to escort them back to Silver Moon City." Upon hearing Richard's words, Kent, who had been troubled about how to extract his family, immediately knelt in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my Lord. My family is currently under surveillance by the people of Sandwolf territory, and it is indeed difficult for me to bring them out. If you were to come personally, it would surely be no problem. I shall continue to remain in Sandwolf territory to gather intelligence. But how shall I convey it to you? My position in Sandwolf territory is precarious. I have not earned their trust, nor do I have loyal followers." Regarding this dilemma, Richard had already devised a strategy and replied nonchalantly, "You need not rush to report unimportant news. I will seek you out every few days. However, if you come across any critical information, pretend to invite guests for a barbecue at the southern city gate. I have noticed many signs of campfires there, so should not raise suspicion like tea that time. Place your long sword at an angle in the ground, with the hilt pointing north. I shall come to find you." "Understood, my lord," Kent replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Once Richard had conveyed his instructions, he ceased further discussion and soared into the sky, heading north towards Silver Moon City. Kent gazed at the receding figure in the sky, pondering, is this Baron truly only 14 years old? He seems far more seasoned than I. Following him should prove advantageous, and it appears his ambitions are considerable. Perhaps he may even assist me in seeking vengeance in the future. With that thought, Kent picked up the long sword from the ground and turned to head south, but he needed to return to Sandwolf territory to report. The losses incurred that night were evidently substantial. Upon his return to the castle, Richard chose not to experiment with the newly acquired runes, as the weariness from the late-night exertion had begun to take its toll. Rest seemed the prudent choice. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Richard made his way to the castle's garden, where there existed a spring, allowing for the cultivation of various fruits and vegetables throughout the seasons. In a corner, several tomato plants were thriving, which he could use to test the effects of the plant spirit rune. He promptly released a plant spirit rune there. Richard instructed the elderly gardener, Dirk, saying, "Old Dirk, for the time being, you're to take special care of these tomatoes. Record their yield and growth rate. Do you understand?" Although Dirk was puzzled by Richard's command, he nonetheless executed it diligently. The experiment with the plant spirit rune would require time. Results would not be evident immediately. Thus, they waited to see how the tomatoes would flourish after tending to the plant spirit rune experiment. Richard proceeded to the training ground on the back mountain. He had previously sent someone to summon Old Charlie and Clay. Upon his arrival, they were already waiting for him, but he addressed them directly. "Grandfather Charlie. Clay, follow me to the training room. I have matters to discuss with you." Old Charlie and Clay accompanied him to a training chamber. Old Charlie was the first to inquire, "Young master, is this about the spring planting? I notice you have crafted many new types of farming tools." Richard replied, "Oh no, this concerns the secret training ground. Soon, everyone will be able to practice here. Additionally, I need to increase the magical density in the training arena. The space is too limited." Before he could continue, Old Charlie and Clay could no longer contain their excitement and stood up. Richard quickly gestured for them to sit, reassuring them, "Do not be so agitated. Take a seat. You guessed correctly. I have indeed mastered contract magic. Thus, the spirit-gathering magic can now be widely utilized." Old Charlie expressed his delight, saying, "Young master, you truly are a magical genius. If only you could remain in the royal capital forever." Captain Clay, however, shifted the topic, asking, "My lord, shall I go gather everyone now? The sooner we start using it, the sooner we can enhance our strength." Richard chuckled. "There is no rush regarding the contract signing. I have another magic to test, and it may yield a significant surprise. Ha ha. Come with me to the next training room." The trio entered the adjacent training room, where a death row inmate was already confined, one named Loxes. A tailor. Richard looked at him sternly and said, "Loxes, you killed the constable who abused your wife in pursuit of vengeance. While this is a result of my negligence in management, you cannot take the law into your own hands. Such actions disrespect the law of the territory and me, hence your death sentence. However, a new inspector has been appointed in the territory, capable of overseeing the unlawful actions of officials. You can lodge a complaint with the inspector. As for you, I have decided to grant you a chance for redemption, especially since your family still needs care." Upon hearing this, A glimmer of gratitude shone in Lox's eyes. Richard continued, I need you to help me test a new magic. The price may be your life. If you do perish, I shall compensate your family and protect them. Are you willing to try? Without hesitation, Loxus nodded, his eyes filled with resolve. For my family, I am willing to give my life. Richard smiled faintly. Excellent, let's begin. With that, he cast the battle rune on Loxus. Instantly, everyone witnessed a powerful battle intent emanating from Loxus, who began to breathe heavily, resembling a beast on the verge of eruption. This prompted Old Charlie and Clay to immediately position themselves in front of Richard, and Richard ordered Clay, control your strength and engage him in combat. Let us assess his current capabilities. Loxus, unleash your full power against him. Hearing Richard's command, Loxus could no longer restrain himself and lunged at Clay, attacking him in a manner akin to an ordinary brawl. For a full quarter of an hour, Loxus continued to strike until he could no longer lift his fists. Collapsing to the ground in exhaustion, Richard crouched down to examine Loxus, discovering that he had merely fainted from fatigue and was not in any mortal danger. He then stood and asked Clay, how would you assess his strength? To what tier did he rise during that bout? Clay, still reeling from the recent skirmish, quickly responded, my lord, are you certain he was an ordinary person before? While his combat skills were completely lacking. There were several instances during the fight where his attacks were remarkably crafty and ruthless. Is that so? Richard frowned. He should be an ordinary person, right? At that moment, Old Charlie interjected, unable to hold back. Young master, is your magic the berserk technique? Can it be effective on humans? What are its side effects? In response to Old Charlie's inquiry, Richard replied candidly, I am not entirely sure. I only know it enhances strength. The specifics elude me. That is why I sought someone to test it. However, it appears the enhancement is quite substantial, as it has granted an ordinary person extraordinary strength and speed. After hearing Richard's explanation, Old Charlie quickly bent down to grasp Loxus, channeling a surge of silver fighting spirit into his body. Soon, Loxus groaned in pain and gradually regained consciousness. Old Charlie directly asked, how does your body feel? Are your internal organs injured? Is there any sensation of your head about to explode? Loxus slowly settled against the wall, taking a moment to assess his body before sincerely replying, my lord, I do not feel any injury to my internal organs, as I am devoid of any pain. However, my muscles ache considerably, and I feel a profound weakness, and my head is only a slight, prickling sensation devoid of any explosive pressure. Other than that, it seems there is nothing more. Upon hearing Loxus's response, Richard and the other's eyes lit up. Can you suppress the fierce urge to battle that comes with such a surge of power? Do you feel on the verge of losing control? After careful consideration, Loxus answered, indeed, my lord, I am experiencing an intense desire to fight. Yet, I have not reached the point of losing control. I believe I can manage it. Old Charlie, filled with anticipation, said, excellent. Now, let us test the efficacy of this magic on my bronze and silver levels. If the effects are consistent, the strength of our territory will multiply. That's wonderful. Truly it is. Please, my lord, use this magic on me at once, Clay exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Richard, however, remained composed, advising them to wait until Loxus fully recovered. He took a seat, patiently awaiting the moment. After a while, Richard calmly stated, let us wait. Richard settled down, beginning to wait, while Old Charlie and Clay could only sit quietly alongside him. Approximately an hour later, Loxus gradually regained his strength. Richard instructed him to move about, and, once confirming Loxus had fully recovered without any lingering effects, he directed them to stay in place while he led the two to the adjacent training room. Upon entering the training room, Clay eagerly exclaimed, my lord, let me try first. Just a few days ago, I advanced to peak bronze knight. Let us see if I can elevate myself to silver level. Old Charlie chimed in, indeed. Let us first see if it affects the silver level. Richard initially intended to use it on his own squire level, but upon hearing their words, he immediately directed the battle symbol towards Clay. As he felt the relentless surge of power flowing into him, Clay declared, ha ha, it works. I feel my strength increasing. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful silver fighting spirit erupted from his body. Old Charlie, astonished, murmured to himself, The silver fighting spirit has truly ascended to silver. Ha ha ha! It's real, it's real! Come, come, let us spar, Teacher Charlie, upon hearing their excitement to engage in combat within the confines of the room. Richard promptly withdrew the battle symbol's power, suddenly deprived of the amplification effect. The once spirited Clay collapsed to one knee, his right hand pressed against the ground, resembling a deflated balloon, and began coughing violently. He questioned, "My lord, what went wrong? Why was my enhancement time so brief? This is utterly useless." Richard, somewhat displeased, jested, "I retracted the magic. Can't you remain calm? It's a jest to have two silver knights spar in such a confined space." "I don't mind if I get hurt, but who will pay if the house collapses?" Old Charlie awkwardly suggested. "Let us continue testing the effects." After about 2 hours, they had a clearer understanding of the battle symbol's effects. Both the Squire level and Bronze level could experience a temporary boost of 2 minor realms. However, higher levels could only ascend to their peak, unable to break through to the next major realm. The peak level could rise to the next major realm's initial stage, while the silver level could only ascend 1 minor realm. As for whether the peak silver could elevate to gold or if gold could further ascend, they were uncertain, as they had no means to test it at present. Nevertheless, the results thrilled the 3 men, as the strength of their territory had effectively doubled. Richard felt that with his current power, he could unleash 15 battle symbols at once without affecting his ability to wield other talismans, enabling him to stand against the Sandwolf territory. Thus, Richard prepared to finalize the contract for the territory's soldiers and swiftly establish the means to create talismans. If he could successfully create talismans from bee skins, the strength of the territory should surpass that of the Sandwolf territory. He aimed to resolve this before the spring sowing next month, thereby eliminating the Sandwolf territory before the old Sandwolf could truly ascend to a higher silver level, which might provoke unforeseen complications. After the experiment concluded, Richard returned to the room where Loxes was confined, while old Charlie and Clay went to gather everyone to sign the contracts. Upon seeing Richard enter alone, Loxes immediately knelt, bowing his head, and said, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your forgiveness." Richard casually found a place to sit and replied, "Rise, Loxes. Your misfortune is partly my responsibility. As long as you harbor no resentment towards me henceforth, that is sufficient." Loxes quickly expressed his fear of doing so. Richard had no intention of probing whether Loxes truly held resentment. Instead, he solemnly inquired about Clay's previous discoveries. "Have you practiced anything in the past? I notice your combat skills are quite vicious. It cannot be some form of malevolent power, can it?" This time, Loxes did not appear anxious. Instead, he calmly responded, "Yes, my lord, I have indeed practiced it. IT is not fighting spirit or magic, but rather an ancestral profession, one that is nearing extinction, a transcendent profession known as the Shadow Assassin." During his time at the Royal Magic Academy, Richard had learned from ancient texts about the division of humanity a millennium ago, when humans existed in tribal forms, akin to the present-day orcs. Each family perpetuated their transcendent profession through bloodlines, resulting in a diverse array of transcendent professions during that era. However, most were relatively weak, leading humanity to occupy a middling status on the continent. It was not until the emergence of the Radiant Emperor a millennium ago, who created the knight profession independent of bloodline inheritance and unified humanity, that they rose to become the dominant force on the continent. Among those bloodline transcendent professions, some were indeed quite powerful, such as the Shadow Assassins of the Morgan family, the Berserkers of the Bassic family, the Priests of the Felix family, the Blood Warriors of the Dracula family, the Wolf Warriors of the Mutu family, and the Windwalkers of the Mavi family. These family professions could all be cultivated to the legendary realm. Upon learning that Loxes was a descendant of the Morgan family and possessed the ancient transcendent profession of Shadow Assassin, Richard was somewhat taken aback. He then asked, "Loxes Morgan, are you a descendant of the Assassin family?" These powerful ancient bloodline families were once suppressed by the Radiant Emperor, and considering the refinement of the knight system, their survival is quite miraculous. You possess the complete inheritance of the assassin. What level of cultivation have you reached now? Loxes replied, "My lord, our inheritance is imprinted within our bloodline. Awakening the bloodline grants access to the legacy. I inadvertently awakened the assassin inheritance due to my hatred. However, I have only awakened the beginner and proficient levels of the inheritance. It has been several generations since my ancestors last produced an assassin. Since I have just awakened the inheritance, I have merely reached the beginner level of an assassin, and I have not yet begun to learn some of the skills within the inheritance. So, I am only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Richard expressed his astonishment. It can be done this way, imprinted in the bloodline. This is not something achievable by ancient humans. It seems this world is not as simple as it appears. There must have been historical gaps. From the inheritance method of bloodline practitioners, Richard gained a deeper understanding of the world as history. He sensed that the truth of this world might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Yet he currently lacked the capability to explore it further. Thus, Richard continued to inquire about the shadow assassins. How do you shadow assassins cultivate? Does it bear any similarities to a knight's fighting spirit? Furthermore, what level does a beginner assassin equate to in knight ranks? Our shadow assassins, like knights, are divided into 5 major levels: beginner, proficient, master, grandmaster, and legendary assassin. However, our cultivation primarily involves honing our skills through continuous assassinations, lacking the detailed subdivisions of the knight levels. Therefore, the strength disparity among assassins of the same level can be significant. However, for ascension to a higher realm, one must possess shadow stones or dark-type magical beast cores to enhance their bloodline. Yet, due to the Radiant Emperor's slaughter of numerous dark-type magical beasts, and the fact that shadow stones can only form in the deepest dark places, they are exceedingly difficult to find. Consequently, our Morgan family has gradually weakened. Upon hearing this, Richard felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that the cultivation requirement for the shadow assassin would be more unique and intriguing. However, it appeared that the profession demanded excessively stringent conditions for cultivation, making it challenging to procure the necessary resources, which dissipated his initial interest. He thus resolved to dismiss Lox's, stating, "Lox's, I will grant you a sum of money as compensation. You may return to your tailoring." Yet, Lox's knelt, pleading, "My lord, Lox's wishes to follow you that I understand that my strength may not be of much assistance to you. However, within my lineage lies a latent skill of subterfuge, which can assist you in gathering intelligence, and later aid in eliminating your adversaries. I implore you to take me in." Observing Lakshaz's resolute gaze, Richard felt a sense of helplessness. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to allow him to stay. "Very well, but your current task is not to engage in assassination. Your strength is still insufficient, and I would rather not squander my resources on you to go report to the inspector and serve as an inspector." Initially, the prospect of following his lord was a source of joy for Lakshaz. Yet, the reality of being merely an inspector left him somewhat disheartened. Having awakened the legacy of an assassin, he naturally longed to reclaim the former glory of the shadowy assassins. Thus, Lakshaz sought to plead his case further. Noticing his reluctance, Richard casually remarked, "The foremost quality of an assassin is patience. If you cannot endure, perhaps you should return home to till the fields." Upon hearing Richard's words, Lakshaz experienced a moment of clarity, and with renewed determination, he proceeded to report to the inspector, vowing to restore the honor of his assassin lineage. In the ensuing 3 days, Richard was exceedingly busy, signing contracts with over 100 soldiers and officials, transforming the training ground into a rich and elemental sanctuary for cultivation. The training grounds at the back of the castle became his exclusive experimental site. During this time, he also flew to meet Kent near the city of Sandwolf in the newly established rune-making chamber at the back mountains, gazing at the room filled with ashes of crocodile skins. He pondered, where had the process gone awry? Was it truly impossible to craft runes in this world? Unwilling to concede defeat, Richard continued poring over magical tomes and notes, particularly those concerning magical scrolls. He instructed Old Charlie to lead several knights in hunting low-tier bronze magical beasts and other ordinary creatures, to ascertain whether the current beast skins were unsuitable in the days that followed. He combed through nearly every potentially helpful book but still could not identify the problem. He tested other ordinary beast skins and even attempted to create runes using skins of the same elemental attributes as the scrolls. Yet the results were consistently dismal. Within the rune-making chamber, Richard surveyed the skins of 5 low-tier bronze magical beasts: the swift-winged rabbit, water-wave snake, fire monkey, blazing porcupine, and flame-tailed ox, preparing for one final attempt. It must succeed, he murmured to himself. He began crafting a divine fire rune on the skin of the fire monkey, specifically from its heart region. As he infused it with rune energy, the beast's skin emanated a vibrant crimson glow. Initially fearing another failure, he was surprised to find that it glowed without igniting. As the infusing process concluded, the skin bore a rune drawing, but otherwise appeared unchanged. Have I succeeded? How curious that it didn't exude power like a magical scroll. He decided to view it as progress, reasoning that perhaps runes were inherently more subdued than magic. Hastily, he stepped into the testing area, hurled the beast's skin forward, and shattered it with his fighting spirit. In an instant, flames erupted, and divine fire descended. Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. Finally succeeded. Gazing at the inferno before him, Richard felt a surge of excitement. After numerous experiments, he had successfully crafted the rune version of a scroll, an arduous feat indeed. To verify its effectiveness, he tested other beast skins one by one, but he discovered that only a small piece from the heart region of magical beasts was suitable for rune crafting, while skins from other areas proved ineffective. Moreover, runes were not constrained by elemental attributes. Different elements could yield the same type of rune, albeit with diminished potency. For instance, a divine fire rune crafted from the waterwave snake skin was less powerful than one made from the fire monkey skin. Additionally, the quality of the magical beast directly influenced the strength of the resulting rune. The low-tier bronze fire monkey skin could produce a high-tier bronze divine fire rune, while the mid-tier blazing porcupine could yield a peak bronze divine fire rune. Astonishingly, the peak low-tier flame-tailed ox produced a divine fire rune that reached initial silver tier, a qualitative leap beyond the realm of magical scrolls. As for the other runes, Richard crafted them as well. The battle rune and spirit gathering rune were attribute-less, usable with any beast skin, though their effects would be reduced. He could not test the spirit plant rune, but the feather spirit rune was best made from the swift-winged rabbit skin, allowing for flight for approximately 20 minutes. After completing the experiments, Richard fashioned all remaining beast skins into runes and summoned Old Charlie and Clay. The final runes produced included 5 initial silver tier divine fire runes, 10 peak bronze divine fire runes, 17 high-tier bronze divine fire runes, and 8 bronze battle runes. Additionally, there were 12 feather spirit runes capable of enabling flight for 20 minutes. Approximately half of the beast skins were wasted, likely due to his lack of proficiency. The current success rate for rune crafting was below 60%. As for the other runes, Richard opted not to produce them at this stage, deeming them of little utility. After a brief rest, Richard explained the beast skin runes to the newly arrived Old Charlie and Clay, treating them as magical scrolls. He also allowed them to experience one of the beast skin battle runes. Unfortunately, the bronze tier battle rune proved ineffective for them. One a peak bronze and the other an initial silver. It seemed only silver tier battle runes would yield benefits for them. They then tested the feather spirit rune. Soaring through the air, upon landing, they were left speechless. Clay stammered, "My lord, did you unearth the tomb of an ancient legendary mage? How could such astonishing new magic exist? It is truly terrifying." Old Charlie immediately reprimanded Clay harshly. "If you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all, especially in public. You must learn to guard your tongue and refrain from speculating on a young master's affairs, understand?" Startled by Old Charlie's admonition, Clay nodded vigorously. "I understand, Master Charlie." Richard, observing Clay's chastisement, chuckled. "All right, Grandpa Charlie, do not frighten Captain Clay any further. It is fine to discuss such matters at home. However, the origins of this magic must remain undisclosed." Yet Old Charlie sternly corrected him. "Young master, Clay indeed needs to undergo some self-improvement. You will undoubtedly expand your territory in the future. If Clay remains a fool, he will be ill-suited for great responsibilities. I speak for his own good." Richard glanced at Clay, feeling helpless, and remarked, "It seems Grandpa Charlie has a point. You must strive to improve, or else where will I find someone I can trust like you in the future?" "Right, Captain Clay." Clay, upon hearing this, responded resolutely, "Yes, my lord, I will not let you down." Seeing that Clay appeared to grasp his shortcomings, old Charlie refrained from further comments. Returning to the earlier matter, he inquired, "Young master, did you summon us to continue hunting magical beasts? I see these scrolls are made from low-tier bronze bee skins. Should we hunt silver-tier beasts? We indeed need to continue hunting magical beasts for their skins, but we will primarily focus on bronze-tier creatures. Especially those of fire and wind attributes, silver-tier beasts are not our immediate concern." Richard explained, "I plan to stockpile a batch of bronze-tier scrolls before heading directly to the Sandwolf territory. I have discovered that my father's demise was orchestrated by the old Sandwolf, who seems poised to break through to high-tier Silver Knight status. We cannot afford to wait any longer." Old Charlie sighed upon hearing this. "I knew you would not remain in the dark for long, but I did not expect you to uncover it so swiftly. It seems you have indeed visited the Sandwolf territory." "Indeed, I went to the Sandwolf territory. It appears you were aware of this from the start." "Grandpa Charlie, were you concerned that I might impulsively charge in?" "Yes, young master. Following the passing of Lord Raphael, the Silver Moon territory has had but a slim chance of survival, requiring us to bide our time. Even now, I do not advocate an assault on the Sandwolf territory. As for the Sandwolf Baron breaking through to high-tier silver, you need not worry. Such a breakthrough is not easily achieved." After listening to old Charlie's explanation, Richard replied gravely, "Grandpa Charlie, we must eradicate the Sandwolf territory. The old Sandwolf is likely on the verge of breaking through, and once he does, he will undoubtedly launch an immediate attack against us. My recent dealings in the capital seem to have offended the eldest son of the Cavendish Duke's family, and the old Sandwolf has allied himself with him, with the support of the Cavendish heir. The likelihood of the old Sandwolf's breakthrough is greatly increased." Upon hearing the name Cavendish Duke, old Charlie staggered, nearly falling, and exclaimed in alarm, "The Cavendish Duke, the legendary family of Cavendish. How is this possible? In the capital? Young master, we must leave the chaotic territory and head for the Sapphire Duchy. If it truly is the Cavendish family, even if we destroy the Sandwolf territory, we would still be in grave danger. Against such a powerful family, even Count Bear cannot stand in their way." Richard hastily supported old Charlie and comfortingly said, "Grandfather Charlie, it is not as you imagined. It is not the entire Cavendish family, but merely the Duke's eldest son. Moreover, the Duke of Cavendish is currently in his prime, and he has more than one son. The internal strife within the family is quite fierce that we, as lesser nobles, are not worthy of the Duke's intervention, and we can certainly manage to deal with that Cavendish young man, for he is unlikely to come in person." Upon reflecting, old Charlie concurred, if the Duke were truly to intervene, Silver Moon territory would be left in ruins. That is well that in that case, we must indeed eradicate the Sandwolf territory. When does the young master plan to take action? In 20 days. You all should hasten to hunt magical beasts and arrange for the knights' attendants to intensify their training. The two immediately took their leave. Suddenly, a messenger hawk descended. Richard retrieved the message and discovered it was from young Charlie, who was currently lurking near Sandwolf City, prepared to receive news from Kent. It seemed Kent had sent a signal calling for him that hadn't they just met a couple of days ago. Could there be an urgent situation? He decided to investigate. Richard promptly utilized the Feather Spirit Talisman and soared rapidly towards Sandwolf City. Atop a small hill to the west of Sandwolf City, young Charlie held the monocular telescope gifted by Richard, gazing intently at the happenings within the city. Abruptly, he heard a noise behind him and immediately drew his sword. Assuming a defensive stance, do not be alarmed. It is recognizing the familiar voice. Young Charlie sighed in relief, sheathing his sword and respectfully bowing to Richard and my lord. While I was monitoring Sandwolf City, I noticed a campfire 3 hours ago with a sword hilt stuck in the ground. Facing north, they appeared to be roasting lamb, but I am uncertain if this is the signal you were waiting for. Richard took the telescope to observe the direction of Sandwolf City, affirming, "Indeed, this is the signal I requested you to watch for." "Where was the signal emitted from?" Young Charlie promptly replied, "It originated near the creek by the South City Gate." Richard followed young Charlie's indication and indeed spotted traces of the campfire, though it was now deserted. He then observed the defensive situation of Sandwolf City for a while, deciding to wait until nightfall to enter and seek out Kent. He had previously met with Kent outside the city several times and had a fair understanding of his residence within Sandwolf City. Setting down the telescope, Richard turned to young Charlie and said with satisfaction, "Well done, young Charlie. You have toiled greatly during this time. Remaining here must have hindered your training. Tomorrow, I will send Victor to relieve you." Young Charlie immediately expressed his gratitude. "No need, my lord. Victor is a fire element knight. He is not as adept in reconnaissance as I, a wind element knight. Furthermore, with the magical crystal stones you bestowed upon me for training, I have not lagged behind. Just a few days ago, I advanced to a mid-level bronze knight." Sensing the aura of battle energy emanating from young Charlie, Richard contemplated for a moment and decided not to change personnel. However, he resolved to provide young Charlie with some beast skin talismans as a reward to enhance his self-defense capabilities, for the wilderness could indeed be perilous. "Come, young Charlie, I shall introduce you to a few minor spells and bestow upon you some fine items," Richard declared, and without affording young Charlie a chance to inquire, he seized his armor and soared into the distance. This startled young Charlie, nearly prompting a cry of protest, but Richard quickly reassured him. As night fell, Richard returned with young Charlie to the hilltop where he allowed young Charlie to experience the effects of the Feather Spirit Talisman and Battle Talisman. He then produced several talismans, stating, "Now, I am giving you 3 flight scrolls, 3 berserk spell scrolls, and 2 peak bronze-level fireball spell scrolls. Should you encounter an insurmountable situation, use them to ensure your escape. Understood?" Young Charlie gazed at the exceedingly precious scrolls, moved and bowed deeply to Richard in gratitude. Subsequently, Richard, under the cover of darkness, stealthily flew towards Sandwolf City, keenly waiting for the opportune moment to land unobtrusively in Kent's courtyard. Upon seeing Richard appear in his yard, Kent immediately cast a wary glance around. Richard signaled for him to enter the house, having noticed that the soldiers patrolling around Kent's residence were double the number compared to elsewhere. Once inside, Kent eagerly exclaimed, "My lord, you have finally arrived. I was contemplating sneaking out of the city in the dead of night to find you." Richard responded, "What matter is so urgent that it necessitates my presence today? I observe there are quite a few soldiers patrolling around your home." Kent sighed, "Those are merely the Sandwolf Baroness precautions against me. The reason I must see you today is that I am to accompany Sean Sandwolf out of the city tomorrow morning. Although I am still unaware of the purpose of our departure, I suspect it is related to the capital, which is why I rushed to report to you." Upon hearing that old Sandwolf's second son was leading the expedition, Richard shared Kent's suspicions. After all, it had consistently been this second son, Sean, who was responsible for liaising with the young Cavendish. That it was indeed plausible. "Did you not mention that old Sandwolf instructed Sean to continue soliciting benefits from the capital? Might tomorrow's journey be to welcome those bearing gifts from the capital?" Kent affirmed, "The likelihood is very high." During the last occasion, Sean took old Walker out, subsequently returning with a substantial amount of training resources. This time, since old Walker has gone north to create disturbances in your Silver Moon territory, I have been dispatched to accompany him. However, I did not see anyone from the capital return with them last time. I suspect the exchange occurred in the southern wilderness. Old Sandwolf dares not permit anyone from the capital to enter Sandwolf City, fearing the wrath of the Great Bear Count should the dealings be exposed. Contemplating that the resources sent from the capital were ultimately intended to buy his life, Richard briefly pondered before stating, "Tomorrow, I will accompany you if it is indeed as you say. I am prepared to seize their resources. Here is the plan. Kent, you shall accompany Sean as usual without inquiring into any matters. I will have my men follow you from a distance. Once we ascertain that individuals from the capital are bringing resources, we must my men will strike as you return, and you must seize the opportunity to subdue Sean, ensuring he does not escape. Additionally, regarding your family, should we take action tomorrow, we must guarantee their safety. You previously mentioned that your wife is a formal mage. How has her recovery progressed?" Hearing Richard's concern for his family, Kent felt deeply moved. "Thank you, my lord. However, Sophia was previously injured in her mental faculties, and we lack potions for healing such injuries. Currently, Sophia can only manage to exert the power of a novice magic apprentice." After a moment of contemplation, Richard suggested, "In that case, Kent, please summon Sophia here. There are certain matters I need to discuss with both of you in advance." Kent did not question further and promptly went to call for Sophia. Before long, Richard was greeted by a beautiful lady whose demeanor exuded the essence of nobility. Albeit clad in plain attire, she approached and respectfully bowed to Richard, saying, "Esteemed Baron Richard, greetings. I am immensely grateful for the opportunity you provided Kent last time. Your generosity is sincerely appreciated." Seeing Sophia bow to him, Richard rose to return the gesture. "You need not be so formal, Lady Sophia. After all, you are the daughter of a count. Moreover, it is my honor that a brave and formidable knight such as your husband is willing to follow me. As long as you do not hold it against me for taking away your guardian knight, I am content." Observing Richard's respectful demeanor towards both her and Kent, Sophia felt a sense of warmth. With Richard's amiable disposition, she relaxed her guard slightly, replying, "You jest, for meeting you is indeed Kent's fortune. I have heard that you wish to rescue us." "Is that true?" Richard stated earnestly. "Indeed, I possess a treasure that will ensure both you and your child can safely escape tomorrow. Therefore, I require your assurance to maintain confidentiality. Kent and I have entered into a following contract. Thus, I hope to forge a similar agreement with you. However, this will not make you my follower, but merely a simple confidentiality agreement. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing that it merely pertained to a confidentiality agreement, Sophia sighed in relief. After all, as the daughter of a count, she held her own pride. If it were a following contract, she would likely find it difficult to accept. She gratefully responded, "Thank you for your understanding. I am willing to sign this confidentiality agreement." Upon the completion of the contract, Richard, amidst the astonished gazes of the two, produced 3 feathered spirit talismans and handed them to Sophia for her escape the following day. He instructed her to fly towards the western mountains, where assistance awaited her and her child. Additionally, he bestowed upon Kent 1 feathered spirit talisman, 1 novice silver flame talisman, and 2 pinnacle bronze flame talismans to prepare for the battle ahead. After confirming all arrangements for the morrow, Richard discreetly departed from the city of Sandwolves. He first instructed young Charlie to retreat immediately after aiding Sophia, then flew directly back to Silver Moon Keep. Upon his return to Silver Moon City, Richard swiftly summoned Old Charlie, Clay, and the entire cadre of Bronze Knights. In the castle's reception hall, Richard took his seat first, and shortly thereafter, the knights arrived in succession. Recently, Roland and Mark had successfully advanced to novice bronze status. Thus the meeting convened with 10 knights in attendance. Observing his fellow knights, Old Charlie was filled with deep emotion that he mused that, including young Charlie who was outside, there were now 11 knights in the territory. Clay had reached the pinnacle of bronze, while young Charlie, Victor, and Bry had all broken through to intermediate bronze level. Thanks to the Master's relentless efforts over the past month, the combat strength of the knighthood was nearly restored to the level of his father's time. With only the absence of an intermediate Silver Knight's elite power remaining, as Richard surveyed the knights arriving one after another, he noted the reception hall becoming somewhat cramped. He resolved that once the situation in Sandwolf territory was resolved, he would immediately commence brick burning and replan the architecture within the city. After a brief exchange of greetings, Richard spoke first, saying, "I have received word that tomorrow Sandwolf territory will receive a shipment of resources from the royal capital, led by Baron Sandwolf's second son, Sean Sandy. I intend to seize it. What are your thoughts on this matter?" The knights were taken aback at the prospect of robbing Sandwolf territory, as it could potentially ignite a war between the two domains, especially with the spring plowing season approaching. Generally, in the chaotic territories, warfare is seldom initiated during the spring plowing period, as everyone needs to clear their lands of magical beasts and wild animals to ensure the crop's growth. Even the orc clans adhered to this, given the geographical constraints and scarcity of resources in the chaotic territories, which meant little food was brought in, resulting in a chronic shortage of provisions. Thus, Victor posed a question. "My lord, robbing the second son of Baron Sandwolf could lead to war, affecting the spring plowing, especially since we currently face a significant food shortage." Richard regarded Victor with an appreciative glance before revealing an even more astonishing revelation. "You need not worry. I had already planned to annihilate Sandwolf territory before the spring plowing begins. I have discovered that my father and his companions were slain by the old Sandwolf, who is also preparing to attack our Silver Moon Keep." A gasp of astonishment swept through the assembly. Particularly, Roland and Mark sprang to their feet, their excitement palpable as they exclaimed, "Is this true, my lord?" Understanding their fury, Richard empathized, for their fathers had been the captain and vice-captain of the previous knightly order, perishing alongside Richard's father on Silver Moon Mountain. Indeed, Roland, Mark, your fathers too fell victim to Sand Wolf territory. Upon hearing this, Roland became visibly agitated, but old Charlie swiftly intervened. "Calm yourself, young Roland. You are now a knight, and your father will be proud of you. Yet, you must learn to master your emotions." Then, turning to Richard, he rose and declared resolutely, "My lord, we recognize the strength of Sand Wolf territory, but we do not fear them. We shall avenge Lord Raphael and protect our Silver Moon Keep by vanquishing Sand Wolf territory." The assembly echoed with fervor, shouting in unison, "Revenge! Revenge!" Clay then rose respectfully, stating, "My lord, please give the order." Richard stood, his voice resonant. "Very well. I shall now assign the tasks. Victor, you shall once again guard Silver Moon City. I will leave you 8 newly promoted knights as attendants. I know you wish to join the fray. But the castle security is of utmost importance, and you are most suited for this duty. Rest assured, opportunities for battle will arise in the future." Victor accepted without complaint, rising to take his orders. "Sieg, you shall lead 16 knight attendants and 60 common soldiers, all equipped with bows and arrows. At dawn, proceed west, then south, circumventing Lion King Mountain, to rendezvous with young Charlie 50 kilometers west of Sandwolf City. You will conceal yourselves there with him, awaiting my further instructions. The rest of you, return now to prepare. Assemble at the training grounds behind the castle at 4 in the morning. No need for horseback." The assembly acknowledged. "Yes, my lord." Richard gestured to dismiss the meeting and then called over old Charlie and Clay. "Grandfather Charlie, how many magical beasts did you hunt today? Bring them all here. I shall hasten to craft talismans tonight." Old Charlie instructed Clay to retrieve the beast hides before responding. "We only managed to hunt 5 fire monkeys, 2 blazing hedgehogs, and 3 swift wind rabbits. My lord, is it certain that Sand Wolf territory will meet with the royal capital's representatives tomorrow?" "Almost certainly. I have recruited Kent, a knight from Sand Wolf territory, who is a novice silver knight and has not been involved in my father's demise, that I have signed a loyalty contract with him. And he is the one who conveyed this information, that he will be acting alongside Sean tomorrow." Old Charlie expressed his delight. "A novice silver knight. Splendid. With this, our territory boasts 2 silver knights, and with your magic, our strength has surpassed that of Lord Raphael's time. We are indeed capable of confronting Sand Wolf territory." Subsequently, Richard detailed his plans with Kent to old Charlie, who also found them sound. Shortly thereafter, Clay returned with the beast hides, and upon receiving them, Richard instructed the two to prepare while he made his way to the talisman crafting room in the back mountain at T2 in the morning. Richard completed the crafting of all the beast hides into talismans, including a total of 36 flame talismans, 5 novice silver, 11 pinnacle bronze, and 20 high-level bronze, as well as 2 battle talismans and 5 feathered spirit talismans. Though these were insufficient to confront Sand Wolf territory, they would suffice for the upcoming raid. Given the treacherous and suspicious nature of the old Sand Wolf, it was unlikely he would dare to venture out for battle before promoting to high-level silver. Thus, an immediate assault on Sand Wolf City might not be necessary. After resting for 2 hours, Richard rose at 4 in the morning, when everyone had gathered, including Victor and Sieg. Richard first cast a feathered spirit talisman upon each individual, enabling them to fly, before distributing the beast hide talismans. The watchful Victor received 1 feathered spirit talisman, 5 high-level bronze flame talismans, and 1 battle talisman. Sieg, responsible for leading the soldiers, received 1 feathered spirit talisman, 5 high-level bronze flame talismans, and 1 battle talisman. Old Charlie obtained 2 novice silver flame talismans, 2 pinnacle bronze flame talismans, and 1 feathered spirit talisman. Clay received 2 novice silver flame talismans, 3 pinnacle bronze flame talismans, and 1 feathered spirit talisman. Bry acquired 2 pinnacle bronze flame talismans, 1 feathered spirit talisman, and 1 battle talisman. Finally, Carter, Sam, Roger, Mark, and Roland each received 2 high-level bronze flame talismans. Once the talismans were allocated, Richard instructed Victor and sea to return for further rest. Preparing for the tasks ahead, they then soared into the air with the remaining knights, racing towards the southern side of Sandwolf City, where they would await the departing forces of Sandwolf territory. The following morning, at the southern gate of Sandwolf City, Kent had assembled 10 bronze knights, 20 knight attendants, and 100 common soldiers, awaiting their arrival. Sean finally approached, smiling as he addressed Kent. Apologies. Knight Kent, my father assigned me some tasks, which caused my delay. Knowing that Sean had deliberately made him wait, Kent responded with a grin. The second son speaks jest. The matters of the Baron are far more pressing. Seeing that Kent bore no ill will, Sean laughed heartily. Ha! I feared you might take offense, but it seems I was overly cautious. Now, shall we prepare to depart? Is everyone accounted for? Kent promptly replied. Indeed. As per the Baron's instructions, everyone is present, awaiting your command, second son. Sean nodded affirmatively. Excellent. I shall lead the way. The safety of the journey rests with Knight Kent, with a sudden gallop towards the south. Kent promptly led the others in pursuit. Concealed on a distant hillside, Richard and his companions, upon noticing the departure of the Sandwolf clan's entourage, similarly followed at a distance. The members of the Sandwolf clan raced onward for more than 5 hours, circumventing several orc settlements along the way, their trajectory veering towards the southeast. They finally halted at the outskirts of Rhinoceros Mountain, situated 200 kilometers southeast of Sandwolf City. Kent paused to survey the surroundings. Finding no sign of the royal city's people, he chose not to inquire further, simply glancing at Sean. Sean instructed Kent, Sir Kent, you must lead the ordinary soldiers to take watch 500 meters ahead. All knight attendants should retreat 500 meters to the rear, leaving the remaining bronze knights behind. Observing Kent's hesitation to act immediately, Sean, presuming he was concerned for his safety, cheerfully reassured him. Rest assured. Sir Kent, there is no danger here. We are merely meeting some acquaintances. 10 bronze knights accompanying me will suffice, and let us not forget that I am now a silver knight. With that, Kent acquiesced, stating, in that case, I shall proceed to the front for reconnaissance. Take care, second young master. He said no more and promptly set off to fulfill his orders. Once everyone had dispersed into the distance, Sean led 10 bronze knights into the woods on a small hill located a kilometer away. Richard and his group lay concealed within the trees. Though the forest was not extensive, it offered adequate cover. Observing Sean's movements through a telescope, Richard scoffed, quite cautious indeed. Old Charlie concurred, indeed, even the meeting is taking place in a hidden grove. It seems the information was accurate. They must be from the royal city, too afraid to traverse the territory of Count Grizzly Bear, likely opting for a detour through the domain of Viscount Doran. 600 kilometers to the east lies the Viscount's territory. Richard, unconcerned, remarked, given their current demeanor. It is clear that regardless of whom they are meeting today, they intend to engage, that we must strive to eliminate as many of them as possible to prepare for the impending assault on Sandwolf City. Send an eagle message to Seg, instructing him to leave 10 men for young Charlie and take the rest of the troops on a southern detour, eliminating Sandwolf clan members along the way. Meanwhile, within the woods, a knight squad led by a mid-level silver knight, accompanied by 2 novice silver knights and 9 bronze knights, spotted Sean. Sean promptly dismounted and approached the silver knight with warmth, exclaiming, long time no see, Lord Parkinson, I trust we haven't kept you waiting. The silver knight named Parkinson responded with an air of arrogance and a hint of derision. Not for long, Lord Sean. Wow. Let me see. You have actually been promoted to silver knight. Truly a cause for celebration. Sean replied, I owe my gratitude to the potency elixir from Lord Cavendish. Upon hearing Cavendish's name, the arrogant Parkinson's expression darkened. Indeed, we must thank my lord for the gifts. However, your actions have greatly displeased him. You dare to request favors from my lord. Are you courting death? As soon as he finished speaking, the knights behind him drew their swords, causing Sean's knights to instinctively unsheath their blades. Sean quickly halted his knights, ordering them to sheath their swords, then turned to Parkinson with a conciliatory smile. Lord Cavendish has misunderstood our Sandwolf clan. Our previous endeavors were proceeding smoothly until Richard was compelled to leave the royal city after the demise of Baron Raphael. However, Lord Cavendish insists that Richard lacks the potion for magical breakthrough and cannot become a formal magician in the short term. Yet, Richard has not only achieved formal magic, but has also mastered powerful intermediate fire magic, firewall, and chain fireball. Thus, it cannot be solely blamed on our Sandwolf clan. Can it? Our request for assistance from Lord Cavendish stemmed from our desire to continue serving him. After all, with our current strength, it is quite improbable for us to assault a castle defended by a fire magician. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Parkinson? Upon hearing this explanation, Parkinson's demeanor softened considerably. He waved his hand, signaling his men to sheath their swords, and said, "You make a valid point that Richard's breakthrough indeed caught us off guard. Therefore, my lord has instructed me to deliver 2 potency elixirs and 1 radiance elixir to your Sandwolf clan. This should suffice to double your current strength, making it more than adequate to deal with Richard." Sean's heart raced with excitement at the mention of the 2 potency elixirs and 1 radiance elixir. After all, 2 potency elixirs could create 2 novice silver knights, and the radiance elixir was even more formidable, meant for those aspiring to transcend to high-level silver knights. The leap from mid-level silver to high-level silver is no trifling matter, albeit not as challenging as the ascent from peak silver to golden knight. Generally, novice and mid-level silver knights represent the highest combat power of a barony, while high-level and peak silver knights are the pinnacle of a viscountcy. Should his father utilize them, he would undoubtedly ascend to high-level silver knight immediately. Sean endeavored to steady his emotions, then sincerely expressed his gratitude. "I am immensely grateful to the generous Lord Cavendish. With these precious elixirs, our Sandwolf clan shall pledge our utmost loyalty to serve him and ensure the capture of that scoundrel Richard, torturing him slowly to death." Seeing Sean's eager demeanor, Parkinson remarked with even greater arrogance, "It is good that you recognize the value of these elixirs, should you fail to accomplish what my lord has tasked you with this time. Your so-called Sandwolf clan will be rendered valueless, understand? Oh, and by the way, my lord has instructed that Richard must be captured alive for us to take back. Exercise caution when you assault Silver Moon City." Upon hearing this new requirement, Sean frowned. "Take him back. Alive? With these elixirs, capturing Richard alive should not pose much difficulty. But what do you mean by wanting to take him back? Do you intend to remain and act alongside us?" "That simply won't do. If word of this reaches Count Grizzly Bear, it would create trouble for both us and your lord." Observing Sean's timidity, Parkinson scoffed, "You needn't worry about that. My lord has already considered it. We will not act alongside you. Having received such substantial benefits, this is solely your responsibility. We will merely wait here, and once you have captured Richard, you shall bring him to us." After contemplating for a moment, Sean acquiesced, believing it would not be too laborious. Following the receipt of the elixirs, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Parkinson before taking his leave. As he departed, Parkinson cautioned, "Lord Sean, remember, we will wait a maximum of 1 month. If you do not return with Richard within that time, we will have no choice but to seek him ourselves." Sean mounted his horse and laughed heartily. "Fear not, Lord Parkinson. I shall not keep you waiting long." With that, he rode forth, accompanied by his knights, towards the edge of the woods. Upon exiting the forest, Sean immediately summoned Kent and the others. He was eager to return to Sandwolf City, confident that his father would be exceedingly pleased upon receiving the Radiance Elixir. The future title of Baron Sandwolf, or perhaps even that of Viscount Sandwolf, might not be beyond his grasp. Kent approached Sean, who wore an unmistakable smile of triumph, and congratulated him warmly. "It seems, second young master, that you have successfully completed your task. Truly commendable. What shall our next course of action be?" Unable to contain his joy, Sean burst into laughter. "Ha, Sir Kent, your perception is remarkable. Indeed, the task has been accomplished, and we can now return to Sandwolf City." With that, he spurred his horse back home. Kent cast a meaningful glance at the woods before rallying the others to follow Sean at a swift pace. In the distance, Richard and his group anxiously awaited, boredom settling in. Upon seeing Sean emerge from the woods, they immediately perked up. Richard pondered aloud. Did they come out so soon? It hasn't even been half an hour. Oh, they emerged empty-handed. What could this mean? Old Charlie furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation. If they are indeed from the royal city, they would likely not carry substantial cargo, perhaps some easily transported precious items. such as magic crystals. Indeed, that seems plausible, Richard concurred, prompting the group to remain vigilant, awaiting the next developments. After approximately 20 minutes, once Sean and his entourage had completely departed, the figures concealed in the woods emerged, a total of 12 individuals. Garbed like mercenaries at a discerning eye would quickly recognize them as an elite knight squad. Upon spotting the group, Richard clicked his tongue and remarked, "TSK, they even went to the trouble of disguising themselves. It appears they are indeed from Lord Cavendish. You all wait here. I shall follow them to see what unfolds." Old Charlie nodded in agreement. "Yes, we must ascertain if they have any other allies arriving and whether they truly intend to leave. Master, do exercise caution. Rest assured," he said, soaring among the treetops, his gaze fixed on a small band of knights in the distance. In less than a quarter of an hour, Richard returned to the hillside where the others were concealed. Upon seeing Richard's swift return, old Charlie inquired with curiosity, "Young master, what happened? Why are you back so soon?" "Nothing alarming," Richard replied. "It's just that these fellows have surprisingly not departed. They've set up camp by the stream on the other side of the mountain, seemingly preparing for an extended stay." Richard himself was baffled by the motives of this group. They've established a camp, old Charlie mused. That's indeed peculiar. They neither followed us to the Sandwolf City nor left the chaotic territory. What could they be waiting for? Are they expecting someone? Old Charlie's perplexity mirrored Richard's. Expecting someone? Richard's mind sparked with a thought, and he chuckled. Do you think they're waiting for my head? Ah, it's quite possible. The others burst into laughter after a moment of astonishment. Richard joined in the merriment. Secretly amused that this group harbored such intentions, he thought, after I deal with the Sandwolf territory, I shall return to claim their heads. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We shall continue to follow Sean. With that, he led the group towards Sean's direction. After more than half an hour of pursuit, they caught up with Sean and his entourage. Having witnessed Sean's rapid journey for over an hour, it appeared he showed no signs of stopping. It seems he has indeed acquired something valuable. Richard resolved to take action. "Prepare for battle, everyone, that I shall unleash fire magic from the skies to disrupt their formation. You will divide into 2 groups and flank them, but do not overexert yourselves. Do not hesitate to use magic scrolls, for I can craft more at any time. Remember, Sir Kent is one of us. Do not harm him, and refrain from attacking Sean. Leave him for Kent to deal with, lest he becomes desperate and jeopardizes our prize." Upon hearing Richard's orders, old Charlie immediately led Carter, Roland, and Mark to ambush ahead, while Clay took Bryn, Sam, and Roland to set up an ambush in retreat. Richard ascended rapidly, heading toward Sean and his group. As Sean sped along, lost in thoughts of his father's praise upon seeing the glorious potion, he suddenly felt a chill, his instincts screaming of impending danger. That moment, Kent's voice rang out, warning him to be cautious of the skies. Sean glanced upward to see a deluge of fiery rain descending upon them, as if the heavens themselves had ignited. This scene was unlike anything Sean had ever witnessed, leaving him utterly stunned. "What is this?" Sean exclaimed in fear. Young master, run." Kent, seeing Sean frozen in terror as he was about to collide with the firestorm, rushed forward, seizing the reins of Sean's steed to force a change of direction. "We cannot allow Sean to perish in the flames. He possesses something of great importance." Finally roused from his stupor, Sean trembled in gratitude towards Kent. "Thank you, Sir Kent, for saving me. My goodness, what is this? How can there be fire raining from the sky? Is it a spell or magic? I don't know. Let's just run for now." Kent replied dismissively, guiding Sean to safety. Meanwhile, the knights and soldiers of the Sandwolf territory were not as fortunate. Aside from a few bronze knights and some soldiers on the outskirts who narrowly escaped the fiery deluge, the majority in the center were engulfed. Among those caught in the flames, apart from a few exceedingly lucky souls, most were either incinerated or crushed by the fiery rain. The remaining survivors were separated by the inferno. Some fled into the adjacent woods, while others dashed forward or retreated, only to be swiftly intercepted by old Charlie and Clay. They hurled bronze-gray Divine Fire Talismans at the fleeing bronze knights, then drew their swords and charged forth. The talismans proved unnecessary, as the opposing force consisted solely of bronze knights, attendants, and ordinary soldiers. Upon spotting old Charlie and his companions ahead, Sean's expression shifted to one of shock and fury. He recognized old Charlie and roared, "People from Silver Moon territory? How is this possible? What are you doing here? Are you seeking death?" However, before he could continue his tirade, a sword pierced through his abdomen, shattering his fighting spirit. In agony, he turned to Kent, his face a mask of disbelief. "Kent, you!" Kent withdrew his sword, gazing down at Sean, who lay on the ground, and coldly remarked, "Sir Sean, there is no need for such astonishment, and why allegiance to the Sandwolf territory was born out of necessity. Was it not?" Sean, sprawled on the ground, coughed blood, glaring at Kent with fury. "Kent, you have betrayed the Silver Moon territory. You will regret this. Oh, you know whom I just encountered? It was someone from the royal capital. Richard has crossed paths with a powerful noble. Even if the Sandwolf territory spares him, he is doomed, and your fate will be far worse. My father will not forgive you, nor will your family. They will suffer greatly." Kent remained unperturbed by Sean's wrathful words, dismounting and approaching Sean as he rummaged through his belongings, saying, You needn't concern yourself with those matters, Sir Sean. After all, you won't see them." He soon discovered an iron box wrapped in beast hide. Snatching it before Sean's unwilling gaze, Sean, watching Kent's retreating figure, was overwhelmed with despair. His shattered fighting spirit meant that even if he survived, he would become a mere husk of a man. Suddenly, he perceived a figure descending from the sky, recalling the earlier firestorm and pondering. Flight? A magic scroll? Before he could delve further into his thoughts, the figure landed beside him. Sean stared in astonishment. "Richard, how could you possibly be here?" Hearing Sean's voice, Richard did not rush to acknowledge him. Instead, he focused on Kent. Kent, holding the package, replied respectfully, "My lord, I have fulfilled your request and retrieved the item, though I have yet to examine its contents." Richard, smiling as he took the package, did not hasten to unveil it but squatted down, looking into Sean's astonished eyes, and mockingly said, Did you expect to see me here?" Sean's eyes widened as he gazed at Richard. "Why? How do you possess flight scrolls and such powerful magic? Who are you really?" Richard chuckled. "I am, of course, Richard. Were you unaware? Did that Cadwin fellow not inform you? It seems he withheld quite a bit from you." Seething with anger, Sean growled, "Damn it, that wretched Cadwin deceived me. He said nothing at all. How infuriating!" The already grievously wounded and desperate Sean, upon realizing he had been duped, became even more enraged, his fury overwhelming him to the point of collapse. Richard, witnessing the stricken Sean, was taken aback that he had merely intended to jest and tease Sean, never anticipating such an outcome. Surely not. Has he perished just like that? I was only making a jest. Does he have such a volatile temper? I still have many questions to ask. Alas, how pitiable that moment, noticing Kent's peculiar gaze directed at him. Richard hurriedly opened the package. Let us see what treasures lie within. However, Kent, recalling that many from the Sandwolf territory were still fleeing, urged, "My lord, I see many from the Sandwolf territory escaping. Your numbers are too few. Perhaps I should assist them. There's no need. I've already made arrangements," Richard replied nonchalantly. Just as he finished speaking, Richard opened the iron box. Although he was certain it contained something valuable, he was nonetheless astonished by its contents. "My goodness, it's actually a cultivation potion. 2 glorious potions. Is this a glorious potion?" Ken exclaimed, "Quick, check if this is indeed a glorious potion." Realizing it was indeed a glorious potion, Kent rushed over to inspect. It truly is a glorious potion. Kent's eyes widened in astonishment. My lord, it is indeed a glorious potion. What a delightful surprise. That Cadwin fellow is truly a good man. I initially thought it would be bronze or silver-grade magic crystals. Yet it turns out to be something far more precious. Richard marveled. Ken concurred. Indeed, I never expected that Cadwin would even part with a glorious potion. This item is immensely valuable in the kingdom, equivalent to a high-ranking silver knight. It seems I have benefited greatly, Richard declared with pride. "Very well, Kent, let us depart. By the way, be sure to take his head with us." Richard sheathed the potion and gestured towards Sean on the ground. Before soaring away with Kent towards the rear, he needed to first eliminate the enemies that had fled from behind, to prevent them from returning and alarming the knights of the Cavendish house. As dusk approached, Richard's group converged with a squad led by Knight Sage. "What news, Sage? Did anyone break through your defenses?" Sage respectfully replied, "No, my lord. The only one who reached me was a mid-tier bronze knight along with some squire knights. Thanks to the magical scrolls bestowed by you, we dealt with them effortlessly." Old Charlie, upon hearing that only one bronze knight had made it there, lamented, "Only one bronze knight? It seems another must have escaped from elsewhere." Richard, however, paid little mind. If they had fled, they had fled. After all, an assault on Sandwolf City was imminent. He then instructed everyone to rest while he and Kent advanced ahead, as Kent was increasingly anxious about his family. As night fell, old Sandwolf stood at the city gate, observing a group of knights returning, and promptly inquired, "What news? Have you found any trace of Sean and the others?" The leading high-tier bronze knight responded, "My lord, as per your orders, we have searched all major roads within a 100-kilometer radius. There is no sign of the second young master or any evidence of battle." After pondering for a moment, old Sandwolf instructed the knight, "Immediately head north and have Knight Walker return to Sandwolf City with his men." He then turned to Quinn and asked, "Has Kent's family remained at home?" At that moment, Quinn was preoccupied with thoughts of his brother Sean possibly being in peril. Upon hearing his father's question, he promptly replied, "Yes, Father Kent's wife was in the yard all afternoon and only came inside after dark." "Why? Do you suspect Kent is involved?" Old Sandwolf furrowed his brow and muttered at home. "No, wait, you just said she was in the yard all afternoon?" "Yes, father. Is there a problem?" "Fool. Kent's wife is injured and has rarely ventured out these past 6 months, let alone spent an entire afternoon in the yard. There is definitely something amiss. Quickly, let us investigate." Quinn hurriedly followed his father as they rushed towards Kent's home. Upon arriving at Kent's doorstep, Quinn knocked forcefully and called out several times, but received no response. Old Sandwolf immediately broke down the door and commanded everyone to search each room. Kent's home was not large, and they swiftly examined all the rooms, only to find them utterly vacant. Upon hearing this news, old Sandwolf exclaimed in anger, "Damn it, how could you have missed them? Continue searching. Dig 3 feet down if you must find them. They think they can fly away?" While Baron Sandwolf was scouring the city for Kent's wife and child, Richard and Kent were already soaring above Sandwolf City. It appears that Lady Sophia has quietly fled the city with the children. You needn't worry too much. Let us check on young Charlie. They should have arrived there by now. Kent, gazing down at the bustling Sandwolf City, surmised that his wife must have escaped, and his previously anxious heart finally found solace as he followed Richard towards the western edge of the city. Before long, they spotted flickering campfires at the foot of a mountain and descended. Due to their rapid descent, the commotion startled young Charlie, who immediately rallied everyone to draw their swords. Kent nearly sprang into action, but Richard promptly halted him. "It is I, young Charlie. Sheathe your sword." Upon hearing Richard's voice and recognizing him, young Charlie immediately lowered his sword and bowed respectfully. "My lord." Noticing Kent looking around, Richard inquired, "What news?" Young Charlie, "Have you received any word?" "Yes, we have received Lady Sophia and her children," young Charlie replied. "However, Lady Sophia seems to be injured and has been placed in a tent behind us to rest." Upon hearing that Sophia had safely arrived, Kent rushed towards the tent. The two embraced upon seeing each other unharmed. "Sophia, I am relieved to see you safe. That I and the children are well." "Kent, thanks to the flying scroll bestowed by Lord Richard, I was able to fly away from Sandwolf City under the cover of night without our guards noticing. Upon leaving the city, I followed the route provided by Lord Richard and met Knight Charlie, who came to assist us. Kent, you must express your gratitude to Lord Richard, for without such a precious flying scroll, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me and the children to escape. Rest assured, I will ensure my gratitude to Lord Richard is conveyed. Knowing you and the children are safe puts my mind at ease. Now, please rest. We have matters to attend to." After soothing Sophia for a while, Kent exited the tent, but he approached Richard and knelt on one knee, respectfully performing the knightly salute that "I am grateful for the precious scroll you bestowed upon me, which enabled the rescue of my family from peril." Richard helped Kent to his feet. "It is a relief that Lady Sophia is unharmed. As for the scroll, you will understand more in due time. It is of little value to me. Kent thought to himself that even in the capital, flying scrolls were immensely valuable, let alone in this frontier region. Lord Richard was truly too modest. He then respectfully asked, "My lord, where shall we go next?" Richard gazed towards Sandwolf City and replied solemnly, "Now that Lady Sophia is safe, we must hasten back to rejoin Grandpa Charlie. We may need to engage in battle with the Sandwolf territory tomorrow." After instructing young Charlie to lead Sophia in a roundabout way back to Silver Moon City at dawn, Richard then hurriedly made his way towards Old Charlie. The two departed from the western edge of Sandwolf City, flying low, and after covering a distance of 50 kilometers southwest of the city, they suddenly spotted a cluster of campfires in the distance. Curiosity piqued, they approached to investigate, only to discover it was the elusive Bronze Knight, accompanied by two squire knights. Kent landed directly, drew his longsword, and commanded, "Feister, surrender." The already fatigued Feister and his companions were startled by Kent's sudden appearance. Seeing Kent's drawn sword, the two squire knights hesitated not and immediately threw their swords to the ground in surrender. After a moment of hesitation, the high-tier Bronze Knight reluctantly followed suit and discarded his weapon. Seeing the three surrender, Richard descended as well, remarking, "You are rather shrewd to have made your way here, but alas, your luck has run out. Kent, do you recognize them?" "Yes, all three are of common birth, not knights of the Sandwolf family. They have served under me until now. I see. Commoners are easier to deal with." Richard quickly inquired whether the three had family within Sandwolf City, although the three were unsure why the noble lord was asking such questions. They answered truthfully that their families were indeed in Sandwolf City. "Because you are of common birth, I am willing to grant you a chance at life if you can rescue your families. Then we shall hold no animosity between us, and I will let you go, but you understand?" The three, being of common descent and aware of the many knights of the Sandwolf family, were not well treated. Their achievements thus far had come at great personal cost, and they naturally did not wish to perish alongside the nobles. They readily accepted Richard's goodwill and expressed their gratitude. Richard and Kent then continued on their way, leaving the three behind. After a long moment, one of the squires asked, "Lord Feister, what shall we do next?" Feister, coming back to his senses, sighed, "It seems the Sandwolf family will struggle to survive this crisis. Let us follow through. We will not return yet, but wait for the war to begin before seeking to rescue our families." Richard and Kent encountered Old Charlie and his group 100 kilometers south of Sandwolf City. "Young master, what news? What is the situation in Sandwolf City? Has Knight Kent's family evacuated safely?" Richard did not rush to answer Old Charlie's inquiry, but first arranged for everyone to set up camp. Then, addressing Old Charlie, he said, "Baron Sandwolf must be aware that something has gone awry. The entire city is now on high alert, and the knights stationed at our borders have been recalled. As for Kent's family, they are safe. Everyone has worked hard today. Let us rest quickly. Tomorrow, we shall confront that old Sandwolf." Upon hearing the words, everyone took their leave to rest. The following morning, Richard, accompanied by his companions, rode the captured warhorses towards Shalang City. En route, they encountered a search party sent by Shalang City to find Sean, which Richard swiftly dealt with, allowing only one to return with the message. Upon their arrival at Shalang City, Old Shalang had already led the Knights of Shalang to await them at the city gates. Upon seeing Richard and his group approach, he furiously demanded, "Baron Silvermoon, what is the meaning of this? Where's my son Sean? What have you done to him? Are you intent on igniting a war between our territories?" Listening to Old Shalang's roar, Richard scoffed, "Old Shalang, spare me your righteous indignation. Are you truly oblivious to how my father met his demise? It is you who has instigated this territorial conflict. As for your son, that is of no concern to me. Perhaps you should inquire with this Knight of Kent." Richard gestured towards Kent, mocking Old Shalang further. Kent remained silent, directly tossing Sean's severed head before them. Upon seeing the gruesome sight, Old Shalang bellowed in anguish, "Kent, you ungrateful wretch, you shall pay for this." With that, he charged at Richard and his party, driven by rage. Richard, delighted by Old Shalang's reckless advance, sprang into action, launching several fire talismans from above. Seemingly in a fit of fury, Old Shalang immediately pivoted, narrowly escaping the fiery onslaught. Witnessing Old Shalang's rapid retreat, Richard realized it had all been a ruse to test him. prompting him to muse. Indeed, he is not an easy adversary. Back within the city, old Xiaolang, still shaken, reflected on his earlier actions. Luckily, he had been cautious, merely probing the situation. Yet, the sheer number of magical scrolls Richard possessed was alarming. Particularly the flying scrolls. It seemed Kent's family had also been rescued by him. Cursing under his breath, he acknowledged the challenge before him. Regaining his composure, old Xiaolang ascended the city walls, fixing his gaze on Richard. "Richard, you possess an impressive array of magical scrolls, and no wonder Lord Cavendish from the capital has taken an interest in you." Richard, locking eyes with old Xiaolang, swiftly returned to his party, responding with a cold smirk. No need to invoke Lord Cavendish. This is the chaos territory. Do you honestly think I fear him?" Old Xiaolang's expression darkened further at Richard's retort. Could this boy truly be only 14 years old? The fact that he grasped the underlying stakes was troubling, that a plan to eliminate him was imperative. "Richard," he began, "even with your multitude of magical scrolls, the knights of Xiaolang are numerous. You cannot breach my city. And surely your scrolls will run out eventually. At that point, your Silver Moon City will be in peril. Why not we each take a step back? You withdraw from the Xiaolang territory, and I shall ensure no further disturbances befall Silvermoon." Richard furrowed his brow, recognizing old Xiaolang's cunning. Holding his knights steadfastly within the fortress would indeed pose a significant challenge. Moreover, with the limited beast skin talismans at his disposal, a direct assault would likely incur heavy casualties and could very well end in failure. Yet, delaying would only grant old Xiaolang's knights access to magical crystals, enhancing their strength and wasting Richard's own resources. Noticing Richard's indecision, old Xiaolang pressed on. "Richard, make your choice. Engaging now would only lead to mutual destruction, benefiting the orc clans who have grown increasingly formidable." Richard understood that the moment was not optimal for an attack. As for the orcs, he held no concern. After careful contemplation, he resolved, "Baron Xiaolang, you are correct. If you remain holed up in your fortress, I would indeed squander many of my magical scrolls. However, the notion of mutual destruction is merely your own delusion. I am reluctant to harm innocent civilians in the city. So how about we engage in a fair duel between nobles?" Upon hearing Richard's claim of not wishing to harm civilians, old Xiaolang was dismissive. The proposition of a fair duel incensed him further. Twisting his features in anger, "How dare you? You fly in the air, casting magical scrolls. This is your idea of a fair duel." Observing old Xiaolang's barely contained fury, Richard continued to mock. "Oh, I almost forgot. Baron Xiaolang cannot fly. That a duel between us would simply result in you being chased down. Such a scenario would surely tarnish your noble dignity. How about we have a proxy duel instead? I have only a novice silver knight at my disposal. Let us each send forth a novice silver knight to represent us." Quinn, who had been seething with anger, instantly drew his sword, ready to charge at Richard. But old Xiaolang restrained him, cautioning, "Do not act rashly. That boy is deliberately provoking you. The knights old Charlie and Kent are seasoned novice silver knights. You are no match for them." Having halted his son, old Xiaolang lost interest in prolonging the exchange with Richard and directly inquired, "Richard, enough of the preamble. State your demands. That I know you do not wish to engage in battle now. If you continue to waste time, we shall only prolong this standoff." Very well, that I shall be brief. 10 silver-level magic crystals and 20 bronze-level magic crystals, and I shall withdraw my forces immediately. Do not mistake my request for greed. I require these to bolster my territory's strength. Otherwise, once my magical scrolls are exhausted, how will we defend against further assaults from your Xiaolang territory?" Richard concluded, giving old Xiaolang a meaningful glance. Both men understood the unspoken implications. A clash between their territories was inevitable. Quinn, upon hearing Richard's demands, lost his composure entirely, pointing his sword at Richard, exclaiming, "Richard, you killed my brother Sean. How dare you demand compensation from the Xiaolang family? You are living in a fantasy. Do not think we fear you." Turning to his father, he urged, "Father, we cannot tolerate this insult. We must fight to uphold the dignity of the Xiaolang family." Old Xiaolang merely cast a cold glance at Quinn, commanding silence. As Quinn attempted to argue further, Walker quickly pulled him aside, whispering, "Eldest son, remain calm. This is a pivotal moment for our territory's survival. Trust your father. He will handle this appropriately. After Walker's counsel, Quinn gradually calmed, though his eyes still burned with resentment directed at Richard. After a moment of contemplation, old Shalang coldly stated, no more than 3 silver-level magic crystals, 5 bronze-level magic crystals, plus 30 servant-level magic crystals. Should you disagree, we shall await your assault on the city. Seeing old Shalang's firm stance and realizing the offered magic crystals would suffice, Richard acquiesced, since Baron Shalang has extended his utmost sincerity. I shall not impose further. Hand over the magic crystals, and I will retreat to Silvermoon. Though Richard's words remained sharp, old Shalang, having accepted the terms, refrained from further exchanges. He promptly tossed a bag made of beast skin, which old Charlie swiftly caught and opened to verify the contents. Confirming their authenticity with a nod to Richard, the exchange was complete. With the resources secured, Richard cast a final, lingering glance at old Shalang before leading his party eastward. Observing their retreat, old Shalang instructed Walker, follow them closely to ensure they truly return to Silvermoon. But be cautious. Richard possesses flying scrolls. Should he take to the skies, conceal yourself in the woods and gradually make your way back. Walker, a seasoned scout, displayed no fear regarding Richard's flying abilities, assuring, rest easy, my lord. Old Shalang gazed thoughtfully at Richard's departing figure, his voice heavy with implication. Walker, upon your return, seek me in the castle. We must expedite our strength enhancement. Surely Silvermoon will do the same. It will soon be a race to see whose forces grow stronger. Meanwhile, Richard and his companions pressed onward towards Silvermoon City, showing no inclination to turn back. Kent, puzzled by their retreat, could not help but inquire, my lord, are we truly just going to withdraw? What if old Shalang ascends to high silver rank? Richard smiled confidently, replying, fear not. Even if he advances to high silver rank, we need not fear him. Besides, we may very well achieve our own advancement before he does. His tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. Although Kent remained skeptical, witnessing Richard's conviction and the resolute belief of the other knights, he chose to refrain from further questioning. As noon approached, Richard and his party returned to Silvermoon City. The valiant Victor, guardian of Silvermoon City, and young Charlie promptly unlatched the city gates to welcome their return. Upon entering the city, Richard, with a grave demeanor, instructed all knights and attendants to assemble at the training grounds on the rear mountains of the castle after lunch, before dismissing the gathered crowd. The responsibility of patrolling and securing the castle was entrusted to Knights Mark and Roland, as the others dispersed to their homes. Only Kent remained standing, gazing at Richard. Suddenly, Richard realized his oversight and awkwardly chuckled. Ah, I forgot that this is your first visit to Silvermoon territory, and you're unaware of your accommodations. Charlie, return and escort Knight Kent to his new abode. He is yet to find out where he will reside. Upon receiving the command, Charlie swiftly returned to lead Kent to his new home, while Richard hastily made his way back to his castle quarters. After days of exhausting travel and exposure to the elements, he was eager for a hot bath and a hearty meal. After lunch, aside from Mark and Roland, who were on duty, the remaining knights and attendants gradually arrived at the training grounds on the castle's rear mountains. Observing the assembled group, Richard spoke solemnly. Ladies and gentlemen, although we have achieved a minor victory over the Sandwolf territory, we have not yet reached the culmination of our efforts. The true battle lies ahead, one that will determine the fate of our domain. Therefore, we must seize every moment to hone our skills and enhance our strength, ensuring our triumph in the forthcoming conflict, safeguarding our land and our families. In unison, the crowd responded, yes, my lord. Richard continued, to expedite your training, I shall bestow upon each of you a magic crystal stone for your practice. You will remain here to train until the great battle commences. Tents have been prepared for you over there, so you may rest within them at night. The news stirred great excitement among the crowd. The Lord had indeed granted each of them a magic crystal for training, a remarkable act of generosity. Indeed, with both the magic crystals and the Lord's magical training sanctuary at their disposal, many felt they would soon achieve breakthroughs. Old Charlie, witnessing the fervent chatter devoid of knightly composure, immediately bellowed, silence. You are knights, not common folk. Exhibit the steadiness befitting your station. The great battle approaches, and if you wish to survive, you must dedicate yourselves to training. Upon hearing Charlie's admonishment, the crowd instantly returned to their training. Richard, amused by the scene, called upon old Charlie, Clay, and Kent to discuss matters indoors. This time, the royal capital had sent 3 magical potions to the Sandwolf family. 2 Phaeton potions and 1 luminous potion. With the Phaeton potion designated for Captain Clay.as for the distribution of the remaining potions, he invited their input. Old Charlie, upon hearing of the luminous potion, remarked with nostalgia, "To think we possess even the luminous potion." It is fortunate that the young master acted decisively to seize it. Had it fallen into the hands of the old Sandwolf, it would have been disastrous. Both Clay and Kent nodded in agreement. Regarding distribution, old Charlie spoke first. The greatest utility of the Phaeton potion is to aid peak Bronze Knights in advancing to Silver Knights. It holds no benefit for Silver Knights. However, it may be administered to knightly attendants, albeit requiring multiple doses. When Kent, hailing from the Count's lineage, heard old Charlie mention the potions used for attendants, he looked at him quizzically, but quickly added, "Indeed, it can be utilized for attendants, allowing them to swiftly advance to Bronze Knights in 5 doses. Yet, it is rarely done, for each individual may only use the Phaeton potion once in their lifetime, and the magical potion for advancing to Silver Knights appears to be exclusively the Phaeton potion. Thus, everyone opts to use it for their own elevation rather than squander it on attendants and bronze-level knights." Old Charlie nodded in affirmation of Kent's statement and then turned to Richard, saying, "Knight Kent is correct, but the young master focuses on becoming a magician, with knightly methods serving merely as support. Rapidly advancing to Bronze Knight is also feasible. One can always take time to ascend to Silver later. However, the ultimate decision rests with the young master." Previously, Kent had been filled with doubt, but old Charlie's words clearly indicated that the potion was intended for Richard. He looked at Richard in disbelief. Richard, recognizing Kent's incredulous gaze, elucidated, "You are not mistaken. I am indeed training in both magic and martial arts. Yet it does not hinder me. As for the reasons, you shall understand in due course." Observing Kent's emotions gradually stabilize, Richard then turned to old Charlie and continued, "And what of the luminous potion?" Old Charlie replied without hesitation, "Let be given to Knight Kent. I lack the subsequent martial arts techniques to assist me in advancing to mid-tier Silver, so it holds no value for me." Kent, upon hearing this, grew anxious and immediately protested, "No, I am but a novice Silver Knight, having just joined the Silver Moon family. I have not yet achieved any notable deeds. So it cannot be." He then addressed old Charlie, "Moreover, I see that you practice wind attribute martial arts, which are available in the Sandwolf territory. Once we defeat the Sandwolf, you will have access to it." Old Charlie laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Knight Kent, do not feel like an outsider. Once you join the Silver Moon family and pledge your loyalty to the young master, you are part of the family, regardless of precedence. Furthermore, your contributions in the recent ambush of Sean were significant. As for your cultivation level, I can discern that you are already at the peak of novice Silver Knight, poised to break through to mid-tier Silver at any moment. Allow the young master to bestow upon you a Silver-level magic crystal, and you can promptly use the luminous potion upon your advancement." Richard found old Charlie's reasoning compelling and promptly decreed, "It is settled then. Kent, this is for you. Be diligent in your training." With that, he handed Kent both the potion and a Silver-level magic crystal. Kent, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, weakly expressed, "But I truly lack confidence in my ability to immediately break through to mid-tier Silver." Yet old Charlie, brimming with confidence, replied, "Our cultivation levels are the same. My instincts do not deceive me. You will certainly succeed, for we possess not only magic crystals, but also the profound heritage of the Silver Moon Don Quixote family." Kent observed closely. Richard smiled mysteriously before drawing a spirit-gathering symbol. The air around them instantly brimmed with pulsating magical energy, akin to a surging ocean. A.S. Kent felt the formidable surge of magic. He was left astounded, his eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? A spirit-gathering formation. Noticing Kent's astonishment, Richard smiled and clarified, "This is a mysterious magic of our family, akin to a spirit-gathering formation." Kent was taken aback. Was there truly such magic? Arriving in his dedicated training chamber, he sensed the air thick with magical elements. denser than before by twofold. He had previously experienced the Royal Spirit Gathering formation, which amplified effects by 4 times. Other Duke families' formations were rumored to be inferior to the royal ones, likely offering a mere 2 or 3 times amplification. However, to find such a twofold amplification magic within a Baron family in this border region was utterly revolutionary to his understanding. Gradually, Kent regained his composure. As the most formidable knight, with exceptional talent currently by Richard's side, his future achievements might surpass those he would have attained in the original Clinton family. With this thought, Kent's mind became animated, and he felt a surge of excitement as he muttered, "Doug Clinton, just you wait. Kent will surely come for you." With that, Kent redirected his focus toward training in this environment rich in elemental energy. Coupled with the silver-level magic crystal, he felt confident that he could break through to mid-tier silver in just 3 days. Meanwhile, within Richard's training room, he continued his discussion with old Charlie. "Grandfather Charlie, since you cannot train at present, take Mark and Roland to continue hunting those bronze-level magical beasts. The production of magical scrolls must persist. This will enhance the strength of our bronze-level ranks and avert unnecessary casualties." Old Charlie had the same thought. He immediately stood up and prepared to venture out to hunt magical beasts. After his departure, Richard took out the bottle of Radiance Potion, contemplated it carefully, and ultimately decided to use it. He aimed to swiftly elevate himself to the peak Squire level, thereby unlocking a Celestial Talisman and acquiring new divine symbols, which would be the most efficient way to enhance his strength. Having made up his mind, Richard consumed 1/5 of the potion and began to cultivate knightly aura in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed, and Richard ascended to the intermediate Squire level. He then paused his training, had a light meal, and proceeded to the training grounds to acclimate to his new realm and master the new aura's powers, ensuring he maintained control over the aura seed. In the training grounds, Richard began to adapt to the strength of an intermediate Squire. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding knights intensified their training efforts. Am I seeing this correctly? The Baron has been promoted to intermediate Squire. You are not mistaken. He has indeed reached the intermediate Squire level and has caught up with us. Enough chatter. Let's focus on our training. Do you think you can surpass the Baron? After a moment of astonishment, the crowd returned to their own training. Meanwhile, Richard was immersed in his own world, undisturbed by the external commotion. That moment, Ken emerged from the training room, spotted Richard, and approached him with great enthusiasm. "My lord, I have not disappointed you. I have ascended to intermediate silver. After stabilizing for 2 days, I will consume the luminescent potion, and within 10 days, I will surely advance to high silver." Richard was equally delighted by Kent's promotion. But the two did not engage in lengthy conversation. After exchanging brief pleasantries, they each returned to solidifying their respective realms. Unbeknownst to them, 8 days had swiftly passed. During this time, the Knights of Silver Moon territory experienced a series of breakthroughs. All 24 Knights Squires advanced, with Thomas, William, and Dark achieving the rank of Bronze Knight. Consequently, aside from Clay, the number of Bronze Knights in Silver Moon territory had once again reached 12 that among the remaining Squires. 6 reached the peak Squire level, 7 attained the high Squire level, and the remaining 8 reached the intermediate Squire level. Among the Bronze Knights, Victor had already advanced to high bronze, while little Charlie and Bree were close. Striving to break through to high rank, Carter and Seg successfully ascended to intermediate bronze, and after their promotion, they replaced Mark and Roland. However, Sam and Roger required more time to reach the intermediate level. The newly arrived Mark and Roland had a long journey ahead before they could break through to intermediate rank, as the advancement to Bronze Knight was significantly more challenging than that of Knight Squire, typically requiring a longer duration, as early as 4 days prior. Clay had successfully promoted to beginner Silver Knight, and after stabilizing his realm, he ventured out to assist old Charlie in hunting magical beasts. After solidifying his intermediate silver cultivation, Kent consumed the luminescent potion and began his push to advance to high silver, still sequestered in the training room, likely needing a few more days, following Richard's breakthrough to high Squire. He also attempted to manipulate the Celestial Talisman, but it only yielded 78% of the energy. He then continued his relentless pursuit towards the peak Squire level. Having just completed a training cycle, Richard felt he might need another 2 days to ascend to the peak Squire level. Thus, he decided to take a brief respite and go inquire about the situation outside from old Charlie. While also planning to craft some talismans from the magical beast pelts they had collected during this time, as Richard exited the training grounds, he called over a soldier to ask, "Where is Steward Charlie?" The soldier replied, "My lord, Steward Charlie leaves the city every morning and usually returns to the castle around noon." Richard glanced at the time and instructed the soldier, "You are to stand guard at the city gate. When you see Steward Charlie, ask him to meet me in the reception hall." The soldier promptly departed to await at the city gate. By noon, old Charlie returned to Silver Moon Castle with his companions. Upon hearing the soldier's report that Richard was seeking him, he instructed Clay to take care of the beast pelts and send them to the castle in the reception hall. After a brief wait, old Charlie arrived. Richard expressed his concern, saying, "Please sit, Grandfather Charlie, that you've worked hard these past few days. How many magical beast pelts do we have now?" Old Charlie replied, "During this time, we have nearly cleared the lower-level magical beasts surrounding our territory and even made a few rounds in the Sandwolf territory, yielding quite a bounty: 47 gale rabbits, 59 fire monkeys, 32 water-pattern snakes, 31 blazing porcupines, 17 flame-tailed cattle, and on top of that, we unexpectedly encountered 2 intermediate magical beasts, the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, which Clay and I managed to slay together." Upon hearing these figures, Richard was somewhat astonished and asked, "You mean you've cleared the lower-level magical beasts from the territory?" Old Charlie chuckled and clarified, "We only eliminated a portion. Most have fled. The chaotic wilderness is dense with jungles, making it quite challenging to eradicate all lower-level magical beasts, especially given their rapid breeding rate. Thus, we need to conduct such purges before every spring plowing to prevent them from ravaging our fields." Richard understood and thought to himself that this was quite beneficial, as it would ensure a steady supply of bronze-level magical scrolls. Once the territory grew stronger, they could even consider selling these scrolls, which would undoubtedly be in high demand. He then inquired about the situation in the Sandwolf territory, learning that it had remained exceedingly quiet, with all knights staying within Sandwolf City, and old Sandwolf even neglecting this year's spring plowing, suggesting that things were not going smoothly for them, which was a positive development. Not long after, Clay delivered the processed magical beast pelts. Richard then returned to the training room on the back mountain, intending to first craft a batch of talismans before continuing his aura cultivation, determined to make a concerted effort to ascend to the peak squire level. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in an instant. With numerous knights in the training grounds diligently honing their skills, the lower-level magical beasts surrounding the territory were nearly eradicated. Continuing the hunt risked encroaching upon the territory of the clan beasts, making it unnecessary to provoke the beasts at such a critical juncture. Hence, old Charlie remained in the training grounds, imparting some training wisdom to the knight squires. Suddenly, commotion erupted from Kent's training room, prompting old Charlie to instruct everyone outside to cease their training. Sensing the flow of magic in the air, old Charlie excitedly muttered to himself, "Kent is about to succeed. Silver Moon territory is finally about to give birth to a high silver knight. Lord Raphael, you may rest easy. Silver Moon territory will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future." After 2 hours of magical surges, the energy gradually subsided. Shortly after, the door to the training room swung open, and Kent emerged with a triumphant demeanor. Upon seeing old Charlie nearby, he immediately approached respectfully, saying, "Steward Charlie, I have not disappointed you. I have successfully ascended to High Silver Knight. I am grateful for the Radiance Potion you provided." Confirming Kent's successful promotion to High Silver Knight brought forth a hearty laugh from old Charlie. "Wonderful! Congratulations, Knight Kent, on your ascent to High Silver Knight. As for the potion, it is what you deserve. No need for thanks, ha ha ha." Despite old Charlie's words, Kent still expressed his gratitude, maintaining absolute respect for old Charlie, showing no signs of arrogance or pride due to his newfound strength. Old Charlie nodded in satisfaction at Kent, recognizing the composure befitting a knight, and advised, "Knight Kent, you are not yet 30, are you? Following the young master, you are destined to become a golden knight in the future. Keep up the great work." Kent humbly accepted old Charlie's counsel and inquired about the current state of the territory. Upon learning that the territory was temporarily secure, he felt reassured and returned to solidifying his realm, preparing for the impending war. Meanwhile, in Richard's training room, he was experiencing the power of the peak squire level. Indeed, he felt significantly stronger. The bronze level should undergo a qualitative change as well. He glanced outside and mused. That surge of magic must have been Kent's promotion. It seems he has succeeded. Once I master the new divine symbols, I can deploy troops to Sandwolf City once more. This time, I will ensure the Sandwolf family is utterly crushed. Subsequently, Richard focused his consciousness inward, channeling his energy into the Celestial Talisman. As the energy levels reached 100%. The talisman fluctuated, and this time, it opened multiple pages, though not the anticipated 8, but rather 6 that Richard harbored no feelings of regret. He was thoroughly satisfied with the acquisition of 6 new talismans. Curiously, he examined their names and sequence. Ice Talisman, Spirit Rain Talisman, Tranquil Heart Talisman, Diamond Talisman, Quake Talisman, and Beastmaster Talisman. The Ice Talisman, akin to the Fire Talisman, possessed ice attributes and could temporarily freeze a designated area, serving as a versatile tool for both control and offense. The Spirit Rain Talisman summoned rain clouds within a specific area, producing a brief shower imbued with a hint of magic, likely intended to assist with spiritual agriculture, thereby enhancing crop yields. An exceedingly practical auxiliary talisman. The Tranquil Heart Talisman instilled immediate calmness, heightened perception, soothed the mind, and healed spiritual trauma. It was particularly beneficial for mages, marking it as a rare aid for mental cultivation. The Diamond Talisman, as its name suggests, fortified the user with defensive prowess, embodying a purely defensive talisman. The Quake Talisman, upon activation, could shatter mountains and cause quakes, resulting in landslides within a specified area. Another formidable Earth-type talisman. Lastly, the Beastmaster Talisman facilitated communication with animals, allowing the user to tame and control beasts, likely effective against magical creatures as well, thus categorizing it as an auxiliary talisman. Upon mastering these 6 talismans, a sudden burst of golden light emanated from the Celestial Talisman before gradually fading away, leaving Richard momentarily bewildered. Leaning in closer, he noticed a line of small text at the bottom of the cover. Master 12 talismans to elevate all talismans by 1 level. The next elevation requires mastery of 24 talismans. Reading this, Richard felt a surge of excitement. Astonished at this unexpected advancement, he had been contemplating how to cultivate and upgrade his talismans, and now he eagerly proceeded to inspect each one aside from the immutable contract and Beastmaster talismans. The Quake Talisman appeared different. It was marked as beginner level. While the others had all upgraded to level 2, this indicated that the power of the talismans had reached the mid-tier silver level. With newfound determination, Richard opened his eyes and meticulously inscribed the 6 talismans. He contemplated their applications. The Ice and Diamond Talismans would be crucial in the forthcoming battle against the Sandwolf territory. Sure to surprise the Elder Sandwolf, AS for the Quake Talisman. Its formidable name suggested great power, and its unique level classification piqued his curiosity, leading him to decide to test its effectiveness before determining its use. The Spirit Rain Talisman would shine during the spring plowing season, its irrigation capabilities promising to save considerable manpower. Perhaps the farmlands of the 3 estates to the east could also be utilized, given that he would need to sustain the inhabitants of the Sand Wolf territory this year. Regarding the Beastmaster Talisman, its utility seemed limited at present, as he lacked the energy to tame a magical beast. However, he could experiment with a messenger hawk first to gauge its efficacy. Lastly, the Tranquil Heart Talisman appeared unnecessary for a knight's training, and since he had no mages at hand, he planned to test it on Sophia later to see if it would alleviate her injuries. Having contemplated the potential uses of these talismans, Richard dispersed the 6 before him and exited the training room. Spotting old Charlie, he inquired, "Grandfather Charlie, has Ken emerged from his seclusion? Has he successfully broken through?" "Indeed, young master," replied Charlie. "Knight Ken has been elevated to a high-tier silver knight. However, this space is too confined, with so many individuals training here, making it difficult for him to unleash his full potential. Thus, I have arranged for him to proceed to the training grounds." Overjoyed by the news of Kent's advancement, Richard felt relieved that he could delegate numerous tasks within the territory to him in the future. "That's splendid, Grandfather Charlie. Let us head to the training grounds. I have also learned several new spells that I wish to test." Upon hearing of the new spells, old Charlie's eyes gleamed with interest as he promptly followed Richard. At the training grounds, a thunderous sound resonated as Kent wielded his long sword, executing powerful strikes that shattered stone walls. Witnessing this spectacle, Richard stood in astonishment, rendered speechless. These walls were specially constructed, sturdier than castle walls, intended for knight training. Yet Kent effortlessly created openings with each swing of his sword, clearly demonstrating the superiority of a high-tier silver knight over a mid-tier knight. Sensing an approach, Kent halted his movements. Recognizing Richard's presence, he sheathed his sword and greeted Richard with a bow. "My lord, do you seek my assistance?" "Oh, not at all. I am here to experiment with my new spells. Knowing you were here, I thought I would drop by." "Please continue with your training," Richard replied as he stepped aside. The mention of magic piqued Kent's interest, as his wife was also a mid-tier formal mage, specializing in ice magic. Eager to witness Richard's new spells, he followed him. Standing in an open area, Richard conjured an Ice Talisman in the air. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, and the three felt a chilling breeze. Within moments, they found themselves enveloped in a wintry landscape. Ice pillars rising before them. "Goodness, my lord! Are you not specialized in fire magic? How is it that your ice magic has attained mid-tier silver status?" Kent exclaimed in astonishment. Richard, however, did not respond to Kent's question and immediately unleashed a fire talisman. With a resounding boom, a searing sea of flames engulfed the icy realm, demonstrating greater range and power than before. Kent and old Charlie gaped at the sight of this ice and fire spectacle. Was Richard truly a mid-tier mage of both elements? This surpassed their understanding. Richard murmured to himself, "Indeed, they have all reached mid-tier silver level." After the initial shock, old Charlie inquired, "Young master, what is happening? Has your mage rank increased?" Turning to old Charlie and Kent with a smile. Richard confirmed, "Yes, my magical prowess has indeed advanced, but I am not bound by elemental limitations that I ask for the reason. I cannot explain it just yet. Suffice it to say, it is a positive development." Old Charlie, unfazed by the revelation, replied, "There is no need for you to explain anything. Young master, we are not mages, and we may not comprehend your words. What matters is that you feel no cause for concern." Kent, however, regarded the two with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Pondering, "I find it fascinating that Lord Richard's magic is so peculiar, and I can understand him, given that my wife is a mid-tier mage. Yet, seeing that my lord seems reluctant to elaborate, I must bury my curiosity for now." Noticing that neither inquired further, Richard prepared to test the Diamond Talisman, stating, "Gentlemen, I have another defensive spell, which should also be mid-tier silver. I will cast it on Grandfather Charlie. Kent, you may first test it with your initial mid-tier silver strength, and if all goes well, use your mid-tier silver strength thereafter." After receiving their affirmations, Richard cast a Diamond Talisman upon old Charlie. A faint golden light began to emanate from his body. Observing the golden aura, old Charlie felt a sense of wonder and quickly readied himself for Kent's assault. After some experimentation, Richard confirmed that the level 2 Diamond Talisman could withstand the power of a mid-tier silver knight. However, it struggled against the might of a high-tier silver knight. Nevertheless, once Richard used a battle talisman to elevate old Charlie to mid-tier silver knight status, the combination of the Diamond Talisman and his own mid-tier silver fighting spirit could barely withstand high-tier attacks for a short duration. Yet, the level 2 battle talisman only allowed old Charlie to ascend a modest tier, which puzzled Richard. He subsequently tried the same on Kent, who experienced a direct elevation to peak silver level. However, as Kent had just ascended to high-tier silver, the abrupt enhancement nearly caused him to lose control. Fortunately, Richard swiftly retracted the power of the battle talisman. Startling all three, this revelation clarified that the battle talisman likely elevated the user's limit. Since there had previously been no one of corresponding strength in the territory to test it, Richard had remained unaware. Having confirmed the Diamond Talisman's effectiveness, Richard decided to venture outside the city to experiment with the Quake Talisman, as its nature was peculiar, and he feared it might wreak havoc in the training grounds. Thus, Richard released a Wind Spirit Talisman for both gentlemen, guiding them outside the city. As they flew, Richard remarked, "You both must begin to slowly explore new combat techniques. In the future, we shall have many of these flight scrolls. Utilizing aerial capabilities in battle should yield numerous advantages. Kent was already aware that his lord could produce magic scrolls in bulk. Thus, this time, there were no further inquiries. A prompt response followed. In no time, the three individuals arrived before a small hill located to the north of the city. Richard inscribed a ground-shattering rune into the earth, and instantly, the ground trembled violently. Moreover, the small hill before them began to fracture and collapse, with boulders tumbling down. The scene was truly terrifying. Richard swiftly led the two others into the sky, where they gazed down at the crumbling hill. Remaining silent for an extended period, Old Charlie and Kent had grown accustomed to Richard's peculiar, yet formidable magic. However, it was Richard himself who was genuinely taken aback. Goodness, the power of the ground-shattering rune was indeed earth-shattering. It was fortunate that this was merely an experiment. Otherwise, not only would the training grounds have been affected, but likely half of Silver Moon City would have been in jeopardy, and this was just the basic level of the ground-shattering rune. One could only imagine the terror of the intermediate and advanced versions. Old Charlie seemed to have a thought and immediately remarked, "Young master, this magic should not be used in Sandwolf City unless absolutely necessary. After all, we will still need to utilize Sandwolf City in the future." Richard concurred, acknowledging the necessity of restraint. Otherwise, countless innocent lives could be lost. Those very people would become his subjects in the years to come. As the tumult below gradually subsided, Richard led the two back to the training grounds. Having tested the combat-type runes, and with everyone having essentially broken through their limits, it was time to begin strategizing the assault on Sandwolf City. He promptly instructed Old Charlie to notify everyone to prepare, ceasing their training to conserve energy, with a gathering scheduled in the training area behind the mountain the following morning. Old Charlie immediately set about making the arrangements. Richard then turned to Kent, saying, "Kent, I recall that Lady Sophia has suffered from mental strain, correct? I possess a magic that heals mental afflictions. I wonder if it might be of use to her. Would you be willing to give it a try? Really? We would be eager to attempt it, that Sophia's condition has shown no signs of improvement, and I fear that if it continues, there may be dire consequences." Kent, who had originally intended to further stabilize his own realm, was now filled with excitement upon hearing of Richard's magic, and he eagerly pulled Richard towards his home. Upon entering, Kent rushed directly to Sophia's room, explaining, "My lord has a magic that may aid in healing your mental injuries." Sophia offered a wan smile. She had never heard of such magic, and she presumed it could only be wielded by a grand mage or even a legendary one. Nevertheless, she said nothing further and followed Kent to seek Richard. "My lord, please do try your new magic," Kent urged anxiously. Richard noticed that Sophia's complexion appeared considerably worse than the last time he had seen her. He then said, "My lady, I have recently learned a calming spell. I cannot say whether it will be beneficial, but it seems your condition cannot be delayed any longer. If it proves ineffective, we would have no choice but to wait until we handle the Sandwolf family before arranging for Kent to seek magical potions." Sophia smiled gently in response. "It is quite all right, Lord Richard. I can still endure. Please, proceed with your attempt." Observing her condition, Richard promptly cast a tranquility rune for Sophia. In an instant, her anxious heart was set at ease, and her weary spirit experienced a modicum of restoration. Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "It truly works! What sort of magic is this? It is simply marvelous." Once Richard confirmed that the tranquility rune could indeed heal Sophia's injuries, he felt a profound sense of relief as he returned to the rune-making chamber in the back mountain. Sophia's mental injuries would not mend in a day or two, but based on her own assessment, she believed that with the daily use of a tranquility rune, she would require approximately 2 months to fully recover. Upon returning to the rune-making chamber, Richard surveyed the remaining magical beast hides and resolved to craft them all into runes. Preparing for the impending war, in the days prior, he had utilized his free time to create several runes, expending 20 wind rabbit hides and 20 fire monkey hides, resulting in 12 bronze-level wind spirit runes and 11 advanced bronze-level fire runes. With a success rate of 60 on this day, Richard toiled until deep into the night, managing to complete only half of his work. Had he not whimsically used a tranquility rune on himself midway, he might have faltered long before. Thus, the tranquility rune gained yet another practical application, After exhausting the remaining wind rabbit and fire monkey hides, he also used 11 inferno porcupine hides, ultimately crafting 16 bronze wind spirit runes, 24 advanced bronze fire runes, and 6 pinnacle bronze fire runes. Observing the remaining magical beast hides, he felt confident that he could finish the rest by the following day, and so he dragged his fatigued body home to rest. The next morning, all knights in attendance arrived early at the back mount. This time, they found Butler Charlie already positioned at the front, and each stood at attention in the training grounds, refraining from whispering amongst themselves. Old Charlie surveyed their demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. They were beginning to resemble true knights. After a brief wait, Richard finally made his entrance. Not only had he risen late, but he had also gone to Kent's home to treat Sophia's mental strain, which accounted for his tardiness. He muttered under his breath, damn it, I'm late again. That I absolutely must avoid scheduling meetings in the morning in the future." Upon seeing Richard approach, old Charlie immediately stepped forward to report. "Young master, there are currently 3 silver knights, 12 bronze knights, and 21 knight attendants within the territory. All have assembled as per your instructions." Richard then stood before the gathered assembly and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the results of your training during this period have been remarkable. Each one of you has made progress, and I hope you will all showcase your strengths in tomorrow's battle. Indeed, I have decided that we shall march on Sandwolf City tomorrow and eradicate the Sandwolf family once and for all. Our Captain Clay has already advanced to Silver Knight, and Knight Kent has reached high-tier Silver. We now possess sufficient strength to flatten the Sandwolf family." The knights erupted in fervent cheers, exclaiming, "Victory for Silver Moon territory." Hearing their enthusiastic cries, Richard could not help but join in, shouting, "Once we have vanquished the Sandwolf family, Silver Moon territory shall become the mightiest force in the central Chaos territory, destined to be the strongest domain in all the land." The mention of strength ignited excitement among the knights, as if they could already envision the glory that awaited them. Richard then surveyed the surroundings, beginning to assign battle tasks. "Butler Charlie, Captain Clay, Knight Kent, you 3 silver knights represent our territory's strongest combat power. Upon breaching Sandwolf City, you must intercept Old Sandwolf, Walker, and Quinn, should any new silver knights emerge. You are also responsible for their containment. I shall coordinate with you to eliminate them one by one." To Old Charlie, and the other 2 immediately acknowledged, "Yes, my lord." Their gazes were resolute and unwavering. "Victor, you shall lead all bronze knights to impede the Sandwolf family's bronze knights. Your task is the most arduous, as there are still 14 known bronze knights in the Sandwolf family, including 2 at the pinnacle and 4 at the advanced level. I will provide you with ample magical scrolls for support. However, remember, do not use the frenzy scrolls unless absolutely necessary. Your goal is merely to delay them, not to engage fiercely." Victor and the other bronze knights responded in unison. "Yes, my lord." Their hearts brimmed with determination. "Roman, Bart, as pinnacle knight attendants, I will assign you 30 ordinary soldiers along with a selection of magical scrolls. You are to remain in Silver Moon City to deal with any potential raids from thieves and beasts." Roman and Bart nodded in acknowledgement. "Colin, you shall lead 70 ordinary soldiers to conceal yourselves outside Sandwolf City. You are not to engage in battle. If you see anyone fleeing from the city, do not intervene. Simply wait until the fighting inside concludes and take charge of Sandwolf City, ensuring the safety of the civilians while minimizing bloodshed." The newly advanced mid-tier knight, Attendant Colin, responded eagerly. "Yes, my lord." His eyes sparkled with anticipation and resolve. "Gray, you will lead the remaining 18 knight attendants to confront the knight attendants of Sandwolf City. Although they number nearly 30, our magical scrolls are all at the advanced bronze level, more than sufficient to deal with them. If circumstances permit, you are also to assist Victor and his team." Gray nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord." His voice resonated with steadfast loyalty. With the assignments concluded, Richard solemnly stated, "Very well, everyone. May we achieve victory and return triumphantly." The assembly resounded with a unified shout. "Victory and triumphant return! Victory and triumphant return!" Now then, the leaders of each team should come to me tonight to collect their magical scrolls. We shall gather at the city gates tomorrow morning at 10 now. Return and prepare. This meeting is adjourned. As the crowd gradually dispersed, including the venerable Charlie Kent. They all felt the pressing need to return home to spend quality time with their families, tend to their armor, and polish their longswords. Meanwhile, Richard was determined to continue crafting the remaining talismans. He made his way to the talisman-making chamber, first releasing a calming talisman for himself, and then commenced etching beast skin talismans. By dusk, Richard began to tally all the talismans he had produced. Whether it was the effect of the calming talisman or his newfound proficiency in crafting, the success rate for talisman production had reached an impressive 70% that day. A considerable bonus, including his previous creations, he now had in his possession: 28 bronze-level winged spirit talismans, 35 high-level bronze Divine Fire Talismans, 20 peak bronze Divine Fire Talismans, 12 initial-level silver Divine Fire Talismans, and 22 bronze battle talismans that he had managed to produce only one mid-level silver-level diamond talisman from the two intermediate magical beasts, the ground-piercing rhinoceros. After much contemplation, Richard decided to allocate the talismans as follows: 5 initial-level silver Divine Fire Talismans, 1 mid-level silver diamond talisman, and 1 bronze winged spirit talisman for the venerable Charlie. For initial-level silver Divine Fire Talismans and 1 bronze winged spirit talisman for Clay, Kent would need only a single bronze winged spirit talisman. The remaining talismans would be distributed among the other bronze knights and their squires to ensure a decisive victory against the Sand Wolf and to minimize casualties. Richard chose not to retain any talismans for himself, knowing well that the chaotic battlefield would be teeming with magical beasts and that acquiring beast skin talismans in the future would not pose a challenge. Before dinner, the leaders of each team arrived at Richard's abode to collect the necessary beast skin talismans. After the evening meal, Richard retired early to recuperate, fully aware that the battle awaiting him the next day would be of monumental significance. Under the moon's gentle glow, the knights of Silvermoon City awaited the dawn, ready to wield their long swords in a quest for honor and victory. To the break of dawn the following day, having gone to bed early the previous night, Richard awoke with the sun. He stood before the window on the second floor, gazing quietly at the world beyond the castle walls. Memories flooded back of the last time he stood here, in the early days of his arrival, when he wore a perpetual frown. Yet now, he had embraced his role as an integral part of this place. Despite his relentless pursuit of strength and external battles, he had yet to devote energy to improving the livelihoods of the inhabitants of his domain. Nevertheless, the entire castle was undergoing transformation due to his influence. The wartime policies he had instituted ensured that the common folk no longer feared becoming fodder for beasts, nor did they dread starvation. The soldiers, once lost, now trained with steadfast determination, filled with hope for the future. After breakfast, Richard ventured out of the castle alone, strolling through Silvermoon City. Ever since his arrival, he had scarcely taken the time to appreciate the beauty of his castle. To his dismay, he realized that everything he saw was in disarray, necessitating a complete reconstruction. Once he dealt with the Sandwolf family and completed the spring planting, he would embark on the ambitious project of rebuilding the entire Silvermoon City. Previously preoccupied with survival, he had overlooked the need for comfort. But in the aftermath of peace, it was essential that he and those who followed him enjoyed a life beyond their wildest dreams. Such achievements were indeed fulfilling. Unbeknownst to him, Richard had meandered through all corners of Silvermoon City, which was rather small, comprising merely 4 streets, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical. As time slipped away, he directed his steps toward Kent's home. "Thank you ever so much, Lord Richard. I truly appreciate your daily visits. It must be quite the inconvenience. Perhaps I should come to the castle to see you instead," Sophia expressed sincerely after Richard had administered his healing magic. Richard, dismissing the matter lightly, replied, "It's nothing, Lady Sophia. However, it may not be guaranteed that you will find me at the castle. Worry not. I have devised a solution. After resolving the Sandwolf territory, I shall send Kent to hunt magical beasts. I intend to create a scroll for this healing magic. It may not be as effective as my direct invocation, but it should suffice. The healing process may take a bit longer, but you aren't in a hurry. Are you?" Upon hearing this, Sophia was astonished. "Lord Richard, you can even create a scroll for such healing magic? That is truly remarkable. I indeed have no immediate need for haste, especially since I must care for little Dellen." Richard nodded in agreement. "That is good to hear. Now, please continue your meditation for healing. I shall set out with Kent." Sophia promptly rose, bowing respectfully. "I wish you all the best, my lord, and may you return victorious." As Richard exited first, she admonished Kent, "Kent, you must protect our lord at all costs. He is the savior of our family." Kent embraced Sophia gently and whispered, "My dear, I will. Please take care of yourself. I must take my leave now." With that, Kent stepped out to follow Richard toward the city gates. As the clock approached 10, the two arrived at the assembly point, where all the knights and common soldiers awaited. Richard mounted his horse and called out boldly, "Warriors of Silvermoon, we are on the brink of rewriting history. We shall vanquish the oppressive Sandwolf clan and seize all that is theirs. After this battle, this region shall rightfully recognize Silvermoon as its sovereign." With those words, he led the charge southward, met by a resounding cheer from the crowd as they spurred their steeds onward. Following their lord, when Richard's forces crossed the River and reached a point 50 kilometers north of Sandwolf City, they halted to regroup. Meanwhile, within Sandwolf City, outside the old Sandwolf's training chamber, Walker and Quinn anxiously awaited. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the elder Sandwolf emerged with an air of composure. "Has Silvermoon come to attack?" "Indeed, father. Richard is leading the knights towards Sandwolf City." Walker confirmed. Assured by this response, the elder Sandwolf confidently declared, "No need for concern. I have thoroughly solidified my mastery as a high-level Silver Knight. Defending Sandwolf City will be no issue." Upon hearing this, both Walker and Quinn visibly relaxed. Walker added, "Yes, my lord has broken through to high-level Silver, and Knight Ramon has successfully advanced to initial-level Silver. Our numbers of Bronze Knights and their squires far exceed those of Silvermoon. Our defense is more than sufficient." However, Quinn interjected with a hint of frustration, "But with Richard, the mage, we will be at a disadvantage in the long run. Had we known, we should have acted sooner." Richard may not maintain this arrogance indefinitely. His magical scrolls, though powerful, are his lifeline. Once this battle concludes, we shall inform Count Bear of his affairs, and let us see how he meets his demise. The elder Sandwolf's tone dripped with malice. "Ain't this?" Quinn and Walker's eyes brightened with realization. "Indeed, when the time comes, Count Bear will undoubtedly intervene, perhaps even seize Richard's assets." Walker promptly inquired, "My lord, how shall we approach this impending battle?" Richard possesses both flying scrolls and numerous fire-based magical scrolls. Relying on the city walls for defense will be exceedingly difficult, and the casualties could be severe. The elder Sandwolf furrowed his brow, fully aware of the challenge that lay ahead, that we must abandon the walls. First, we will concentrate the civilians from the outer city in one location, then only send knights and their squires to guard the walls. The Bronze Knights will form groups of 3 or 4, hiding within the nearby residences, ensuring they are not too far apart to support one another while remaining inconspicuous. The 4 of us Silver Knights shall remain together and hidden as well. This way, even if Richard takes to the skies, he will not be able to unleash concentrated fire magic upon us if he employs his flying scrolls to charge in with his knights. We shall engage them directly. I have no doubt Richard would hesitate to incinerate his own knights. Upon hearing this, Walker recognized the merit of the plan and immediately set about arranging the necessary deployments. By 2 p.m., just as Sandwolf City had completed all combat preparations, Richard and his knights arrived at the eastern city wall. Rather than proceed further south toward the city gates, Richard took the lead. Calling out, "People of the Sandwolf clan, heed my words. Today, the Iron Cavalry of Silvermoon shall lay waste to the Sandwolf family. Those who wish to live would do well to surrender promptly." Upon hearing the warning from Old Charlie, the soldiers atop the city wall grew restless. However, under the sharp reprimand of the leading knight squire, they quickly fell silent. Observing the scene, Richard wasted no further time and leaped toward the wall. Launching a Divine Fire Talisman at the defending soldiers, the leading knight squire immediately commanded, "Scatter." Yet the inferno spread at a pace far exceeding their ability to escape, and soon, a portion of the soldiers was on the verge of being engulfed by flames. Suddenly, from afar, a powerful wind slash cleaved through the firestorm, instantly fracturing it, with most of the blaze falling outside the city walls and only a small portion landing atop the walls. except for a few unfortunate soldiers. There was no significant damage inflicted. Richard followed the direction of the strike, only to behold the old sand wolf standing alone atop the city wall, glaring at him with fury. Indeed, this fellow had already ascended to the rank of a high-tier silver knight. Richard mused inwardly. The old sand wolf pointed his longsword at Richard and bellowed in anger. "Richard, what do you mean by this? We had clearly reached a ceasefire agreement, and yet you still demand compensation from my sand wolf territory, only to lead your troops to attack my sand wolf city again. You are a man of broken promises, devoid of any sense of noble honor." Richard burst into laughter, exclaiming, Old sand wolf, spare me your rhetoric. This is the chaos territory, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme. Today marks your demise, and the sand wolf family shall cease to exist henceforth." Hearing Richard's brazen words, the old sand wolf displayed neither fear nor further anger. Instead, he darkened his expression and replied, "It seems there is nothing left to discuss. If you wish to annihilate my sand wolf family, then bring it on." With that, the old sand wolf leaped down from the city wall, swiftly making his way toward the nearby houses. Richard observed this scene from above, bemused by the old sand wolf's retreat after his bluster. After carefully examining the fortifications of the city wall and the arrangements within, Richard comprehended the old sand wolf's intentions that it appeared he feared being concentrated upon by my magical strikes, and had thus abandoned the defense of the wall, opting instead for urban warfare. If I were to unleash my talismans alone, it would indeed be challenging to manage. The old sand wolf had some cunning. Fortunately, I prepared numerous beast skin talismans in advance. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Richard sighed as he flew back to the camp to explain the situation and the old sand wolf's intentions to everyone. Upon hearing this, old Charlie chuckled. "It seems the old sand wolf has miscalculated. This plays perfectly into our hands." Kent chimed in, "Indeed, he has brought this upon himself." Richard, not wishing to linger on the matter, declared decisively, "Then let us not show him any courtesy. We shall act according to plan. Gray, you lead the charge to sweep away the night attendants and common soldiers on the city wall. Suppress them, and they will naturally surrender once the battle within the city concludes. Victor, when you enter, do not disperse. Crush them one house at a time. Should their bronze knights scatter, the pressure on you will diminish. As for you, Kent, the three of you silver knights shall search for the old sand wolf in the air. Upon discovering him, strike immediately, and I shall provide aerial support." The group responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, Richard bestowed a feather spirit talisman upon each member, while the bee-skin feather spirit talismans they held would serve to counter unforeseen circumstances. Once they ascended into the sky, they dispersed, heading to their respective battlegrounds. In an instant, flames erupted in the eastern part of Sandwolf City, and the war finally commenced. Richard observed from the air for a while, noting that the battle led by Victor among the Bronze Knights was the most intense, yet it did not seem to be going smoothly. The scattered Sandwolf Knights remained within close proximity. Whenever a skirmish erupted, the others rushed to provide support. Once Victor and his companions unleashed their talismans, the Sandwolf Knights would immediately scatter and retreat, creating a confusing cycle that left Victor and his team disoriented. Thankfully, they were still able to cope. After all, Richard had assigned Victor the primary task of stalling the Sandwolf's Bronze Knights. Just as the battle among the Bronze Knights intensified, Old Charlie and the others spotted the old Sandwolf's presence, with Walker and Quinn alongside him. Without hesitation, Kent charged forward upon locating the old Sandwolf, his long sword enveloped in a thick elemental aura, roaring as he swung it at the old Sandwolf. The old Sandwolf, horrified, swung his sword in defense, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shouted, "High tier silver! How could you also have broken through to high tier silver? Did you use something stolen from Sean? What the hell did Cavendish send over that allowed you to ascend 2 ranks in such a short time?" Kent merely chuckled. "Nothing is impossible. You see, Lord Sean has acquired something extraordinary, if it were to be returned for your use. Perhaps you would be at peak silver by now. Who knows?" Hearing Kent's taunt, the old Sandwolf fumed. "Curse Kent, you must have informed Richard. I should have killed you when I had the chance." As the old Sandwolf howled, he swung his long sword wildly at Kent, determined to kill him without fail. Meanwhile, Walker and Quinn, realizing Kent had also reached high-tier silver, prepared to assist the old Sandwolf, but were intercepted by Old Charlie and Clay, who had come to the fray. Old Charlie first delivered an upward slash that pushed Walker back, then promptly hurled 2 initial tier silver B-skin Divine Fire Talismans, instantly forcing the mid-tier silver Walker back 100 meters. Following that, Old Charlie employed his sole B-skin Diamond Talisman and charged at Walker, aiming to entangle this mid-tier silver knight and prevent him from aiding the Old Sand Wolf as Clay engaged Quinn. He inadvertently ignited Quinn's fury, who spun around and charged at Clay. As Quinn was on the verge of advancing to mid-tier silver, his strength far exceeded Clay's, and he quickly forced Clay into retreat, bringing him to the brink of peril. Fortunately, Clay managed to utilize a B-skin Divine Fire Talisman just in time to repel Quinn's overwhelming assault. Richard continued to observe the silver-level battle from above. Aside from Kent's evenly matched confrontation, Old Charlie and Clay were barely managing to hold off Walker and Quinn. However, they were unlikely to be defeated in the short term. Thus, Richard decided to provide direct support to Kent. Once the Old Sand Wolf was eliminated, the war would effectively conclude. As Richard approached the Old Sand Wolf, the enraged adversary remained oblivious, continuing his relentless assault on Kent. Seizing the opportunity, Richard aimed to deliver a frost strike to the Old Sand Wolf. He lowered his altitude and signaled Kent to retreat quickly. Suddenly, Kent shouted, "Watch out behind you!" Ignoring the Old Sand Wolf's attacks, he charged wildly toward Richard. Richard sensed movement behind him, a chilling sense of impending doom coursing through him. With a thunderous crash, Richard was struck by a long sword, sending him hurtling away, crashing heavily into a nearby house. The 3 Silver Moon Knights in battle cried out in terror, "My lord! Young master, my lord!" Old Charlie and Clay attempted to rush to Richard's aid, only to be exploited by Walker and Quinn, who struck them both, nearly causing them to falter. Kent, with rage in his eyes, charged toward the Silver Knight Ramon, who had ambushed Richard. The two were already in close proximity, and in an instant, Kent leaped high, delivering a devastating blow that sent Ramon crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater in the earth. The newly promoted initial tier Silver Knight, Ramon, met his end on the spot. However, Kent was immediately struck from behind by the Old Sand Wolf sword, his extraordinary armor shattering, blood flowing freely from his back. Kent fell to one knee, coughing up blood, clearly injured. The Old Sand Wolf, witnessing his successful ambush on Richard and Kent's subsequent injury, burst into laughter. Did you not know that my Sand Wolf territory harbors another Silver Knight? This is the fate of arrogance. Kent, none of your Silver Moon Knights will escape alive today. The Old Sand Wolf proclaimed triumphantly, dismissing Ramon's death as inconsequential since his mission had been accomplished. He then prepared to capitalize on Kent's injury to strike him down. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the direction Richard had been sent flying, and to everyone's astonishment, Richard emerged from the rubble. Soaring into the air, tracing an arc as he positioned himself above Kent, gazing down at the lifeless Ramon and the wounded Kent. Richard wiped the blood from his mouth, coughed a few times while clutching his chest, and glared at the Old Sand Wolf, coldly stating, "Truly, you are the Baron of the Sand Wolves. How terrifying it is that you still conceal the Silver Knight, even in such circumstances, daring to use yourself as bait. Your ruthlessness is indeed impressive, yet it appears your fortune has faltered slightly. That strike did not slay me." Upon seeing Richard unscathed in the air, Kent and the others were filled with joy. "My lord is safe. This is wonderful." Old Charlie and Clay resumed their focus on the enemies before them, while Kent rose once more to confront the Old Sand Wolf, since Richard had burst forth from the wreckage to mock him. The Old Sand Wolf remained in a state of shock, muttering in disbelief. How can this be? How could he possibly survive? He is merely a magician. How could he endure a strike from the Silver Knight Ramon and still live? As the conversation unfolded, the old wolf, Sha Lang, bellowed in disbelief, "How can you still be alive? This is impossible. Ramon is a Silver Knight, while you are merely a magician. You must have resorted to some wicked dark magic. You vile creature, I shall slay you." With eyes wide open, Sha Lang charged towards Richard, leaping into the air in an attempt to bring him down. However, Kent also sprang into action, intercepting Sha Lang's assault, allowing Richard to gain altitude. Witnessing Sha Lang's frenzied attack, Kent, already injured, found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught. Richard, meanwhile, was filled with trepidation over the recent near miss. It was truly perilous. Had Kent not alerted him in time, and he not immediately activated the Diamond Talisman for protection, that sword strike would have surely claimed his life. It appeared he had become a tad overconfident. Henceforth, he must ensure that his defenses are impeccable during battle, regardless of the enemy's strength once on the battlefield. The Diamond Talisman must remain uninterrupted. Though he had narrowly escaped this peril, Kent seemed gravely wounded as well, and if the fight continued, he would likely be slain by Xiaolang. Richard understood that this battle could not be prolonged any further. It had to be a swift resolution. Failure meant retreat, that he immediately called upon Kent to eliminate Quinn first. Although Xiaolang overheard Richard's command, he was powerless to intervene against an opponent capable of flight. However, as Kent ascended, Xiaolang abruptly turned to charge at Quinn, while remaining wary of Richard's fire-based magic. Yet Richard unexpectedly unleashed ice magic, catching Xiaolang off guard. As the old wolf dashed forward, he instinctively assumed Richard was casting fire magic. To rescue Quinn, he immediately enveloped himself in battle energy, preparing to force his way through the fiery assault. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and icy fog enveloped him. Xiaolang found himself ensnared in a world of frost, surrounded by towering ice pillars that completely obstructed his path to Quinn. Had he not fortified himself with battle energy beforehand, he might have been frozen solid. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Xiaolang could only sigh in resignation, abandoning his attempt to save Quinn and instead darting towards Walker, intending to compel Kent to abandon his pursuit of Quinn by threatening Charlie's life. At that moment, Kent had reached Quinn's rear and swung his heavy sword at him. In a life-or-death moment, Quinn awakened his latent potential and astonishingly ascended to the rank of a mid-tier Silver Knight, striking Clay away with a single blow. Then, defying all odds, he boldly turned to confront Kent. From a distance, Xiaolang shouted, "Quinn, do not engage. Retreat this way." Yet Quinn, unwilling to heed Xiaolang's counsel, refused to back down against Kent, who had once been his equal, preparing to fight to the death. Unfortunately, against Kent's full-force strike as a high-tier Silver Knight, Quinn's sword was instantly sent flying several meters away, shattering his hands in the process. With disbelief, Quinn's eyes widened before he collapsed, awaiting only death. Kent had not anticipated that Quinn would act so recklessly, dispatching him with a single blow. However, this was not the time for celebration. He immediately darted towards Charlie to thwart Xiaolang's onslaught. Meanwhile, Richard continued to assault Xiaolang with ice symbols, the icy attack spreading to the battleground of Charlie and Walker. When Kent arrived, Richard contemplated briefly before casting a battle symbol on him, causing Kent's battle energy to surge dramatically, exuding the powerful aura of a peak Silver Knight. Just as Xiaolang emerged from the icy pillar's confines, he found himself frozen in shock at the sight of Kent's escalating power. In the distance, Walker's eyes widened in horror as he muttered, "It's over." Then, as if coming to terms with his fate, he shouted, "My lord, I will hold them off for you. You must flee and return for vengeance later." With that, Walker drank from a vial, his eyes instantly bloodshot, battle energy surging forth as he charged at Charlie like a wild beast. Richard was taken aback. "Bloodfire potion! Kent, save Charlie first! Hurry!" Without needing Richard's prompting, Kent had already turned towards Charlie upon noticing Walker's condition. Just as Walker was about to catch up to Charlie, Kent finally intervened, repelling the burning life force of Walker. After being pushed back, Walker recklessly charged again, calling out to Xiaolang to escape Sandwolf City. This moment, Xiaolang regained his composure, first observing Walker's desperate defense, then glancing at the fallen Quinn, before casting a cold gaze at Richard and bolting southward. Richard noted the final glance Xiaolang cast, and upon seeing him flee south, he promptly cast battle symbols upon Charlie and Clay before pursuing Xiaolang, urging Kent to follow swiftly. In the instant Xiaolang turned to flee, Richard was hot on his heels, continuously hurling ice symbols in an attempt to slow him down. True to form, Xiaolang, unable to shake off his pursuers, was soon overtaken by Kent, who rapidly subdued him with his peak Silver Knight prowess, forcing him into retreat. Each time Xiaolang attempted to evade Kent using his speed and agility, Richard's ice symbols would strike, compelling him to re-engage in battle. After repeated encounters, the once escaping Sha Lang. Now at the forest's edge, was utterly exhausted and battered. That moment. He sat against his sword, panting despairingly and occasionally coughing up blood. This was the toll of prolonged combat with an Earth Knight. His internal organs bore varying degrees of shock damage. Observing the beleaguered Sha Lang, Richard and Kent could not help but marvel at the strength of the Baron of Sandwolf. His adept use of wind-type battle energy had allowed him, a high-tier Silver Knight, to withstand the onslaught of a peak Silver Knight and a flying fire and ice magician, managing to reach the outskirts of the city. As Kent stepped forward to end Sha Lang's life, the seemingly despondent old wolf suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah-ha-ha! Richard, you think killing me will be so easy?" Then, to their astonishment, he produced a vial from seemingly nowhere and drank it hastily, miraculously rejuvenating his once-depleted battle energy, causing him to spring back to life with renewed vigor. With his restored energy, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the forest, before Richard and Kent could react. Sha Lang had vanished into the woods. Richard muttered a curse, "Damn it," and immediately threw a divine fire symbol into the forest, igniting it in a roaring blaze. However, these flames posed no lethal threat to the rejuvenated Sha Lang. He merely needed to shield himself with battle energy and dash through the inferno to escape unharmed. Richard, witnessing Sha Lang repeatedly emerge from the flames and dart into other woodlands, realized that continuing to use the divine fire symbol would not suffice to capture him. Furthermore, the ice symbols proved ineffective in the dense forest against the nimble Sha Lang. Observing Sha Lang once again slip into another grove, Richard resolved to act decisively, hurling a tremor symbol into the forest where Sha Lang had taken refuge. In an instant, the entire woodland seemed to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Mountains crumbled, boulders tumbled, and the landscape began to collapse. Shortly thereafter, the once lush forest was reduced to a heap of rubble and debris. Under such circumstances, Richard completely lost track of Sha Lang. Should he manage to escape this time, it would be unlikely for them to locate him again. Fortunately, Sha Lang had truly exhausted his last resort. Richard and Kent scoured the ruins for some time before finally uncovering Sha Lang's whereabouts. The high-tier Silver Knight, who had believed he could escape, was now pinned beneath a massive boulder in the debris. Though he had not met an immediate demise, he was left with only a feeble semblance of life in the face of such overwhelming force. His left arm was crushed, his right leg broken and deformed, and he had likely fractured several ribs. Survival was no longer an option. Kent promptly used Earth-type battle energy to lift the boulder off Sha Lang, and the two gazed down at the pitiful sight of the old wolf, both astonished by his resilience. How could he still be alive? Sha Lang, who had been awaiting death with closed eyes, opened them upon feeling the boulder shift, looking at Richard and inquiring, "Was this magic cast by you? Or did you possess a magical scroll?" Meeting the dying gaze of Sha Lang, Richard expressed his respect and replied truthfully, "It was magic I unleashed." Upon hearing this, Lao Sha Lang let out a feeble laugh and remarked, "Truly impressive. Given this level of power, it must surely meet the standards of advanced magic, Baron Richard. Why did you choose to endure in silence before?" This question left Richard at a loss for words, and he could only gaze quietly at Lao Sha Lang. Noticing Richard's lack of response, Lao Sha Lang ceased his inquiries, murmuring to himself, "A 14-year-old archmage, is it? Alas, the loss is not without merit." Yes, his voice grew fainter until it faded into silence. The once mighty warlord of the Central Chaos realm met his demise. Observing the lifeless Lao Sha Lang, Richard turned to Kent and inquired, "He must have consumed the revival water prior, right?" Remarkable indeed, he had quite the hidden prowess, almost enabling his escape. By the way, he should possess a storage ring. I noticed his armor and garments were shattered by your attack, leaving no place for potions. Quickly, search for it, for such an item is a rare treasure, one that even a viscount's family might not possess. In this world, there exists a mysterious artifact known as the storage ring, which contains varying sizes of extra-dimensional space specifically designed for the safekeeping of items, proving to be remarkably convenient. Moreover, it can be utilized by anyone possessing extraordinary power. There are several theories regarding its origin. Some claim it was crafted by ancient human mages, while others assert it was made by ancient elves and dwarves. However, these claims remain unverified, and the method of its creation has been lost to time. Due to the scarcity of remaining storage rings, they are generally held by the great nobility, with only a handful of more powerful Viscount families occasionally acquiring smaller ones. Upon hearing the possibility of a storage ring, Kent immediately approached Lao Shalang's corpse and began to search meticulously. After a while, he expressed his confusion. "My lord, there's nothing here." Richard replied, "That should not be the case. It must be present. Check his left hand. It should be on the left hand." Thus, the two began to scour for Lao Shalang's left hand. Soon, Kent was the first to discover it, and indeed, a ring adorned the hand. Hearing the commotion, Richard hurried over, took the ring, and enveloped it with his aura. Instantly, he sensed a small space of approximately 1 cubic meter within, which contained a beast hide, a potion, and a collection of magical crystals. Richard exclaimed with delight, "Aha! It truly is a storage ring." This Lao Shalang was indeed a master of concealment. Kent, equally exhilarated, coughed a few times and remarked, "Indeed, he was exceptionally discreet. It's likely no one knew he possessed a storage ring. During my time in Shalang City, I never once saw him utilize it." Observing Kent cough, Richard felt a surge of guilt. Aware that Kent was nearing his limit, that he said, "I owe you a great debt this time. Without your assistance, I might have met my end in Shalang City. Now that Lao Shalang has perished. The duration of your berserk magic is also nearing its conclusion. I shall withdraw this spell now, to prevent you from fainting later. Brace yourself. It may be somewhat uncomfortable." With that, he swiftly inscribed a rune to absorb the power of Kent's battle symbol. In that instant of absorption, Kent collapsed weakly to the ground, that he complained, "My lord, could you not have waited until we returned to retract your magic? Now look, I must trouble you to carry me back." Richard chuckled in response. "Rest assured, I can manage, though you certainly won't last until we return." Kent managed a resigned smile, and then pointed at Lao Shalang's corpse, asking, "My lord, how do you intend to handle this?" Richard immediately turned his gaze to Lao Shalang's remains, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Let us take him back. Although Lao Shalang was responsible for my father's demise, I have now avenged myself by annihilating the entire Shalang family. There is no need to further desecrate his remains." After speaking, Richard effortlessly hoisted Kent with one hand while grasping Lao Shalang's corpse with the other, soaring toward the direction of Shalang City. Meanwhile, the battle in Shalang City was gradually drawing to a close. The mid-tier Silver Knight Walker had significantly increased his strength after consuming the Bloodfire potion, though this potion exacted a toll by consuming his own blood. Once taken, his blood would burn completely, ultimately igniting his entire being to ashes. Old Charlie and Clay, having received enhancements from their battle symbols, successfully detained Walker until he was consumed by his own blood and turned to dust in the fray. Currently, only the bronze-level skirmish remained fiercely contested. The Knights of Shalang only had 2 high-tier bronze and 2 mid-tier bronze left to face off against Bree, young Charlie, Seg, and Carter. Previously, the most formidable peak bronze knight and 2 high-tier bronze knights of Shalang had been slain by Old Charlie and Clay after they joined the fray. These knights were family knights of the Shalang clan and would never surrender. Among the 13 bronze knights of Shalang, only 3, hailing from common backgrounds, surrendered, while the other 3 mid-tier bronze knights refused to yield and were subsequently slain by the bronze knights of Silvermoon. After Old Charlie and Clay executed the peak bronze knight along with the 2 high-tier bronze knights, the effects of their battle symbols expired, and the side effects ensued, causing both to faint and be carried to the wall by other knights. This was one of the reasons the battle had yet to conclude. When Richard reached Old Charlie's side, he first entrusted Kent and Lao Shalang's corpse to the knights stationed there, then pointed towards the still engaged young Charlie and others, questioning Victor with a stern gaze. "What is happening here? Do these individuals require persuasion to surrender?" Victor, sensing Richard's displeasure, could do nothing but respond candidly. "No, those who could be persuaded have already surrendered. These 4 are family knights of the Shalang clan and will not yield." Richard's anger flared upon hearing this, and he bellowed, "Then why are you still standing there?" Victor quickly explained, "My lord, this is beyond my control. Those ruffians would not allow me to intervene and insisted on a knightly duel." Upon hearing the term knightly duel, Richard's forehead throbbed with fury. Sensing Richard's impending wrath, Victor hurriedly led Sam and Roger toward the battlefield. Only then did Richard manage to calm himself. He commanded Mark to hang Lao Shalang's corpse high as a warning, ensuring that the remaining inhabitants of Shalang would be thoroughly disheartened at that moment. Kent suddenly expressed concern. "My lord, what has happened to Steward Charlie and Clay?" Richard replied, "They have merely overexerted their magic and fainted. Had you flown back on your own, you might have succumbed midway." Upon hearing this explanation, Kent chuckled awkwardly, relieved he had not attempted to fly back, for that would have been disastrous. Suddenly, the combat in the distance intensified. Perhaps upon seeing Lao Shalang's corpse, the remaining 4 knights of Shalang, consumed by rage, began to fight recklessly, evidently resolved to face death. Fortunately, Victor arrived in time to provide support, swiftly dispatching the 4. However, young Charlie and the other 3, who had engaged in one-on-one combat, sustained varying degrees of injury. Once the battle concluded, Victor gleefully informed the 4, "Lord Richard is furious." Upon hearing this, the 4 immediately approached to apologize. Richard, however, had no time to spare for them and merely stated that Steward Charlie would seek them out for reckoning later. Upon receiving this news, the 4 were filled with dread, particularly young Charlie, who was Steward Charlie's grandson. They would prefer to face punishment from the Baron rather than confront the stern old Charlie. Ignoring their pleas, Richard instead inquired of Victor, "What is the situation with the knight attendants? Have we suffered any casualties? How many from Shalang have surrendered?" Grateful that he had prepared an account in advance, Victor promptly replied, "My lord, we have suffered no losses. However, all have sustained varying degrees of injury. On the Shalang side, 9 knight attendants have surrendered, 3 fled the city, and the rest were slain. The common soldiers, being of civilian origin, all surrendered on our side. Only 3 initial bronze knights yielded, while the rest were killed." Richard questioned in confusion, how did so many knight attendants perish? Were they all knights of the Shalang family? Victor promptly clarified, "Yes, my lord. Those who were killed or fled were all family knights of the Shalang clan." Upon witnessing Baron Shalang's escape, they began to attack frantically, prompting Kelly and the others to unleash their magic scrolls. Richard nodded in understanding, no longer pursuing inquiries, and turned to issue further commands. "Carter, go inform Colin and the others to enter the city. They are currently at the city gate. Young Charlie, Seg, you 2 are to apprehend the officials of Shalang City, as well as the families of the Shalang Knights, and temporarily detain them. Bree, Sam, Roger, William, Dak, the 5 of you are to gather the surrendered captives and ensure to treat them with courtesy. Well then, let us proceed with the tasks at hand, that if additional assistance is required, feel free to enlist the help of Colin and Kelly." After conveying this, Richard instructed Mark, Roland, and Thomas to accompany Old Charlie and others to the castle of Wolf City. The castle in Wolf City was considerably larger, exceeding Richard's own castle by more than double, boasting 3 spacious and well-lit floors. Upon witnessing such a comfortable and luxurious castle, Richard contemplated the idea of relocating there himself. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, realizing that moving would entail bringing along too many people, which would be quite troublesome. Instead, he resolved to return to Silver Moon City to remodel it according to his own design, which would undoubtedly provide greater comfort. Richard first arranged for Old Charlie and the 3 Silver Knights to rest in comfortable quarters, assigning 3 knight attendants to guard them closely as the sun began to set. The intense battles of the afternoon left the knights utterly fatigued. However, with no surplus personnel available in Silver Moon territory, everyone had no choice but to continue overseeing the takeover of Wolf City. Richard addressed Mark and Roland, saying, "Mark, please take charge of arranging dinner for everyone. Remember, it must be prepared by you personally. When you deliver the meals, instruct them to endure a bit of hardship tonight, as they must all take turns resting at their posts. Only then shall we have other arrangements for tomorrow." Turning to Roland, he added, "You go and disperse the gathered civilians, directing them to return to their homes. Those whose houses have been destroyed should seek tents from the warehouses in Wolf City to stay in for the time being, and distribute some food to them." The 2 acknowledged their orders and promptly set off to attend to their respective tasks. With their departure, Richard pondered that Old Charlie and the others might not recover until the next day. Thus he must remain in Wolf City tonight, while Silver Moon City would need to dispatch knights back. Otherwise, with only Roman and Bard as knight attendants, he feared unforeseen incidents might arise over time. He then turned to Thomas and said, "Thomas, I must first escort Victor back to Silver Moon City, and then I will return immediately. Should any important matters arise during this time, consult Knight Kent for guidance." Thomas acknowledged the command. Richard then looked at Victor, saying, "Victor, I will escort you back to Silver Moon City now, as you will need to guard it for the next 2 days." Victor readily accepted the order. Richard swiftly flew towards Silver Moon City with Victor. After safely returning Victor to Silver Moon City, Richard quickly returned to Wolf City with the treasurer, Parker. The flight had left Richard utterly exhausted, and as he flew, he muttered in frustration, "Am I not a noble? How have I become a mere mode of transportation? This simply cannot continue. Tomorrow, I must assemble a team specifically for beast hunting. The liberation of the feather spirit talismans must be achieved. Allowing them to fly independently, I refuse to be a mere tool any longer." Upon hearing Richard's complaints, Parker, who had been excited, immediately fell silent, cautiously trailing behind Richard. With only the cultivation of a knight attendant, he feared that if Richard were to lose his temper, he might abandon him in the wilderness, in the dead of night. Richard returned to Wolf City with Parker and inquired about Thomas. Upon learning that there had been no unusual occurrences in Wolf City, he directed Parker to rest first, as they would begin inventorying the assets of Wolf City the following day. After a light meal, Richard went straight to bed, feeling too lazy to even examine the spoils of war, fearing that doing so might ignite excitement that would prevent him from sleeping and delay tomorrow's tasks. That night, Richard enjoyed the most comfortable and peaceful sleep since his arrival in this world. As dawn broke, Richard awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. He first went to the room where old Charlie was resting, only to find it empty. After inquiring, he discovered that old Charlie had gone out for patrol in the middle of the night. Old Charlie is truly dedicated, Richard mused. Subsequently, he visited the rooms of Clay and Kent, only to find that they too had left early. Richard felt speechless, having risen early only to be the last awake. Fortunately, as the Lord, no one dared to voice any objections after a simple breakfast. He prepared to address the post-war arrangements. However, before doing so, he needed to examine the spoils, particularly the dimensional space ring. Having only glanced at it the previous day, he intended to conduct a thorough inspection today. Richard hastily used his fighting energy to sense the space within the ring. First retrieving a vial of potion, he discovered it was the revitalizing water previously utilized by the old Sandwolf. A potion specifically designed to rapidly restore fighting energy. Quite commendable, as it could potentially turn the tide in battle, much like how the old Sandwolf nearly escaped after using it yesterday. Next, Richard extracted the hide of the magical beast, which, as expected, was indeed the wind attribute fighting technique, Storm Fury, belonging to the Sandwolf family. Upon inspection, he realized it could be cultivated to the peak of silver level. This meant that he and old Charlie need not worry about martial arts issues until they advanced to Golden Knights, and it also provided the soldiers in their territory with an additional martial arts option. Richard quickly summoned someone to procure a regular magical beast hide, intending to copy the technique for later presentation to old Charlie. Finally, he encountered a pile of magical crystal stones. Richard laid them all out on the table, staring in disbelief at the vast collection of magical crystals. Goodness, could there be nearly 200 of them? Was the Sandwolf family truly this affluent, or had they been gifted by that young master? Cavendish? Regardless, they were now all his. After counting, he found there were 19 silver-level magical crystals, 55 bronze-level magical crystals, and 83 attendant-level magical crystals, totaling 157 crystals, and this was after he had previously extorted several dozen. Reflecting on how his Silver Moon territory had only possessed 17 crystals, he mused that the Sandwolf territory was indeed an extravagant estate. Lastly, amidst the pile of magical crystals, Richard discovered a black stone. After examining it for some time, he concluded it was certainly not a magical crystal, as for its true nature, he couldn't ascertain. He would need to investigate later. Whatever it was, it must have been something valuable to be kept by the old Sandwolf in the dimensional ring. After finishing the inventory of the ring, Richard gazed at the ring on his finger, quietly praising, "What a marvelous item. It is exceedingly convenient. I must acquire one with an even larger space in the future." He then took the copied fighting technique to find Old Charlie. That moment, Old Charlie was busy with Parker, tallying the various resources and assets of the Sandwolf territory, with spring plowing approaching. It was crucial to ascertain the food reserves, population count, and arable land area in the Sandwolf territory. Otherwise, if there were significant food shortages, it would lead to dire consequences upon arriving at the warehouse. Richard observed the quartet from the previous day's duel busily hauling bags of grain to and fro, under Old Charlie's direction, who was reprimanding them incessantly. Parker stood nervously at the side, recording the quantities. Richard quietly inquired of Gray, who was stationed there, "What is going on? Why are those for carrying large sacks? And why does Old Charlie appear so furious? Did something happen last night?" Gray greeted Richard before glancing at the four struggling with the sacks, and replied in a hushed tone, "My lord, nothing of note occurred last night. It is simply that Old Charlie discovered what those four did on the battlefield yesterday. Thus, he had them brought here to transport supplies. They have been at it all night long. Having already finished at the armory, and Captain Clay is over there checking the inventory." Richard was taken aback. How did Old Charlie find out so quickly? He hadn't even informed him yet, and Victor had returned to Silver Moon City yesterday. Who could have leaked the information? Gray shot Richard a strange look, thinking to himself that it seemed the Lord was also aware of Victor's penchant for mischief. He then explained, "Indeed, it was Victor, but not directly. He likely had Mark do it. Mark is Victor's cousin, bullied by Victor since childhood, so he probably dared not defy him. Moreover, my lord, you must not be aware that Victor relishes in gathering dirt on others to coerce us into doing his bidding. He is truly a scourge. Only little Charlie, due to his wind attribute fighting energy and comparable strength, has managed to avoid being blackmailed. This time, however, Victor finally found an opportunity and naturally reported it to Old Charlie to teach them a lesson. You must." Listening to Gray's incessant rambling, Richard realized this fellow had likely been on the receiving end of Victor's antics on numerous occasions, harboring quite a bit of resentment. Richard had not anticipated that Victor was the little tyrant in the nightly circles of Silver Moon City. He had initially assumed it would be little Charlie. Once Gray finished airing his grievances, Richard smiled and assured him, "The next time I see Victor, I will certainly give him a good scolding." With that, he strode towards the warehouse in search of Old Charlie. Gray wore a smug expression, believing he had finally succeeded in getting back at Victor, feeling a sense of vindication. Little did he know. Even if Richard scolded Victor, he would not escape unscathed either. With Victor's cunning, how could he possibly outwit the shrewd and calculating old Victor? One can only anticipate the hardships that lie ahead. In the warehouse, the bustling individuals paused their tasks upon the arrival of Richard, greeting him warmly. After acknowledging their salutations, Richard instructed them to resume their inventory count, ignoring the pleading glances of the quartet seeking his assistance. He feigned ignorance. Subsequently, Old Charlie directed Parker to continue with the inventory before escorting Richard to an office within the warehouse, where he began to report on the basic conditions of the Shalong territory. "Young master, aside from grain that remains uncounted, we have completed the inventory for everything else. In terms of population, there are 1,000 commoners and 4,000 serfs. Additionally, we possess 4,000 acres of arable land, all situated east of Shalong City, with no estates. As for mineral resources, there's a small stone quarry and 2 minor iron mines, along with 2 lumber mills. In terms of weaponry, we have 50 extraordinary grade long swords and 30 sets of armor. Other weaponry exceeds our Silver Moon territory by more than threefold, alongside over 300 warhorses. Moreover, the castle treasury holds 3,500 gold coins, 8,000 silver coins, and some beast skins and magical beast cores. Among these pelts, there is even a skin of the Thunderbolt mongoose. Thunderbolt mongoose? Is it the pinnacle intermediate magical beast Thunderbolt mongoose? Richard's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he inquired. The preceding inventory was acceptable, merely surpassing that of the Silver Moon territory by a slight margin. However, the unexpected presence of the Thunderbolt mongoose skin left Richard astonished. When he probed further, Old Charlie presented the pelt to him. After examining it closely, Richard confirmed it was indeed the skin of a pinnacle intermediate magical beast and in remarkably pristine condition. It is known that such beasts can only be ensnared by traps set by grand magi. Even golden knights find themselves powerless against them. One could only wonder how old Shalong came into possession of it. Perhaps it was seized from a merchant caravan or fortuitously discovered from a deceased thunderbolt mongoose. Richard couldn't help but marvel at old Shalong's extraordinary luck. This pelt could fetch at least 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins in the royal capital, enough to procure 4 or 5 potential potions. It was perplexing why old Shalong had not placed such a valuable item within a storage ring. If it were his, he would undoubtedly secure it in a storage ring for peace of mind. After old Charlie concluded his report on the supplies, he inquired about the plans for defending the Shalong territory. Upon hearing this question, Richard refrained from immediate response, instead handing old Charlie a transcription of the wind attribute combat technique. Storm's Fury, stating, "This is the Shalong family's wind attribute combat technique, which can be cultivated up to pinnacle silver rank. Once your tasks are completed, focus on your training and advancement." Old Charlie accepted it graciously. Thanking him, Richard continued, "As for the subsequent arrangement for the Shalong territory, let's first consult with Clay and Kent, and then collectively deliberate on the future plans." Old Charlie concurred, recognizing the necessity to discuss the matter with one of the 3 silver knights stationed here. Not long after, Richard found Clay and Kent, and together they proceeded to the reception room of Shalong Castle. Richard succinctly outlined the pressing issues that needed resolution within the Shalong territory, prompting the others to share their thoughts. Kent spoke first. "Regarding the captured knights, my lord, you need only sign contracts with them, and they can be utilized without concern. After all, they are of commoner origin and have families. They should willingly sign the allegiance contracts." He then added, "By the way, my lord, do you recall the 3 individuals we released some time ago? They have just returned with the heads of the 3 knight attendants who fled yesterday and have found their families. They wish to pledge their loyalty to you." Richard, taken aback, responded, "Is that so? I had nearly forgotten. Since they have presented their tokens of allegiance, Kent, inform them that I accept their loyalty. Subsequently, I will sign contracts with them and instruct them to notify the others in the Shalong territory that those willing to pledge their allegiance may do so, while those unwilling will remain to tend the land for 5 years, after which they may choose their own paths." With the issue of the captured knights resolved, old Charlie interjected, "The matter of the serfs requires little contemplation. They should be treated similarly to the serfs in Silver Moon territory. This will engender immense gratitude, as the mortality rate among the serfs in Shalong territory is significantly higher than in Silver Moon." Ken added, "As for the commoners and ordinary soldiers, half should be relocated to Silver Moon City, while the other half may remain." However, Clay contested this notion. "Why not demote them to serfs in our Silver Moon territory? We are still in need of many serfs." This solution had initially been conceived by Richard, who simply asked old Charlie to convey it. Thus, upon hearing Clay's objection, Richard promptly clarified, "Serfs are far too ignorant and do not align with the needs of a rapidly developing territory. In the future, whether in territorial construction or military expansion, we require commoners who possess ideas and aspirations. Their enthusiasm will be significantly higher, making them easier to cultivate. Serfs, on the other hand, rely entirely on the Lord's rewards. They need the sting of a whip to take a single step forward, making them difficult to nurture." Clay then raised a concern, "But what if there are individuals among them harboring resentment?" Richard smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, true commoners will only feel gratitude towards us. It is the members of the Shalong family mingled among them who will bear animosity. Therefore, I will implement a collective punishment policy, ensuring they supervise one another. If one person falters, their entire family will face execution, and should an entire household err, all neighboring families will share the same fate." Upon hearing Richard's policy of collective punishment, the 3 men were struck by its brilliance. Such a formidable strategy could only originate from their master. They each expressed their agreement. Seizing this moment of consensus, Richard proceeded to unveil his intention to gradually abolish the system of lifelong serfdom in Silver Moon territory. He proposed that serfs who complete the territory's assigned tasks for 3 consecutive years would be elevated to commoner status. However, these newly minted commoners would need to cultivate their own land and sustain themselves. Old Charlie, unaware of this plan beforehand, was taken aback and posed a question. "In that case, as the number of serfs diminishes, who will till the land in the future?" Richard, confident, replied with a smile, This will be a gradual process. We won't eradicate serfdom all at once. Moreover, during this transition, I plan to eradicate the surrounding bandit groups. They can serve as substitutes for the serfs. Once we grow stronger in the future, we will no longer require serfs. Redistributing all arable land among the commoners and instituting a reasonable agricultural tax, of course. That is a matter for another time. Let us focus on the issues concerning the Shalong territory for now. Two pressing matters remained: how to deal with the loyal families of the Shalong clan and who would guard Shalong City. Clay promptly stated the families of those knightly clans cannot remain within the territory. Even if demoted to serfs, they would pose a threat to us. Kent nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the struggles among nobles, the victor often sells the families of the vanquished as serfs to other territories. We could adopt a similar approach. Richard concurred with their assessments. These individuals harbored deep-seated hatred towards him and could not be allowed to remain. Selling them would yield profit, as he had heard that the slave trade was quite lucrative. Thus, he decided, let us sell them, but not to the nobles of the Ron Kingdom or the Chaos Territory. We shall contact merchant from the Sapphire Duchy to arrange their sale there, as for the choice of who would guard Shalong City. Richard resolved, I will make that decision. Considering that Clay's strength is insufficient for the task, and old Charlie requires time to advance to mid-tier silver, it shall fall to you. Kent, I will leave Brill in your care, while little Charlie will accompany me. Additionally, you may select 5 bronze knights, 12 knight attendants, and I will allocate 50 ordinary soldiers for you. The 3 from the Fester group will also remain with you. I will take the remaining knights and attendants of the Shalong territory with me. Before the spring plowing concludes, I will not dispatch any more personnel to you. Kent promptly accepted the assignment. Just as Richard intended to allow the 3 to continue addressing their tasks, old Charlie interjected, Wait, young master, do not forget the group of rogues hiding outside. As we are to return to Silver Moon City tomorrow. Let us resolve the matter of those knights from the royal capital now, as the 3 of us have fully recovered. Richard, momentarily stunned, realized the urgency. Indeed, there was a group awaiting their reckoning, and he was grateful for old Charlie's timely reminder. He thus resolved to lead Kent, Clay, and 10 bronze knights to swiftly eliminate the knights from the royal capital. With Kent's prowess as a high-tier silver knight and Richard's aerial assault, they unleashed a ground-shaker rune directly into the midst of their encampment. Thus, this group of arrogant knights from the capital, oblivious to the circumstances, met their demise, never to learn the identities of their slayers, leaving them to pass from this world with unclosed eyes. Richard found little of value among them. Aside from a handful of gold and silver coins, the only notable possession was their extraordinary equipment. After appropriating the gear, Richard incinerated the corpses, ensuring the site was left pristine before leading his companions back to Shalong City. By the time they returned to Shalong City, dusk had settled. With their impending journey back to Silver Moon City scheduled for the following day, Richard chose to forego a celebratory banquet. Instead, he directly distributed magical crystal stones and gold coins as rewards to each knight and attendant. While the ordinary soldiers received gold as well, as everyone received their due recompense. Praises for Lord Richard's generosity echoed among them. The surrendered knights of Shalong watched enviously, for their former lord, Baron Shalong, had never been so magnanimous, further solidifying their resolve to follow Richard. That afternoon, Ken arrived at the castle with Fester and 3 other bronze knights, along with 9 knight attendants, to sign a contract of allegiance with Richard. After the pact was sealed, Richard encouraged the newcomers, assuring them that numerous opportunities for merit would arise in the future, with rewards ranging from gold and magical stones to potions for breakthroughs. The knights were deeply impressed by Richard's generosity and praised him effusively. After offering his encouragement, Richard instructed the 3 bronze knights and 9 attendants to return home to gather their belongings. As they were to accompany him back to Silver Moon City the next day, with accommodations already arranged for them, Fester and the others remained to assist Kent in managing Shalong City, with all arrangements in place. Richard set forth with his companions at dawn the next day, slowly making their way north. Given the large number of people and the presence of the knights' families, it was impossible to fly back. They could only travel on horseback or by carriage to accommodate the elderly and vulnerable. Their pace was notably slow. It was not until the afternoon that Richard and his company finally arrived at Silver Moon City. Upon entering, Richard first directed Roman and Bart to escort the newly joined knights to their respective new homes. He advised them to rest well over the next 2 days and to settle their families, assuring them that if they required assistance, they should not hesitate to seek the help of the administrative officer, Old John. They were to report to the military camp to check in with Clay in 2 days. Having arranged for the new knights, Richard then dismissed the knights and soldiers of Silver Moon territory, instructing them to rest and report to the military camp the following morning, restoring the normal order that prevailed before the war. He finally reminded Old Charlie to focus on diligently cultivating the new combat techniques and to return to assist him only after advancing to a mid-tier Silver Knight. Next, Richard returned to his castle, barely catching his breath before receiving word that Old Deck wished to see him, that a sense of urgency gripped Richard, aware that the effects of the Spirit Plant Talisman might have already manifested. With the war just concluded, the focus shifted to spring plowing. Only by addressing the issue of food could subsequent plans unfold smoothly. He hoped that the efficacy of the Spirit Plant Talisman would meet expectations and not disappoint. Richard promptly summoned Old Deck, directly inquiring, "How is it, Old Deck? Have the tomatoes exhibited any differences? You have the data recorded, I presume." Upon hearing Richard's question, Old Deck replied with palpable excitement, "Indeed, my lord, those tomatoes have transformed. You cannot imagine. They have reduced the time from flowering to ripening by 1/3, and the yield has increased by 50%. In an instant, Richard stood before Old Deck, shock etching his features as he grasped Deck's shoulders, fervently asking, "A 50% increase in yield? Are you certain? Come, show me." The prospect of a 50% yield increase was almost beyond belief for Richard. He had initially thought a 20% boost would be remarkable and wondered if Old Deck had made an error. Richard went to examine the tomato fields, and upon comparison with the untreated tomatoes, he confirmed the yield indeed had risen by 50%. When factoring in the shortened growth cycle, the annual food production could potentially double compared to previous years. This was merely the effect of a Level 2 Spirit Plant Talisman. Richard speculated that should its level rise in the future, he might no longer need to worry about food shortages. After commending Old Deck, Richard hastily returned to his study, needing to reassess the plans for the upcoming spring plowing. First, he confirmed that the 3 estates in the east could continue cultivation this year, thanks to the introduction of new farming tools and the Spirit Rain Talisman, which would alleviate the issue of insufficient serfs. Additionally, with the increase in knight numbers, safety concerns were no longer an issue. Recalling the new farming tools, he realized that the previously planned quantity might be inadequate and that they must expedite the production of more. Furthermore, he needed to dispatch 2 blacksmiths to Shaolang City to instruct the local blacksmiths in crafting the new tools. Allowing them to manage their own production, 10 days passed swiftly, and Old Charlie finally broke through his limitations, advancing to a mid-tier Silver Knight. Richard briefly explained the effects of the Spirit Plant and Spirit Rain Talismans, and Old Charlie, brimming with excitement, declared his intention to oversee this year's spring plowing while citing the need to manage 2 territories. But he noted that Richard's experience was still lacking, thus suggesting that Richard focus solely on casting spells this spring. Richard's expression darkened upon hearing this. While he indeed preferred not to be burdened by such trifles and was unfamiliar with the specifics of spring plowing, Old Charlie's words were irksome, particularly as he was being relegated to a mere tool once again. Having endured enough of being a mere flying tool, he now faced the prospect of becoming a farming tool as well, which prompted a series of grumbles about his rightful position as the Lord. However, Old Charlie paid no heed to his lord's displeasure, for spring plowing was a matter of utmost importance for the territory, and given the potential for doubling the yield this year, he would not indulge Richard's whims. Thus, the decision was made, and Old Charlie promptly set about organizing the spring cultivation efforts. The following day, Richard observed young Charlie accompanied by Mark, Roland, and the newly joined Hayden, Kevin, and Curie, a total of 6 bronze knights, along with 12 knight attendants, leading 1,000 serfs equipped with new farming tools and seeds to the 3 estates in the east. It was evident that Old Charlie had assigned them to oversee the spring plowing there. Sure enough, it was not long before Old Charlie approached Richard, instructing him to cast the Spirit Rain spell over all the arable land within the 2 territories to moisten the soil. Richard cast a sidelong glance at Old Charlie, managing a wry smile before taking on the role of the watering tool. 5 days later, the season for spring plowing arrived, and the inhabitants of both territories busied themselves. Yet the most occupied person was none other than Richard, the Lord. Once spring plowing concluded, Richard, as Lord, was utterly exhausted. Old Charlie informed him that as long as there were no droughts in the coming days, his magical assistance would no longer be required. This news brought a sigh of relief from Richard, who finally anticipated a moment of respite. However, fate had other plans. Due to consecutive days of rain, Richard's castle became unbearably damp, making residents uncomfortable. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he resolved to burn bricks, construct houses, and repair roads. Richard had long harbored ambitions of rebuilding Silver Moon City, and he had sent out scouts to search for clay and limestone. As luck would have it, clay was found 2 kilometers west of the castle, and limestone was located 5 kilometers to the north. Now that he had decided to embark on this grand construction project, Richard planned to establish a brick kiln and a lime factory adjacent to each of the 2 quarries. He began by recruiting some masons from the city, instructing them to construct a rudimentary brick kiln based on designs he had seen in a certain video from his past life. Next, he brought in several craftsmen from the stone quarry to the lime factory, explaining the process of converting limestone into quicklime, and then set them to work, given that these craftsmen were seasoned in working with stone. Producing quicklime proved to be a manageable task. Within days, they successfully created usable quicklime. Richard then had them gather sand from the river, quickly producing a workable mortar. However, producing bricks proved to be a more challenging endeavor. For the next 10 days, Richard worked alongside the craftsmen to experiment with firing red bricks, but the results were consistently subpar products. After a fortnight of experimentation, these seasoned artisans gradually mastered the nuances of their craft and managed to produce a respectable quality of red bricks. Consequently, Richard commenced the arrangement for a cohort of serfs to settle in these 2 locations, where they would learn the art of brickmaking and the production of slaked lime. He promised these serfs that upon mastering these 2 skills, their serfdom would be abolished, granting them the status of commoners in the Silver Moon territory. They would receive wages for their labor, and their descendants would have the opportunity to enlist in the military and cultivate their fighting spirit. The serfs, hearing this promise, were filled with excitement, for in this world, serfs had no prospects. They were condemned to toil for their lords until death, with their offspring facing the same fate. Only by becoming commoners could they enlist and cultivate their martial abilities, while serfs who joined the military were merely cannon fodder. Thus, these serfs began to work fervently, diligently acquiring their crafts, as these skills posed no significant difficulty. Under the guidance of the artisans, these enthusiastic serfs swiftly learned their trades. Richard, observing their progress, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, having a goal ignites motivation, and motivation breeds results. When the time was ripe, Richard established Brick Kiln Village and Lime Village in these 2 locations, with the previously mentioned artisans becoming the overseers of these villages, thus serving as officials of the territory. Richard rewarded them with silver coins, instructing them to immediately commence overtime work to expedite the production of red bricks and mortar. The artisans, now elevated in status and financial reward, expressed profound gratitude to Lord Richard, working with renewed vigor. In this manner, after just over a month, Richard significantly enhanced the architectural prowess of the Silver Moon territory. During this period, after consuming the remaining Huating potion, Richard finally broke through to the initial tier of Bronze Knight, experiencing a remarkable transformation in his physical strength. However, he still could not unlock the celestial symbol again. It seemed that he needed to advance to the intermediate tier of Bronze Knight to do so, and with the current enhancement from the Spirit Gathering Talisman and magic crystals, he estimated that he could achieve this in roughly 6 months. Next, Richard summoned all the city's builders and masons, preparing to construct houses for the 3 serf villages outside the city first. The rationale behind prioritizing the serf villages was simple. It served as practice, as these masons and workers had never built with these materials before. Thus, Richard decided to initially erect simple, elongated shelters in the serf villages, which would not only improve the living conditions of the serfs, but also facilitate future management and provide the builders with practical experience. 3 benefits in 1. Once the houses in the 3 serf villages were completed, he would then construct independent cottages in Brick Kiln Village and Lime Village, before finally launching a comprehensive renovation of Silver Moon City, as all the structures within would require replanning and reconstruction. Given the extensive scope of the project, Richard allocated half of the serfs to the grand construction efforts to accelerate progress and ensure completion before the autumn harvest. Even enlisting the extraordinary powers of knights, time flew by, and after a little over 2 months, the grand reconstruction of Silver Moon City neared its conclusion. The entire city was rejuvenated, and everyone moved into new red brick homes that offered warmth in winter and coolness in summer, infinitely superior to the previous wooden and earthen dwellings. All inhabitants of the territory, including the serfs, were filled with gratitude for their esteemed Lord Richard. The city's roads transformed into stone-paved thoroughfares, and rainy days no longer rendered them a muddy quagmire. The civilian residential area featured a dedicated commercial street, injecting economic vitality into the territory. Meanwhile, the military camp received improvements, including a dedicated conference hall and operations room. At last, Richard resided in his much-desired 3-story villa, which brought him immense joy. Gazing upon the transformed Silver Moon City, Richard felt a sense of accomplishment. This was indeed an environment befitting human habitation. Moving forward, Richard planned to construct a more grandiose and robust outer city wall surrounding Silver Moon City, expanding it tenfold. However, this endeavor would commence post-harvest and was likely to take 1 to 2 years. Thus, it could not be expedited. Just as Richard was strategizing the outer city construction, the autumn harvest in the Silver Moon territory began. This year's harvest commenced over a month early, a testament to the potency of the spirit herb talisman. Old Charlie, overseeing the serfs, directed wagon loads of grain into the granaries, observing Parker tallying the data. Old Charlie felt even more elated than when they had triumphed over the Sandwolf territory. The chronic food scarcity had always been the most pressing issue in the chaotic realm, and now, with such an abundance of grain, Silver Moon territory would grow even more formidable. Half a month later, as the autumn harvest reached its conclusion, Old Charlie visited Richard's new residence to report the year's yield. "Young master, the statistical results are in. Our grain production has increased by 80% compared to last year, and the same applies to the fields in the Sandwolf territory. Furthermore, we can replant a winter crop. And we've newly cultivated 3,000 acres of arable land, ready for planting next year, which means next year's yield will be even greater," Old Charlie reported. Richard nodded in satisfaction, relieved that the food issue was finally resolved. With surplus grain, they could sustain a larger population, and this year they could explore ways to expand their populace. Old Charlie continued, "Young master, according to your previous instructions, I have canceled the serf status of 200 families among all the serfs, preparing to allocate the newly cultivated 2,000 acres of farmland to them. Are we indeed only collecting 60% of the harvest?" Richard had already discussed this matter with Old Charlie prior to the spring sowing. "Yes, Grandpa Charlie, rest assured, I've calculated it. Collecting 60% is sufficient. Moreover, the primary revenue of the territory will no longer rely on these meager agricultural taxes." Seeing Richard so resolute, Old Charlie refrained from further discussion and continued reporting on the remaining tasks. At that moment, Kevin rushed in, reporting that a group of magical beasts, the Windrunners, had been spotted in the northeastern part of the territory. Since the autumn harvest began, the territory had entered a state of alert, with knights conducting more frequent and rigorous patrols along the borders, vigilant against any suspicious activities. Given the persistent food crisis in the chaotic domain, a tradition had emerged to refrain from sowing in spring and to face life and death during the autumn harvest. At this time of year, both human lords and orc clans covertly observed each other as harvests, ever ready to seize the fruits of others' labor. Even timid bandits would emerge to take advantage of the chaos. It was during a patrol in the northeastern part of the territory that Clay discovered some suspicious traces, initially believing them to be a small group of orcs infiltrating the territory. He soon realized upon tracking that it was, in fact, a small herd of Windrunner magical beasts. He promptly instructed Kevin to return to Silver Moon City to report the findings. Upon hearing of the Windrunner herd, Richard sprang to his feet, incredulously asking Kevin, "Are you certain they are Windrunners?" Old Charlie, standing nearby, widened his eyes in anticipation. It should be noted that wild windrunner herds were no trivial matter. They could very well harbor a king horse. And if tamed, one could breed their own herd. Windrunners, being low-tier magical beasts, typically possess the strength of intermediate bronze level, while a king horse could reach the advanced or even peak bronze level. They were not only incredibly swift, but could also unleash bronze-level wind blade attacks. Furthermore, as equine magical beasts, windrunners were among the easiest for humans to tame, and their synergy with knights was extraordinarily effective. Indeed, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Imagine a battalion of bronze knights charging atop windrunners, first unleashing a barrage of wind blade attacks, followed by a collective charge and strike from the knights. Even golden knights would be compelled to evade. Thus, the majority of elite knight orders across the continent utilized magical beasts as mounts, with windrunners being the most coveted among bronze-level mounts. Kevin was acutely aware of the significance of this matter. Responding swiftly, "Yes, it is confirmed." Captain Clay, while patrolling the northeastern part of the territory, discovered some suspicious traces. Initially thought to be orcs, we tracked them down and confirmed it to be a herd of windrunners, 8 adults and 5 young. Totaling 13. However, due to the windrunners' incredible speed, we could not keep pace. Therefore, Captain Clay utilized a flying scroll to pursue them alone and instructed me to return promptly to report the situation, with Kevin's confirmation. Richard wasted no time, taking on a role of the flying courier once more, and swiftly soared northeast with Old Charlie and Kevin. Guided by Kevin, the trio quickly arrived at the location where Kevin had parted ways with Clay. Spotting Curry, accompanied by 10 knight attendants, still waiting there, Richard immediately inquired, "Curry, has Captain Clay returned?" Curry respectfully replied, "No, my lord. Captain Clay pursued the windrunner herd westward and has not returned since." Upon hearing this, Richard gazed toward the west. His brow furrowing in concern, he contemplated, "They must have purposely flown from the west earlier. Yet I see no sign of Clay. It appears that the windrunner herd has changed direction, which complicates our search. In the skies, there was no way to leave any marks. It seemed the only option was to search separately." Thus, Richard immediately cast the Feather Spirit Charm on everyone, commanding, "You shall disperse at once to seek out Captain Clay, or the wind-chasing herd. Remember, the flying magic you possess is effective for only 80 minutes. Regardless of your findings, return here and calculate your return time wisely. I shall await your return to go." Upon hearing Richard's orders, the group promptly took to the air in all directions. While Richard and Old Charlie remained behind to wait patiently, in less than half an hour, Curie was the first to return from the north, reporting promptly, "My lord, I have located Captain Clay. He is on a small hill 15 kilometers to the north, and the wind-chasing herd is resting in a nearby valley, where Captain Clay is keeping watch." After hearing this, Richard instructed Curie to wait, and as soon as everyone returned, they would head north to search for them, while he and Old Charlie would proceed ahead. Upon finding Clay, the two turned their gaze to the distant valley where the wind-chasing herd rested. Old Charlie inquired, "What do you think? Is there a wind-chasing king among them?" Clay affirmed, "Indeed, and it should possess peak bronze-level strength. Previously, a high-tier low-level beast, a snow leopard, ambushed the herd, only to be effortlessly driven away by the king. Had the snow leopard not been swift, it would likely have perished beneath the king's wind blades." Richard, thrilled at the mention of a king, exclaimed, "We must capture this wind-chasing herd. With the herd and the king, we can form an elite knight order in the future." However, Old Charlie cautioned, "Young master, do not celebrate too soon. The king is known for its fiery temperament, and this peak-level king will likely be even more fierce. Even if we capture it, taming it will prove challenging." Richard smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I have a magic for binding contract beasts." Hearing this, both men marveled at Richard's profound mastery of magic, realizing he was adept in all areas. They then began to strategize on how to capture the wind-chasing herd. Clay promptly suggested, "Now is the best time to capture them alive. I have previously scouted the valley where they rest, and there are only 2 exits to the south and north that we only need to block both ends to gradually subdue them." Richard acknowledged the valley's terrain and curiously asked, "Indeed, but why would the wind-chasing herd choose to rest here? Their intelligence is not to be underestimated." Recognizing the opportunity presented by the king's choice of resting place, Richard decided to personally head south to assist Kevin and the others. They all moved together, as the three of them could not adequately block both valley exits. Another half-hour passed, and just as the herd showed signs of departure, Richard arrived alongside Kevin. Clay entered the southern exit with Curie and 5 attendants, while Old Charlie led Kevin and another 5 attendants through the northern exit, beginning to encircle the wind-chasing herd. Richard remained aloft, overseeing the operation. As the group entered the valley from both exits, the king immediately sensed their presence and led the herd northward in a frantic dash. The herd unleashed 10 wind blades aimed directly at Old Charlie and his group. The king itself unleashed 3 wind blades in one go, showcasing its peak bronze-level prowess. Yet, Old Charlie and his companions did not falter, for they were protected by the diamond charm cast by Richard, which was sufficient to withstand such an assault. Observing that the wind blades had failed to harm the humans, the king decisively turned the herd back towards Clay and his group, only to find the wind blades were equally ineffective against them. At that moment, Richard, suspended in midair, initially believed victory was assured, but suddenly noticed the king leading the herd straight towards the steep slope to the west. This was a profound valley, with towering and steep cliffs on either side, making it difficult for even the wind-chasing herd to navigate. Just as Richard was inwardly chuckling, the king and its herd darted into the woods at the slope's edge, miraculously vanishing from sight. After reuniting with Clay, Old Charlie sensed something amiss in the silent woods and immediately charged in. However, he swiftly emerged, seething with anger. "Cursed king, we have been deceived. My lord, there is a fissure here that leads directly outside. That wretched king has already fled to the west with the herd." Upon hearing this, Richard's demeanor darkened. "Damn it, it tricked us. Let us pursue." With that, the group hastily chased westward, fortunate to discover the herd's trail as they altered course to the north. Richard rushed ahead, spotting the herd and unleashing several divine fire charms. The herd, startled by the sudden flames, began to scatter in disarray. However, the king merely neighed a few times to calm the herd and unleashed wind blades to disperse the fiery barrier, continuing its charge northward. Seeing that the divine fire charms had little effect, Richard immediately intensified the assault, deploying more charms in front of the herd while intermittently striking at them, soon scattering a large stallion and 3 smaller steeds. He promptly dispatched individuals to subdue them one by one. Observing this, the king swiftly led the remaining herd to circumvent the fire and plunged into the woods. Just then, Old Charlie alerted, "My lord, something is amiss. It seems we are approaching Silver Moon Mountain. They are heading towards it." Richard, taken aback, lifted his gaze to the north. Indeed, the outline of Silver Moon Mountain was now visible. Richard cursed under his breath. That accursed king. No wonder it was so determined to head north. Now, as the herd traversed through the woods, attempting to intercept them with the divine fire charms could inadvertently harm the herd, or worse, cost their lives. With no other option, they continued to evade the herd while deploying the charms, trying to disperse them as much as possible before they entered Silver Moon Mountain. Meanwhile, Old Charlie and Clay, the 2 silver knights, teamed up to charge after the king, but the creature, possessing remarkable intelligence, recognized the impending danger. Without hesitation, it abandoned the herd and surged forward at breakneck speed, disappearing into Silver Moon Mountain in the blink of an eye. While the remaining wind-chasing herd was captured, Old Charlie and Clay watched the king vanish into the mountain, filled with both anger and helplessness. Richard, too, felt a sense of resignation as the king slipped away. But suddenly, the king halted, turned, and cast a provocative glance at Richard. Richard was momentarily stunned, thinking he had imagined it. Rubbing his eyes before looking again, he was instantly filled with rage. By the heavens, it truly is provoking me. It has gained sentience. No, I must capture it. He then instructed Clay to return with the captured wind-chasing herd to Silver Moon City, while Old Charlie and he would pursue the king into Silver Moon Mountain. Old Charlie, recalling that Lord Raphael had perished within Silver Moon Mountain, resolutely forbade Richard from entering. Yet Richard reassured him, "Rest easy, Grandfather Charlie. I won't act recklessly. We will simply hover in the air, keeping an eye on the king. When it emerges, we will seize it. It's unlikely we will encounter the Gale Wolves, and even if we do, as long as I remain airborne, those beasts cannot harm us. They cannot fly." Upon hearing this, Old Charlie conceded, thinking it a good opportunity to investigate the number and strength of the Gale Wolves, pondering why Lord Raphael had met with total annihilation, with not a single survivor. Thus, he agreed to accompany Richard into Silver Moon Mountain in pursuit of the king, while at that moment, the king began to feel a pang of sorrow, having lost its mate all at once. It had ventured into Silver Moon Mountain because it had previously discovered a concealed path while fleeing, allowing it to circumvent the mountain without being detected by the Gale Wolves. Just as the king wallowed in its melancholy, it suddenly spotted Richard and Old Charlie chasing after it from the air and began to flee once more. Perhaps too focused on its escape, the king unwittingly strayed from its safe route, gradually venturing deeper into Silver Moon Mountain, oblivious to the danger until it unexpectedly encountered 3 Gale Wolves, jolting it into realization that it had taken a wrong turn in a split second. He spun around to flee for his life, disregarding the celestial Richard above the very least. These creatures did not seem inclined to harm him, but the pack of Gale Wolves would undoubtedly devour him. This trio of Gale Wolves consisted of 1 silver grade and 2 bronze grade beasts, which immediately pursued the Horse King upon spotting it. Given the Gale Wolves' superior strength, coupled with their wind attribute and their familiarity with the terrain, they swiftly encircled the Horse King. Before long, the Horse King found itself in a perilous predicament, while the 2 observers above were in starkly contrasting moods. Old Charlie appeared helplessly regretful, wishing for the Horse King to escape promptly, while Richard reveled in schadenfreude, relishing the irony of the Horse King's previous mockery of him. As the Horse King faced imminent demise at the jaws of the wolves, it astonishingly began to cry out desperately to Richard and Charlie, as if pleading for salvation. This spectacle left both men in awe. The Horse King was truly becoming more sentient by the moment. The Horse King's incessant cries drew the curiosity of the silver-grade Gale Wolf, which soon discovered Richard and Charlie. Enraged, it roared at the sky and unleashed a storm breath attack, a tempest laden with countless wind blades, directed at the 2 that, fortunately, Richard had cast a diamond talisman on them before entering the mountains, sparing them from harm. Richard felt a surge of frustration. How dare the Horse King use him as a shield? Old Charlie interjected. It seems it is genuinely seeking our aid. I did not anticipate the Gale Wolves' territorial instincts would be so strong. Even in the air, they are intent on driving us away. Curse it! It is calling for the wolf pack. Realizing the silver-gray Gale Wolf was howling frantically, Charlie understood it was summoning nearby wolves. Richard, recognizing the situation, wasted no time and swiftly cast several ice seals that Charlie's attempts to intervene were in vain. Upon landing, the ice seals immobilized the 3 Gale Wolves, leaving the 2 bronze-grade wolves incapacitated. Had the forest below not been so dense, they likely would have perished on the spot. However, the silver-grade Gale Wolf evaded the icy attack and fled into the woods. Richard's Divine Fire Talisman descended upon Silver Moon Mountain, igniting a conflagration. Chaos erupted throughout the region. Initially, only a few Gale Wolves had been drawn to the commotion, but now the mountain was alive with the sounds of howling wolves, echoing in waves. From deep within Silver Moon Mountain, 2 powerful presences surged forth. Old Charlie's scalp prickled with dread as he exclaimed, "There must be nearly 100 of them. When did the wolf pack in Silver Moon Mountain grow so numerous? We are in grave trouble. We must flee, my lord." Richard, equally bewildered, had never heard tales of Silver Moon Mountain being so fearsome. Those 2 presences must belong to high-tier intermediate magical beasts, equivalent to 2 high-tier silver warriors. Coupled with the nearly 100 Gale Wolves, they could easily obliterate all surrounding forces. Responding to Charlie's urgent call, Richard snapped back to reality and hastily soared away from Silver Moon Mountain. Meanwhile, the fleeing Horse King, upon seeing Richard and Charlie pass overhead, immediately accelerated to follow them, incessantly whinnying at Richard as if urging him to take it along. Richard, witnessing the Horse King's actions, felt anger boil within him. Now it was frightened and sought his help after having previously mocked him. This wretched creature had brought this predicament upon itself. Nonetheless, the Horse King was still of great significance. Upon noticing several Gale Wolves had encircled the Horse King ahead, Richard promptly hurled a few Divine Fire Talismans at the wolves below. However, this time, the talismans were only aimed at the wolves' periphery, intended to disperse them and allow the Horse King to break free from the encirclement. Having only wounded 2 bronze-grade Gale Wolves earlier, there might still be room for maneuvering that if he resorted to lethal force. It could lead to a relentless conflict with the Gale Wolves, a confrontation that would undoubtedly be beyond the capabilities of Silver Moon territory. As the Gale Wolves multiplied, 2 intermediate silver-grade and 3 initial silver-grade Gale Wolves appeared. Despite Richard's restraint, these beasts seemed entirely ungrateful, as 5 silver-grade Gale Wolves began to pursue Richard and Charlie in the air, occasionally unleashing storm breath attacks against them. Meanwhile, dozens of Gale Wolves launched a frenzied assault on the Horse King. Richard was compelled to retaliate against the pack, partly to showcase his prowess and perhaps negotiate with the wolves later, and partly to rescue the insufferable Horse King, which had previously exhibited such courage under his pursuit. Now, however, it appeared utterly pathetic, as if mocking him for lacking the prowess of the Gale Wolves. Before long, under Richard's relentless harassment, the Horse King finally escaped Silver Moon Mountain. Once outside on the desolate plains, its speed increased, yet the wolf pack had already amassed 50 to 60 members, pursuing the Horse King without any intention of halting. Led by 5 silver-grade Gale Wolves, they continued their chase southward, instilling fear in both Richard and Charlie. Surely, these beasts did not intend to invade their territory. That was out of the question. To the south lay the farmland of Silver Moon territory, populated by soldiers and serfs. With no other options, Richard was left with no choice but to cast dozens of ice seals ahead of the wolf pack. Instantly, a wall of ice columns, spanning hundreds of meters, appeared, obstructing the wolves' path southward. The pack, upon witnessing this, attempted to flank the ice barrier, only to be halted by the leading 5 silver-grade Gale Wolves. These 5 beasts glared angrily at Richard and Charlie, yet did not immediately attack. Instead, they seemed to be awaiting something, occasionally glancing back. At this moment, Richard had steeled himself for battle. Should the wolf pack press on southward, he would have no choice but to engage them in combat. Even with numerous beast skin talismans at his disposal, the potential losses could be devastating, and he could only hope that the Wolf King would be wary of his talismanic abilities and retreat back to Silver Moon Mountain. Richard surmised that the Gale Wolves were indeed waiting for their king. Thus, he patiently awaited their arrival. Before long, he beheld 2 extraordinarily large Gale Wolves approaching, accompanied by 3 intermediate silver-grade beasts. The sight of these 2 emanating a high-tier silver-grade aura, along with 8 silver-grade and over 50 bronze-grade Gale Wolves, caused Richard and Charlie's hearts to leap into their throats. Suddenly, one of the high-tier Gale Wolves stepped forward, fixating its gaze on Richard and beginning to growl, as if trying to communicate something. At that moment, Richard was utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend the meaning behind it. What was he to do? As Richard appeared bewildered, the Gale Wolf grew impatient, barking and repeatedly pawing the ground, a clear sign of impending anger. Observing this, old Charlie whispered, "My lord, could it be that it is urging us to leave?" Richard replied, exasperated, "How would I know? I cannot speak beast tongue." Beast tongue, a means of communication with animals. Richard suddenly recalled the Beast Tamer Talisman, which boasted the ability to converse with creatures, something he had intended to test with a messenger eagle, but had forgotten amidst his busy endeavors. Perhaps now was the time to give it a try. With no better alternatives at hand, he thought it might work. Richard extended his right index finger and began inscribing the Beast Tamer Talisman. Observing Richard's actions, old Charlie assumed he was preparing to unleash an offensive spell against the wolves, prompting him to shout in alarm, "My lord, what are you doing? Stop. We are not a match for the Gale Wolves. Do not act rashly." As old Charlie continued to voice his concerns, Richard completed the inscription and reassured him. "Fear not. It is not an attack spell. Have you not noticed that the wolves below remain calm? Their instincts were indeed sharp." Old Charlie glanced down at the wolves, and indeed, they did not appear agitated. Indicating they sensed no intent of harm from Richard, he breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely worried that his young master might act impulsively. Turning his attention to the intricate design Richard had inscribed. Resembling a magical array, he pondered its potential applications. Just as he was contemplating, Richard waved his finger, and the Beast Tamer Talisman split in 2.1/2 was absorbed into Richard's body, while the other floated down towards the Gale Wolves. Observing the object and Richard's gesture, the wolves perceived no threat and absorbed the talisman as well. Once the Gale Wolves had taken in the Beast Tamer Talisman, Richard felt a surge of understanding flood his mind. and he could hear the low growls of the wolves below. What was this sensation? He felt an exhilarating thrill. He understood the words of the Gale Wolf. This was remarkable. It had indeed worked. Richard attempted to introduce himself. "Greetings. I am Baron Richard, the Lord of Silvermoon territory." In a moment of confusion, the Gale Wolf abruptly lifted its head and gazed at Richard. Upon noticing this, Richard understood that the spell had taken effect. And thus he continued, "Indeed, it was I who spoke. We can now communicate. What you just experienced was merely a spell facilitating our exchange, and it poses no harm to you." After receiving confirmation, the Gale Wolf appeared astonished and inquired, "Is there truly such magic? The sorcery of humans is indeed remarkable. Since we can converse now, this simplifies matters. I come bearing the command of our Wolf King to warn you humans. This time, we shall spare both you and that horse. However, you're strictly prohibited from stepping foot on Silvermoon Mountain in the future, nor may you cast magic above it. Failure to comply will result in my king laying waste to your territory." Richard was left speechless, utterly shocked. What nonsense was this? This high-tier silver-level Gale Wolf was acting on the orders of the Wolf King. There was an even more formidable Wolf King. As Richard watched the pack of Gale Wolves retreat, a sense of unease lingered in his heart, fixating on the words spoken by the Gale Wolf moments earlier. Beside him, old Charlie, observing the departing wolves, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Young master, was that spell truly capable of allowing you to communicate with magical beasts? It is exceedingly impressive. What did the Wolf King say?" The barrage of questions from old Charlie jolted Richard from his reverie. He turned to old Charlie and replied earnestly, "It is not the Wolf King." "Excuse me?" Old Charlie was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Richard reiterated with grave seriousness. Those two high-tier silver-level Gale Wolves were not the Wolf King. They were sent by the Wolf King to communicate with us. Upon hearing this explanation, old Charlie's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, "But if there is a more powerful Wolf King, how can this be? Is the Wolf King's strength at the pinnacle of silver or even gold? It cannot be. How come I have never heard of such formidable magical beasts residing in Silvermoon Mountain?" Richard affirmed, "Indeed, such powerful magical creatures exist here, yet no one seems to know." Contemplating this, old Charlie anxiously queried, "What shall we do next? How did the Gale Wolves retreat?" Richard shook his head. "That is not a concern at present. The Gale Wolf mentioned that the Wolf King's command was merely a warning for us to refrain from entering Silvermoon Mountain henceforth, lest our territory be obliterated." Hearing this, old Charlie finally exhaled in relief. "That is good. That is good. Upon returning, we must inform everyone in our territory to avoid the vicinity of Silvermoon Mountain and declare it a forbidden zone." Alas, had I known Silvermoon Mountain was so powerful. As old Charlie mentioned Lord Raphael, Richard interjected, "Father did not perish within Silvermoon Mountain." The Gale Wolf stated that Father and his entire troop of knights were merely driven away from Silvermoon Mountain. And it was solely the knights of Silvermoon territory, not those of the Sandwolf territory, as for Father's whereabouts, and whether he was still alive, the Gale Wolf could not ascertain. Old Charlie, filled with confusion, had always believed that old Sandwolf had deceived Lord Raphael into Silvermoon Mountain, where they succumbed to the Gale Wolves. Noticing old Charlie's bewilderment, Richard speculated, "I suspect Father and the others must have discovered something and ventured into Silvermoon Mountain on their own. It has nothing to do with old Sandwolf. He likely claimed that Father was betrayed by him to seek credit from young Master Cavendish." Old Charlie nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is no wonder Kent and the others claimed they had no involvement in Lord Raphael's affairs. We had thought old Sandwolf did not trust them. Could it be the knights from the royal capital? Richard shook his head. No, during Sean's meeting with the people from the royal capital, Feister was present and stated that Sean sought to gain favor from the royals using Father's death. Thus it cannot be the royal knights. The two fell into silence for a moment before Richard resignedly stated, "Grandfather Charlie, let's not dwell on this matter too much. Although we are uncertain about what transpired with Father, at least it is good news. There's a possibility that Father is still alive." "Is there not?" Old Charlie sighed. "Indeed, at the very least, there is that possibility. However, this matter should remain confidential. Do not disclose it to Mark and Roland." Richard nodded in agreement, understanding that it was unnecessary to inform them at this juncture. He then gazed quietly at the distant silver moon mountain and remarked calmly, "There must be something concealed within. This pack of gale wolves is suspicious, and that enigmatic wolf king poses an even greater enigma." Old Charlie concurred. "Indeed, it is quite abnormal that we, who have lived in proximity for decades, have never detected any hint of this. It is truly peculiar." Richard chose not to elaborate further, instead turning southward and calling out to Old Charlie. "Let us go, Grandfather Charlie. It is futile to ponder these matters now. We are still too weak to. In the future, we shall uncover the truth. For now, let us settle accounts with that horse king." Upon mentioning the horse king, Richard muttered with determination, "Today, that beast must be taught a lesson." Meanwhile, the Windrider Horse King had fled back to its previous resting valley, a place sufficiently secluded, featuring a hidden fissure as an escape route. Thus, upon realizing that the two humans had thwarted the Gale Wolves, the Horse King swiftly altered its course and returned to this location, believing the two humans would not anticipate its return and that the Gale Wolves were entirely unaware of this place. Hence, regardless of who emerged victorious, it would be assuredly safe. Unfortunately for it, Richard had arrived as the Horse King rested. Richard, accompanied by Old Charlie, approached the western side of the valley and discovered the fissure's exit. Old Charlie, perplexed, questioned, "Young master, how can you be certain the Horse King would return? I believe it has already fled far away. Having revealed this place to us, it cannot possibly come back." Richard, however, responded confidently, That beast is nearly cunning enough to be considered clever, possessing a keen sense of awareness and guile. Thus, it will undoubtedly return here. Grandfather Charlie, you should wait here to ambush it while I ignite a fire in the valley to drive it in. Should that beast still attempt to escape recklessly, give it a thorough thrashing without fear of injury. We shall deal with the consequences afterward." Old Charlie chuckled resignedly, recognizing his young master's ire directed at the Horse King. Nevertheless, capturing here would indeed be fortuitous. Thus, he quietly positioned himself at the exit as instructed. That moment, Richard soared above the valley and, lo and behold, spotted the slumbering Windrider Horse King. This wretched beast. I risked my life to fend off the Gale Wolves, and here it is, comfortably sleeping. Richard cursed inwardly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a dozen Divine Fire Talismans at both ends of the valley. Instantly, flames engulfed the entire valley, startling the drowsy Windrider Horse King nearly into flight. Upon spotting Richard above, it was taken aback. How could this foolish human know of its whereabouts? Thankful that it had chosen to rest near the secret passage, it realized that otherwise, it might have been captured. In a moment of bravado, the Windrider Horse King even dared to mock Richard before dashing into the fissure, making its escape. Witnessing the Horse King's audacious taunt, Richard, instead of feeling disheartened, found amusement. This beast still dares to mock me. Just wait and see how I will deal with you now. As the Windrider Horse King once again fled into the valley's fissure, Richard first extinguished the flames outside, then hurled an Ice Talisman at the fissure's exit, effectively sealing it off. He then leisurely made his way toward the exit to the west, the fissure's western exit. The Windrider Horse King found itself in dire straits. Pinned to the ground by Old Charlie, it had initially believed it could escape once more, only to be captured on the spot by Old Charlie, who was a mid-tier silver knight. It had no opportunity to resist. When Richard descended from the air and beheld the captured Windrider Horse King, he stroked its head and chuckled. At long last. I have caught you. Now, let us see if you dare to mock me again. Faced with Richard's mischievous grin, the Windrider Horse King struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Old Charlie's grasp, emitting furious whinnies. This compelled Old Charlie to increase his grip, holding the Windrider Horse King firmly in place, rendering it immobile. He then turned to Richard and praised, "Young master, your prediction was spot on. This creature truly returned. And it is quite clever indeed, nearly escaping us." Richard replied with a smile, "Yes, this beast is indeed clever, but merely in trivial ways. It requires a good lesson." Old Charlie discerned the considerable resentment his young master harbored towards the wind chaser, prompting him to chuckle. While the two were engaged in light-hearted banter, the oblivious wind chaser trembled in fear, unable to comprehend the human conversation. The alternating expressions of sinister intent and exuberant laughter led it to believe that its demise was imminent. Surely, these two humans were conspiring on how to feast upon it. Instantly, it began to whimper and plead, which only amused old Charlie further. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "Is this fellow truly afraid?" Richard, however, laughed in exasperation. "This creature is cunning and treacherous. I suspect it is merely putting on a show. But that works to our advantage. We can frighten it a bit, and who knows, it might just submit." Upon finishing his statement, Richard sketched a Beastmaster's talisman once more, that he forcibly infused half of the talisman into the Windchaser's body, which startled the beast significantly, as it believed it was about to be incinerated by some prior fire magic. Just as Richard was about to retract the other half of the talisman, he heard the Windchaser lamenting despondently, "It's over, it's over. These two foolish humans are certainly going to devour me. This time, I am truly finished." Upon hearing the creature refer to him as foolish, Richard, with a mischievous glint in his eye, queried, "Who are you calling foolish?" The Windchaser exclaimed with surprise, "Who is speaking? Come save this lord. I shall reward you handsomely with treasures of your choosing." Richard chuckled in response. Realizing the creature must have thought it heard the voice of a fellow beast, he continued to jest. "Oh, is that so? You possess many treasures? Do enlighten me. If I find them to my liking, perhaps I shall spare you." The Windchaser widened its eyes, realizing the voice belonged to this human. Had it gone mad? How could it understand the words of this human? However, its eyes quickly darted around, and it began to beseech, "Esteemed human lord, I admit my previous transgressions that I implore you. Grant me clemency just this once. Besides, I am of little use now. I was bitten by a golden-ringed snake and shall not live much longer. My flesh is laced with poison and unfit for consumption. Kindly allow me to meet my end in this valley." Richard, listening to the creature's nonsensical ramblings, darkened his expression and retorted, "Are you insulting my intelligence? Beast, I present you with two choices. Either submit to me and become my steed, or I shall end your life right now. Your hide and core still hold great value for me. Choose wisely." Upon hearing the two options, the Windchaser felt a surge of courage. This human evidently sought to tame it. Its eyes began to swirl with thoughts as it concocted a scheme to deceive this human. Sensing its intent to play tricks, Richard unsheathed his sword and declared, "It seems you are a proud and fearless warrior steed. Thus, I shall grant you a swift end. Fear not, I shall make it quick and painless. By the heavens, I do not wish to be a warrior. Death is hardly comfortable." The Windchaser thought to itself, struggling against the grip of old Charlie, who had received his orders and was firmly holding it down. As Richard crouched beside it, sword poised at its equine face, the Windchaser capitulated. "Stop! Stop! I choose to submit. I choose to be your steed. Do not kill me." Richard's heart leapt with joy. Indeed, this creature was terribly afraid of death. "Really? No more tricks?" he inquired. "Truly, truly, my lord, this little horse willingly submits to you," the Windchaser replied with a dejected tone. Richard then rose, retracting his sword and conjuring a Beastmaster's talisman, though this one was a more equitable beast contract talisman, requiring the beast's willing acceptance to function. There existed a method to forcibly enslave beasts, but with a risk of failure that could result in the beast's immediate demise. Given the Windchaser's immense value, Richard was unwilling to take such a gamble. He absorbed the magic, reminding the beast to resist not, lest the spell fail. The Windchaser gazed wide-eyed at the talisman before it, sensing its power. Unlike before, this did not seem to be an evil enslavement magic. It did not wish to lose its autonomy. Thus it pleaded, "My lord, must we proceed with this? I am not at peace within. What if I were to ruin your magic?" Richard chuckled. "Oh, not at peace? That is of little concern. Should you fail to absorb it, I shall not require your soulless submission. Merely your physical body, yes. Now hurry. My patience wears thin." With that, Richard brandished his sword once more at the Windchaser. The creature, feeling utterly bereft of options, gasped for breath. The carefree days of the proud Windchaser were no more, and resigned, it absorbed the talisman before the Windchaser accepted the talisman. Richard felt the binding contract establish, granting him considerable dominion. The wind chaser, sensing this connection, realized it did not seem to be a form of enslavement magic, and thus looked curiously at Richard, perceiving the beast's thoughts. Richard quipped, "Rest assured, it is not a form of enslavement magic." He then gestured for old Charlie to release his hold. "It's all right now, Charlie. This fellow has been tamed." Upon hearing Richard's assurance, old Charlie gradually loosened his grip on the wind chaser. The moment it realized it had not been enslaved, its demeanor brightened, and it approached Richard eagerly, asking, "My lord, once we return, may I have my wife back?" Richard chuckled at the wind chaser's immediate desire for its mate. "Fear not. You shall have her return to you, and I shall ensure you find even more wives in the future. By the way, what is your name?" Upon hearing there would be more wives, the wind chaser eagerly replied, "I am known as Lord Wind, the wind of flirtation. Will you truly find me more wives?" "How many?" Richard was momentarily speechless, finding the notion of Lord Wind amusing that it seemed merely a beast with a singular desire for Mars. He decided to rename it. "Your name is far too unappealing. Henceforth, you shall be known as Prince Kaka, the wind chaser. How does that sound? Quite regal, isn't it?" The wind chaser, evidently confused by the jest, merely looked at Richard with bewilderment. Sensing its confusion, Richard shrugged. "If you don't understand, it's of no matter. That shall be your name. Now, let us return to Silver Moon City, Kaka." Richard then cast a feather spirit talisman upon old Charlie, instructing him to return ahead, while he mounted Prince Kaka and sped towards Silver Moon City. As Richard rode Kaka, he noted its incredible speed. On a straight, flat path, it nearly matched the speed of the feather spirit's flight. Upon arriving at Silver Moon City, Victor gazed in awe at Richard riding the wind chaser, nearly drooling in envy. Richard, sensing this, remarked, "Do not covet. This is the wind chaser and is certainly not for you. There are still 7 adults and 5 younglings in tow. We shall breed even more wind chasers. And rest assured, there will be a share for you. Patience." Victor, upon hearing this, redirected his attention to the 7 adult wind chasers behind them. Breeding would take at least 3 to 5 years, so he resolved to secure one for himself first. He respectfully inquired, "My lord, during the autumn harvest, bandits are rampant in the territory. May I go assist those transporting the wind chasers to prevent any mishaps?" Richard arched an eyebrow at Victor, responding coolly, "The convoy is led by Clay. Should any mishap occur, what purpose would your presence serve? Do not dwell on trifles. Rather, return to your training that I have heard young Charlie has already ascended to peak bronze rank. You must hurry." With that, Richard continued guiding Kaka towards his abode, disregarding Victor's scheming. Upon reaching his residence, Richard left Kaka in the garden, instructing it not to wander, though the wind chaser was compelled to submit to Richard due to the Beastmaster's talisman. It was not without a sense of newfound freedom. However, there lingered a modicum of pride, as evidenced by the present circumstances, for it resolutely refused to venture into the military stables, even under duress. Richard, not wishing to impose upon it over such trifles, resolved to bring it to his own abode. Upon returning to his study, Richard promptly retrieved the map of Silver Moon City, contemplating the construction of a new stable for Kaka and its herd of steeds. After an extensive search, he found no suitable location, largely due to the still limited expanse of Silver Moon City, compounded by the absence of an outer city. Ultimately, Richard decided to establish a sizable equestrian facility outside the southern city wall, along with an additional city gate, intending to relocate the windrunners there. Once his plans were set, Richard immediately summoned Old John, instructing him to mobilize all personnel to construct the equestrian center following the autumn harvest, aiming for completion within 2 months. Just as Richard finalized the arrangements for the stable's construction, Clay returned to Silver Moon City with the herd, accompanied by Old Charlie, who fortuitously happened to be with him. Richard hastily took Kaka to the military stables, as the windrunners remained unbroken and required Kaka's soothing presence before he could tame them with the beast-taming runes upon their arrival at the stables. Richard discovered 3 young horses appear to be injured, and Clay and his companions bore signs of battle. He first directed Kaka to calm its kin before confronting Clay with a stern expression, demanding to know what had transpired. Clay, equally incensed, promptly apologized, "My lord, we encountered bandits on our journey home. In our efforts to subdue the Windrunners, we were ambushed, resulting in injuries to 3 young steeds. Fortunately, Master Charlie passed by and scared off the bandits." Old Charlie interjected, explaining that they were attacked by the Blackbeard bandit group, led by Blackbeard Teach, a novice silver knight, who commanded 2 mid-tier bronze knights and 3 novice bronze knights, along with about 10 squire knights. Controlling around 300 serfs and residing in the eastern region of the Blackthorn Mountains, Richard clenched his teeth in fury. These accursed bandits! I had yet to seek them out, and they dare to raid my territory. They are courting death. With the autumn harvest nearing its end, it is time to settle the score. Clay, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly volunteered, "My lord, allow me to go. I shall return with the head of that wretched Blackbeard." But Richard interrupted, "Patience, Clay. We shall act after the harvest concludes that we need to prepare adequately. My intent is not merely to eliminate Blackbeard. I plan to eradicate all bandit groups surrounding Silvermoon and Shallwolf. Now that we have ample grain, we can increase our number of serfs, and we must prioritize the construction of the equestrian facility, as well as the subsequent development of the outer city, which requires significant manpower." The others were taken aback. Annihilating all surrounding bandit groups was no small feat, Old Charlie remarked. "Young master, there are likely a dozen or 20 bandit groups in the vicinity. To eradicate them all may take 3 to 4 months. Richard merely replied, "I am aware. There remains a week until the harvest concludes. During this time, we can dispatch scouts to locate the bandit hideouts and systematically eliminate them at a measured pace." Upon hearing Richard's plan, Old Charlie ceased further objections. Subsequently, with Kaka's assistance, Richard successfully tamed all the Windrunners, which would prove advantageous for the forthcoming bandit eradication campaign. Remarkably, all 7 adult horses among the Windrunners were female, effectively Kaka's wives, revealing his rather roguish nature. Richard borrowed 4 of these steeds, intending to utilize them in the reconnaissance of the bandit hideouts. Upon learning that 4 of his wives were to be borrowed, Kaka vehemently protested. Ultimately, Richard paid a rental fee of 10 wind attribute bronze-level beast crystals to secure the steeds. Within the military operations room, Victor, young Charlie, Sage, and Sam stood before Richard, who pointed to the map before him, stating, "Victor, you shall investigate the bandit strongholds in the eastern Blackthorn Mountains. Sam, you're to oversee the bandits in the western Windfall Hills of Shallwolf. Sage, you will search for bandits in the western Zico Mountains of Silvermoon. Young Charlie, you will scout the southern Ruinstone Mountains of Shallwolf. Each of you is to carry 5 flying scrolls, 2 beginner silver-level flame scrolls, and 1 berserk scroll. Ride a Windrunner and ensure your safety. Retreat at the first sign of danger. By early August, the autumn harvest in both Silvermoon and Shallwolf concluded 1.5 months ahead of schedule, with all grain securely stored. This year's autumn harvest in Silvermoon was notably tranquil, with only a few rash bandit groups attempting to seize grain, only to suffer severe consequences. Strangely, no Orc clans dared to assault, perhaps deterred by the previous eradication of 3 goblin clans, or possibly unaware of the early harvest. In contrast, Shallwolf experienced some grain losses, primarily due to the earlier conflict that led surrounding factions to believe Shallwolf would face manpower shortages post-war. Consequently, both orcs and bandits fixated on Shallwolf, seeking to capitalize on the situation, which resulted in vulnerabilities in Kent's defenses. Fortunately, Kent promptly reported to Silver Moon City, and Richard dispatched reinforcements just in time to mitigate the losses. Thus, both regions enjoyed a bountiful grain supply this year. Reviewing Old Charlie's reported figures, Richard felt a surge of relief, finally free from worries over grain shortages. Additionally, Old Charlie reported on the advancements of extraordinary combatants within the 2 territories over the past 6 months. To Richard's astonishment, under the influence of the spirit-gathering runes, young Charlie and Feister had both ascended to peak bronze knights, while Victor and Briley were nearing similar achievements. Sage and Carter had reached high-tier bronze, and all previous novice bronze knights had advanced to mid-tier. This collective promotion was remarkable. Furthermore, among the squire knights, 9 had broken through to novice bronze knights, bringing Silvermoon's total of bronze knights to over 25, surpassing the previous numbers of Shallwolf in both quantity and quality. The number of squire knights had also increased by 22, totaling 45, excluding those who had already advanced to novice bronze knights. With no grain concerns and the presence of spirit-gathering runes, the extraordinary combat power of the territory was poised for rapid growth over the next 2 years. Silver Moon had now truly established itself as the dominant force in the central region of the chaotic territories. Having previously only elevated its high-tier combat strength while remaining underdeveloped in other areas. After reviewing Old Charlie's report, Richard turned his attention to the map. Due to its geographical location, Silver Moon had always been somewhat out of touch with external information. Richard had long desired to establish his own intelligence network. However, the presence of Count Grizzly to the east posed an obstacle, as did the Sapphire Duchy to the south, which held regional prejudices against the chaotic territories. After some contemplation, Richard resolved to seek a solution through the Sapphire Duchy, as the territory now possessed sufficient knights to consider forming a trade caravan for reconnaissance. That afternoon, Victor and Sage, responsible for scouting Silver Moon's eastern and northern regions, returned to Silver Moon City. Victor reported discovering 6 bandit hideouts in the Blackthorn Mountains, while Sage found 3 in the Zico Mountains. With the bandit locations in Silver Moon now identified, Richard felt no need to delay any longer. He promptly led Victor and Sage to the military operations room, summoning Old Charlie and Clay. Within the operations room, Richard held the distribution map of the bandit hideouts discovered by Victor and Sage. Declaring, "Grandfather Charlie, Clay, we have identified the bandit hideouts near Silver Moon, and I intend to mobilize troops for immediate eradication." Upon hearing of the bandit extermination, Clay eagerly volunteered, rising to express fervently, "My lord, you must send me. I am filled with rage against those bandits, and I shall personally take their heads." Clearly, the earlier bandit attacks during the spring and autumn harvest had deeply angered Clay, compelling him to seek vengeance. Richard, observing Clay's fervor, reassured him, "Fear not, Clay. You shall have your chance." Old Charlie glanced at Clay, seemingly about to speak, but ultimately sighed and turned to Richard, inquiring, "Young master, will you be participating in this bandit eradication effort?" After considering Old Charlie's question, Richard replied, "This task is not particularly challenging. I shall refrain from joining. I would prefer Kent to lead the operation, while you, Grandfather Charlie, can guard Shallwolf City. What do you think?" Old Charlie nodded in agreement. "Very well then. Including Clay, we will have 12 bronze knights and 24 squire knights." As Richard contemplated, he deemed it sufficient. The stronger thieves likely had a leader of initial silver rank, while the weaker ones might merely be peak bronze or even high-level bronze. He arranged for 2 silver knights, 12 bronze knights, and 24 squire knights, which would be more than adequate to crush those brigands. Old Charlie continued, suggesting the addition of 300 regular soldiers to ensure the captured serfs were escorted back. Otherwise, the knights would find themselves overwhelmed. Richard found this agreeable and nodded, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed as Grandfather Charlie suggests. You shall first select 6 bronze knights and 12 squire knights from Silver Moon territory and prepare the necessary magical scrolls for them. Additionally, send a message to Kent via Eagle to prepare in Sandwolf territory. After that, you may depart for Sandwolf City to relieve Kent." Once Richard concluded his instructions, he allowed them to prepare. The following morning, Kent returned to Silver Moon City with 6 knights and 12 squire knights. Upon seeing Kent, Richard inquired with concern about Sophia's condition. "Kent, since Sophia returned to Sandwolf City, has her injury recurred?" Previously, while Kent had been stationed in Sandwolf City, Sophia had remained in Silver Moon City to receive Richard's treatment. It was only 2 months prior that Sophia felt her injuries had healed, prompting Richard to send her back to Sandwolf City with her child. After all, it was not ideal for the couple to remain apart. Kent, touched by Richard's concern, promptly replied, "Thank you, my lord, for your care. Sophia's injuries have not resurfaced, and she has fully regained her strength as a mid-level mage." Richard nodded. "That is good to hear. I must trouble you to make several trips to clear out the vermin around here." Kent immediately accepted the order. "Yes, my lord, I shall ensure they are eradicated." After resting for a day in Silver Moon City, Kent set off at dawn, his first destination being the largest band of thieves in the eastern Black Forest mountain range, the Blackbeard Bandits, notorious for plaguing Silver Moon territory. This operation was led by Clay. And from the initiation of the assault to its conclusion, the entire affair lasted no more than an hour, with half of that time spent pursuing the fleeing thieves. The bandit leader, Blackbeard Teach, was intercepted and slain by Kent, who had until then remained in the shadows. The remaining thieves, apart from 5 squire knights and a dozen common soldiers who were captured, were all eliminated. Following the battle, Kent ordered a thorough search of the bandits' lair and left 50 soldiers behind to temporarily guard over 300 serfs and a few captives, intending to escort them all back to Silver Moon City after sweeping through the Black Forest mountain range. He then continued on to the next bandit hideout. After Kent departed for the Black Forest, Richard retreated to the rear mountain to train his combat energy, feeling that he was on the brink of breaking through to mid-level bronze, which was one reason he refrained from personally leading the charge against the thieves. After all, achieving this promotion would grant him access to new divine symbols, a matter of utmost importance to Richard. In the training grounds, Richard diligently practiced alone. Upon reaching the bronze level, a knight's physical attributes undergo a profound transformation. Thus, the training became increasingly arduous, unlike the squire level, where one only needed to toughen their body. Bronze level training necessitated enhancements to strength, speed, and endurance, requiring a comprehensive elevation to advance. 15 days swiftly passed, and while Richard was still preparing for his imminent breakthrough, Kent returned that in just half a month he had eradicated all 6 bandit groups in the Black Forest mountain range, achieving results far more swiftly than anticipated. Moreover, thanks to the various beast skin talismans crafted by Richard, not a single bandit escaped. They were either slain or captured. Kent then escorted the serfs and captives back to Silver Moon City. Upon hearing of Kent's return after clearing the Black Forest, Richard promptly concluded his training to meet with him in the military conference room. Richard inquired about Kent's achievements. Kent reported, "My lord, all 6 bandit groups in the Black Forest mountain range have been eradicated. We primarily focused on slaying the extraordinary thieves, resulting in only 11 captured squire-level bandits, with the rest eliminated. Additionally, we captured over 70 common bandits and brought back more than 900 serfs. As for the food and valuables, they were woefully scarce, and I have entrusted all of it to Parker for inventory." After listening to Kent's report, Richard felt quite satisfied with the outcome. The 900 serfs were precisely the labor force the territory desperately needed. He then instructed that the captured bandits be sent to Horse Repair City, while the serfs should be settled in first, with jobs arranged for them later. The next day, after a day's rest, Kent set off once more, this time heading west to the Westco mountain range to continue his campaign against the thieves. Meanwhile, Richard commenced his seclusion for the breakthrough to mid-level Bronze Knight. In the training chamber of the rear mountain, Richard tirelessly circulated his combat energy technique, absorbing elemental power and infusing it into the bronze combat energy seed in his dantian, causing the seed to grow larger. It was only upon surpassing a certain threshold that the bronze combat energy seed ceased its absorption of elemental power. Richard slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and felt the surge of strength within. He had finally achieved mid-level Bronze Knight status and could now unlock new divine symbols to see what surprises awaited him. He began channeling his power into the divine symbols residing in his mind. In no time, the energy reached 100%. With a flourish, the divine symbols were activated, revealing 6 pages of new talismans. Richard eagerly examined these new talismans. The first, Wind Spirit Talisman, Level 2. An air-based attack talisman capable of summoning surrounding winds to create a powerful tempest, toppling or shredding enemies within a range of 500 meters, with a maximum of 10 talismans that can be stacked for an enhancement to Level 3. Upon reviewing the Wind Spirit Talisman, Richard noticed that, perhaps due to the elevation of the divine symbols, the descriptions had become more comprehensive than before, a welcome change that spared him the need for extensive experimentation. This talisman was particularly suitable for aiding in mass attacks, capable of disrupting enemy formations and morale before launching a charge to decisively rout them. After comprehending the first Wind Spirit Talisman, Richard proceeded to examine the subsequent talismans. The second, Divine Light Talisman, Level 2, a sun-based attack talisman that fires a beam of divine light at enemies, with incredible speed that makes it difficult for them to evade. However, it is only effective against malevolent or dark entities. The range extends to 1,000 meters. A talisman with a targeted attack capability against darkness. Could it be used for exorcism? Currently, it seemed of little use. But perhaps in the future, it could be employed against dark mages. The third, Concealment Talisman, level 2, which allows the bearer to obscure their presence for a brief period, making it challenging for enemies to detect them. However, it only diminishes their energy signature rather than completely hiding it. Richard was delighted to discover a talisman that could render him nearly invisible. While it might not achieve absolute stealth, it would suffice. Knights have a limited range for sensing energy signatures, typically only within 3 meters for high-level silver knights. Only mages, with their formidable mental prowess, can sense energy over a broader range. But in this world, knights are the dominant force. The fourth, Mist Concealment Talisman, level 2, a water-based auxiliary talisman that can summon a veil of mist, forming a mist array that obscures vision and confounds direction. Capable of ensnaring or hindering foes within a range of 500 meters. This was yet another excellent item, and when combined with the Concealment Talisman, it promised to yield remarkable results, definitely worth trying in the future. The fifth, Star Talisman, Beginner, Non-Constructible, a star-themed divine symbol that, when activated, grants temporary access to the power of the stars, allowing for predictions of the future and the ability to navigate towards favorable outcomes while avoiding disasters. It can also predict the future of specific events or individuals, with the effectiveness of the prediction varying according to the magnitude of the event or the strength of the individual involved. The larger the event or the more powerful the individual, the less accurate the prediction becomes. Caution is advised against attempting to predict outcomes involving significantly stronger individuals or impactful events, lest it backfire upon the user. Another beginner-level talisman. One could easily surmise its formidable potential. However, after reading the description, Richard felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed akin to divination, fraught with uncertainty and prone to backlash, while the ability to navigate towards favorable outcomes could serve as a warning for oneself. Care must be taken to avoid self-sabotage. The final talisman, Minor Teleportation Talisman, no level, non-constructible, a space-based auxiliary divine symbol that allows the user to instantaneously teleport up to 10 kilometers away, bypassing any obstacles. However, it can only be used 3 times per day. Upon seeing this last minor teleportation talisman, Richard was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. This was a space divine symbol, undeniably extraordinary. Although it may be utilized only thrice daily, that still amounts to a staggering 30 kilometers. This implies that as long as one refrains from provoking legendary entities, the other formidable knights and grand sorcerers may not be able to impede one's path. Regrettably, it can only be employed for personal use and cannot be fashioned into a beast skin talisman. Upon comprehending the 6 new divine symbols, Richard opened his eyes wide, reflecting on the newfound powers he had acquired. Particularly intrigued by the minor teleportation symbol, he could not resist testing it. And before he could fully grasp the situation, he found himself in Lime Village, situated to the north of Silver Moon City. Richard's sudden appearance startled the village chief, Boar, who promptly rushed over to pay his respects to the Lord. However, Richard merely glanced at him before vanishing once again, leaving Boar utterly astonished, which resulted in him lying down in shock for half a month before recovering. After utilizing the minor teleportation symbol once more, Richard returned to the training room on the back mountain, secretly praising its miraculous capabilities. Suddenly, Roland arrived to report that Butler Charlie had sent an eagle message from Wolfsand City. Richard took the message and quickly perused it, discovering that a group of approximately 100 individuals had appeared in the southern region of Wolfsand territory, suspected to be a small trading caravan. Upon reading Charlie's letter, Richard promptly resolved to head to Wolfsand territory to observe the caravan. If it were a caravan from the Sapphire faction, he would explore potential opportunities for collaboration to establish a reliable external information channel. That very day, Richard soared to Wolfsand City, making his way directly to the newly constructed administrative building of the Lord's Manor, a 3-story office building where all officials of Wolfsand City conducted their business. Facilitating communication and cooperation, the original Wolfsand Castle was reserved for Richard, symbolizing the Lord's authority, a privilege no one else dared to claim. As Richard approached the entrance, he spotted Charlie emerging to greet him. exclaiming, "Young master, how did you arrive so swiftly? I was just about to send you another eagle message." Richard smiled and replied, "Well, I happen to be rather free, so I came to check upon your message. Have you managed to gather any information?" Charlie promptly responded, "Yes, young master, it has been confirmed that it is indeed a trading caravan, and a powerful one at that. The leader of the caravan is currently in the reception room upstairs." Upon learning that it was indeed a trading caravan that had arrived, Richard prepared to ascend and discuss business with them. He was not overly concerned about their background, as long as they were not affiliated with the Kingdom of Ron. As he walked, he inquired, "Oh, what is their background?" Noticing Richard heading upstairs, Charlie quickly followed and gravely replied, "Young master, it is a caravan from the Tulip Trading Association." Upon hearing the name of the Tulip Trading Association, Richard halted in his tracks and turned to confirm, "Tulip, the third largest trading association that spans the continent." Indeed, it is the very same Tulip Trading Association, although this small caravan is affiliated with the Sapphire branch. Charlie affirmed. The realization that it was indeed the massive Tulip Trading Association, albeit only representatives from the branch, astonished Richard. He pondered how they had come to this desolate land of chaos, where there was little profit to be had. Such a trivial sum would hardly catch the attention of such a grand trading organization. He continued to inquire, "Who exactly has come from the branch? Have you discerned their purpose for being here?" Charlie shook his head, stating, "It is a very young lady who has arrived, but we have yet to discuss her identity and intentions." "I see. Well then, let us proceed. Take me to meet this lady from the Trading Association." Richard instructed. It seemed that the other party had just arrived, and since Charlie had not yet begun negotiations with them, Richard refrained from further questioning, trusting that he would find out soon enough. Upon entering the reception room, Richard beheld a stunning lady clad in a form-fitting black gown, her tall figure accentuated by cascading golden curls. Her bright eyes sparkling with brilliance, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Despite having encountered countless alluring women over the internet, he was nonetheless captivated by the exquisite blend of beauty, sensuality, elegance, and nobility that she embodied. Fortunately, Richard possessed remarkable composure. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his demeanor and politely greeted, "Greetings, beautiful lady. I am the new lord of this territory, Baron Richard Don Quixote." The leader of the Sapphire branch responded with equal grace and courtesy. "Esteemed Baron Richard, greetings. I am Angelus Tulip, the head of the Sapphire branch of the Tulip family." Richard was taken aback upon realizing that this enchanting lady was a member of the Tulip family and the branch leader at that. Truly a significant figure. Likely on par with the Earl of the Great Bear, he found it curious that she had come all the way here and was treating him, a mere baron, with such respect. However, Richard maintained his composure and said, "Lady Angelus, it is impressive that you have risen to the position of branch leader at such a young age. Oh, I must apologize. It is quite improper to stand while conversing. Please have a seat." Upon receiving Richard's invitation, Angelus smiled and graciously thanked him before taking her seat. Yet internally, she was somewhat astonished, reflecting that this young baron from the border was rather extraordinary. He had neither been intimidated by her status, nor had he attempted to curry favor with her. He was indeed an intriguing individual. She then complimented Richard, saying, "I am not nearly as formidable as you claim, Baron. I merely have the trust of my elders. You, however, are truly remarkable. A genius sorcerer at the tender age of 14, who, in times of crisis, inherited your title and vanquished a formidable neighbor. That is truly impressive." The fact that she had investigated him caught Richard's attention, and he narrowed his eyes at Angelus, responding flatly, "One must do what is necessary for survival." Seeing the look in Richard's eyes and the calmness of his words, Angelus opted to remain silent. Noticing her lack of further inquiries, Richard decided to skip the customary probing of such an important figure and directly asked, "Lady Angelus, may I inquire whether your caravan has come to engage in trade with the Wolfsand family?" Angelus did not take offense at Richard's straightforward question, instead responding honestly, "You are correct. Baron, I have indeed brought my caravan here for the purpose of conducting a trade with the Wolfsand family, only to find that they have already been vanquished by you." Realizing that this lady had genuinely come seeking the old Wolfsand, Richard couldn't help but think that the old Wolfsand had quite an extensive network, so much so that even the Tulip Trading Association had come to negotiate directly. he wondered if they were here to cause trouble. Therefore, he cautiously replied, "I must apologize, but the Wolf Sand family no longer exists here. It seems that you might have come in vain." Recognizing the caution in Richard's tone, Angelus immediately clarified, "Baron, you misunderstand. We have no particular ties to the Wolf Sand family. We merely heard that Baron Sand possessed something I require, which is why I made the journey for trade." Upon hearing this, Richard felt significantly relieved and adopted a more cordial demeanor, saying, "Ah, I see. May I ask what it is you seek? Perhaps I could be of assistance." Angelus did not hesitate to reveal that the item she sought might indeed be in Richard's possession, stating directly, "It is a very special black stone." The mention of a special black stone startled Richard internally, as he realized it was none other than the mysterious stone from the old Wolf Sand's ring, a matter he had yet to fully uncover. He had not anticipated that this lady was searching for it. Therefore, he probed further. "A black stone? What exactly is it? Would you be able to elaborate?" Angelus, aware of Richard's curiosity, did not mind sharing the information. As the stone would be of little use to others, she explained, "It is a type of energy stone belonging to the shadow category, originating from the depths of darkness, known as shadow stone. Although it is quite rare, it is only useful to shadow sorcerers and shadow beasts. Others cannot utilize it at all. If you happen to possess it, I would be willing to purchase it at a fair price." Upon hearing the term shadow stone, Richard was evidently taken aback, to the extent that he missed the subsequent words spoken by Angelus. Internally, he mused, "So, it is indeed the shadow stone. What a remarkable coincidence. I have just recruited a shadow assassin. And now I come across the shadow stone. Am I fortunate, or is that fellow Lox's simply lucky? I wonder what level of mastery this stone might enable Lox's to achieve. I must inquire with him soon. If this can help the shadow assassin hone his skills, he could become a formidable weapon in the future." Seeing Richard lost in thought, Angelus deduced that the shadow stone was indeed in his possession. Rather than disturb him, she refrained from interrupting his contemplation. When Richard finally returned to the present, he found Angelus smiling at him, which caused him to feel somewhat awkward. He hastily explained, "Ah, I sincerely apologize. Lady, I was momentarily distracted by other thoughts." Upon hearing such a perfunctory explanation, although Angelus felt dissatisfied, she did not reveal her discontent. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "Then the shadow stone must be in your possession. My lord, I am willing to offer 4 fighting potions in exchange for the shadow stone. Surely, that price would be to your satisfaction." Upon hearing about the 4 fighting potions, Richard's interest was piqued. After all, that represented 4 novice silver knights, which would be particularly beneficial since young Charlie and his companions had recently reached the pinnacle of bronze knights and could put them to use immediately. However, the shadow stone was linked to the extraordinary profession of dark assassins. Thus, Richard preferred to assess the situation further before proceeding. He replied, "It seems, my lady, that you are not a dark mage. Why would you journey so far to acquire this shadow stone?" Seeing Richard so candidly change the subject, Angelus felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Did this young man think he could negotiate for a better price? Truly, he was rather unaware of his own limitations. With a stern tone, she retorted, "What? Are you attempting to raise the price, my lord?" "Humph. You may be mistaken. I merely intend to use it to attract a particular type of dark magical beast. This shadow stone holds great allure for such creatures. What I truly seek is a mid-tier pinnacle human-faced demon spider. Therefore, you would do well to consider this carefully, as the shadow stone holds no value for you. Acquiring 4 fighting potions would already be a profit for you." What a delightful surprise. More news of dark magical beasts. Loxes, oh Loxes, you are truly on the verge of greatness. Noticing Richard's sudden daze, Angelus furrowed her brows and called out, "Baron Richard, are you attempting to provoke the Tulip Trading Company?" Richard was startled by her sudden accusation and quickly clarified, No, my lady, you have misunderstood. I merely happen to need a dark magical beast as well. However, I have had no leads until now, and when I heard you mention the human-faced demon spider." Upon hearing such an explanation, Angelus's expression softened slightly. "Oh, you too require a dark magical beast. Yet you do not seem to be a dark mage. What would you need such a creature for?" Richard had already prepared a plausible answer for this inquiry. He calmly responded, "I possess several dark spells and have long harbored the intention to practice them. but have yet to make any progress. Seeing Richard respond so naturally, Angelus began to believe him, deciding not to press further. She returned to the original topic. So, what is your stance? Are you unwilling to sell it to me? Richard knew he could not afford to offend the Tulip Trading Company. After all, they were immensely powerful, and he sought their favor. Therefore, he smiled and explained, since you have no need for the Shadow Stone, there is no obligation for you to purchase it. I would be willing to lend it to you. However, Angelus, being astute, immediately discerned Richard's intentions and called him out directly. What you mean is that you wish to use the Shadow Stone to lure the human-faced demon spider, while I do the hunting. And then we split the spoils, correct? Ah, ha, my lady, what a splendid idea, Richard shamelessly replied. Humph, do not underestimate the situation. The human-faced demon spider is not only powerful, but also highly venomous. Hunting it is no simple task. And you expect to share the spoils? Richard was genuinely unaware of this fact, prompting him to propose an alternative plan. I truly did not know that. I did not intend to take advantage of you. Humph, speak properly. Who is taking advantage here? Ah, oh no, I did not mean to imply that I intended to take advantage of your esteemed company, that we could consider a different arrangement, since you are aware of the human-faced demon spider's location. There must be more than one, correct? How many do you need? There are indeed several, and I only require 2. Why do you ask? 2, you say? That is not an excessive number. My proposal is this. I will use a Shadow Stone to lure the human-faced demon spider. While you hunt the 2 you require, as for the one I need, I shall hunt it myself. What do you think? This arrangement should not disadvantage you, my lady. Upon hearing Richard's new proposal, Angelus regarded him with curiosity. Pondering, with your abilities, are you certain you can successfully hunt a human-faced demon spider? Do not call for help when the time comes. Her words were clearly a challenge to his capabilities, which he chose to ignore. Resolving to show her his true prowess in the future, Richard feigned indifference, saying, you need only focus on hunting your demon spiders. If you hear me calling for help, simply disregard it. Observing Richard's confidence, Angelus found herself increasingly intrigued by this young baron from the frontier. She eventually acquiesced, stating, very well, you said it yourself, I will not have the excess strength to rescue you when the time comes. However, this arrangement seems to benefit me more. Here is what I propose. I will pay you 500 gold coins or offer 1 fighting potion. You may choose upon hearing the offer of compensation. Richard initially contemplated being magnanimous. However, upon hearing the mention of the fighting potion, he immediately nodded, saying, thank you, my lady. Additionally, may I inquire how many fighting potions you possess? Do you have any radiant potions available for purchase? Hearing Richard's continued interest in purchasing fighting potions, Angelus couldn't help but marvel at the young man's apparent wealth. When had a commoner from the Chaos territory become so affluent, it was rare for them to even afford magic crystals. After consulting with an elderly steward beside her, who was dressed as a butler, she returned to Richard, saying, currently, I have no radiant potions, but I brought 4 fighting potions for trade. I can offer you the remaining 3 at a discounted price of 450 gold coins each. How does that sound? This is the most competitive price across the continent. Upon hearing that 3 additional potions were available at a discount, Richard quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, my lady, that I will take all 3. With the transaction settled, Angelus inquired, when do you plan to depart? The human-faced demon spider resides in the small magical beast mountains to the northwest, that I cannot remain in this chaotic territory for too long. Richard thought for a moment before replying, I need to arrange matters within my territory. Would you mind waiting for 3 days? 3 days? That is acceptable. With that, she promptly stood and departed, instructing Richard to find her at a camp located 50 kilometers south of Sandwolf City in 3 days. As for the fighting potions, she could send someone to retrieve them from the camp immediately. Watching Angelus leave, Richard let out a wry smile. Clearly, she looked down upon his humble abode. Yet it mattered not. He was a man of divine symbols and would eventually become an undeniable presence. He then instructed Feast to accompany them to collect the fighting potions. After bidding farewell to Angelus, old Charlie couldn't contain his concern and asked, young master, are you truly going to the small magical beast mountains? They are teeming with silver-tier magical beasts, not to mention several high-tier ones that IT is exceedingly dangerous. Richard reassured old Charlie, do not worry. Grandpa Charlie, I am well aware of the risks and would never gamble with my life. Besides, I currently possess the ability to teleport up to 10 kilometers. Self-preservation is not a concern. However, young master, why pursue the human-faced demon spider? Its hide cannot be used for crafting magic scrolls. Why not simply sell the Shadow Stone to them? Old Charlie continued to press. It seemed Old Charlie remained unconvinced about Richard's venture into the small magical beast mountains. Prompting Richard to patiently explain, Grandpa Charlie, the reason I do not intend to sell the Shadow Stone directly is that I want to collaborate with them for two primary reasons. First, we need the Shadow Stone ourselves. Do you remember the condemned prisoner Loxes who helped me test my new magic? His full name is Loxes Morgan, a descendant of the Shadow Assassin family, and he has already awakened the legacy of the Shadow Assassin. You may not have heard of this extraordinary profession, but it is one of the few that could reach legendary status in ancient times. I wish to cultivate Loxes. He may very well become a sharp sword for my Silvermoon family in the future. However, the cultivation of this extraordinary profession is quite challenging, requiring exceedingly rare shadow stones and dark magical beast cores. This is the reason I need to retain the Shadow Stone and hunt the human-faced demon spider. Old Charlie gasped. An ancient legendary profession. That is indeed worth nurturing. Richard continued. The second reason is that I wish to collaborate with Angelus to establish a stable channel for external information. However, she currently looks down upon us. So we need to demonstrate our strength. After hearing Richard's detailed explanation, Old Charlie understood, saying, I see now. The young master truly has a thoughtful plan. It seems I am indeed growing old. Richard laughed heartily. How could Grandpa Charlie be old? This territory still relies on you. Do not even think about retirement. Haha. Old Charlie chuckled and then asked, how many people do you plan to take to the small magical beast mountains? The human-faced demon spider is indeed formidable. The Tulip Trading Company seemed to have brought many experts. That butler was likely a pinnacle silver knight, and the other 4 guards were also novice silver knights. This matter is still under contemplation by Richard. Although the knights in the territory are numerous enough to safeguard it, they are merely sufficient for defense. However, dispatching a sufficiently formidable expeditionary force proves to be quite challenging. Thus, he remarked, I have yet to finalize my thoughts on this, which is why I suggested departing in 3 days. Very well, Grandpa Charlie. Please retrieve Kent and his companions so we may deliberate on how to allocate our manpower. Old Charlie nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed prudent to summon Kent and his group back first. He promptly set out to the Windfall Mountains in the west of Sandwolf City to locate Kent and his band, who were engaged in the eradication of bandits. That moment, Kent had nearly eliminated the bandits in the Windfall Mountains, with only one group remaining. Upon seeing Old Charlie and learning the reason for his visit, he immediately abandoned the pursuit and returned to Sandwolf City alongside Old Charlie. Kent felt a twinge of regret that the bandits in the southern Stone Mountain range remained unvanquished, pondering that by the time he returned, they would likely have fled. After waiting for Feist to return, Richard hurried back to Silvermoon City with 4 potions of Huading. He needed to confer with Loxes regarding the information about the Shadow Stone and the human-faced demon spider. In the parlor of the former small castle in Silvermoon City, Richard observed the reserved Loxes and spoke. Loxes, how has your training with the Awakened Legacy been progressing? Your Excellency, I have achieved the entry level of the training, and my skills in stealth and assassination have reached an exceptional standard. I am now fully confident in my ability to eliminate peak night attendants, Loxes replied. Richard furrowed his brow. Is that so? How did you attain such prowess? Surely, you haven't resorted to killing within the city. Loxes hastily clarified. No, my lord, you misunderstand. I would never dare commit murder within the city. I have honed my abilities by assassinating those bandits in the western Zyko Mountains. Upon hearing Loxes' explanation, Richard recalled Kent's remarks during their previous campaign against the Zyko bandits, realizing, that explains it. And oh wonder, Kent mentioned that the bandits from Zyko were exceedingly vigilant. They must have been frightened by you. Pleased with Loxes' progress, Richard produced the Shadow Stone and said, Here, Loxes, allow me to show you this fine object. See if you recognize it. Loxes approached with curiosity and immediately exclaimed, The Shadow Stone? My lord, this is a mid-level Shadow Stone. How did you come by it? Richard mused that indeed, The legacy of the Shadow Assassin must contain information about the Shadow Stone, but he then inquired, what does a mid-level Shadow Stone signify? To what extent can it enhance your training? Loxes responded with excitement. According to the information in my legacy regarding the Shadow Stones, this one is a mid-level stone, which can be utilized to advance to the Master-level Assassin. The low-level stones are for progressing to the Grandmaster level, while the high-level stones are for attaining the Legendary level. Richard was taken aback to think it could facilitate a breakthrough to the Golden level. What a delightful surprise. He then continued, are you familiar with the human-faced demon spider? Yes, it is one of the dark beasts used for an assassin's advancement, that M.Y. Lord. Do you possess one? Loxes replied, confirming that the human-faced demon spider was indeed a material for advancing assassins. Richard stated, Loxes, you guessed correctly. I can also acquire the human-faced demon spider. This means I have all the resources necessary for you to reach the master-level assassin. Whether you can attain that level now depends on your own efforts. Loxes immediately knelt, his eyes glistening with emotion, and proclaimed, thank you, my lord, for your guidance. I will undoubtedly reach the master level and will never betray your trust. Observing Loxes on his knees, Richard helped him to his feet and encouraged him. Excellent. This confidence is precisely what you need. Return now and await my further instructions that I will need the Shadow Stone to hunt the human-faced demon spider, and once I obtain its core, I shall present it to you. After sending Loxes on his way, Richard flew back to Sandwolf City. I could see that moment. Kent, Clay, and Old Charlie had already left the main force and returned to Sandwolf City ahead of schedule in the conference room of the Lord's Mansion. Richard sat opposite the 3 Silver Knights and remarked, Grandpa Charlie must have already informed you on the way here. The reason for my urgency in summoning you back is that we need to embark on a mission to the Small Monster Mountain Range in 3 days to hunt the peak intermediate level human-faced demon spider. Understood, my lord. Please issue your orders, the 2 knights replied. For this expedition to the Small Monster Mountain Range, I intend to take the 3 of you Silver Knights along with 4 Peak Bronze Knights from young Charlie's team, while the remaining knights will stay behind to guard the territory. Richard concluded that this was the optimal plan. However, upon hearing that Richard intended to deploy all of the territory's elite forces, Old Charlie immediately objected. Young master, what will happen to the territory if all 7 of us depart? Though the bandits have been eliminated, there are still the orc clans to contend with. Richard understood that without silver-level forces to guard the territory, it would be exceedingly perilous. Yet he could not conceive of any better alternatives. Lamenting, the Small Monster Mountain Range is rife with silver-level monsters, and we could encounter them at any moment, and with only 2 Bronze Knight squads. We cannot afford to send them all. Taking just 1 squad would become a liability. It is far more prudent to leave everyone behind to safeguard the territory. Thus, both territories can allocate around 10 Bronze Knights and over 20 knight attendants to defend the city, supplemented by ample silver-level scrolls for fortification. After hearing Richard's analysis, the others felt it was still somewhat risky, yet no better options appeared. Kent, noticing their distressed expressions, timidly suggested, actually, there remains a silver-level force within the territory. The 3 turned to Kent in confusion, questioning what silver-level force could possibly remain at M.Y. Lord. Did you not heal Sophia? She is a mid-level mage, Kent directly stated, observing their bewildered expressions upon hearing Sophia's name. Richard slammed his hand on the table, rising in excitement. Indeed, we still have Sophia. With a mid-level mage to protect us, we have nothing to fear. Kent, why didn't you mention this sooner? Richard continued, with Sophia on our side. There are no issues. Let us have her remain in Sandwolf City. However, if Silvermoon City sends a distress signal, she must use a flight scroll to provide assistance immediately. Kent, you are to inform Sophia at once. Kent promptly accepted the command and returned to find Sophia. Richard then turned to Old Charlie, saying, Grandpa Charlie, please begin allocating the knights and attendants who will stay behind. They must be prepared to take their posts within the next 2 days. Old Charlie rose to comply and left to organize the knights. Richard then inquired of Clay about the situation in the Zyko Mountains and Windfall Mountains. Clay detailed the circumstances of both locations, and Richard found the outcome satisfactory. The 2 areas combined had yielded approximately 1,000 serfs, adding to the 2,000 serfs from the previous Black Forest Mountain group, which was sufficient to cultivate wasteland and construct outer city walls. Once relations were established with the Tulip Merchant Guild, he could procure more serfs from them the following year, particularly those with skills which were in high demand in the Silver Moon territory in the following 2 days. Richard meticulously arranged all affairs across both territories. He even made a point of bringing the Wind Rider King Kaka and its 7 wives to Sandwolf City, as Richard intended to ride the magical beast Kaka for the upcoming journey to the small Monster Mountain range, both to enhance his presence and bolster his strength. On the morning of the 3rd day, Richard rode Kaka and accompanied Old Charlie to Angelus's camp, where her subordinates were busy tidying up the campsite in preparation for departure. Noticing that Richard had only brought 7 individuals, Angelus approached with a teasing remark. "Lord Richard, are you really planning to bring just this few? We won't be able to hunt the human-faced demon spider with so little." Richard, unfazed, casually replied, "It cannot be helped. This is all I can manage, as the territory requires personnel as well as for hunting the human-faced demon spider. One must attempt it to know the outcome. Since you say so, let us depart then, striving to reach our destination by nightfall," Angelus stated, somewhat dissatisfied with Richard's demeanor, and turned to gather her team for the journey. As Angelus walked away, Old Charlie leaned in and whispered, "Young master, there is 100-strong bronze knight contingent here. This is no merchant caravan. It is clearly an elite army. Moreover, each of them has 3 mounts, indicating they're prepared for a long trek. There are also 12 silver knights among them, 3 of whom are high-ranking, along with the steward, who is a peak silver knight. The silver knights are mounted on magical iron-horn horses. Their strength is formidable, and we must tread carefully." Richard also noticed that the individual accompanying Angelus was indeed formidable, and it was no wonder he looked down upon himself. However, in response to Old Charlie's reminder, Richard reassured him that while their strength was indeed impressive, there was no need for excessive concern. That he speculated that such a large merchant guild would likely regard their modest resources with disdain, and engaging with them could potentially tarnish their own reputation. Old Charlie pondered this and agreed. A guild that ranked 3rd across the continent required not only strength, but also a solid reputation. In truth, Richard had no intention of risking his life to gamble on another's character. He simply held a trump card, his star symbols for warning. As long as they harbored any hostility or murderous intent, Richard would be able to sense it immediately. At that point, he could swiftly lead everyone away. As for any attempts to invade his territory, he welcomed the challenge. Upon witnessing Angelus set off, Richard promptly followed suit with his companions. Leading the way, Angelus turned to glance at Richard and the others trailing behind, then inquired of her steward, Grandpa James, "Are those steeds ridden by that young baron all wind chaser beasts?" The steward named James replied, "Indeed, miss, and it is highly likely that the baron is riding the wind chaser beast king." Angelus expressed surprise, realizing they had captured an entire herd. What extraordinary luck! The beast king could breed wind chaser beasts. "Should we?" she began, but James shook his head. "Miss, we are a merchant guild. It would be unwise to entertain such thoughts. However, we could seek cooperation with him later. After all, with the resources of a baron from the Chaos territory, he cannot cultivate a herd of wind chaser beasts on a large scale." Angelus acknowledged this and decided not to dwell on it further, quickening her pace. Meanwhile, Richard felt a fleeting sense of hostility from behind, almost prompting him to signal the group to flee. Yet, the feeling dissipated as quickly as it had arisen, leaving Richard puzzled. Could it be that the star symbol malfunctioned? How utterly unreliable, he thought, vowing to remain cautious. The Little Monster Mountain range lay 600 kilometers northwest of Silver Moon territory, a small extension of the true Monster Mountain range, stretching 800 kilometers beyond the Little Monster Mountain range. Another 1,000 kilometers northward, one would reach the northernmost segment of the Monster Mountain range, which separated the Chaos territory from the Orc grasslands. As midnight approached, the group finally arrived near the Little Monster Mountain range. After a relentless journey spanning several hours, everyone was utterly exhausted. Upon finding a suitable spot, Angelus set up camp to rest, preparing to venture into the mountains at dawn. The break of day. Richard was awakened by the clamor outside his tent. Opening his eyes, he thought, "Haven't we arrived? Why rise so early? The magic spiders won't run away." Despite his irritation, he got up, Upon exiting the tent, he noticed old Charlie and Kent standing guard around him, while Angelus was enjoying breakfast not far away. Upon spotting Richard, Angelus cheerfully called out, "Lord Richard, you rise so early. Would you care to join us for breakfast?" Ignoring the subtle sarcasm in Angelus's invitation, Richard approached her table and replied nonchalantly, "Good morning, milady. Your breakfast appears quite sumptuous. I shall not be polite." With that, he seated himself across from Angelus and began to indulge in the lavish spread. Angelus, taken aback by Richard's audacity, paused her meal and remarked, "Are you truly a noble mage? I have never encountered a noble with such a thick skin." Richard looked up, feigning surprise. "Oh, but did you not invite me to dine with you?" "Well, you may continue your meal," she retorted. Angelus's refined upbringing rendered her unable to counter Richard's blatant disregard, forcing her to silently watch him finish his breakfast. Once Richard had concluded his meal, he graciously expressed his gratitude. Noticing he was done, Angelus inquired, "Lord Richard, it seems your steeds are all wind chaser beasts. Yours perhaps the Beast King?" Richard was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether she was attempting to negotiate. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Is there an issue with my magical steed?" Realizing Richard was on guard, Angelus clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. Lord Richard, I have no intention of robbing you of your magical steed. Rest assured, our guild conducts business and would not engage in actions detrimental to our reputation. I merely wish to ascertain if it is indeed the Beast King, as I would like to propose a business deal." Reassured that it was not an outright theft, Richard relaxed slightly and inquired, "What sort of business? Would you be willing to sell me your magical steed?" She replied, "Certainly, name your price. Not for sale." Angelus was rendered speechless, expressing her displeasure. "You, sir, are hardly a gentleman. Must you be so blunt? Where is your courtesy towards a lady?" She continued, "Moreover, keeping the Beast King serves little purpose for you. As a baron from the Chaos territory, you lack the means to cultivate a herd of magical steeds. The investment required is astronomical. Thus, it would be more beneficial for you to sell it to me, and I can guarantee a satisfactory price. Additionally, I could promise to gift you 12 wind chaser beasts once I cultivate a herd. What do you say?" This is a most advantageous offer. Richard's expression darkened at Angelus's business proposal. Advantageous, indeed. He mentally scoffed, fully aware of the challenges associated with breeding magical steed herds. However, with his inexhaustible supply of bronze talismans, he knew he could secure a market and would not lack for gold. Thus, he outright declined, unwilling to continue the discussion. "Milady, let us first hunt the man-faced magic spider in the mountains before discussing further. I shall return to prepare. Do inform me when we are ready to depart." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Watching Richard's retreating figure, Angelus clenched her fists, wishing she could unleash a flurry of wind blades to reduce this barbaric fellow to fragments. Grandpa James approached and asked, "Miss, what happened?" Did he refuse? Hearing James's voice, Angelus regained her composure and replied slowly, "Indeed, this fellow couldn't even be bothered to negotiate. He simply turned me down outright. I almost wished to seize it by force." James, surprised by Richard's blunt refusal, nonetheless dismissed it, reassuring Angelus, "Very well, miss, let this matter rest for now. His refusal indicates your offer was too low. Let us focus on our primary objective and discuss further when we return." Reluctantly, Angelus nodded in agreement and called for the others to prepare for departure. Meanwhile, Richard was making his way back, sweating profusely. From the moment he turned to leave, the star symbols began to issue intermittent warnings. One moment he felt a slight hostility. The next it intensified, causing Richard to break into a cold sweat, ready to take flight at the first hint of lethal intent. Fortunately, the warnings from the star symbols suddenly ceased, prompting Richard to breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat from his brow. Old Charlie, observing his distress, inquired with concern, "Young master, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine. Let us gather everyone and prepare to set off." After saying this, he mounted Kaka and followed Angelus and the others into the Little Monster Mountain Range. The group entered the Little Monster Mountain Range. They traveled for nearly half a day. Angelus led them through a labyrinthine path, causing Richard to feel increasingly lost. He eventually asked her for clarification, to which she simply replied, "Just follow me." She then ignored him entirely. Richard felt exasperated, thinking, this woman truly holds a grudge. Yet he had no choice but to follow along. Suddenly, as they reached a valley, Richard's brow furrowed. His star symbols were incessantly issuing warnings. The further they ventured toward the valley, the stronger the warnings grew. Just as Angelus was about to lead everyone into the valley, Richard urgently called out to her, "Wait a moment, Lady Angelus. Is your route meant to pass through this valley?" Angelus glanced at Richard with mild irritation and replied, "Yes, this is a route that our merchant convoy painstakingly discovered is safe. Is their problem?" This time, Richard refrained from becoming angry or arguing. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "Yes, milady, I sense something amiss in this valley." "When was this route last scouted?" Angelus was about to retort when James, standing nearby, intervened. He recognized the seriousness in Richard's demeanor, which suggested he was not joking, and said, "Lord Baron Richard, this route was scouted a year ago." "Did you notice something?" "A year ago, while it is generally true that a formidable beast like the Warcraft may not relocate for a decade or more, one can never be certain of the misfortunes that may befall one's group. Thus, I declared, indeed, I sense danger. There must be something terrifying lurking within the valley." James furrowed his brow as he gazed into the valley, while Angelique scoffed dismissively, "Ha! I believe it is you who is afraid. At this distance, even I, a high-level mage specializing in wind magic, cannot detect anything. How could you possibly sense it? Are you a grand sorcerer?" Upon hearing the mention of a high-level mage, Richard was taken aback, surprised that this woman possessed such prowess. After observing for a moment, James affirmed Richard's assessment. "Something is amiss, my lady. Baron Richard here likely has not misjudged. Do you not find this valley unusually quiet? There are no low-level magical beasts in the vicinity, which is indeed abnormal. Typically, only exceptionally powerful creatures would render the area so silent." After considering James's words, Angelique glanced around and realized he was correct. She then inquired, "What should we do now? Should we change our course?" James immediately opposed. "No. Altering our route would introduce even greater uncertainties. If we inadvertently enter the territory of a high-level beast, it would be disastrous. Let us first ascertain what kind of creature resides within. You all retreat for now, and I shall stealthily investigate." Angelique expressed her concerns. "It is too dangerous to go alone. Allow me to accompany you." Without a moment's hesitation, James firmly declined. Just as Angelique was about to protest further, Richard interjected, "Let Lord James proceed. His strength is the greatest, and he should be safe to die." However, before Richard could finish his thought, Angelique interrupted him with indignation. "Humph! You speak so easily. Why don't you go yourself?" Richard, rendered speechless, observed that while Angelique initially appeared quite elegant, her demeanor had now become rather unrefined. Choosing to disregard her, he handed James a feathered spirit talisman, saying, "Lord James, this is a flight scroll that allows approximately 20 minutes of flight. Should you sense danger, shatter it immediately and return to us." "Flight scroll." Both Angelique and James exclaimed in unison. Just as James was about to refuse the scroll, Richard urged, "Hurry, Lord James, do not waste time. I do not wish to spend the night here." With a smile, James accepted the talisman and instructed everyone to retreat to the opposite side of the forest while he cautiously advanced toward the valley. The group, now at a safe distance, waited anxiously, and at that moment, Angelique's gaze towards Richard had softened considerably, though her tone remained indifferent. "Thank you for the flight scroll. I shall repay you later. Just let me know what you need to—" As Richard was about to respond with a polite remark, a fierce roar from the valley abruptly interrupted him. Angelique exclaimed, "Indeed, there is a magical beast. It is a tyrant bear, a peak intermediate-level creature." Upon hearing the roar of the tyrant bear, Angelique commanded the knight brigade to form ranks and prepare for battle. Richard noted that they were currently in an open area, ideal for a well-structured knight brigade to engage in combat. The tyrant bear, being of the earth element, possessed formidable defensive capabilities but was notably lacking in speed and agility. Therefore, the strategy involved luring the beast out of the valley to encircle and gradually wear it down. However, if the knight brigade charged into the valley, the losses could be catastrophic. He immediately halted Angelique's preparations to charge in, saying, "Wait, do not enter just yet. The valley's terrain is too narrow for a cavalry assault. Let Lord James draw it out before we strike." Uncertain whether it was Richard's prior warning about the danger or something the knight captain beside her had said, Angelique chose not to contest Richard's words. Instead, she turned and asked, "What if the tyrant bear does not come out? With its defensive strength, it will be difficult for Lord James to hold out for long." Richard pondered for a moment and replied, "You are correct. Though he has the flight talisman, Lord James can escape at any time. However, if the tyrant bear remains within the valley, it could pose a problem." He gestured toward a nearby grove. "Lady, please lead your men into that grove for safety. I will go in and help Lord James drive the beast out. Once it is out, you can lead the others to encircle and eliminate it." Angelique was taken aback by Richard's intention to assist, but she protested, "You assisting? No, your magical prowess is likely not as high as mine. You would only hinder Lord James." Richard chuckled, "Do not worry. I will not be a burden to Lord James. Now, quickly take your men and hide." With that, he did not afford Angelique another opportunity to speak, for her tone was rather disagreeable. He leaped into the air, soaring towards the valley, and as he departed, he called back to old Charlie. "Charlie, make sure you all hide. Do not engage in the battle." As he took flight, Angelique watched in astonishment, wondering how he had managed to soar into the sky without using the scroll. Nevertheless, she followed his instructions and swiftly took her men into the forest. When Richard reached the sky above the valley, he found the battle below to be intensely fierce. Gazing at the massive form of the tyrant bear, towering at 5 or 6 meters, Richard was awestruck. This was the first time he had encountered such a colossal magical beast. The previously encountered high-level Gale Wolf was merely 3 or 4 meters tall, and standing before the tyrant bear would render it a mere child in comparison. Meanwhile, it was evident that Lord James was indeed powerful. Even Kent, who had temporarily reached his peak, would likely not be his equal. James had probably been a peak silver knight for quite some time, and Richard wondered why he had yet to advance to a golden knight, just as Richard was contemplating the strengths of both sides. The battling tyrant bear suddenly spotted him in the air. With a mighty swing, it knocked James back and roared furiously at Richard, the sound reverberating as though it might rupture his eardrums. Then, it seized a massive boulder and hurled it at Richard with tremendous force, the stone soaring through the air like a cannonball, a testament to the tyrant bear's immense strength. Realizing the impending danger as the tyrant bear lifted the stone, Richard attempted to ascend quickly, but it was too late. As the boulder hurtled towards him, Richard's heart raced, and he raised his hand to conjure an Ice Talisman, followed by a Wind Talisman. The two talismans successfully slowed the stone's velocity just enough for Richard to gain sufficient altitude. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he thought, "What kind of strength is this? It is utterly extraordinary. How has Lord James managed to withstand it for so long?" Meanwhile, James, noticing Richard for the first time as the boulder was thrown, attempted to intervene but realized it was too late. Seeing Richard unharmed, he turned to escape towards the valley's mouth. However, the tyrant bear, noticing James's attempt to flee, charged at him once more. James had no choice but to turn and continue battling. Stabilizing himself, Richard called down, "Lord James, I will be using fire and ice magic to attack the tyrant bear shortly. Protect yourself, retreat as you fight, but do not rush. We will draw this beast out. Lady Angelique has set up an ambush outside, and we will encircle and eliminate it together once it is out." James, amidst the fierce battle, responded loudly, "No problem. Begin your attack. Do not worry about me." In truth, James had intended to lure the tyrant bear out, but he had underestimated its strength. He had attempted several times to escape toward the valley entrance, but found himself unable to break free. Even at its slowest pace, the tyrant bear was faster than he could outrun without a steed. Without Richard's timely support, he might have had to use the flight scroll to escape, encouraged by James's response. Richard began hurling fiery talismans downwards to prevent the chain reaction of explosions from affecting James. Richard aimed behind the tyrant bear. Suddenly engulfed by flames from behind, the beast was met with the force of the explosions. Though its defenses were formidable, it sustained minor injuries, and the shockwave knocked it to the ground. James, while not caught in the explosion, found himself surrounded by flames. Fortunately, he had maintained a protective aura throughout the battle, and as he beheld the tyrant bear sprawl before him, he marveled inwardly. This magic must possess high-level power. Richard truly just a young baron from this chaotic territory. At merely 14, he wields such magical prowess. He is indeed a prodigy. As he continued to flee, the tyrant bear, now thoroughly enraged, rose and began to unleash its fury upon Richard in the sky. Yet it could not even graze Richard, who deftly evaded its attacks that in its rage. The creature redirected its wrath back towards James, as Richard swiftly cast a frost spell behind James. A myriad of ice pillars arose to obstruct the tyrant bear, significantly slowing its pursuit. Before long, James burst forth from the valley, closely followed by the furious tyrant bear. Seeing that they had finally driven the beast out of the valley, Richard shouted once more to James, urging him to run towards the open ground ahead, where Angelus and the others were concealed in the nearby woods. Mounted on his iron-horned steed, James heeded Richard's command and galloped forward. While the relentless tyrant bear continued its chase in the woods beyond the valley, Angelus anxiously awaited the outcome, her gaze fixed on the valley's entrance. Suddenly, an explosion, distinct from the bear's roars, erupted from within, illuminating the sky with flames. Fire magic had been unleashed by Richard. Recognizing the fiery display as a sign of Richard's intervention, Angelus's heart raced, following a series of explosive sounds. The bear's roars grew even more ferocious, clearly enraged by the magical assault. Moments later, a silhouette emerged at the valley's mouth, and a smile blossomed on Angelus's face. James had finally made his appearance. But he was pursued by the towering tyrant bear. As James charged towards them atop his iron-horned steed, Angelus whispered urgently to Captain Rooney, instructing him to prepare the knights for battle. Once Lord James has passed, you must charge out and encircle the tyrant bear. Captain Rooney of the Knight Brigade responded affirmatively, "Yes, Lady Angelus." After issuing commands to her knights, Angelus turned to Richard's subordinates, advising them, "Since you are unaccustomed to coordinating with my Knight Brigade, please follow Lord Richard's orders and remain here. Moving out could cause us complications." Old Charlie promptly replied, "Understood, Lady Angelus. We shall wait here for Baron James." As James approached the open ground in front of everyone, Rooney led the knights, swords drawn and ready to charge, their steeds lowing restlessly. As a flurry of hooves thundered past, followed by the booming footsteps and enraged roars of the tyrant bear. Rooney bellowed, "Charge!" The knights surged forth from the woods like a razor-sharp sword. Before the bear could react, the 12 silver knights at the forefront unleashed holy beams from their iron-horned steeds, striking at the bear. Though these bronze-level light attacks could not inflict serious harm, the seasoned knights targeted the bear's forelegs, causing it to lose balance and tumble heavily forward, skidding across the ground. Dazed, the bear struggled to rise. But the 12 silver knights were upon it, splitting into 2 groups to cleave at the bear's hind legs, sending it crashing back to the ground. The entire Knight Brigade then divided into 2, crossing over from either side, relentless in their assault upon the bear's limbs, preventing it from regaining its footing. The enraged beast, sprawled on the ground, swiped at several bronze knights who dared to pass too close. But they were quickly subdued by the silver knights. Thus, the knights engaged in a series of relentless attacks, and despite the bear's formidable toughness, it sustained considerable injuries. Its limbs were a bloody mess, and numerous sword wounds marred its flanks, instilling a sense of fear in the beast. With a low growl, the surrounding earth elements began to stir, and a layer of earthen armor manifested upon the bear's body, its innate magical ability, a testament to its primal nature. However, this powerful innate spell, known as Earth Cover, came with a cost. Having invoked it, the bear would enter a state of weakness for a day, realizing it was time to escape. The bear prepared to flee as the earth elements surged. Rooney commanded the knights to spread out, confining the beast to the center. The bear's defenses had become extraordinarily formidable, rendering the bronze knights' attacks ineffective. At that moment, James, who had been lingering at the periphery, made his move as the bear barreled through several knights in an attempt to break free. James raised his longsword, its blade shimmering with the power of wind elements. This exceptional wind-attribute weapon was capable of cleaving through the bear's earthen armor. With a powerful swing, James struck at the bear's rear, inflicting a deep gash that left the creature grievously wounded. Realizing escape was futile, the enraged bear unleashed a primal roar. Its fury fully unleashed, intent on taking down its human adversaries. Yet the knights did not grant the bear such an opportunity. Silver knights circled around it, creating diversions, while James struck intermittently, wearing the beast down. After an arduous half-hour, the resilient tyrant bear was finally brought to its knees. From his vantage point above, Richard observed the battle with great interest. He had already sensed the bear's formidable strength and was astounded by the Knight Brigade's prowess, which had managed to force a peak silver-level beast to resort to its innate abilities in a desperate bid for survival, sustaining only minor injuries among their ranks. Although there had been an element of surprise, the achievement was nonetheless remarkable. It was evident that this brigade, with only 12 silver knights riding magical steeds, could have concluded the battle much sooner had they been fully mounted on magical creatures. This triumph solidified Richard's resolve to form an elite knight order. It was truly impressive as the battle came to a close. The bronze knights were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground in gasps, while the silver knights were not much better off, equally breathless. The only one still standing was the peak silver-level James, his pale complexion and rapid breaths betraying his own fatigue. Richard descended to the ground, instructing old Charlie and the others to spread out and remain vigilant, while he attended to the fires and ice barriers in the valley, ensuring a swift passage for their group. Quickly, Angelus rushed to James's side, administering a vial of revitalizing water and inquiring with concern, "Are you all right, Lord James?" After consuming the potion, James's color improved significantly, and his energy began to restore. He shook his head to reassure Angelus that he was fine, then turned to Rooney, commanding, "Hurry and administer diluted revitalizing water to the injured. This place is too perilous. We must leave at once." As the injured knights received their potions, James and Angelus approached the fallen tyrant bear, extracting its core and preparing the bear's gallbladder, paws, and hide for storage in their dimensional rings, leaving behind the excess meat. Having swiftly traversed the valley, they found themselves in an open area with a water source by midday. As the knights had not fully recovered their energy and their steeds needed rest, Angelus ordered a brief respite. Richard assumed the watch duty, as old Charlie and his men had not participated in the battle and required no rest. After Richard had organized the watch, James beckoned him over to share a meal. Richard accepted the invitation without hesitation. Once seated, James expressed his gratitude for Richard's earlier assistance, saying, "Thank you, Lord Richard. Without your timely help, it would have been quite challenging to lure the tyrant bear out for the ambush." Richard waved off the praise, replying, "You are too kind, Lord James. We are allies now. My involvement was only to be expected. Moreover, your knight brigade is truly commendable." After exchanging pleasantries, the two began to eat. Once everyone had finished their meal, Angelus suddenly spoke up, "Lord Richard, although the flight scroll you provided to Lord James was not utilized, I would like to retain it for dealing with the man-eating spider. May I purchase it for 500 gold coins?" "Oh, that is unnecessary. It was intended as a gift for Lord James," Richard replied. Although 500 gold coins are sufficient to purchase a Phaeton potion, Richard chose to be generous this time. Upon hearing this, Angelus did not hesitate to engage Richard further, inquiring about his previous flight, saying, "Your Excellency, Richard, it seems you did not utilize any scrolls during your earlier flight." Richard, upon hearing this question, immediately laughed and explained, "Ha, my lady, you would not think I am a grand sorcerer, would you? The truth is, you simply did not witness me using the scrolls. That is because I had them bound to my arms and calves. Since I have also mastered fighting energy, I can instantaneously shatter the bound scrolls with it." After saying this, Richard unleashed his bronze fighting energy, rolling up his sleeves to show them the beast skin talismans tied to his arms, a strategy he had long contemplated. "What? You are also cultivating knightly fighting energy?" Upon seeing Richard's bronze fighting energy, both were taken aback. After regaining her composure, Angelus cast a bewildered look at Richard and said, "You are courting death. Fortunately, you have only cultivated knightly fighting energy to the bronze level for now. Once you elevate to silver, your fighting energy seed and magic core will start a conflict. At best, you will become a dullard. At worst, you may perish on the spot." Richard was shocked by this sudden revelation and retorted, "Isn't it only supposed to delay a sorcerer's cultivation? How could it?" Angelus scoffed, That is a notion deliberately propagated by those noble families, intended to mislead prodigious sorcerers like yourself to AS for their motives. Well, one can only speculate. Richard was internally alarmed. It was indeed a cunning ploy by those noble families to ensnare the talented sorcerers of lesser houses. Just think, what young prodigy is not arrogant? Believing they would not hinder their magical progression, the outcome is all too predictable. Thankfully, I am not truly practicing both magic and combat, or I would be in dire straits. Yet Richard expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the warning, my lady. Rest assured, I shall not spread this information carelessly." Angelus nodded. Indeed, it must not be carelessly divulged. Otherwise, those noble families will come knocking. In any case, do not neglect your fighting energy cultivation. Now, gather your knights. It is getting late, and we must prepare to depart. After Richard left, Angelus smiled at James and remarked, "It is fortunate this fellow encountered us. Otherwise, he would be oblivious to his impending doom." James, gazing at Richard's retreating figure, shook his head and solemnly stated, "This Baron Richard utilized 2 different elemental magics while assisting me in a Valley Point 2. Wasn't there only fire magic? What is the other one? Moreover, apprentice-level magic seems ineffective against the tyrant bear." Angelus inquired, puzzled. "It is not apprentice level. Both of his elemental magics are intermediate level. One is a high-tier fire magic, and the other is a mid-tier ice magic. Both capable of instantaneous casting. And he is only 14 years old," James replied, turning to Angelus. Angelus, astonished, exclaimed, "2 intermediate magics? This is impossible. At 14, how can he have the energy and time to cultivate 2 elemental magics simultaneously? Even a grand sorcerer might struggle to achieve that. Furthermore, he is also practicing knightly fighting energy. James, are you certain you are not mistaken?" James shook his head, speaking gravely. "I am not mistaken. Initially, when I witnessed him using 2 elemental magics, I thought him to be an exceptionally rare magical prodigy, and I was preparing to recruit him. However, I did not anticipate his simultaneous cultivation of knightly fighting energy, although he reached the mid-tier bronze level through the Phaeton potion. He has been practicing knightly energy for nearly a year, during which his magical prowess must have been advancing as well. Thus, his dual cultivation might not adversely affect his sorcerer mindset, and there may be no conflict in the future." After listening to James's explanation, Angelus was left speechless. It is indeed a rule that cultivating fighting energy can impact a sorcerer's mindset, disrupting their mental sea. However, there are exceptions, those who are dubbed martial magic prodigies. History has seen such individuals, and those who matured into their potential invariably became prominent figures, such as the first known martial magic prodigy, the Radiant Emperor, who established a knightly cultivation system and was originally a sorcerer himself. Observing Angelus's expression, James added, "But do not overthink it. This is merely my conjecture." Regaining her composure, Angelus responded, "Should we now consider investing our attention in him?" James shook his head. "Investment is not necessary at this time, but it would be prudent to establish a rapport and maintain contact for future considerations." He then instructed Angelus to address the matter of the humanoid spider first, leaving other concerns for later. Angelus nodded and noticed Richard returning, prepared, and promptly ordered their departure. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the group arrived before a damp, chilly forest. Angelus turned to Richard and said, "We have arrived. This is our destination. The Whetbone Forest. Due to the environment, all the magical bees here possess venomous traits, and the humanoid spider resides within." Richard surveyed the dark, foreboding woods, a silence so profound it sent shivers down his spine. He then turned to Angelus and asked, "What is our course of action? Shall we enter directly?" "Enter," Angelus replied with a strange smile. "Sure, you go ahead." Seeing her peculiar grin, Richard quickly smiled awkwardly, saying, "Perhaps not, I will follow your lead." Witnessing Richard's sudden meekness, Angelus found it difficult to reconcile him with the legendary martial magic prodigy she had envisioned. Surely there had been a mistake. She then said with exasperation, "Good to see you understand. You must follow my directives closely. The same goes for your knights. They must heed my commands during the hunt for the humanoid spider. Do you comprehend?" "Ah, aren't we supposed to hunt independently?" Richard asked, astonished by Angelus's abrupt change in their collaborative approach. Angelus explained, your knights are incapable of defeating the humanoid spider. Its innate abilities are primarily psychological attacks, and without the Holy Light spell, they will struggle to defend themselves. As for the distribution of the spoils, you need not worry. Considering your prior assistance, I only require 2, and the rest shall be yours. However, if only 2 are found, then that would be unfortunate for you. Upon hearing Angelus's clarification, Richard thought, so it is a psychological spell. Indeed, I lack experience in that area. It seems best to follow her lead for now. He promptly agreed to Angelus's suggestion, seeing his acquiescence. Angelus continued, that is settled then. Please inform me about your knights, so I may allocate tasks accordingly. This matter was not a secret, and Richard replied immediately, I have 3 silver knights, 1 high-tier wind knight and 2 mid-tier silver knights, as well as a low-tier fire knight. Additionally, I have 4 peak bronze knights, 2 of wind and 2 of fire. Their steeds are all mid-tier bronze wind chasers. Furthermore, they possess both low-tier silver and mid-tier silver ice and fire elemental magic scrolls, as well as flight scrolls. Upon hearing about the flight scrolls and other elemental magic scrolls, particularly silver level ones, Angelus and James were once again astonished. Angelus inwardly mused, is this fellow truly a baron from the chaotic domain? Could he possibly be a prince from the Ron Kingdom out on an adventure? He certainly seems wealthier than I am, of course. This is a secret, and now is not the time to delve into it. She continued, your 7 knights should form a spearhead team with the 12 from the Silver Moon territory, responsible for supporting the knightly brigade. Ensure they do not hastily utilize magic scrolls, if coordination is lacking. Magic can easily harm our OWN.AS for you. The sorcerer, you shall remain with me and follow my commands to utilize your magic. Do you understand? Understood. Then let us set off. Upon hearing the order to depart, Richard was momentarily confused, wondering where they were going if they were not to enter the forest. Angelus, leading the way, casually remarked, just follow along. Richard observed that they were not actually entering the Whetbone Forest, and thus felt relieved to hastily catch up with old Charlie and the others. Before long, they arrived at a grove very close to the Whetbone Forest, a location previously selected by the Merchant Guild as an excellent ambush site. Angelus promptly halted and began assigning tasks. The Knightly Brigade will ambush from the left. Rooney, you and the Knights from Silver Moon will take position on the right. Your Excellency Richard, place the Shadow Stone in the clearing ahead. Then join me in hiding at the back. Richard cast a glance at the terrain, realizing that this location was indeed quite suitable for an ambush. He promptly retrieved the Shadow Stone and placed it on the clearing. Thus, after lying in wait for over half an hour, the Whetbone Forest began to stir with activity. Richard instantly heightened his focus, fixating on the direction of the forest. Before long, he heard a rustling sound and soon beheld a black python, roughly 10 meters long and as thick as a man, slithering towards them. Angelus immediately cursed under her breath. Damn it, why is it a water attribute blackwater snake? The Shadow Stone is ineffective against this creature. Beside her, James added, it's likely just out searching for food. Given its size, it should only be a high-tier silver level, not yet at the pinnacle of a Serpent King. Slaying a Shootin' proved too difficult. Then let us make quick work of it. Grandfather James, you and Rooney along with the Knights from Silver Moon should engage it, but keep the noise to a minimum. Upon confirming it was merely a high-tier silver level, Angelus immediately issued her orders. James signaled Rooney and the others to prepare for battle. As the Blackwater Snake entered the encirclement, Rooney led the charge towards it. Old Charlie and the others were slightly delayed, evidently lacking in coordination as the cautious Blackwater Snake emerged from the Whetbone Forest. Thus, upon hearing the commotion nearby, it instinctively turned to flee back into the forest. However, the Iron Horn and Windrider horses unleashed their magical attacks in an instant, with the Windrider's wind blades slowing its retreat. The Iron Horn's divine light, naturally effective against the magical beasts of the Whetbone Forest, struck the Blackwater Snake, causing it to writhe in agony before it angrily unleashed its innate spell, Blackwater Venom. This venom possessed a potent corrosive quality, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against even for high-tier silver warriors. Neither humans nor magical beasts could afford to come into contact with it. Otherwise, they would be facing either death or severe injury. Hence, as the Blackwater snake unleashed its innate spell, James swiftly enveloped the venom with wind attribute energy and hurled it away. Subsequently, the knights surged forward, executing a series of slashes against the Blackwater snake. Its defenses were far inferior to those of the tyrant bear, and before long, it was gravely wounded. Seizing the opportunity, Rooney plunged his sword into the snake's vital point, causing it to emit a mournful cry before perishing on the spot. Angelus rushed over to instruct them to move the snake to the rear for processing. She then cast a bronze-level water flow spell to wash away the blood and traces on the ground, followed by sprinkling several vials of potions around. After a meticulous inspection confirmed there were no issues, she returned to her position. Richard, curious, immediately inquired, "My lady, what was it you just sprinkled?" "Oh, that was a potion designed to eliminate odors. Known as holy water, it's quite easy to concoct and not particularly precious. If you'd like, I can give you some," Angelus casually replied. Richard expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lady. This substance could potentially be used in conjunction with the mist concealment and shadow escape spells." Half an hour later, more sounds emanated from the direction of the wet bone forest, and soon a massive spider, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged. Its head bore a woman's face with closed eyes. Sending shivers down Richard's spine, he murmured to himself, "No wonder it's called the faceless demon spider. It truly has a human face." Meanwhile, Angelus was filled with excitement as she quietly commanded, "It is here, the faceless demon spider. Everyone be ready." After an hour of waiting and even slaying a stray Blackwater snake, the target, the faceless demon spider, finally made its appearance. Once the spider crawled out of the wet bone forest, it began to cautiously approach the position of the shadow stone. Just as it fully entered the encirclement, Angelus immediately signaled for action. The knights on either side charged out, flanking it to cut off its escape route, while James also rushed in, and Angelus raised her wand to commence her incantation to in that moment of simultaneous movement. The faceless demon spider, surprisingly, did not retreat back into the forest. Instead, it charged swiftly towards the shadow stone. Upon witnessing this, Angelus was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She had not anticipated the shadow stone would attract the spider's attention so intensely. If it consumed the shadow stone and managed to escape, it would create a significant problem, as they had no second stone to use as bait. Seeing the spider's intentions and realizing that Angelus had just begun her incantation, Richard inwardly cursed. This woman is utterly unreliable. Without waiting for further instruction from Angelus, he shouted, "James, get out of the way." He then hurled a wind spirit talisman, unleashing a powerful gust towards the faceless demon spider. The spider, upon seeing this, had no choice but to abandon its pursuit of the shadow stone and leaped over 10 meters high to evade the attack. The wind disaster left a long scar on the ground, nearly 500 meters in length. Fortunately, Richard had avoided the knight's charge path. Otherwise, it could have resulted in friendly fire as the spider landed and prepared to resume its search for the shadow stone. It discovered that the wind had blown the stone further away. Enraged, it spat a venomous needle at Richard, which was blocked by James's long sword. At that moment, both James and Angelus were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Another silver-level attribute spell. How could this be? How many attributes had he cultivated to the silver level? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the knights had already reached the faceless demon spider. The spider immediately released silk to ensnare the throng of knights, but Angelus unleashed a flurry of wind blades that scattered the webs, even injuring the spider itself, which let out an enraged wail. Just as the faceless demon spider prepared to continue its assault with venomous needles, James charged forward, delivering relentless slashes that forced the spider to retreat. The knights behind him continued to sweep past on either side, inflicting grievous wounds upon the spider, even severing 2 of its legs. Seeing the knight's unrelenting assault and feeling the threat of death looming closer, the spider's head, adorned with the woman's face, slowly opened its eyes. Upon witnessing this, James bellowed, "All bronze knights, fall back." He then shouted towards Angelus, "Quick, the holy light scroll." As the bronze knights retreated, the faceless demon spider unleashed its innate spell, mind control. The woman's face on the spider opened its eyes and mouth simultaneously. emitting a piercing scream. The retreating bronze knights were immediately struck by intense headaches, clutching their heads and gritting their teeth to endure the withdrawal, while some of the more timid knights were unseated from their mounts. Fortunately, James and the Silver Knights continued to resist, attacking the faceless demon spider. Although a significant portion of their focus was consumed by countering the mental assault, they managed to withstand the spider's venomous attacks. Otherwise, the Bronze Knights would have suffered heavy casualties by now. Meanwhile, Richard, standing at a distance, was similarly affected by the spider's mental attack. Upon hearing that ear-piercing scream, he felt a splitting headache, dropping to one knee with his eyes turning bloodshot as a bloodthirsty impulse began to surface. Just as he was on the brink of losing control, the heavenly symbol in his mind suddenly radiated a burst of light, pulling him back from the edge of madness. However, the mental resonance continued to affect him. Nearby, Angelus promptly retrieved a magic scroll and hurled it into the air above the faceless demon spider. A cascade of holy, gentle light descended upon the gathered individuals, and as the holy light enveloped them, the influence of the spider's mind control diminished significantly. Some of the stronger bronze knights swiftly knocked out those still under the spider's thrall, hastening their escape from the battlefield. The faceless demon spider, directly beneath the holy light, began to emit black smoke, its human face closing its eyes from the radiance, interrupting its innate spell. This allowed the Silver Knights to engage in battle with renewed vigor, firmly pinning the spider beneath the holy light scroll. Under the illumination of the scroll, the faceless demon spider began to thrash about in a futile struggle, launching indiscriminate attacks in a frenzy. Particularly its venomous needle strikes left the mentally strained knights feeling overwhelmed, at risk of being hit at any moment. After casting the holy light scroll, Angelus quickly consumed a vial of magical potion. Glancing at Richard, who was still kneeling, she shouted, "What on earth is wrong with you? Why is your mental fortitude so weak? Get to the back, or if you lose control, I won't hold back." Richard was left speechless by the scolding. After all, he was not a true mage, and it was only natural for his mental fortitude to be lacking. Moreover, facing a beast capable of mental attacks for the first time, without any prior experience, was quite normal. He then cast a calming charm upon himself, and the mental trauma he had just endured subsided significantly. Rising to his feet, he noticed Angelus making her way toward the battlefield, stopping at an appropriate distance to begin chanting a spell. It remained unclear what potion she had consumed, but her incantation was remarkably swift, almost achieving instantaneous release. A.S. James observed Angelus about to unleash her magic. He quickly signaled for everyone to retreat. In that moment, a magical ring of wind ensnared the monstrous face spider, effectively binding it in place. This was indeed Angelus's advanced spell, Wind Ring Bind. Following this, Angelus unleashed another spell, Eye of Wind Erosion, intertwining it with the Wind Ring Bind, which began to relentlessly slice through the body of the face spider. Under the dual assault of wind blades and holy light, the creature emitted pitiful wails. The face spider's strength lay in its venomous stingers and innate spells of mental manipulation. However, James adeptly thwarted its stingers while the holy light scroll countered its innate spells. Now, trapped within the wind ring, escape was no longer an option. Indeed, mere moments later, as the wind ring bind and holy light scroll were on the verge of fading, the nearly defeated face spider met its end at the tip of James's sword. As the head of the face spider was severed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. They all leaned against their foreheads, vigorously shaking their heads, clearly suffering from the aftermath of the spider's mental manipulation. The holy light spell could only interrupt the innate magic of the face spider, but could not heal the already inflicted mental damage. Among the group, only Angelus and Richard remained unaffected. Angelus, being a high-ranking mage, possessed far greater mental strength than the knights, while Richard had benefited from his calming charm. Immediately, Angelus rushed to the corpse of the face spider. Extracting various containers from her storage ring, donning specialized magical gloves, she meticulously removed the creature's eyes, heart, venom sacs, and crystal core, storing them away. After a brief respite, James joined her side, observing that she had successfully harvested the necessary components before burying the remaining carcass of the spider on site. Noticing James's actions, Angelus prepared to search for the shadow stone that Richard had blown away, only to find he had already located it and taken it for himself. This behavior irked Angelus considerably. She promptly instructed the knights to calm their steeds and prepare to depart, allowing those that could not be controlled to flee. Approaching Richard, she bluntly remarked, "Should I now seize your shadow stone?" Richard understood her implication and awkwardly chuckled. "My lady, you jest that I still have faith in the credibility of the Tulip Merchant Guild. I noticed you were preoccupied with the face spider and feared that the shadow stone might attract another one. So I hurried to retrieve it." Angelus merely laughed in response, dismissing the matter, and commanded, "Gather your people and let us depart swiftly." Upon hearing they were leaving, Richard was taken aback, asking in confusion, "But we have only just captured one. Are we to return tomorrow?" "No," Angelus replied. "This place is no longer suitable for ambush. We must relocate, of course. If time is insufficient, we must leave and return tomorrow. This location is not fit for an overnight stay." After explaining, she set off with her team toward the next ambush site, and Richard quickly followed suit. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a second suitable ambush location and began to set up their trap. As Richard approached to place the shadow stone once more, Angelus immediately stopped him, saying, "It is not yet time to unveil the shadow stone. Put it away for now." "Why not?" Richard inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. "Do you not see many knights still suffering from headaches? The mental manipulation by the face spider has left significant aftereffects. Everyone requires potions to recover," Angelus replied curtly. After surveying the group, Richard indeed noticed numerous knights clutching their heads in distress. Clearly suffering from severe headaches, it was not until James administered a potion that some began to feel better. Angelus suddenly recalled that Richard had also been affected and could not help but ask, "What happened to you earlier? Why were you so easily influenced by the mental manipulation, even more so than some bronze knights? Speak honestly. Have you endured severe mental trauma that is yet to heal?" Upon hearing Angelus's inquiries, Richard felt a wave of relief. He had been worried that his facade as a mage might be uncovered. Now, he had a valid excuse that he promptly replied, "Yes. Earlier this year, my ascent as a mage was rather hasty, resulting in some complications and my mental fortitude was compromised, and I was unconscious for several days. Perhaps I have not fully recovered. However, my mental strength remains robust, so I heal quickly." Recognizing that Richard indeed bore mental scars, Angelus thought to herself, "As expected." She then remarked, "So that is the case take care to rest. I will call for you when the shadow stone is needed." In truth, Angelus was quite curious about the extent of Richard's magical attributes that had reached the silver level. However, she remembered James's grandfather's advice that such matters were private secrets, and it would be best not to inquire further. After everyone consumed their potions, they recovered within half an hour. Angelus instructed Richard to retrieve and place the shadow stone. Resuming their hunt for face spiders, this time, fortune favored them. Within 20 minutes, a face spider was lured into their ambush. Learning from their previous encounter, Angelus utilized a holy light scroll as the knights charged forward, denying the face spider any chance to employ its innate magic. As a result, the battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly, and the face spider was swiftly defeated by the combined efforts of Angelus and the knights. She immediately collected the necessary components. Thus, Angelus's expedition to the small magical beast mountains had met its objectives. Richard inquired, and Angelus revealed that they had prepared 4 ambush sites and 4 holy light scrolls. Initially intended for precautionary measures, since she had acquired what she needed, the remaining 2 ambush sites and the face spiders therein would belong to Richard. However, if those 2 locations proved unsuccessful, he would have to scout and hunt on his own. Richard expressed no objections, as he would still require Angelus and the knight's assistance in hunting. Therefore, he insisted that the 2 holy light scrolls could not be used without compensation from a guild. He offered 2 flying scrolls in exchange, which Angelus gladly accepted. With that, they proceeded smoothly to the next ambush site. However, this time, fortune did not favor them, as 3 face spiders were unexpectedly lured and it was evident that they could not prevail and needed to flee quickly to avoid dire consequences. Ultimately, it was James's daring act that secured the shadow stone, and with Angelus employing another holy light scroll, they managed to escape with the stone in hand. Richard, feeling exasperated, made his way to the final ambush point, where luck finally turned in their favor, successfully hunting a face spider. Richard claimed only the crystal core, handing the other valuable components to Angelus, who then gifted him the previously acquired blackwater snakeskin and crystal core. At last, everyone left with something in hand. As Angelus noted that time was of the essence, she promptly led the group back. However, just as they were nearing the exit of the small magical beast mountains, Richard's star charm began to emit warnings, signaling danger from all directions. Instantly alert, Richard scanned the surrounding terrain, contemplating, am I being surrounded? Sensing the imminent threat, he halted and ascended into the air to survey the area. His sudden flight puzzled Angelus and James, who wondered why he was employing a flying scroll, a rather costly item. James speculated that something must have gone awry and promptly inquired of old Charlie. Mr. Charlie, what seems to be the matter with Lord Richard? However, old Charlie and the others were equally perplexed, apologizing. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. James. We are unaware of what the young master intends. He has not disclosed his intentions to us. At this moment, Angelus interjected. James, do you think this fellow has stumbled upon another dangerous beast? James furrowed his brow, replying, I do not know, but it is certainly a possibility. He then instructed Rooney to prepare for battle, just in case. Meanwhile, high above, Richard was meticulously observing the surrounding mountains, concerned that they might have encountered a high-level beast. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to flee with his old companion Charlie. Shortly thereafter, Richard spotted a wolf-like magical beast atop a hill on the western side of the group. That it was similar in size to the previous high-tier Gale Wolf, but unlike the Gale Wolf's silver fur. This creature was entirely black with streaks of silvery white fur interwoven throughout, resembling lightning in the night. This was a thunderhound, a notoriously troublesome intermediate thunder-type magical beast that typically operated in packs. The individual strength among them was relatively uniform, with ordinary thunderhounds possessing initial-tier silver strength, while their leader, the Thunderhound King, held mid-tier silver strength, which was not particularly remarkable. However, their speed surpassed even that of wind attribute beasts, and they were incredibly agile, making it difficult for standard attacks to land on them. Most notably, Thunderhounds relished in tangling their foes, engaging in a hyena-like skirmish to exploit their enemies' weaknesses, a combat style that often led to the adversary's psychological collapse. This explained the alarming danger signal surrounding them. They were encircled by so many silver-tier Thunderhounds. What a cursed celestial talisman this was, only issuing warnings once they were surrounded. Quite unreliable. It seemed that in the future, he could not rely too heavily on this divine talisman. As Richard pondered these thoughts, the Thunderhounds atop the hill vanished, indicating they had likely detected his presence and were preparing to launch an ambush. He immediately flew back to the group, willing to assist Angeline and the others as long as they were not high-tier magical beasts. It was the perfect opportunity to strengthen their bonds. Upon seeing Richard return, Angeline immediately inquired, My Lord Richard, did you discover something? Richard replied directly, We are surrounded by Thunderhounds. We are on the brink of being encircled. Have the Knight Brigade charged southward to break free from their encirclement. Thunderhounds! Angeline and James both gasped in alarm. Angeline wished to ask further, but James promptly commanded, Rooney, accelerate southward at once and break free from the Thunderhounds' encirclement, just as James issued the order. A howl from the Thunderhounds echoed from the west, signaling their impending attack. The group immediately urged their steeds southward as a small pack of Thunderhounds began to pursue them. Before long, a dozen more Thunderhounds burst forth from the surrounding woods, charging frantically toward them. Angeline quickly began to chant a spell, while Richard hurled several ice seals in 3 directions. Although he was unable to freeze them, he successfully obstructed their advance, preventing them from casting their innate spell, Chain Lightning. Angeline watched in astonishment, marveling at Richard's astonishing casting speed. After Richard thwarted the initial wave of Thunderhounds, the group spotted over 20 more blocking their path to the south. Angeline swiftly unleashed her prepared Gale Blade dance at the advancing Thunderhounds, while Richard supplemented it with 2 Gale Spirit Seals. Their combined wind magic instantly dispersed the obstructing Thunderhounds. opening a path for the Knight Brigade to charge through. Upon breaking free from the Thunderhound's encirclement, Angeline immediately commanded the knights to change direction and form ranks to confront the Thunderhounds. Given that the Thunderhounds were swifter than them, continuing to flee would likely result in casualties from their attacks, so she aimed to crush the pack first. However, upon seeing the lined-up human knights, the Thunderhound King ordered its pack to halt, leading to a tense standoff. After a moment of stalemate, Angeline could no longer contain herself and commanded an attack. Yet, as the Knight Brigade charged forward, the Thunderhounds scattered and the knights could not catch up. When the knights came to a stop, the pack regrouped, poised to pounce on them at any moment, which infuriated Angeline. She promptly hurled a scroll toward the Thunderhounds. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, sending several of the foremost Thunderhounds flying a dozen meters away. It resembled a high-tier intermediate magic, Inferno Blast, quite similar to his current chain fire seals, Richard mused. Nevertheless, the Thunderhounds refused to disperse. Just as Angeline prepared to throw another scroll, a colossal roar erupted from the mountains behind the Thunderhounds. Upon hearing the sound, the Thunderhound pack immediately scattered into the forest. James's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Run!" That was the voice of a high-tier magical beast. Without hesitation, Richard turned his steed and sped away with old Charlie, while Angeline and the others swiftly followed, all of them filled with trepidation at the thought of the high-tier beast seeking them out. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as the high-tier beast seemed disinclined to pursue them. It merely roared and did not emerge, inadvertently driving the Thunderhounds away. After Richard and his companions ran for half an hour at breakneck speed, they finally escaped the Little Beast mountain range. However, they dared not pause, continuing to sprint another 30 kilometers before finally resting. Why this time? Night had fallen, and Angeline instructed the knights to set up camp, as they would need to rest for the night before heading back the next day. As darkness enveloped them, Richard, while sharing a meal with Angeline and James around the campfire, inquired, "My Lord James, what was that sound of a high-tier magical beast we just heard?" James replied, "It was likely the bloodthirsty lion, for its roar can affect one's psyche. Did you not feel a surge of adrenaline upon hearing it?" Bloodthirsty lion, both Richard and Angeline were taken aback, never expecting such a formidable beast to be involved. The bloodthirsty lion was a pinnacle high-tier magical beast, one of the most powerful beings beneath the legendary realm, and a ruler within the Little Beast mountain range. It seemed fortune favored them, Richard remarked, still shaken. James echoed, "Indeed, we are fortunate it was far away." Due to an entire day of battle and travel, everyone was mentally exhausted. After a light meal, they each retired to rest. Although Richard used a serenity seal and did not appear overly fatigued, he knew he must rise early to continue their journey the next day. Thus, he joined in rest, as keeping watch did not suit his status. As dawn broke the following day, Angeline and the others awoke promptly. Richard also rose early, not lagging behind significantly. After a modest breakfast, they set off towards Silver Moon territory, this time not rushing as they had on their way there. The Knight Brigade steeds had suffered considerable losses, nearly all due to the Thunderhounds, and without sufficient mounts to alternate, they could not maintain a rapid pace back to Silver Moon territory. Moreover, there was no urgency. So after traveling for the morning, they paused again for a break. Richard sat with Angeline and James, acutely aware that they would soon part ways upon returning, and his collaborative plans had yet to materialize. Thus, he took the initiative to inquire, "Lady Angeline, might I ask if you plan to send merchant caravans to my Silver Moon territory after your return?" Angeline anticipated this question from Richard. The desolation of the chaotic territory rendered it quite backward and isolated from external news and resources. An ambitious lord would undoubtedly strive for change. Richard needed to establish a stable connection with the outside world to acquire information and resources. Had Richard known Angeline's thoughts, he would have called her a genius, for they aligned perfectly with his own. After a moment of contemplation, Angeline smiled and replied, "I doubt we will, as there is nothing here that I require, and the chaotic territory is too barren for a merchant caravan to make the long journey here without purpose." Richard, upon hearing this, was dismayed. If they ceased their visits, would he not have wasted his efforts? Thus, he quickly proposed, "Might I purchase items from your merchant guild, such as serfs, weapons, armor, and steeds?" I am in dire need of these resources. Can you arrange for delivery? That is feasible. Although we typically do not deliver to desolate places like the chaotic territory, given the pleasant cooperation we have had, I can make an exception without any additional fees. Angeline said slowly. Grateful. Richard expressed his thanks, saying, I appreciate it, Lady Angeline. Angeline smiled at Richard and replied, Do not be too hasty in your gratitude that I will only offer you this discount once. In the future, if you wish to enjoy free delivery, you will need to spend a minimum of 100,000 gold coins annually with our guild. Thus, you must ensure you have the means to purchase, as I do not engage in credit transactions. Richard forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he truly intended to ask for credit. But alas, he was utterly devoid of funds. Observing Richard's discomfort, Angelus was at a loss for words, realizing that this fellow was genuinely contemplating seeking credit from her. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Cack in the distance, prompting her to say, while it is not impossible to extend credit, there must be something to pledge in return, such as that magnificent Windrunner stallion. Richard turned to look at Cack, whom Angelus was pointing at, and thought to himself, is he still harboring thoughts of Cack? Anticipating Richard's inevitable refusal, Angelus continued, I am aware that you would not allow me to take him, so I propose an alternative arrangement. What arrangement? Richard inquired immediately. It's quite simple. I will finance the cultivation of Windrunner horses on your territory, but I shall take 70 of the offspring, regarding the trade of these horses. This is the greatest concession I can offer, Angelus replied promptly. Richard found himself in a quandary, for this proposal was not entirely unacceptable to him. With Angelus's investment, even retaining just 30 of the Windrunner horses would yield far more than he could produce on his own. Unless he could swiftly sell the bronze talisman and earn sufficient gold coins, he might indeed be able to cultivate them entirely on his own. However, given his limited avenues for finding buyers, he realized it could take quite some time. After some contemplation, Richard resolved to entrust the sale of the bronze talisman to Angelus, as seeking buyers himself would be fraught with danger and uncertainty. Thus, he said, Madam, I would like to show you something first. After that, we can discuss how to collaborate, shall we? Angelus, taken aback, wondered what Richard could possibly wish to show her at this juncture. Very well. I am curious to see what it is. Could it possibly be more valuable than the Windrunner stallion? Richard led Angelus to a clearing and produced a bronze talisman. Upon seeing it, Angelus immediately remarked, You aren't suggesting to sell a magical scroll, are you? That is hardly a sustainable business. And how many could you possibly sell? Richard, however, remained silent and instead showcased the bronze fire talisman. Then inquire, Madam, may I ask how much a bronze-level magical scroll like this could be worth in gold coins? Angelus glanced at the swirling flames and deduced that this was a high-tier bronze magical scroll. She replied, A high-tier bronze scroll is worth 50 gold coins. A peak bronze scroll is valued at 120 gold coins. An initial silver scroll at 300 gold coins, a mid-tier silver scroll at 700 gold coins, and a high-tier silver scroll at 1,500 gold coins. These are the current market prices for magical scrolls. Though prices may fluctuate based on their attributes, Richard's heart soared at these figures, for they were exceedingly favorable. Provided he found a good market, the funding for the first 3-year plan in his territory would surely be ample. Observing Richard's elation, Angelus remarked, You seem to think the prices are quite high, but you must understand the tremendous effort a magician invests in crafting these scrolls. It significantly hampers their training. Thus, the market is sparse, which contributes to the elevated prices. Richard paid little heed to this, as the production of his bee-skin talismans was straightforward and cost-effective. He promptly asked Angelus, if I can provide a steady and substantial supply of these bronze-level magical scrolls. Would you be willing to engage in this business? Moreover, would you maintain a long-term commercial relationship with Silver Moon? Angelus was momentarily taken aback by the terms long-term and substantial. Indeed, I can guarantee a consistent and large supply. Angelus, now serious, cautioned, but do not let the pursuit of profit lead you to labor tirelessly on scrolls, as that would undoubtedly impede your ascension to a grand mage. Richard merely smiled in response. Remaining silent, seeing him unresponsive, Angelus sighed and further questioned, But what guarantees can you provide? Your territory is home to but one mage, is it not? Richard was acutely aware of this issue. The foremost limitation on the production of magical scrolls was indeed the scarcity of mages. It wasn't merely that magicians were reluctant to squander time on scroll creation at the expense of their training, but rather that there were too few of them. Otherwise, those prominent families would have long begun producing scrolls in abundance. Yet, this did not deter Richard. He could produce dozens of talismans each day without hindering his training, of course. He would not reveal the secret of his talisman making, and it was possibly due to the unique nature of the talismans that the beast skins he used lost their original magical beast attributes. This meant that others could not discern the type of magical beast skin he employed, providing him the confidence to sell these talismans. Were it known that he had crafted a high-tier bronze fire scroll from the skin of an initial bronze fire monkey, it would certainly invite trouble. Thus, Richard explained, there is no shortage of magical beast skins in the chaotic territory, so I am well supplied in that regard. As for mages, my territory is not solely inhabited by myself. With that, he assured her, you may rest easy on this front, madam. I can formalize our agreement with a commercial magical contract, should you wish to proceed. Seeing Richard's earnestness, Angelus conceded, very well, I shall not dissuade you further. I will take up this business, Richard replied. Then let us finalize the details of our collaboration once we return to my territory. Angelus pondered for a moment before agreeing, refraining from mentioning the Windrunner stallion trait again. She understood that, having gained the ability to cultivate Windrunner horses himself, Richard would not engage in transactions in this regard. Nevertheless, she added, I recognize that you are unwilling to trade the Windrunner stallion, so I shall not press the issue. However, should you cultivate a significant number of them in the future, I hope you might consider selling some to me. Richard smiled and said, that is easily arranged. When I have surplus Windrunner horses, you shall be the first to know. Noticing that James appeared to have something to discuss with Angelus, Richard turned to take his leave, stating, I believe our rest has been sufficient. I shall gather my knights and prepare for departure. Angelus nodded and bid farewell to Richard. Once he was a distance away, she exclaimed, Grandfather James, I sense that Baron Richard is becoming increasingly enigmatic. James responded, Indeed, but now that he has sought our collaboration, it is fortuitous for us. Moreover, while he is still not overly powerful, we can afford to offer him certain privileges, effectively investing in him. He is a clever individual and will surely comprehend this. Angelus contemplated this and replied, That is indeed the case, but I am not yet inclined to stir the merchant guild. James, momentarily taken aback, grasped Angelus's intent. After all, the Tulip family also faced internal competition. Although such actions might impact the guild's interests, James chose to support her, stating, Very well, but you must ensure that you only utilize your personal assets. Do not misappropriate anything from the guild, as that could lead to complications. Furthermore, you must inform Rooney. Angelus smiled. Rest assured, Grandfather James, I am fully aware of this and will not engage in any reckless behavior. As for Rooney, I shall speak to him myself later. He has always been loyal to my mother, so there should be no issues. The group then continued on their journey, for the road home still lay far ahead. Given their current pace, they would undoubtedly not reach Silvermoon territory today, that be why nightfall. They had only covered over 400 kilometers, with still a little over 100 kilometers remaining to reach Silvermoon. However, Angelus had no intention of pressing on through the night and opted to rest for the evening, setting out again in the morning. The following day, they arrived at Silvermoon City. Upon seeing the low walls, Angelus understood just how small Silvermoon City was. As Richard approached the city gates, he introduced Madame Angelus. This is my Silvermoon City. While it may be modest in size, I have recently renovated it, and I am certain you will be pleased. Hearing Richard's words, Angelus merely nodded, choosing not to comment. The reason for not camping outside this time was primarily Richard's repeated invitations, and she felt compelled to grant him the courtesy of staying in Silvermoon City for one night before departing for the Sapphire Duchy the next day. However, upon entering Silvermoon City, Angelus was utterly astounded by its interior, the clean and tidy cobblestone streets, the rows of uniformly built stone houses, and the remarkably clean and smiling common folk who paused to bow and greet Richard. This was nothing short of unbelievable for Angelus, especially the newly constructed houses, which appeared quite impressive and were made of material she had never seen before. Thus, she inquired, Your territory, Lord Richard, is truly astonishing. How did you manage to keep these subjects so clean and orderly? Fines and rewards will be imposed on those who neglect hygiene. The collected fines will be awarded to those who uphold cleanliness, Richard remarked with a smile. Indeed, that is a splendid idea that I shall certainly consider implementing it upon my return. Angelus praised. Upon hearing her words, Richard inquired in surprise, do ladies have their own domains as well? Hee. You will find out in due time, Angelus replied, feigning mystery. She then proceeded to ask about the materials used in constructing the houses, to which Richard elaborated on the red bricks and lime. This was precisely the reason he had brought Angelus into the city. Upon grasping his intent, Angelus feigned displeasure, saying, I was wondering why you insisted on inviting me to reside here. I thought you were genuinely concerned for my well-being, but it seems you were merely looking to conduct business. After being exposed, Richard, devoid of any embarrassment, brazenly replied, How could that be? I simply wish to invite the lady to tour my Silver Moon City. As for these building materials, they could indeed augment the revenues of your merchant guild. Angelus, dismissing the matter, stated that she would send professionals to negotiate with Richard upon her return, as she was not well versed in such matters. They continued to explore Silver Moon City for a while, and after lunch, they began to discuss the specific details of their collaboration regarding magical scrolls. As evening approached, their discussions concluded. Angelus pinched her temples to alleviate her fatigue and remarked with a hint of irritation, If you persist with this discussion format next time, I shall demand payment. Richard chuckled. You have my gratitude, dear lady. I am but a novice in these matters, unable to restrain my curiosity. Thank you for your explanations. In truth, the negotiations regarding the talismans had long been settled, and the detailed transaction list had already been entrusted to old Charlie and James, the two stewards, for execution. The lengthy afternoon of discussions was primarily due to Richard's incessant inquiries about external circumstances, to which Angelus patiently responded. This was the source of her complaints. Hearing Richard's expressions of gratitude, Angelus retorted, Such empty pleasantries. Why not offer some practical gratitude instead? Just as Richard was about to lament, Angelus promptly interrupted, Enough, go fetch your steward. He and James should have compiled the list by now. Let us confirm it and then proceed to sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Richard's mood brightened, and he instructed a servant to summon old Charlie and the others. Shortly thereafter, old Charlie and James arrived in the parlor, exchanged brief courtesies, and presented the list to their respective masters. After Angelus glanced at the first item on the list, she was taken aback and looked up to seek confirmation from James, who nodded affirmatively. She then set the list down and, regarding Richard, said solemnly, My Lord Richard, you truly present me with a dilemma. 2,000 serfs. Do you comprehend the cost of transporting them to the Silver Moon territory? Upon hearing Angelus's lament, Richard immediately replied, I am aware. 2,000 serfs is indeed excessive and would complicate their delivery to the Silver Moon territory. Therefore, I propose to compensate you with 2 flying scrolls. Upon hearing the mention of 2 flying scrolls, Angelus remarked meaningfully, Rather than compensation, I would prefer if you could sell me some flying scrolls at 500 gold coins each. What say you? The price of 500 gold coins per scroll stirred Richard's interest momentarily, as he had an abundance of windrunners. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. The flying scrolls were unlike other attribute scrolls. If they flooded the market, it would undoubtedly draw attention, leading to potential complications for him. Thus, he politely declined, My lady, I must apologize. I truly do not possess many, as I have barely enough for my own use. Angelus clearly did not believe Richard's words and replied, Humph. If you won't sell, then consider the serfs delivered this time. You shall have to find a solution next time. She then continued to examine the details of the list. Growing increasingly astonished, 2 sets of superior grade construct armor, 1 set of earth and wind attributes each, valued at 4,000 gold coins, 2 superior grade construct swords, 1 set of each attribute, valued at 3,000 gold coins, 20 sets of extraordinary armor, valued at 6,000 gold coins, 20 extraordinary swords, valued at 4,000 gold coins, 6 potions of radiant essence, valued at 3,000 gold coins, and 1 potion of brilliance, also valued at 3,000 gold coins. The total cost, including the 2,000 serfs requiring 5,000 gold coins, amounted to 28,000 gold coins. Remarkably, Richard was prepared to present 300 magical scrolls in one go, comprising 150 high-tier fire bronze scrolls, 50 high-tier ice bronze scrolls, 80 peak fire bronze scrolls, and 20 peak ice bronze scrolls. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "My Lord Richard, are you certain you require such an abundance? Do you truly possess 300 magical scrolls at this moment?" Richard, having reviewed the list and finding it consistent with his prior instructions to old Charlie, responded, "Yes, my lady, I require this quantity for now. However, I can only provide scrolls valued at 22,000 gold coins this time. The remaining 6,000 gold coins worth, I intend to compensate you for in our next transaction." Annalise was taken aback by Richard's affirmation. She suspected that there was something amiss with his magical scrolls. However, as they were currently engaged in a transaction, she refrained from further probing. It appeared that fortune was favoring her. A mere excursion to the chaotic territory had led to such a significant opportunity. The Tulip Guild was under immense pressure from the Radiant Church, and once chaos erupted across the continent, both sides would inevitably clash. These scrolls not only had the potential to enhance the guild's strength, but could also expedite Richard's growth, perhaps even providing unique support to the Tulip Guild in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Angelus regained her composure and suddenly broached another topic, stating, "That is certainly agreeable. However, we shall engage in transactions monthly. Over time, Baron Lays of the Southern Chaotic Territory may pose an obstacle, as he is affiliated with the Diamond Count of the Sapphire Duchy. The Tulip Guild will not intervene in this matter. You will need to address it yourself." Richard had already anticipated the issue with Baron Lays and planned to devise a solution, not only for him, but also for Baron Brook in the east and Baron Tony in the north, each needing resolution. The Chaotic Territory would ultimately be under his command. After confirming that there were no other issues, Richard prepared to sign the contract with Angelus. She produced a magical contract, a widely used commercial magical agreement on the continent, ensuring the security and reliability of their transaction. Upon completing the necessary details, Angelus handed it to Richard for verification. Once he confirmed its accuracy, both parties established a contractual relationship. Following this, Richard presented the 300 scrolls to Angelus. After receiving the scrolls, Angelus and James returned to their respective residences to rest, as they intended to depart early the next morning to return to the capital of the Sapphire Duchy. Sapphire City, Richard bid farewell to Angelus and her entourage. Old Charlie, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain his excitement. "Young master, my goodness, you are truly a remarkable lord. We have acquired such an abundance of resources. The strength of our territory will undoubtedly..." Before old Charlie could finish, Richard interrupted. "Do not be overly excited, Grandpa Charlie. This is merely the beginning. We shall only grow stronger from here." Old Charlie calmed himself, recognizing that, as the young master said, the Silver Moon territory was just beginning to flourish. The following morning, Richard bid farewell to Angelus and her party. Along the way, Angelus could not resist asking James, "Grandpa James, what are your thoughts? Do you believe he can grow?" After a moment of contemplation, James replied slowly, "Whether he can grow is uncertain. Many prodigies have perished throughout history. That it ultimately depends on his own fortune." Upon hearing James's words, Angelus responded, "Indeed, let us hope that when we meet again, he will surprise us even more." After sending Angelus and her party off, Richard first dispatched Kent to Sandwolf City, primarily for a reunion with his family, but also to eradicate the bandits surrounding Sandwolf City, though if they fled, so be it. Next, Richard summoned little Charlie, Victor, Bli, and Fess to the training room in the back mountain. Looking at the four before him, Richard solemnly declared, "For the time being, you shall remain here to cultivate. Set aside other matters for now. Especially you, Victor. Stop fixating on the Windrunners." Upon hearing his name called out for criticism, Victor felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet he promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." Beside him, the rarely amused Charlie and Bruin exchanged covert chuckles at Victor's predicament, while the middle-aged man, Feist, remained steadfastly in place, awaiting Richard's command. This knight, who had surrendered and subsequently slain his former comrades, was known for his taciturn nature and unwavering diligence. His past actions had led the other knights of Silver Moon to harbor a certain disdain towards him, deliberately isolating him. Richard had once inquired about Feist's motives for killing those 3 knight attendants, to which Feist candidly explained that it was an unfortunate incident. They had been waiting to return to their families after the war, only to encounter those 3 knights attempting to escape. When a trio sought to recruit Feist and his companions for revenge against Baron Sandwolf, Feist had no choice but to eliminate them. Upon learning this, Richard reassured Feist and his 2 fellow knights not to mind the gossip of others, emphasizing that they should focus on their own training and that their due rewards would not be lacking. After delivering a slight reprimand to Victor for his recent erratic behavior due to his pursuit of the Wind Horse, Richard presented 4 Phaeton elixirs. The other 3 were oblivious to their significance, but Feist recognized them immediately, his excitement palpable. Richard placed the vials on the table and spoke slowly. "You four have reached the pinnacle of the Bronze Knights. Your next objective is to ascend to Silver Knights. Thus, I have procured these 4 Phaeton elixirs. Your task is to utilize them to expedite your advancement to the initial stage of Silver Knights. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Richard's words, Feist immediately responded, "Understood, my lord." Meanwhile, the other 3 remained in a state of shock, internally marveling at the prospect of advancing to silver so swiftly after just attaining the peak bronze status. Fully aware of Richard's remarkable capabilities, noting their prolonged silence, Richard, dissatisfied, rapped the table, thinking that these fellows needed more training under Charlie. The trio jolted back to reality at the sound, promptly exclaiming, "Yes, my lord." Richard then produced 4 silver-grade magic crystals. Placing them on the table as he declared, "Here are 4 silver-grade magic crystals for your contingency needs or to stabilize your realms later. Now, go and train diligently." Feist knelt on one knee, showering Richard with expressions of loyalty and gratitude before rising to depart, clutching the elixirs and crystals without a backward glance. This left the remaining 3 in a state of bewilderment, and as they prepared to emulate Feist, they were promptly dismissed by Richard. After organizing the 4 knights for their silver ascension, Richard retrieved the human-faced spider crystal core acquired during his recent expedition. He summoned Loxes, who entered the room brimming with excitement, fully aware that his journey as a shadow assassin was about to truly commence. Upon entering, he knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, Loxes is at your service." Richard toyed with the shadow stone and the spider crystal core in his hands, and inquired, "Loxes, I have obtained only 1 human-faced spider crystal core. Coupled with the previous shadow stone, will this suffice for your ascension to master-level assassin?" "Indeed, my lord, it is ample. The human-faced spider is a peak intermediate magical beast. Its core offers a 3 to 4% success rate for breaking through to master-level assassin. It will certainly suffice for my advancement to expert and master levels. While the intermediate shadow stone is the finest material for ascending to master level, I will assuredly succeed," Loxes fervently explained. Richard nodded in approval, asking, "Do you require anything else to facilitate your ascension as a shadow assassin?" Upon hearing Richard's query, Loxes detailed the training methods for the shadow assassin legacy. Richard, intrigued, learned that one merely needed to perfect the assassination techniques within the legacy and enhance their bloodline using shadow magical beast cores or shadow stones to advance. Without any reliance on elemental forces, he then instructed Loxes to take the spider crystal core and shadow stone for training, emphasizing the urgency of his breakthrough, as tasks awaited him ahead. Loxes opted to leave the shadow stone with Richard for safekeeping, stating, "The profession of assassin is perilous, often straddling the line between life and death. Should I perish before reaching master level, I wish for my children to inherit the shadow stone." Richard accepted this without objection. Reclaiming the shadow stone, in the following days, Richard immersed himself in his own knightly training. Previously, he had consulted Angelus, who informed him that there were no elixirs available to aid bronze-level training, and the sole potion permissible before reaching silver was the Phaeton elixir. Thus, he found himself without potions for advancement, and aside from diligent training, his only recourse was to seek higher-grade magic crystals. Regrettably, gold-grade crystals were scarcely available in the market, monopolized by noble families, making procurement exceedingly difficult and exorbitantly priced. Consequently, Richard estimated he would require approximately a year to reach high bronze, while the timeline for achieving peak bronze remained uncertain. He resolved to persevere one step at a time. 7 days later, While Charlie and the other three knights remained inactive, Lox's astonishingly ascended to become an expert-level assassin, equivalent to a bronze knight's capabilities. Observing Lox's report, Richard marveled at the rapid progression of shadow assassins, noting that within a year, one could advance from an ordinary individual to bronze level, a stark contrast to his own knightly training. Were it not for the Phaeton elixirs, he might still be languishing at high squire level. And the fact that shadow assassins did not require elemental energy or even magic crystals was quite remarkable. Richard then inquired, "Do you need any suitable weapons or other items?" In response, Lox's conjured a blood-red dagger from his heart, explaining, "My lord, shadow assassins require no other weapons. Our primary weapon is this blood dagger, refined through our bloodlines that it grows alongside us and is nurtured within our essence." Richard, intrigued by the delicate dagger, continued, "How long until you can ascend to master level?" Lox's replied, "Once I perfect the 4 assassination techniques in the legacy, I can absorb the human face spider crystal core to refine my bloodline's potency and awaken the master level legacy. As for the duration, it remains uncertain and will depend on the success of my forthcoming assassinations." After contemplating for a moment, Richard suggested, "In that case, proceed to the second castle of the Chaos Territory, Blackstone City of Barren Lace. It lies near the Sapphire Principality, teeming with diverse characters, making it an ideal locale for your assassination endeavors. A.S. Silvermoon will soon engage in trade with the Sapphire Principality. Barren Lace is likely to pose problems for us. Your task is to create disturbances for him while honing your skills." Lox's, elated to finally receive a mission, eagerly affirmed, "Yes, my lord, I will instill fear in Blackstone City." Subsequently, Richard produced several talismans, stating, "While you undertake your task, prioritize your safety. Here are 2 flight scrolls and 2 mist scrolls in the event of an emergency. These will aid you in evading peril. Take them." Lox's, deeply touched by Richard's thoughtfulness in providing life-saving magical scrolls, accepted them gratefully before taking his leave. The day after Lox's departed, Fice successfully ascended to the initial stage of Silver Knight. The middle-aged knight appeared noticeably invigorated following his promotion. After offering words of encouragement, Richard instructed him to remain in Silver Moon City to stabilize his realm, as tasks awaited him in the future. Over the next 4 to 5 days, the other 3 knights also achieved their promotions in succession. Consequently, the number of Silver Knights in Silver Moon territory reached 7, and during this period, 5 additional knight attendants joined their ranks, further bolstering the territory's strength, with the serfs captured from the bandits. The total population of the territory was on the verge of surpassing 10,000, approaching the typical population size of a barony within the kingdom. Due to the intelligence Richard had previously gleaned from Angelus, he deduced that the entire continent had begun to descend into instability. The specter of war between races loomed ever nearer, and tensions were rising among the human nations. Notably, the Kingdom of Ron had recently clashed with the Duchy of Sapphire, resulting in the death of Richard's brother during that conflict. Should a full-scale war erupt between the two nations, the Chaos Territory would undoubtedly become one of the principal battlefields. Furthermore, the Northern Orc clans might seize the opportunity to march southward. Consequently, Richard resolved to expedite the development of his territory. His earlier plan to gradually construct the outer city of Silvermoon now necessitated a swift approach. Richard intended to commence operations against the surrounding Orc clans as soon as the first shipment of supplies from Angelus arrived. With the food supply of his territory secured, he aimed to capture some easily tamed orcs to utilize as slaves for hastening the construction of the outer city of Silvermoon and the renovation of Sandal City. Once these projects were completed, Richard aspired to subdue the other 8 barons situated in the central region of the Chaos Territory, thereby solidifying his stronghold before launching external offensives that he then instructed Charlie and his companions to swiftly fortify their borders, informing them that they would soon be dispatched on a mission. Recognizing the necessity of intelligence regarding the Orc clans, Richard acknowledged that some of them still led a nomadic lifestyle, making their current whereabouts uncertain. Thus, on the following day, Richard arrived at the military camp's operations room and summoned Old Charlie and Clay. Observing the scant attendance, Richard inwardly lamented the limited personnel at his disposal. Once the trade route with Angelus stabilized, he resolved to venture forth to recruit additional talent. After these reflections, Richard promptly articulated the crux of the meeting. He intended to accelerate the development of his territory, but faced a shortage of labor. Therefore, he planned to act against the neighboring orcs once the resources from the Tulip Merchant Guild arrived. It was anticipated that addressing the surrounding orcs was a necessary step for the territory's growth, as eliminating potential threats was imperative, much like the previous dealings with bandits. Old Charlie remarked, "Master, it is indeed essential to eradicate the nearby orcs. However, regarding the labor shortage, you do not mean to capture orcs as slaves, do you?" Clay looked on in surprise at Richard's response. Richard nodded affirmatively, confirming his intention to capture orcs for the construction of the Horse City and the Outer City. Clay could not contain himself, exclaiming, "My lord, orcs are notoriously unruly and difficult to manage. Besides, they are clumsy and have substantial appetites, which would lead to considerable food wastage." In response, Richard elucidated, "I am aware of this, which is why I do not intend to capture all orcs as slaves. Instead, I plan to seize those who are somewhat easier to tame and possess useful skills. For instance, the nomadic head of sheep could assist us in herding, the dog-headed individuals could mine, and the lizard folk could aid in transporting stones for the construction of walls. As for food, we simply need to capture a suitable number of orc slaves." Upon hearing Richard's explanation, both men remained perplexed, inquiring, "Is this truly feasible? No territory within the Chaos Realm has ever employed orc slaves before. Can you genuinely tame them?" Richard confidently assured them, "Rest assured, it is entirely possible that I have inquired with Angelus, and there are tamed orcs in the northern part of the Kingdom of Ron. Furthermore, orc slaves are highly sought after in the southern realms." Upon learning that the suggestion had come from the Tulip Merchant Guild, both men felt considerably reassured. Accepting the notion of utilizing orc slaves, Richard assigned a task to Clay. "Clay, once you and young Charlie have solidified the borders, set out with them. You 5 Silver Knights must thoroughly scout the orc clans within 100 kilometers. You have 15 days. Can you accomplish this?" Clay responded, "Understood, my lord. 15 days will suffice." On the third day after Richard assigned the task to Clay, Charlie and his 3 newly minted Silver Knights successfully secured their borders and set out under Clay's guidance. Prior to this, Richard had also instructed Old Charlie to continue hunting bronze-level magical beasts, as he needed to expedite the production of beast skin talismans in preparation for the upcoming month's supplies. Consequently, the territory operated with commendable efficiency, perhaps due to the ample food supply, coupled with Richard's relentless pursuit of magical beasts for their hides. The majority of the meat from these beasts was delivered to the military camp, significantly improving the rations there. As a result, the number of newly appointed knight attendants surged, with 3 additional attendants joining in just over 10 days following the previous 5. Should this trend continue, Richard anticipated being able to form a squad of knight-level attendants by the following year. 10 days after Clay embarked on the reconnaissance of the orcs, Richard, who had been training on the back mountain, received a report from Roland indicating that a hawk message had arrived from Sandwolf City. Richard promptly ceased his training, suspecting that the supplies from Angelus had arrived. Indeed, the hawk message was from Kent, stating that Angelus's caravan had reached Sandwolf City. Without delay, Richard activated his Feather Spirit Talisman and flew towards Sandwolf City, his heart brimming with excitement. Among the goods was a pair of items he coveted most, a glorious potion capable of elevating Old Charlie to high-tier silver status, thereby granting the territory 2 high-tier Silver Knights. Coupled with Richard's battle symbol, the combat prowess of Silver Moon territory would surpass that of most Viscount families. The second item was 2 sets of exceptional grade magical constructs. Richard had heard from Angelus that although exceptional grade weapons corresponded to the silver tier, the current exceptional grade weapons had been modified by mages into magical constructs, enhancing their power by 50%. Previously, the innate magical abilities of the Tyrant Bear were shattered by wind, attribute magical constructs. Upon Richard's arrival at Sandwolf City, he found Kent supervising the counting of the serfs, selecting the artisans from the group. Upon seeing Richard, Kent hastened to pay his respects and introduced the Merchant Guild's representative. "My lord, this is Mr. Brown, the head of the caravan sent by Lady Angelus." Richard approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Welcome, Mr. Brown. I trust your journey was not too arduous. Would you care to refresh yourself before we proceed?" Mr. Brown, a middle-aged man, politely replied, "Your grace is too kind. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Please, Let us first complete the inventory. Richard thought it prudent to first receive the goods that he then inquired of Kent. How is the inventory proceeding? What remains to be counted? Please expedite the process. Kent promptly responded, My lord, the serfs have been fully accounted for, totaling 2,084 individuals, among which there are 121 artisans. The remaining weapons are also few and will be ready for inventory shortly. Richard nodded approvingly, stating, Excellent. Arrange for these serfs to be isolated outside the city, ensuring they are cleaned and well fed. They shall commence work in 10 days. As for the weapons, let us go and inspect them. Upon arriving at the merchant caravan, Richard opened the containers only to find them filled with grain. Turning to Mr. Brown in confusion, Mr. Brown quickly explained, Due to the stringent inspections by Baron Lace in the south, we incurred substantial taxes to transport these serfs. Therefore, we dared not place the weapons in the cart. He then instructed 20 soldiers nearby to remove their armor and sheathe their swords. Richard immediately understood that Mr. Brown had cleverly disguised his weapons on the knights to evade Baron Lace's scrutiny. It seemed that Baron Lace needed to expedite matters. Otherwise, with the increasing frequency of trade, complications would only escalate. After inspecting the 20 sets of extraordinary equipment, Kent confirmed their integrity. Subsequently, Mr. Brown and the captain of his guard, who was also the leader of the knight squad, Rooney, removed their armor and swords, handing them to Kent. Mr. Brown then produced 3 small boxes, stating, My lord, within are 2 sets of exceptional grade magical constructs, 1 wind attribute and 1 earth attribute. The 3 boxes contain 6 glorious potions and 1 glorious potion. Please verify. Upon seeing Rooney, Richard exchanged brief pleasantries before examining the 3 potion boxes. Satisfied with their contents, he stored them in a spatial ring and gestured for Kent to test the earth attribute magical construct. He picked up the wind attribute magical construct for inspection, but was stopped by Kent, who advised, My lord, allow me to handle it that exceptional grade magical constructs can only be wielded by silver knights. Upon hearing the news, Richard was intrigued by the nuances involved in the matter and thus entrusted Kent with the verification process. This time, the examination took a bit longer, but after testing at the training grounds, Kent confirmed that there were no issues and felt a surge of excitement after experiencing the constructed magical weapon. Observing Kent's enthusiasm, Richard decided on the spot to bestow upon him the earth attribute constructed magical weapon, as it had been intended for him all along. Following this, Richard hosted a banquet for Brown and his companions. During the gathering, Richard occasionally inquired about various matters and extended his regards to Angelus. Perhaps due to prior instructions from her, in any case, Brown answered all of Richard's questions, provided they did not pertain to the guild itself. Once Richard had gathered sufficient information, Brown suddenly introduced, My lord. This is Mr. Tatum, who is responsible for designing high-end estates for clients within the guild. Lady Angelus specifically sent him to discuss new construction materials with you. The elder gentleman, named Tatum, immediately rose to bow before Richard, who responded, I see. Thank you, Mr. Tatum. You all will be resting in Sandwolf City for the night, and tomorrow you will proceed to Silver Moon City, where you can observe the production and application of these new materials in detail. Subsequently, someone will discuss further details with you. Additionally, Mr. Brown will need to accompany you, as the items you need to take back are still in Silver Moon City. Both parties expressed their agreement, assuring that they would set off early the next day. After the banquet concluded, Richard instructed, Kent, please ensure that the guild members are adequately settled for the night, and arrange for someone to guide them to Silver Moon City tomorrow. Following Richard's orders, Kent escorted Brown and the others to their accommodations. Richard then soared back to Silver Moon City with the exceptional wind attribute constructed magical weapon in hand. Upon his return to Silver Moon City, Richard immediately summoned Old Charlie, exclaiming with excitement, Grandfather Charlie, the items from the tulip have arrived. Haha, here is your exceptional wind attribute constructed magical weapon, along with the radiant potion. As Richard jubilantly showcased the exceptional longsword to Old Charlie. The latter gently caressed the blade before drawing it forth. The sword was enveloped in a layer of wind elements, emitting a chilling glow and appearing exceptionally sharp. Gazing at the constructed magical weapon, Old Charlie marveled, What a magnificent sword! I never imagined I would wield an exceptional constructed magical weapon one day. Lord Raphael always yearned for a long sword like this. Noticing old Charlie's nostalgic mention of his father Raphael, Richard swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Grandfather Charlie, let us not dwell on the past. Instead, take a look at your armor. I have heard that this type of armor possesses formidable physical defense and exceptional anti-magic properties." With that, Richard presented a striking silver full suit of armor before old Charlie, who remarked, "Indeed, this is true." The original exceptional armor boasted only high physical defense, but after being enhanced by mages, the knight's fighting spirit can integrate seamlessly with the armor, significantly boosting its anti-magic attributes. Had old Sandwolf possessed this armor, it would have been challenging for the young master's magic to harm him. Thus, young master must exercise caution when venturing out, as the knights from prominent families may very well be clad in exceptional constructed armor. Richard nodded in agreement, pondering, "Indeed, exceptional grade is remarkably powerful, that I wonder how formidable the epic grade corresponding to golden knights must be. Perhaps once knights reach the golden level, they gradually surpass mages, owing to these constructed magical weapons. It is puzzling why mages would create weapons that counter their own abilities, especially when they themselves cannot wield them. There must be some undisclosed secrets behind this." Yet, Richard was unconcerned with such matters. His focus remained on cultivating his own influence. Thus, he continued, "Grandfather Charlie, the guild members will arrive in Silver Moon City tomorrow. You will be responsible for receiving them. There are two main matters to address. First, they have sent a representative for construction. You should discuss the collaboration for establishing a brick kiln and a lime factory. We will provide only the technology and some specialized personnel, while the guild will manage everything else. And we shall receive 30% of the profits. Is 30% not a bit too little?" Old Charlie inquired, puzzled. "Not all. After all, this endeavor is relatively straightforward, and we shall merely reap the benefits. Moreover, it also allows us to do a favor for Angelus," Richard clarified. He then continued, "The second matter involves handing over the magical scrolls to them. This time, we don't need to provide as many. Just 100 of each level will suffice, totaling a value of 17,000 gold coins. After deducting the 6,000 owed from last time, we have 11,000 gold coins remaining. Please have the guild procure materials for cultivating windrunners, such as potions, technology, and specialized talents. Additionally, we need to order 50 sets of bronze magical shackles and 150 sets of servant magical shackles, as they will be necessary for the orc slaves. Of course, this amount will not be sufficient, so let them take their time with it. We will continue to provide them with 200 magical scrolls each month." Old Charlie acknowledged that he had noted everything down. Finally, Richard looked at the radiant potion and said, "Grandfather Charlie, after your discussions tomorrow, you should immediately retreat to cultivate and strive to advance to high-tier silver AS for the brick kiln and lime factory. Let old John handle that." After concluding his instructions, old Charlie departed with the items. The following day, upon the arrival of the guild members in Silver Moon City, old Charlie was responsible for the entire reception and discussions. Meanwhile, Richard, the Baron Lord, took Sage and Carter to the training grounds in the back mountain. Sage and Carter were assigned to train in Richard's private training area because they were knights of the same generation as young Charlie, who had already reached silver status, while the two of them remained at high-tier bronze. Therefore, Richard needed to personally supervise their training to hasten their advancement to peak bronze, especially since he had recently acquired 6 potions of the radiant type. That it was imperative for his knights to regain their momentum. In the ensuing 2 days, Tatum recognized the exceptional qualities of the new construction materials, acknowledging their great commercial value. He gladly accepted the Silver Moon Territory's demand for a 30% share of the profits, believing it to be a deliberate concession by the territory, which further showcased Miss Angelus's charm. After signing the contract, they decided to return. At this point, old Charlie had already entered seclusion for cultivation. So Richard personally came to see them off, saying, "Mr. Brown, safe travels, and please extend my regards to Lady Angelus, my lord. Thank you for your hospitality. That I will certainly convey your message to Lady Angelus, especially regarding the new materials." Brown replied, "Then I shall not accompany you any further." With that, Richard bid farewell to Brown, having received word that his subordinates, led by Clay, had returned in the military operations room. Richard sat across from Clay and the other 4, eagerly asking Clay, "How did it go? Have you gathered all the intelligence?" No unforeseen incidents, I hope. Clay promptly produced a map, respectfully handing it to Richard, and replied, "My lord, we split up for reconnaissance. This is the distribution map of orc clans in the surrounding 5 areas. We have thoroughly explored and marked everything." Richard reviewed the 5 maps meticulously and urged Clay to continue reporting. In total, we have identified 6 goblin clans, 2 ogre tribes, 5 ram-headed clans, 3 pig-headed clans, 2 lizardman tribes, 5 war clans, and 1 dog-headed clan. Notably, the 2 ogre tribes are currently in the process of migrating to other locations. However, it is worth noting that the dog-headed clan seems to have merged from 3 clans, including the one with a dog-headed shaman. Richard, initially engrossed in examining the maps, looked up at the mention of the dog-headed clan's merger, asking, 3 clans merged. It seems that dog-headed shaman is no ordinary individual. How many members do they currently have? Victor responded, approximately over 2,000, but I cannot ascertain how many of them are extraordinary. It seemed the dog-headed shaman detected my presence, which forced me to retreat. I see. This dog-headed clan appears to be quite a concern, Richard muttered gravely. Given the change in the strength of the dog-headed clan, Richard decided to address them last. He instructed Clay to continue with his report. But Clay turned to Bree and said, "Bree, please share the specifics of your reconnaissance in the northern region of Silvermoon territory." Thus, Bewley immediately stood up to respond. "My lord, in the northern region of Silvermoon, there are 3 goblin clans and 1 goat-headed tribe. The goat-headed tribe appears to have recently migrated, with a population of just over 300. Their chieftain possesses only initial stage silver strength, and the number of extraordinary beings ranked as attendants or higher does not exceed 20. Thus, they are quite weak. Among the 3 goblin clans, 2 are similar to those we previously eradicated, each consisting of around 500 members and possessing comparable strength point. One of these clans has an initial stage silver leader and approximately 30 extraordinary beings ranked as attendants or higher. However, the other goblin clan is a sizable one, with a population of approximately 1,000. Its leader is of intermediate silver strength, accompanied by 2 initial stage silver elders, and there are at least 80 extraordinary beings ranked as attendants or higher. Richard, observing Bewley's markings, noted that the distances between the 3 goblin clans were quite substantial, alleviating concerns that they might unite like the dog-headed man. The goat-headed tribe, being nomadic, dwells according to the growth of grass. As long as they haven't migrated too far, there should be no significant issues. "Continue," Richard commanded, not lifting his head. Victor then rose and stated, "In the eastern part of Silvermoon territory, along the northern bank of the River, lies the domain of the dog-headed clans. Currently, aside from 2 goat-headed tribes of approximately 300 members each, there are no other beastmen remaining in this area. They have likely been driven out or annihilated by the dog-headed men. I observed that the 2 ogre tribes that migrated away were indeed expelled by the dog-headed men." Upon finishing, Victor sat down, and as Clay noted Richard's silence, he gestured for young Charlie to continue. Young Charlie spoke. "In the eastern region of the Sandwolf territory, along the southern bank of the River, there exist 2 pig-headed clans, each with around 1,000 members, exhibiting somewhat greater strength. Their chieftains are of intermediate silver rank, accompanied by 3 or 4 initial stage silver elders, with around 100 extraordinary beings ranked as attendants or higher. There's also 1 goat-headed tribe whose strength and numbers are comparable to those in the northern part of Silvermoon, alongside 2 jackal-wolf clans, each consisting of about 500 members, with 2 initial stage silver beings and around 50 extraordinary beings ranked as attendants or higher." Fester added, "In the southern region of the Sandwolf territory, there are currently 3 goblin clans of around 500 members each, 1 goat-headed tribe of about 300, and 1 pig-headed clan of 1,000 members, their strength being similar to that of other regions." Finally, Clay remarked, "The western part of the Sandwolf territory is predominantly mountainous, teeming with magical beasts, hence no beastmen reside there. Meanwhile, in the western part of Silvermoon, there are 3 jackal-wolf clans, 2 of which likely belong to those that previously occupied our lumberyard, with populations around 500 to 600. The other is a clan of 1,000 members, albeit not very strong, consisting of 1 intermediate silver and 2 or 3 initial stage silvers. Additionally, there are 2 lizardman clans of about 300 members each, residing near the swamps. Their strength is relatively formidable, with each clan boasting 2 intermediate silver and 4 to 5 initial stage silver beings. All adult lizard men possess strength equivalent to that of attendants or higher. Upon hearing the introduction of the lizard man clans, Richard expressed his astonishment. Are the lizard men truly that powerful? Why, then, do they have such a sparse population? Clay promptly elaborated. Not only are the lizard men strong, but they also prefer to dwell near swamps. Hence, when faced with danger, they retreat deep into the marshes. Their limited numbers can be attributed to their poor reproductive capabilities and the scarcity of resources and food in their swampy habitats, coupled with their unwillingness to relocate. Richard pondered for a moment and softly remarked, their reluctance to move, yet tendency to flee into the swamps, will likely complicate capturing them. Richard then began to repeatedly examine the 5 maps depicting the distribution of the beastmen, ultimately selecting the map of the Western Silver Moon territory. Let us first address the beastmen clans in the Western Silver Moon, as it presents an opportunity to settle previous scores. I want all 3 Jackal Wolf clans eradicated, leaving none behind. Upon hearing this, Clay became immediately exhilarated. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the beastmen and thieves who had ravaged Silver Moon during its period of distress. The thieves and goblins had already been eliminated, leaving only the jackal wolves and dog-headed men. Richard glanced at the quietly elated Clay and continued, All right, let us briefly assign tasks. The others promptly rose, awaiting Richard's directives. Young Charlie, proceed to the eastern estate to support Green and Tuck. While we eradicate the beastmen clans in other regions, you must remain stationed there, keeping a vigilant watch on the dog-headed men. Report immediately upon any signs of unusual activity. Understood, my lord. Young Charlie responded affirmatively. Victor, you shall continue to guard Silver Moon City. That I will leave you with only Ace and Raleigh. No attendant knights will remain, so you'll have to bear the burden that, of course, if the enemy does attack. You can seek out Seg and Carter at the castle's rear mountain, as they are training there. Upon hearing that he was to remain in charge of Silver Moon City once more, Victor did not respond immediately, but rather cast a mournful glance at Richard, muttering under his breath, Why is it me again? Can I not be replaced? Absolutely not. I trust you far more. You will have ample opportunities for battle in the future. Richard stated resolutely. Realizing that his lord placed such trust in him, Victor perked up and declared loudly, Yes, my lord, I assure you that Silver Moon City will face no unforeseen incidents. He then shot a glance at young Charlie, who, to his surprise, appeared indifferent. Clay sent a hawk to Kent, instructing him to leave Sam, Roger, Dak, and 5 attendant knights behind. Bring the rest back to Silver Moon City. The task of guarding Sandwolf City will be entrusted to Lady Sophia. Yes, my lord, Clay replied. Very well, prepare yourselves. Richard waved his hand, dismissing the gathering. For this expedition to the Western Silver Moon, Richard intended to lead the team personally, primarily to ascertain whether they could capture members of the 2 Lizardman clans. The main force tasked with eradicating the Jackal Wolves would be led by Kent, with Clay, Fester, and Bewley as initial stage silver assistants, alongside 12 bronze knights and 48 attendant knights, in addition to 300 ordinary soldiers. The following day, Kent and his team arrived at Silver Moon City. Richard allowed them a day of rest, planning to depart early the next morning to systematically eliminate the Jackal Wolf clans that lie in the northern section of the Westcoast Mountains. Richard and his companions paused, at which point Clay remarked, My lord, beyond the Westcoast Mountains lies the territory where the 2 Jackal Wolf clans that previously attacked our domain roam. We may encounter Jackal Wolves searching for food at any moment. We must first dispatch scouts to clear out the wandering Jackal Wolves. Richard nodded in agreement and instructed, Fester, take Mark, Roland, Hayden, and Kevin, and set off immediately to eliminate the wandering Jackal-Wolves that be sure to do so swiftly and efficiently. Yes, my lord. Fester and his 4 companions promptly accepted their orders. Watching the 5 depart, Richard commanded, Let us rest for half an hour to allow Fester and his team some time to clear the area. The group dismounted to recuperate, and Richard approached Kent, inquiring, Kent, with that enhancement scroll that amplifies effects over 1-fold, how long do you estimate it will take for you to ascend to peak Silver Knight status? Kent, unsure of Richard's sudden inquiry, contemplated for a moment before responding. With the addition of magic crystals, it would likely take a little over 3 years. After a moment of consideration, Richard decided, once we resolve the beastman situation, return to the Silver Moon territory to reside there, bringing Sophia and the children along. After all, there are already quite a few Silver Knights in the territory. We can assign 2 initial stage Silvers to Sandwolf City. Once you return to Silver Moon, focus entirely on your training. My magic enhancement now offers a 3-fold increase, which will expedite your cultivation. Ken exclaimed in surprise. 3-fold. Then I should be able to break through in about 2 years. Having finalized Kent's arrangements, the two discussed various matters concerning the kingdom. After half an hour, Richard summoned everyone to set out. They proceeded for over 20 kilometers without encountering a single jackal wolf, indicating that Fester and his team had performed admirably. After traveling a few more kilometers, they met with Fester and his team, who were waiting for them. Fester immediately approached to report, "My lord, just 5 kilometers ahead lies the territory of the first jackal wolf clan. We may encounter a greater number of jackal wolves from here on. I feared startling them, so I halted to await your orders." "Well done, Fester. There is no need for further clearing. We shall advance and confront them directly." Richard praised. He then turned to Kent and commanded, "Kent, the task is now yours. Lead the team to annihilate this jackal wolf clan." "Yes, my lord." Upon receiving the command, Kent immediately led the group at a swift pace towards the territory of the werewolves. Meanwhile, Richard proceeded slowly with Gray and Roman, for such adversaries no longer required his divine symbols. The knights were more than capable of handling the situation. His objective for this journey was to capture the lizard men. As Ken approached the werewolf stronghold, 3 kilometers away, he was detected by the werewolves. Although they quickly prepared their defenses, a clan of 500 to 600 werewolves, fortified by a rudimentary stone and wood stronghold, was no match for the assault of high-ranking silver knights wielding exceptional magical weaponry. The gates were breached in an instant, and Kent charged directly toward the werewolf chieftain, bellowing, "Damn werewolf! Do you remember your grandfather, Clay?" Witnessing the breach in the stronghold, the werewolf chieftain intended to flee immediately, but was instead targeted by the advancing Clay. "Knights of Silver Moon, how could you possess so many knights?" the chieftain exclaimed. But before he could finish, Clay, mounted on his swift steed, engaged him in fierce combat. Alongside him, Bree soon arrived, and together they swiftly dispatched the werewolf chieftain. With the chieftain's demise, the resistance within the stronghold dwindled, culminating in the conclusion of the battle that by the time Richard arrived, Kent and the others were already clearing the battlefield, having completely annihilated the werewolf clan. Some werewolves that had ventured out in search of food may have evaded capture, but without their kin, their fate was ultimately sealed. Richard did not enter the stronghold, but awaited outside. Shortly after, Ken emerged, reporting, "My lord, the werewolves have been entirely eradicated, and we rescued over 40 serfs within. However, the spoils are rather meager, totaling no more than 100 gold coins. How impoverished!" Richard remarked. He then commanded, "Remove the werewolf corpses and incinerate them. This stronghold can still be utilized. After all, there are some fertile fields nearby. Once that's done, we must hasten to the next werewolf territory, allowing the rescued serfs to remain here for the time being." "Yes, my lord," Kent replied, promptly returning to the stronghold to direct the cleanup efforts. After more than 2 hours, Kent gathered the men outside the stronghold and then followed Richard to the next werewolf clan. Just as effortlessly as the first, the second werewolf clan was completely annihilated by Kent as dusk approached. In this stronghold, they liberated over 80 serfs, but once again, the riches were scant, totaling a mere 500 gold coins. After clearing the second stronghold, night had fallen, and only one last clan of 1,000 werewolves remained. Richard resolved to launch a night assault to resolve the matter, allowing him to focus on capturing the lizard men the following day. Thus, under the cover of darkness, Richard personally led the charge, first shattering the slightly larger stronghold's walls with a series of divine fire symbols. Upon breaching the defenses, he unleashed several wind spirit symbols, scattering the werewolves that had formed a defensive formation. Kent and several silver knights then confronted the werewolf chieftain and elders, engaging them in combat. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the werewolves struggled to coalesce into an effective fighting force against Richard's divine symbols. Consequently, After Kent and the other Silver Knights dispatched the chieftain and elders, the fate of the werewolf clan was sealed. Later that night, Richard sat by the campfire outside the stronghold, and upon the completion of the battlefield cleanup, Kent approached to report, "My lord, the werewolf bodies have been cleared in the chieftain's quarters. We also recovered 5 servant-grade magical crystals and 3 bronze-grade magical crystals, with the total worth amounting to around 500 gold coins. Additionally, we rescued just over 50 serfs." Richard responded, "Ah, quite commendable. Finally, we have something of value. It seems that stronger clans possess greater wealth. I anticipate even more substantial reward from the upcoming ogre and gnoll clans." He then stored the magical crystals and gold in his spatial ring before arranging for the men to rest. The following morning, Richard instructed Gray to lead 4 knight attendants and 200 ordinary soldiers to return food, large supplies, and the serfs back to Silvermoon City, while also retrieving the people and supplies from the previous 2 strongholds along the way. Afterward, Richard set off with the remaining men towards the marshlands by the riverbank, preparing to hunt the lizard men. Upon arriving at the marshes, Richard realized he had underestimated the terrain. What he had presumed to be a simple riverside marsh turned out to be a vast lowland swamp where numerous small rivers converged, stretching endlessly in all directions. This expansive marsh will pose a significant challenge for capturing the lizard men, Richard murmured to himself. Kent interjected, "My lord, lizard men typically inhabit the edges of marshes that if they detect our large force, they may retreat further into the depths of the swamp." Richard nodded in agreement, stating, "That is a valid point. Let us, the Silver Knights along with 11 Bronze Knights, proceed to scout the area. The rest should set up camp 5 kilometers back. We may need to remain here for several days, given the size of this marshland." Kent suggested, "Let Bree remain behind as well, to avoid any encounters with wandering magical beasts or orcs." "Indeed," Richard concurred. Turning to Bree with instructions, "Bree, take the knight attendants and ordinary soldiers and retreat approximately 5 kilometers to find a suitable location for camp." "Yes, my lord." Bree promptly complied and led the contingent away. Richard then declared, "Let us depart as well, hoping for favorable fortune." Thus, Richard and his party commenced their journey along the edge of the marsh, heading towards the lizardmen's dwelling site that Clay had previously scouted. After about 2 hours, they arrived at the first lizardmen clan's territory. Concealed behind a distant hillside, Richard and his men observed the lizardmen seemingly packing their belongings in preparation for migration. "Our luck seems decent. Had we arrived even half a day later, they might have vanished without a trace," Richard remarked with satisfaction. Kent replied, "Indeed, it would have been quite the challenge to locate them. Let us initiate our operation." Richard commanded, "Kent, we shall take to the marsh and block the lizardmen's escape route. Clay, I will first obscure our approach with a fog, and you will lead the remaining men to cautiously advance. Once we emerge from the fog, charge forth and capture them, but be careful not to lethally harm them. However, those of silver rank may be slain if necessary." "Yes, my lord." With that, Richard utilized a misconcealment symbol, and he and Kent circled around to the rear of the lizardmen, while Clay led the others down the slope. I could see that moment. The lizardmen chieftain, Kakufis, noticed the sudden appearance of the fog and grew suspicious. Just as he prepared to send someone to investigate, a group of human cavalry charged from the mist, bearing down upon him. "Enemies, retreat into the marsh," Kakufis bellowed. "Warriors, defend against the oncoming threat." He rushed toward the human cavalry and began to cast marsh descent. Richard, having just soared above the marsh, observed the lizardmen's immediate flight with surprise. Their power was formidable. Why were they so cautious and timid? Without time for further contemplation, Richard hurled several ice symbols, sealing off the lizardmen's escape route. However, the lizardmen swiftly countered with their own marsh descent, diving into the swamp they had conjured, evading his icy grasp. Richard was momentarily taken aback by their unexpected maneuver. Meanwhile, Clay and his group faced difficulties as well. The lizardmen unleashed their innate spell, marsh descent, causing the ground beneath Clay's cavalry to soften rapidly, ensnaring their mounts. Recognizing the challenges on both sides, Richard and Kent swiftly descended. Kent landed beside the lizardmen chieftain's spouse, engaging in combat, while Richard continuously unleashed wind spirit symbols. For the resilient lizardmen, The wind spirit's tempestuous assaults were not fatal, but they served to injure or disperse them, temporarily thwarting their attempts to plunge into the marsh for escape. Seeing his lord engaged in battle, Clay abandoned his mount, leading the knights across the area affected by marsh descent to confront the lizard men. After a brief skirmish, the lizard men chieftain and his spouse, along with 5 silver elders, recognized their disadvantage, particularly due to Kent's high-ranking silver status and his exceptional magical longsword, which easily pierced the lizardmen's prideful defenses. Ultimately, the lizardman chieftain and his spouse decisively leaped into the marsh to flee. As they had sustained severe injuries from Kent, failure to escape could result in their demise. The remaining lizardmen, seeing their leaders retreat, followed suit into the marsh. Richard could only watch in frustration as the lizardmen fled, leaving behind a mere 16 injured lizardmen who had not managed to escape. The knights promptly bound the 16 lizardmen, securing them for capture, due to the recent order of magical shackles, which will not arrive until next month. We can only bind the lizardmen with coarse ropes, made from beast sinews for the time being. However, they must be watched at all times. Otherwise, there is a significant risk of escape. After securing the lizardmen, Clay promptly approached to apologize, saying, "I am sorry, my lord. It was my misjudgment that delayed our optimal moment of attack." Richard, unfazed, replied, "It matters not whether you delay. They will escape from the swamp of their own making, and no one can prevent that." Kent chimed in, "Indeed, it is quite difficult to stop them. What shall we do now, my lord? Shall we continue the pursuit?" Richard pondered for a moment and said, "We must capture them. As many as we can. However, I should return to the camp for now. Otherwise, we cannot manage these captives." Consequently, the group returned to the camp at Bury with 16 lizardmen in TOW in the evening. As Richard feasted on roasted meat, his gaze fell upon the 16 lizardmen, who were not particularly formidable. Due to the abruptness of Richard's wind spirit talisman, most of them were women and children, comprising 5 young lizardmen and 7 female lizardmen, with only 4 adult males, the strongest among them being of mid-tier bronze rank. Richard addressed the mid-tier bronze lizardman, asking, "What is your name?" To his surprise, the lizardman roared in anger, "Human, what do you want? We lizardmen have not trespassed upon your territory. We have lived in this swamp for ages. Why do you attack us?" Richard immediately began to deceive him, saying, "I merely wish to offer you a better job. Life here is quite harsh, and you barely have enough to eat. If you work diligently for me, I assure you ample provisions." "What do you say?" "Sounds good, right?" The lizard man, unable to comprehend Richard's words due to his limited cognitive abilities, stared blankly at him. Kent, unable to bear the awkward silence, interjected, "We need you to help construct a wall." Upon hearing this, the mid-tier bronze lizard man erupted in fury, shouting, "You despicable human! Do not think to make us your slaves. We will never submit to you, even if it costs us our lives." Witnessing this, Richard helplessly turned to Clay and remarked, "It seems communication is quite challenging. Perhaps we should let them go hungry for a few days." Clay responded, "Yes, my lord." Richard then turned to Kent, questioning, "Did he not understand what I said?" Kent chuckled, explaining, "My lord, lizard men are indeed rather dull. One must speak directly to them, or they will not grasp the meaning." Richard mused to himself, "Am I truly unable to deceive even such simple-minded lizardmen?" The following day, Richard and his companions attacked another lizardman clan. With the experience from their previous encounter, the situation improved slightly, yet they managed to capture only 25 lizardmen. This was partly due to Richard's reluctance to take lethal action and his intention to proceed gradually. In any case, the resources of this group of lizardmen were exceedingly scarce, rendering long-distance migration impossible. Thus, a slow approach was preferable. Subsequently, Richard spent 3 days patrolling the swamp, successfully capturing 10 more lizardmen searching for food. In total, Richard had seized 51 lizardmen, 19 adult males, 23 females, and 9 young lizardmen. After searching for another 2 days without success, he decided to return to Silver Moon City with his captives. Upon arriving in Silver Moon City, Richard confined the lizardmen in a dungeon adjacent to the military camp, which had been constructed during the last significant renovation of the city. After securing the lizardmen, Richard assigned Victor, a silver knight, to guard them, instructing, You shall guard this place for over half a month until the magical shackles from the Tulip Merchant Guild arrive, after which you may release them to work. Then you can join the remaining battles." Hearing that he would still have the chance to participate, Victor promptly accepted, saying, "Yes, my lord." Richard then proceeded to the training ground in the back mountains, observing Seg and Carter diligently honing their skills. Satisfied, Richard nodded and inquired, "Well done. It seems you have finally embraced diligence. How long until you can advance to peak Bronze Knight?" The two responded respectfully, "My lord, we should be able to achieve peak Bronze status in about half a month." Upon hearing that it would only take half a month, Richard produced a Phaeton potion, saying, "Half a month is not long. You should be ready for the upcoming battles. Take this, and once you solidify your peak Bronze rank, consume it to break through to Silver Knight. Our territory requires rapid expansion, and we urgently need Silver Knights. Oh, you understand?" "Understood, my lord," they replied excitedly as they accepted the potion. Richard then pointed to the open training room and asked, "Where has Grandpa Charlie gone? Has he successfully advanced?" Seg replied, "My lord, Butler Charlie succeeded in his advancement yesterday. He left the city today to familiarize himself with the powers of a high-tier Silver Knight and to test out an exceptional weapon." "I see. Then there is no cause for concern. You may continue. I shall take my leave." Reassured by Charlie's success, Richard returned to rest. That evening, upon Charlie's return to Silvermoon City, he immediately sought out Richard. Upon seeing Charlie, Richard laughed heartily, asking, "Grandpa Charlie, how does it feel to have the strength of a high-tier Silver Knight?" Charlie responded with a smile, "It feels excellent. My fighting spirit has increased significantly, and no wonder old Sandwolf could battle from within the city to outside. However, it will take me about 3 to 5 days to stabilize my rank." "Young master, do you plan to rest for a few days?" Richard replied. 3 to 5 days? That works out perfectly. Victor will need to guard the dungeon. And I will leave Silvermoon City to you. I plan to rest tomorrow and set off the day after, with the goal of capturing the goat-headed people in the northern part of Silvermoon. "Setting off the day after? It seems I will not be able to join you," Charlie remarked. The two then discussed the development of the territory for a while before Charlie returned to rest. The next day, Richard hosted a gathering at the military camp, allowing everyone to eat and drink together. Enjoying a well-deserved respite on the morning of the third day, the group set out once more towards the northern region of Silvermoon. Upon exiting the territory, they headed straight for the settlement of the goat-headed people, only to find not a single strand of wool in sight. Richard then summoned Bury and Feast, saying, "Bury, you previously scouted this area. It seems the goat-headed people have relocated. Accompany Feast and follow their tracks immediately to see if you can find their tribe again. We will wait here and give you half a day. Regardless of whether you find them or not, return before nightfall." The two promptly accepted. "Yes, my lord." They mounted their war horses and rode off to track the signs left by the goat-headed people. Remarkably, less than 2 hours later, Bury and Feast returned. Bury reported, "My lord, we have located the goat-headed tribe. They are settled in a sheltered pasture 20 kilometers to the east." Upon hearing this, Richard immediately gathered everyone and set off eastward, utilizing a mist concealment talisman to shroud the group successfully, thereby surrounding the goat-headed tribe. When the chieftain of the goat-headed people saw himself encircled by over 300 human cavalry, including several silver knights and a hovering magician, he boldly approached Richard, discarding his spear and bow upon nearing him. Dismounting, he respectfully said, "Esteemed human lord, we goat-headed people make our living by herding horses and dwelling among the grasslands. If we have offended your territory, we are prepared to leave immediately and offer compensation, begging only that you spare us." Observing the chieftain's remarkable courage paired with such humility, Richard expressed his respect, stating, "I am Baron Richard of Silvermoon. Your actions are commendable. Tell me your name." Replying to the Baron, "My name is Yongu," the goat-headed chieftain replied, still bowing his head. Richard then said, "Chieftain Yongu, I have not come to expel you or to destroy your people, but rather to invite you to reside in my territory. I wish for you to assist me in herding horses." Upon hearing this, Chieftain Yongu raised his head to regard Richard sternly, retorting, "If you intend to enslave us, we shall fight to the death. Although we may not stand a chance, it is better to die than to be enslaved." To Richard's surprise, the timid, goat-headed people exhibited such defiance. He smiled and clarified, "Actually, I was hoping to make you my slaves." However, I have changed my mind. I shall designate a sufficiently large pasture for you to settle by the banks of the River, located to the south of Silver Moon territory. You shall provide me with horses for herding, and in return I will supply you with ample food to ensure that you do not suffer from hunger. What say you?" Yongu shook his head and responded, "That is impossible. The land of the Chaos territory cannot yield such a bounty of grain. Where would you procure the food to provide for us?" Richard chuckled lightly. "Ah, but you see, you are already encircled by me, and no matter how fiercely you resist, I can still capture many of you as slaves. Therefore, is there any need for me to deceive you?" Yongu discerned the threat in Richard's words. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Alas, I must return and explain this to my people." Richard waved his hand. "Very well. I shall await your return for half an hour, and I hope that you make the right choice." Yongu then returned to his tribe, and soon enough, the sheephead tribe was stirred into commotion. Just as Richard prepared to launch his attack, the unrest quickly subsided. Before long, Yongu approached once more, indicating their agreement. Upon hearing the acceptance from the leader of the sheephead tribe, Richard expressed his delight. "Leader Yongu, you will surely be grateful for today's decision in the days to come." Yongu only managed a bitter smile in response, remaining silent. Richard did not press further but turned to Bree. Inquiring Bree, "Are we not close to that goblin clan of 1,000? Bree replied, "Indeed, my lord, at a further 30 kilometers to the east lies the goblin stronghold." Richard looked towards the east and declared, "Then let us set forth and eliminate that loathsome goblin horde." He then turned to Yongu with a smile. "Leader Yongu, come along, that it will be an opportunity for you to witness the might of Silver Moon territory. Fear not, I am aware that you are no match for those goblins, and you shall not be involved in the battle." Hearing that they would not be required to fight, Yongu let out a sigh of relief and went to rally his tribe. Considering the presence of elders and children among the sheephead, as well as their numerous tents and living supplies, Richard slowed their pace. Fortunately, the sheephead tribe possessed 200 horses, allowing them to reach the vicinity of the goblin stronghold before dusk. Richard instructed the sheephead to wait in place while he led his forces straight for the goblin fortress. Kent had intended to leave some men to watch over the sheephead, but Richard refused. Wishing for a swift resolution to the conflict, he was not concerned about the sheephead fleeing. Leader Yongu was undoubtedly a clever man and would not dare to run after witnessing the power of Silver Moon territory. The goblin fortress was significantly inferior to the previous Wolfman stronghold, constructed almost entirely of wood, appearing rather flimsy. Without hesitation, Richard unleashed a dozen fire talismans, igniting the entire wooden wall. He then employed a wind spirit talisman to breach the gates. And Kent immediately led his men inside. At this point, the goblins found themselves trapped within the flames, unable to escape. The sheephead, observing from a distance, were filled with trepidation, especially those who had contemplated fleeing. Should they truly attempt to escape, they would certainly fall victim to the flying sorcerer lord pursuing them, and the fire magic would inevitably rain down upon them as well. The battle concluded swiftly. Within less than half an hour of Kent's entry, the sounds of combat ceased. Richard promptly extinguished the flames on the fortress walls. There was little of value within the goblin stronghold, only a small amount of grain, which Richard directly offered to the sheephead, instructing them to retrieve it themselves. The sheephead were overjoyed, entirely forgetting that they had only recently been coerced. Richard's disinterest in the grain stemmed from Kent's report that not a single human serf had been found within the fortress, only numerous human bones. The outcome was thus evident. After the sheephead collected the grain, Richard set fire to the filthy stronghold, reducing it to ashes. The group then rested for the night, and the following day, they split into teams. Kent took one squad, while Clay and Bree took another, both departing to eradicate the remaining 2 goblin clans, while Richard and Feist, along with the sheephead, returned to Silver Moon territory. Upon their return, Richard arranged for the sheephead to temporarily reside at the unfinished horse city to the south, while he dealt with the remaining orc clans before relocating them to the southern pastures. Richard had anticipated that Kent and his team would return that same day. However, they did not arrive back in Silver Moon City until noon the following day. Upon inquiring, Richard learned that the 2 goblin clans had somehow received word of the demise of the largest goblin clan and had decisively abandoned their fortress to flee. When Kent's group arrived, they found the stronghold deserted and were forced to continue their pursuit. They eventually located the goblins, but upon sighting Kent and his men, the goblins scattered without a second thought. Kent's team was left to hunt down the fleeing goblins one by one, pursuing them until deep into the night. After hearing this account, Richard remarked to Kent, "That truly sounds like a strenuous pursuit. You all should take a few days to rest. Once Grandpa Charlie stabilizes his realm, you can lead the charge to eliminate the orc clans in the southern regions of the Sandwolf territory." "Yes, my lord." Kent promptly accepted the order. Richard then prepared to remain in Silvermoon City to diligently train his knightly aura. A month later, the orc clan surrounding Sandwolf territory had either been eradicated or had fled the region. However, Kent's team did not capture a single sheephead. Those creatures were far too perceptive and evacuated at the first sign of trouble. Richard felt a twinge of regret over this. Additionally, one goblin clan and one wolfman clan had also successfully escaped. While 3 pig-headed clans, 2 goblin clans, and 1 wolfman clan had been completely annihilated, a total of 500 serfs and goods valued at nearly 3,000 gold coins had been seized. Primarily due to the contributions of the 3 pig-headed clans, which had proven to be formidable adversaries, in addition to their significant number of strong warriors, the pig-headed were exceptionally fierce, resisting as if possessed by rabid pigs, refusing to consider flight even as the battle reached its conclusion. Had it not been for the various talismans crafted by Richard that each soldier carried, the casualties inflicted by the 3 pig-headed clans could have been substantial. After addressing the issues with the orcs, Richard promptly tasked Old Charlie and Kent to lead 12 Bronze Knights south to investigate. The Tulip Merchant Guild convoy had yet to arrive, being nearly half a month overdue, causing Richard some concern. However, he instructed them not to enter the territory of Baron Lace, merely to probe the outer areas. After dispatching Old Charlie and his team, Richard began formulating a plan to confront the Kobold clans. At this point, Seg and Carter had both advanced to the rank of Junior Silver Knights and had stabilized their realms. Consequently, the territory now boasted 2 high-ranking Silver Knights, 7 Junior Silver Knights, 19 Bronze Knights, and nearly 60 Squire Knights. A few Bronze Knights would remain in both Silvermoon City and Sandwolf City. Assuming the Tulip Merchant Guild's convoy encountered no mishaps, Victor, guarding the dungeon, would also be available, allowing for 2 Bronze Knights to oversee the management of the Lizardman slaves. This arrangement would provide Richard with 9 Silver Knights, 12 Bronze Knights, and nearly 50 squires to confront the Kobold clans, a force that would undoubtedly ensure success without any unforeseen incidents. Merely 7 days after Old Charlie's departure, he returned with the Tulip Merchant Guild's convoy. Upon seeing Richard, Old Charlie immediately reported, "Young master, we traveled south for 2 days without entering the southern region, only to encounter a northbound merchant convoy. They informed us of some mishaps in Blackstone City that delayed their journey. Mr. Brown is preparing to report the details to you personally." The leaders of this merchant convoy were once again Brown and Rooney. However, Tatum, who was responsible for construction materials last time, was notably absent. After listening to Old Charlie's report, Richard approached Brown and inquired, "Mr. Brown, what transpired in Blackstone City that caused such a delay? Was it the doing of Baron Lace?" Brown immediately expressed his apologies, explaining, "I sincerely apologize, my lord. Some occurrences did indeed transpire in Blackstone City, but they were not related to us. We were merely caught in the aftermath. The situation is as follows. Considering that our guild has passed through Baron Lace's territory for 3 consecutive times to conduct trade with you, in an effort to avoid drawing his attention and incurring his wrath, we decided to carry a substantial load and conduct some transactions in Blackstone City to mislead Baron Lace. However, during the few days we remained in the trading post, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in Blackstone City, where 3 assassination attempts occurred in rapid succession. Baron Lace lost 3 of his Bronze Knights, including his youngest son, and the other 2 were also knights of his household. This heinous act incited Baron Lace's wrath, prompting him to seal off the city and initiate a citywide manhunt for the assassins. Consequently, our Tulip Trading Company found itself trapped within Blackstone City. Although Baron Lace would not dare to search our company, he was equally reluctant to release us immediately, offering instead a form of compensation. Given that we intended to traverse Baron Lace's territory in the future, and he had demonstrated goodwill, We felt it unwise to refuse, which ultimately delayed our departure by over half a month. Upon hearing of the assassination, Richard immediately thought of Lox's. Surprised that he had acted so swiftly, he inquired, "Mr. Brown, might I ask what ranks the 3 slain bronze knights held?" Brown, puzzled by Richard's question, wondered if the assassin could possibly be someone sent by the young baron himself. Yet he refrained from asking and responded honestly. 2 of the family knights are low-tier bronze knights, while Baron Laze's youngest son is a mid-tier bronze knight. Mid-tier bronze? Is it? Quite impressive. Lox's seems to be advancing rapidly. Richard thought to himself, secretly applauding Lox's progress. He then proceeded to accept the cargo, which comprised a modest shipment of 200 pairs of magical shackles, with the rest being supplies for breeding windrunners. Richard instructed his men to utilize the magical shackles on the captured lizardmen and arrange for them to start working, assuring that diligent labor would be met with ample food. Those lizardmen unwilling to submit would continue to face hunger. After organizing everything, he invited Brown and his companions to the parlor for a discussion. Once everyone was seated, Richard asked, "Mr. Brown, how many windrunners can you cultivate with the items you brought?" "My lord, this is not my area of expertise. Allow me to introduce an expert in this field." Brown replied with a smile, gesturing to a lean middle-aged gentleman beside him. "This is Mr. Owen, a specialist in beast horse breeding, sought out specifically for you by Lord Angelus. Let him address your inquiries." The man named Owen promptly stood and respectfully stated, "Esteemed Baron, greetings. That I am Owen, and I have been engaged in beast horse breeding for 12 years. That I assure you that I will meet your expectations in cultivating your windrunners." Richard, ever courteous, replied, "Mr. Owen, it is a comfort to have an expert like you assisting me. However, I would appreciate a detailed explanation regarding the breeding of windrunners." "Certainly, my lord. From Lord Angelus, I learned that you possess a peak bronze-level windrunner stallion, 7 mid-tier bronze-level mares, and 5 young windrunners. Therefore, we have only brought 7 fertility potions and 5 growth potions, which will ensure that your 7 mares conceive within 3 months and that the 5 young windrunners mature swiftly within a year. The total value of these is 12,000 gold coins." Richard gasped, "So expensive? A potion costs 1,000 gold coins, and that does not even include the crystal nucleus for the stallion. Does that mean the expenses for just the mares and young horses amount to 2,000 gold coins?" Owen explained, "Indeed, breeding beast horses is quite costly. When you factor in the crystal nucleus to replenish the stallion and the potions for inducing estrus, the average cost for a mature windrunner is approximately 3,000 gold coins. However, mature windrunners on the market are valued at over 5,000 gold coins, and they are in high demand. Is that so? Yet the whiting potion costs only 500 gold coins, and the glorious potion is merely 3,000 gold coins." Richard still found it hard to comprehend. Owen chuckled. "Such comparisons are unfounded. Both the whiting and glorious potions have specific preconditions for use. Additionally, cultivating a knight requires significantly more time and gold. Moreover, the formulas and materials for beast potions are controlled by prominent families, while the whiting and glorious potions have become semi-public knowledge, so I need not elaborate further." Upon realizing the monopolistic nature of this trade, Richard thought to himself, "So, this is a monopolistic transaction. It seems I must find a way to acquire the formulas in the future, but for now, I must willingly spend the gold." Having clarified the requirements and timelines for breeding windrunners, Richard concluded that 7 mares were woefully insufficient and needed to be increased. However, encountering windrunners in the wild proved to be a daunting task. So he requested Brown and his team to assist in acquiring more mares. Brown readily agreed, and Richard then treated them to a lavish dinner. The following morning, Brown bid farewell to Richard, while Mr. Owen intended to commence work immediately with his team. However, Richard instructed them to rest for a few days, as he planned to first deal with the goblins before allowing Kaka and his wives to focus on childbirth. Thus, on the 3rd day after sending off Brown, Richard gathered his knights and soldiers, additionally summoning 20 goat-headed men, including the low-tier silver chief, Yongu, along with 6 bronze-level and 13 attendant-level goat-headed men. Setting off towards the goblin fortress in the eastern part of Silver Moon territory, as Richard and his men entered goblin territory, the goblin sentinels promptly detected them and hurriedly reported back. Richard chose not to send anyone to eliminate the goblin scouts. as goblins possess keen hearing, making a successful ambush nearly impossible. Instead, he boldly charged directly towards them. Upon learning that human cavalry was approaching, the goblin shaman quickly assembled the goblin army to prepare for battle. The shaman understood that the only nearby human forces belonged to Silver Moon territory, ruled by a master skilled in fire magic. The stone and wooden walls would be of little use against fire magic. It was better to rely on their numerical superiority in open combat against the humans. Shortly after the goblin army had assembled outside the city, Richard arrived at their front lines, discovering that they had gathered 800 goblins. Observing their physique, Richard quickly assessed their ranks and noted 3 mid-tier silver and 4 low-tier silver goblins, along with over 30 bronze level and 80 attendant level goblins. Richard mused, "This goblin shaman is indeed competent, and he must have advanced to the rank of silver mage. It is known that goblins are typically on par with Wurgens in strength. However, the occasional emergence of goblin shamans as spellcasters complicates matters." While Richard was observing the goblin army, the goblin shaman called out first, "Baron of Silver Moon, what are your intentions?" With a chuckle, Richard replied, "I have come to settle old scores." Upon hearing old scores, the goblin shaman immediately grasped the situation. Responding, "Regarding the iron mine incident, I am willing to offer compensation to avert this feudal war. How does that sound?" Richard, however, retorted with a cold laugh. "Very well, then let your head serve as compensation." This statement incited the shaman's fury, who bellowed, "Human, you seek death. My army outnumbers yours." Seeing this, Richard grew weary of further discourse with the goblin shaman and hurled a barrage of divine fire talismans towards the goblins. The shaman ordered his forces to scatter and charge forward, simultaneously casting a lightning spell aimed at Richard. Richard swiftly ascended to evade the lightning attack, and then he cast mid-tier silver-level protective talismans on his silver knights and Yongu, as they were likely to be targeted by the shaman's spells. Richard then surged towards the goblin shaman while continuously unleashing wind spirit talismans to disrupt the formation of the goblin army. The shaman, realizing that Richard could employ flight magic, became flustered and first cast a swiftness spell on himself to dart through his forces. Avoiding Richard's approach, he then began to chant a negative spell, the Curse of Slowness, in an attempt to disrupt Richard's flight magic. However, upon sensing a sudden influx of negative energy within himself, Richard promptly activated a Divine Fire Talisman. This long-forgotten auxiliary function finally proved useful. In the instant he was engulfed in flames, Richard activated a Concealment Talisman. Vanishing amidst the inferno, the goblin army erupted in excitement. Believing their shaman had vanquished the human mage and began to shout for surrender from Richard's forces, the goat-headed men grew somewhat unsettled, but old Charlie quickly reassured them, asserting that their lord was unharmed, urging them to remain vigilant against the enemy. Meanwhile, the goblin shaman felt a surge of confusion upon witnessing Richard disappear within the sea of flames, for such an event was not caused by his magic. This noble mage possessed an invisibility spell. He prepared to launch an assault on the human knights to extract Richard's whereabouts. The temperature around him suddenly plummeted. The Gnoll shaman swiftly retreated in another direction, only to glance back at his original position, where a row of massive ice pillars had emerged. Several gnolls had been frozen solid within them, instilling a profound sense of dread in the shaman. Flight, concealment, fire, hurricane, ice. How many forms of magic had this noble mage mastered? Just as the Gnoll shaman was lost in his thoughts, a wave of cold swept over him again. He had scarcely made any distance when a gust of wind surged forth, nearly blowing him back into the frozen domain. Such elusive and multifaceted magical assaults had thoroughly terrified the Gnoll shaman. In a moment of desperation, he invoked his most formidable spell, Berserk, instantly empowering a third of the surviving gnolls among him, elevating their strength by an entire tier. Witnessing the gnolls' transformation, the knights, save for old Charlie and Kent, immediately activated their beastskin war runes, enhancing their own prowess as well. This left the Gnoll shaman with a chilling sense of foreboding. It was a long-established law that humans could not achieve berserk status. Yet he could not deny the immediate amplification of their capabilities. This battle was unwinnable. Richard unleashed another magical onslaught, a torrent of fire accompanied by swirling winds. Although the Knoll shaman attempted to flee with great haste, flames still licked at his arm, inflicting minor wounds. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly summoned his forces to retreat to their stronghold. Where secret tunnels lay hidden, he needed to escape through them amidst the chaos. This noble mage was far too powerful, and he was no match for him. Prolonging the confrontation would surely lead to his demise. As the Knolls fell back towards their citadel, old Charlie and his comrades continued to reap the lives of the Knolls, while Richard relentlessly pursued the Knoll shaman. However, the shaman was agile and elusive, ultimately managing to slip into the stronghold and hasten towards his quarters. Richard, meanwhile, aimed to shatter the gates of the Knoll citadel, using wind spirit runes to carve a path for old Charlie and his companions, who swiftly penetrated the defenses. With the shaman's guidance absent, the Knoll's resistance weakened significantly. It would not be long before the battle concluded. Upon leading his forces into the citadel, Richard immediately pursued the Knoll shaman. Upon witnessing the shaman's retreat into his quarters, Richard deployed a series of incendiary runes, hoping to obliterate him within. Unbeknownst to Richard, the Knoll shaman had swiftly leaped into his secret escape tunnel, disappearing from sight. As Richard surveyed the ruins of the shaman's dwelling, now reduced to rubble, he heard only the crackling of flames, devoid of any other sound. This silence struck him as ominous. The Knoll shaman could not have perished so easily. He had fled desperately, indicating there must be something within that could aid him. With this in mind, Richard retracted the flames and unleashed several wind spirit runes to disperse the debris below. Maintaining his invisibility, he descended to assess the situation, only to find nothing. Had he escaped? The surroundings were void of any signs, suggesting the shaman had indeed excavated a tunnel beneath. Not discovering any trace of the Knoll shaman, Richard surmised. He then began to use wind spirit runes to plow the ground in search of the tunnel's entrance. In no time, he located it, but hesitated at the threshold. He could not venture down blindly. Who knew what traps lay within? Yet he could not simply allow the Knoll shaman to escape. While Knolls were merely fodder among orc ranks, reaching the silver tier was commendable. The shaman was different. This profession could ascend to legendary levels, a fact evidenced by several legendary Knoll shamans throughout history. Resolute, Richard decided to test the incendiary runes first. However, they only ignited the area around the entrance, with no signs of smoke or fire beyond it, indicating the exit likely led straight outside the citadel. With no other options, Richard followed the trail of blood left by the fleeing shaman, preparing to utilize a star rune, though uncertain of its reliability. He felt it was worth the gamble. Furthermore, the Knoll shaman had only recently risen to the silver tier, likely a mid-tier silver mage at best. He reasoned that using the star rune to locate him would not incur any significant backlash, if any at all. With a determined heart, Richard bravely employed the star rune for the first time, beginning to seek the position of the Knoll shaman. That he swiftly traced a complete star rune, then dabbed the shaman's blood on his fingertip, directing it towards the rune. To his astonishment, the rune began to disperse autonomously, forming a series of sigils that swirled around him, and Richard's vision gradually revealed a vast forest. Magnifying in detail, with a resounding bang, the sigils erupted around him like a shower of stars, converging into his eyes, revealing just how far the shaman had fled. Richard murmured to himself as he opened his eyes. He then took flight, pursuing eastward. Along the way, he pressed a hand to his chest, wiping away a trickle of blood from his lips, silently admonishing himself. He must refrain from overextending his capabilities. Meanwhile, the Knoll shaman rested amidst the forest, confident that the tunnel he had excavated led to several locations. Now distanced from the exit he had made, he did not believe the humans could locate him. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Small stones began to tumble around him. The shaman instinctively looked around, but before he could comprehend what was occurring, the entire forest shook violently. Trees toppled, the earth split, and massive boulders began to cascade down. Witnessing such a scene, despair etched itself across the Knoll shaman's face. Before he could grasp the situation, he was engulfed by the falling trees and rocks, succumbing in the very forest from which he had so narrowly escaped. After the tremor subsided, Richard waited for half an hour, and seeing that the ruins remained silent, he commenced clearing the debris with wind spirit runes. He continued until he uncovered the shaman's lifeless body, utterly destroyed. Examining the remains, Richard found nothing of value. Perplexed, had he fled so hastily that he took nothing with him? Finding no items of interest, Richard used wind spirit runes to bury the Knoll shaman's corpse. The surrounding orcs had been dealt with, and retrieving the body would serve no purpose. Having dealt with the shaman's remains, Richard soared back towards the Knoll citadel, which had quieted considerably. The 800 Knolls who had ventured out for battle had mostly perished, and many of the women and children within the citadel had also met their end. Upon his return, he found Old Charlie and the others engaged in the meticulous task of clearing the citadel, and he refrained from interrupting, opting instead to seek out Clay, who was overseeing the captives. "How many Knolls did we capture, Clay?" he inquired. Upon Richard's arrival, Clay immediately saluted, reporting, "My lord, due to the chaos of the battlefield and the multitude of spells you unleashed, we managed to capture just over 500 Knolls, most of whom are women and children." "Over 500? That should suffice," Richard mused, surveying the Knoll captives. He then glanced around, asking, "What about Kent? Is he pursuing the fleeing Knolls?" "Yes, my lord. Approximately 300 Knolls escaped, and Kent has taken a contingent to chase after them," Clay promptly replied. "I see. Continue overseeing the captives. I shall check on Old Charlie," Richard said, turning to depart. When Richard approached Old Charlie for an update, he found him in conversation with a boy dressed as a peasant. Upon noticing Richard's presence, Old Charlie led the boy towards him, saying, "Young master, how did it go? Did you find the Knoll shaman?" "Yes, that fellow is dead. There is no need for concern," Richard replied casually, then pointed towards the young boy behind Old Charlie, inquiring, "Does he have an issue?" "Young master, I was about to report on this matter. This boy is an intermediate magic apprentice, an apprentice magician." "What is his background?" Richard exclaimed in surprise. Old Charlie explained, "Indeed, but his origins are somewhat unclear. He claims to hail from the southern kingdom of Sicily, where he was a commoner magician, gifted with magical talent. He joined a local noble, but after the noble's defeat in a civil war, he found himself fleeing and was ultimately captured by slave traders. After several trials, he was sold to the kingdom of Ron, only to fall into the hands of the Blackbeard bandits, who subsequently sold him to the Knolls." Upon hearing such a convoluted tale, Richard could not help but exclaim, "The kingdom of Sicily, that magical realm? What a long way from here." Subsequently, he turned to the apprentice mage and inquired, "What is your name?" The young mage respectfully replied, "My name is Hardin, my lord." Richard nodded, observing the young mage thoughtfully, contemplating. Mages are typically remarkable talents. They possess vibrant minds and strong creativity. Our territory is currently in dire need of such individuals. I wonder if he could be of use to me. Thus, he posed the question, "So, Hardin, regardless of the truthfulness of your words, I can offer you two choices. First, either your family, or you must provide me with some money for your release, and you may depart. Second, you may sign a contract to follow me eternally. Choose one." The unfortunate apprentice mage immediately knelt, exclaiming, "I am willing to sign the contract and follow you forever, my lord." Observing the youth kneeling before him, so readily compliant, Richard patiently explained, "Do not be so hasty in your agreement. As an apprentice mage, you should be aware of the consequences of signing a contract." The young mage, Hardin, resolutely replied, "Indeed, my lord, I understand the consequences. Yet I remain willing. Since you do not treat me as a slave, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you." Richard mused silently. It seems his background is genuine, and this period of servitude has likely taken quite a toll on him. "I hope he does not suffer from any psychological issues," that he then stated. "In that case, I shall accept your loyalty." Richard then inscribed a contract symbol, the terms of which closely mirrored those of Kentes, and presented it before Hardin, saying, "This outlines the contract. If you find no issues, simply touch it to absorb it, but you must do so without any resistant emotions. Otherwise, you will fail." Witnessing the ease with which the contract magic was drawn, Hardin, as an apprentice mage, was thoroughly astonished. He had never encountered such a simplistic contract magic and began to question whether the magic of the kingdom of Sicily had fallen behind. However, upon seeing the contract's terms, he was moved to tears. The conditions were exceedingly lenient. Without further delay, he extended his hand to absorb the contract symbol. Perhaps it was true that Hardin genuinely wished to follow Richard, for the absorption of the contract proceeded smoothly, taking less than half the time it took Kent to sign. Once Richard sensed the successful absorption of the contract symbol, he smiled and said, "Hardin, welcome to the Silver Moon territory. By the way, what type of magic do you specialize in?" A smile graced Hardin's face as he respectfully responded, "My lord, I specialize in water magic, particularly in healing spells. Water magic and healing spells, quite commendable. Our territory indeed lacks a healer," Richard thought to himself. He then noticed the magical shackles on Hardin's feet and turned to old Charlie, asking, "Grandfather Charlie, have you found the key to the shackles?" Old Charlie shook his head, replying, "Young master, the dwelling of the dog-headed priest was too severely destroyed. We found nothing there." The magical shackles not only nullified the wearer's magical abilities, rendering them incapable of casting spells, but once donned, they could only be removed with the corresponding key. If forcefully broken, the magic within would immediately assault the wearer's mind, potentially resulting in insanity or even death. Upon hearing that the key had not been found, Richard furrowed his brow in concern. Suddenly, Hardin spoke up. "My lord, the dog-headed priest has a hidden chamber. The key may be there, and there are many magic crystals within that chamber. I know its location. A hidden chamber. Magic crystals," Richard exclaimed, then addressed Hardin. "What are we waiting for? Lead us there quickly. If we cannot find the key, those shackles will pose quite a problem." "Yes, my lord, please follow me." With that, Hardin guided Richard and old Charlie towards the dwelling of the dog-headed priest. This prompted Richard to inquire, "Hardin, is the hidden chamber located directly beneath the dwelling of the dog-headed priest?" As they walked, Hardin replied, "Yes, my lord, as an apprentice mage, the dog-headed priest once took me there to assist him with some magical experiments." This struck Richard as strange. The priest had fled from that very location. Why had he left without taking anything? Was he afraid of being pursued? Richard pondered. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance to the passage. Hardin descended first, followed by old Charlie, with Richard being the last to enter. Upon his descent, Richard discovered several passageways branching off from the main one. The dog-headed priest had indeed taken meticulous precautions. Had it not been for his star symbol, the priest might have escaped entirely. While Richard was examining these secret passages, Hardin suddenly called out, "My lord, the stone door here is stuck." Richard promptly approached to investigate. Discovering a stone door blocking their path, he inquired, "Is the hidden chamber behind this door?" "Yes, my lord," Hardin affirmed. Richard pushed against the door, realizing it was indeed stuck, likely a result of the previous explosion from the chain fire symbols that had caused the door to misalign. No wonder the dog-headed priest had fled empty-handed. He then turned to old Charlie, asking, "Grandfather Charlie, can you handle this?" Old Charlie approached for a closer look, then unsheathed his exceptional sword, deftly cleaving the misaligned portion of the stone door. He then pushed the massive door open with both hands. Richard, still only a mid-tier bronze knight, silently gave a thumbs up in admiration. The three then entered the hidden chamber, which was not particularly large, about 20 square meters, filled with various herbs and similar items. After searching thoroughly, they found nothing else, leaving Hardin feeling quite disheartened. However, Richard sensed something was amiss and remarked, "Hardin, did you not say that there were magic crystals here when you visited previously?" Hardin paused, then replied, "Yes, there were about 30 or 40 of them. The rapid growth of the ordinary dog-headed men can be attributed not only to the priest's potions, but also to those magic crystals. Then it follows that the magic crystals could not have been depleted so swiftly. And since we have not discovered any outside, there must indeed be another hidden chamber here." As Richard spoke, he began tapping on the surrounding walls. Sure enough, one wall emitted an unusual sound. He smiled, saying, "See, I told you there was another hidden chamber. Quickly, let us see if there are any mechanisms or such." But old Charlie, after inspecting the secret door, declared, "No need for that. I will simply cleave it open." With that, he swung his sword twice, and the secret door was swiftly severed. The three immediately peered inside, only to realize that this was not merely a hidden chamber, but rather the entrance to a mine. 5 or 6 chests of various sizes were positioned at the entrance. Richard stepped inside and casually opened one. Indeed, it contained magic crystals. However, upon opening the other chests, The trio's composure vanished. Aside from one chest containing a key, the others were filled entirely with magic crystals. Richard and old Charlie exchanged glances, then both turned to the dark passageway, exclaiming in unison, "A magic crystal mine!" Once they speculated that they had stumbled upon a magic crystal mine, excitement surged through them. Old Charlie eagerly volunteered, "Young master, I will go in to investigate at once. If it truly is a magic crystal mine, we shall become wealthy." Richard, equally exhilarated, nodded in agreement. "Yes, be careful." After casting a protective diamond symbol on old Charlie, he grasped his exceptional sword in one hand and a torch in the other and cautiously ventured into the mine. As Richard watched old Charlie's figure gradually disappear into the depths of the cave, he turned to Hardin. Using the key they had found to unlock the magical shackles, that he then inquired, "Hardin, did the dog-headed priest arrange for any slaves to come here to mine?" Hardin, relieved to have the shackles removed, reflected for a moment before replying, "My lord, no, I have not noticed any other slaves suddenly disappearing. Therefore, the dog-headed priest likely did not send any slaves here. Moreover, this place appears to be newly discovered, as I heard other human slaves mention they had only moved here less than a year ago." Less than a year? No wonder there were so many magic crystals, and the strength of the dog-headed men had not surged. Fortunately, I resolved to exterminate the beastmen. Otherwise, it would have become even more troublesome in a few years. Richard pondered thoughtfully. Subsequently, he meticulously examined the 4 crates of magic crystals and astonishingly discovered about 10 bronze-grade magic crystals in one of the boxes. If this truly were a magic crystal mine, it could very well be a small-scale one. As Richard contemplated this, a sudden roar from the depths of the mine echoed, followed by the sounds of a struggle, indicating the presence of goblin-like creatures. After hearing the commotion, Richard muttered to himself and then addressed Hardin. "Stay here and do not move. I will go take a look." With that, he cast a concealment spell on himself and cautiously ventured inside. Although Richard did not carry a torch, he could still make out the path ahead. After proceeding for 5 or 6 minutes, the sounds of fighting ceased, prompting Richard to quicken his pace. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a large cavern. Where 2 goblin corpses lay sprawled, he entered cautiously, and inside, old Charlie immediately turned around, alert. Just as he prepared to swing his sword towards the entrance, Richard called out, "It's me, Grandpa Charlie," upon recognizing the young master. Old Charlie quickly approached with joy, reporting, "Young master, this is indeed a magic crystal mine. It appears we are in for a fortune." Despite having suspected this earlier, Richard nodded with excitement upon receiving confirmation, saying, "Indeed, money is needed everywhere in the territory, and breeding windrunners is a bottomless pit. This magic crystal mine has come at just the right time. Otherwise, I would have had to increase the sales of magic scrolls." He then pointed to the goblin corpses on the ground and inquired, "There are so many goblins stationed here. Are there any other exits?" Old Charlie replied, "Indeed, there are quite a few, and there's even a low-tier silver-grade goblin among them. They possess keen hearing and were the first to detect me. If it weren't for this exceptional armor and the defensive magic you cast, I might have been ambushed. As for exits, I checked, and there seems to be only the one we came through, so no goblins should have escaped." Richard nodded and said, "That is good to hear. I just found bronze-grade magic crystals in the crates outside. This might not be a micro-magic crystal mine, but rather a small one that we must keep this under wraps for now." Hearing this could be a small magic crystal mine, old Charlie became even more exhilarated. Laughing heartily, "A small magic crystal mine. Haha, the surprises just keep getting better." However, he quickly remembered something and asked, "So, young master, how do we proceed with the extraction? It is quite a distance from the territory." This was indeed a concern. After pondering for a moment, Richard replied, "For now, we should focus on dealing with those 8 barren lords that we simply do not have the energy to mine here yet. Let's seal it off for the time being." Old Charlie thought for a moment and agreed that this was the only course of action. He then handed Richard the magic crystals they had just gathered, saying, "Young master, there are still over 50 attendant-grade magic crystals here." After receiving them, Richard remarked, "With these attendant-grade magic crystals combined with those from outside, we have nearly 200 in total, along with 12 bronze-grade magic crystals. This already surpasses all our previous gains." He surveyed the cavern once more and instructed, "Let us go. We need to arrange for someone to come and clean up these bodies." "Yes, young master. The two then left the cavern and, accompanied by Hardin, exited the tunnel. Once outside, Old Charlie went to summon more personnel to prepare for the cleanup of the goblin corpses and to locate all possible escape routes from the tunnels, sealing them one by one. Meanwhile, Richard found a clean spot to rest and asked Hardin to share tales of the wonders and joys of the magical kingdom of Sicily. Thus, an hour passed unnoticed, during which Richard learned from Hardin that in the kingdom of Sicily, the highest authority was not the noble class, but rather the magic council. This was largely due to the numerous magical academies in the kingdom, which annually expended vast resources to test the magical potential of a youth nationwide. Regardless of whether they were servants or serfs, all individuals reaching the age of 12 were required to undergo magical testing, and no one could obstruct this process. If an individual was found to possess magical talent, they were immediately enrolled as a student at the local magical academy, which guaranteed their safety. Of course, if one sought to gain more resources by aligning with the nobility, the disputes among nobles were beyond the academy's purview, which was why Hardin had ended up as a slave. Suddenly, someone approached to report that Kent had returned, prompting Richard to conclude his conversation with Hardin and go to find Kent. How did it go? How many goblins did you chase off? Did any high-ranking goblins escape? Richard inquired eagerly upon seeing Kent, as this was crucial to the secrecy of the magic crystal mine. Kent respectfully replied, "My lord, we managed to drive away about 70 to 80 goblins, most of whom were ordinary goblins, with only a few being attendant grade. As for the silver and bronze grade goblins, they were our primary targets, and we kept a close watch on them, ensuring none escaped." Richard was quite satisfied with this response and whispered, "Excellent, we have discovered a small magic crystal mine beneath this goblin settlement. Fortunately, your thoroughness has ensured that news of this will not leak in the short term." "A magic crystal mine?" Kent exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the presence of a small magic crystal mine here. Once Old Charlie had sealed the tunnels, Richard arranged for 3 mid-tier bronze knights to monitor the area, instructing that any unusual occurrences should be immediately reported to the territory. He then led everyone, along with the captives, back to Silver Moon City and hosted a celebratory banquet that very evening. After all, with the conclusion of this battle, all threats surrounding Silver Moon and the Sandwolf territories had been eradicated, allowing for a peaceful expansion. All soldiers who participated in this orc war received varying degrees of rewards. Even the ram-headed individuals received 20 attendant-grade magic crystals, which greatly delighted Yongu, for it was known that they had never even seen a magic crystal before, let alone used one for cultivation. The following morning, Richard first had Clay escort the ram-headed tribe to the prepared pasture in the south and arranged for Old John to allocate some construction workers to help the ram-headed individuals build brick houses. Since they had chosen to follow Richard, there was no reason for them to continue living in straw tents. Brick houses were a must. Richard then entrusted Kaka and his family to Mr. Owen, playfully assuring Kaka, "From now on, you will live in Horse City with your wife and children. I have arranged for an expert to take care of you, a Beastmaster expert I hired at great expense, specifically for you. Furthermore, I will help you find more wives." However, the expert mentioned that it might be a challenge for you. "Who can't do it? Who can't handle it?" Kaka fumed upon hearing that he was deemed incapable. Richard quickly calmed him. "Do not be agitated. The expert may speak harshly, but it is for your own good," he mentioned later, suggesting that if you continue to overexert yourself, you may you understand. "Oh, I see," Kaka sighed, feeling that he was losing his former vigor. "What should I do? Do these experts have a solution?" Upon hearing that he might age prematurely, Kaka immediately asked with urgency. Richard realized Kaka had fallen for it and continued to coax him. "Of course, there's a solution. Otherwise, why would I have hired him? So, all you need to do is follow the expert's guidance, take your medicine, and exercise as instructed. I assure you, you can have 50 wives without any problem." Kaka nodded thoughtfully at Richard's earlier statements, but faltered when he heard about 50 wives, exclaiming, "Wouldn't that be too many? Too many. Do you know how many wives the Ironhorn Horse King had under the expert's previous care?" "How many?" 100, exactly 100 beautiful wives. "Do you think you can surpass the Ironhorn Horse?" "Who can't surpass it? I want 100 wives? No, 200 wives. Hurry up and find me 200 wives." Kaka declared angrily. Richard stifled his laughter and said, "That's the spirit. I believe in you. Now, Let us go arrange this for you. Just listen to the expert's guidance. All right, rest assured, I will follow the arrangements. But do ensure that the wives are found quickly. Richard then handed Kaka over to Owen, saying, Mr. Owen, I entrust my windrunner to you. Rest assured, my lord. After attending to these matters, Richard began his training at the practice grounds in the rear mountains. Meanwhile, the majority of knights without assignments also took the opportunity to hone their skills in the military training area. In the blink of an eye, the year had come to a close, marking nearly a year since Richard's arrival. From a precarious little baron, he had ascended to become the most formidable lord in the central region. As the new year commenced, Richard granted everyone a 10-day holiday. Although essential patrol personnel were still required to work at this moment, in Richard's residence, he and old Charlie stood before the window, gazing at the bustling Silver Moon city. Old Charlie couldn't help but exclaim, Young master, I never imagined the territory could develop to this extent. You surpass Lord Raphael by F.A.R. In response to old Charlie's admiration, Richard boisterously proclaimed, Ha! This is merely the beginning, Grandpa Charlie. We have only just embarked on our journey. This year we shall conquer those 8 baronies, and the entire central region of the Chaos territory will belong to Silver Moon. Then we shall turn our sights southward, northward, and finally eastward. Once I have secured the entirety of the Chaos territory, it will be imperative for the king to bestow upon me the title of Earl of Silver Moon. The young master is indeed ambitious. Old Charlie laughed heartily, continuing, However, our Silver Moon territory is indeed nearing that level of strength. We currently have 9 Silver Knights, and both Sam and Roger have advanced to high-tier Bronze Knights. There are 14 mid-tier Bronze Knights and 12 low-tier Bronze Knights, totaling 28 Bronze Knights. Furthermore, the number of Squire Knights has surged to 72. With ongoing growth, the only thing we currently lack is decisive high-end combat power. The Golden Knights that I wonder when Kent will ascend to Golden. Richard replied thoughtfully, It will be soon. I will have Kent remain in the territory to focus on his training, aiming for him to quickly advance to peak silver in the year 9958 of the Radiant Era. After the holiday concluded, Richard summoned all the Silver Knights and the magic apprentice Hayden to the military conference room for the first meeting of the new year. Richard looked at the 9 Silver Knights present and felt a surge of satisfaction, stating, Last year when I held such a meeting, we had only Grandpa Charlie as our Silver Knight. Now, all of you gathered here are Silver Knights. He then shifted his tone and continued, Thus, this year, we shall endeavor to expand our territory with even greater vigor. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. Everyone responded in unison, rising to their feet. Richard gestured for them to sit and proceeded. This year's primary objective is to eliminate or subjugate the 8 baronies in the central region that I intend to commence our actions after the spring planting. Therefore, we must first dispatch scouts to investigate. Considering the seclusion of these territories, there are generally few outsiders, making infiltration impossible. Thus, the spring planting period will serve as the optimal time for reconnaissance. Kent immediately interjected, My lord, do you wish for us to secretly monitor them during their spring planting? Precisely did I plan to dispatch 8 of you Silver Knights in 2 months to stake out the 8 baronies until the spring planting concludes, Richard confirmed with a nod. Old Charlie was the first to speak up. Young master, let Kent remain here. His primary task now is training. Indeed, it is best to minimize his assignments as much as possible. Richard agreed, then turned to Kent, saying, Kent, you shall stay behind to train and strive to reach peak Silver Knight. Yes, my lord, Kent replied. Richard then addressed the rest. You must also intensify your training and not become complacent simply because you have attained the rank of Silver Knight. The breeding program for the Wind Chaser steeds is progressing remarkably well. In as little as 2 years, or as many as 4, Silver Moon's first elite knight squad will be established. The position of captain, understood, my lord. The mention of an elite knight squad immediately ignited enthusiasm among the gathered knights. Richard then assigned specific reconnaissance targets to the knights designated for scouting, concluding the first meeting of the year as everyone began to disperse. However, Richard retained Old Charlie and Hayden, as he had further matters to discuss. Hayden had been seated behind Old Charlie during the meeting, as he was now the latter's apprentice, preparing to take over the role of steward. Of course, Old Charlie was not retiring. Richard was merely planning for the future. The Chaos territory was notoriously barren, and Richard could not continue to treat it as a stronghold indefinitely. There would be opportunities to establish a base elsewhere, and once Hayden had learned management, he could be dispatched to oversee territories outside. So, Hayden, when will you be ready to manage on your own? Richard inquired softly. Hayden promptly stood and replied, "My lord, I truly enjoy this work. Master Charlie has taught me much. But I believe I still need some time before I can graduate." Old Charlie added, "Little Hayden is already doing quite well. That he has only been learning for a little over a month and is already adept at many tasks. I plan to start teaching him how to handle the spring planting, so when I am away, the young master can assign him to coordinate this year's spring planting alongside John and Parker." "That's excellent. I thought I would have to handle it all myself this year," Richard said, visibly pleased, and did not forget to encourage Hayden. "You must study diligently." "Yes, my lord. I will certainly learn earnestly from Master Charlie. By the way, have you encountered any issues with your magic training?" Richard suddenly inquired about Hayden's magical progress. Upon hearing Richard's question regarding magic training, Hayden excitedly responded, "It's going very well, my lord. Your tranquility spell is truly remarkable. It is far superior to the meditation potions I used before. I believe I will break through to high-tier magic apprentice in just over a month." Richard was taken aback, pondering, does the Clarity Talisman truly enhance magic training to such an extent? Better than meditation potions? I was merely concerned that his past experiences might have left psychological issues, making it difficult for him to meditate and potentially hindering his training. That I gave him a Clarity Talisman to try. And now it seems to have had such extraordinary effects. How exaggerated. Perhaps he was using fake potions before. That I should ask Sophia about it later. If this is indeed the case, I could recruit more magicians in the future. Having thought this through, Richard encouraged Hayden once more, saying, "If the effects are favorable, you must continue to train diligently. That apprentice-level magic is of little use to our current territory. Aim to advance to a formal magician as soon as possible." "Yes, my lord. I will strive to become a formal magician promptly." After addressing Hayden's matters, Richard instructed the two of them to plan for this year's spring planting. He then prepared to fully immerse himself in knight training, aiming to reach high-tier bronze knight before confronting the 8 barons. Upon arriving at the training grounds in the rear mountains, Richard observed Kent training Sam and Roger, who had both advanced to high-tier bronze knights before the year end. Richard had instructed them to relocate here following their holiday, just as he had previously done with Seg and Carter. No one would be allowed to frolic about until they achieved the rank of Silver Knight. However, noticing that Kent was not training himself, Richard called him over and inquired, "Kent, is Sophia still practicing her magic?" Kent, taken aback by the abrupt question, couldn't fathom why his lord was inquiring about Sophia's magic, but answered truthfully, "Yes, my lord. Ever since you healed her injuries, Sophia has been diligently meditating and training, even more so than before. To that end, she has even hired 2 maids to care for the child that I see. Please go fetch Sophia. I need to confirm something with her," Richard said thoughtfully. Kent assumed it was a matter concerning his lord's own magic training, so he hurried home to summon Sophia. Shortly after, Kent returned to his home in Silvermoon City and found Sophia, stating, "Sophia, come quickly with me. My lord wishes to see you. It seems there may be an issue with his magic training that requires your confirmation." He then hurriedly pulled Sophia along toward the training grounds in the rear mountains. As they approached, Kent called out from a distance, "My lord, Sophia has arrived. If there are any issues with your training, you may ask her. Sophia's magical expertise is quite commendable." Richard, feeling somewhat speechless, thought, "Who told you I had issues with my training?" Nevertheless, upon seeing Sophia arrive, he smiled and said, "Please, take a seat. Lady Sophia, I have not properly thanked you for your assistance in guarding Sandwolf City on several occasions." Sophia first offered a simple bow before taking her seat and remarked, "My lord, you jest. There is no question of assistance. As a subject residing within your domain, it is only natural for me to safeguard my own territory. I wonder, is there a specific matter that prompted your summons?" "Oh, I merely wish to confirm a few details regarding the magical scroll I crafted to heal your injuries. Have you found it beneficial during your subsequent training?" Richard inquired directly, noticing Sophia's proactive approach. Upon hearing the question, Sophia promptly replied, "Indeed, your magic has significantly facilitated my meditation. thereby accelerating my magical training that I have consistently utilized those scrolls. You inquire if it truly enhances a mage's meditation progress? How does it compare to specialized meditation potions? Richard, taken aback, responded with surprise. Sophia, observing Richard's reaction, questioned, "Are you not aware? Surely, you have not employed this magic to assist your meditation?" Richard felt a pang of embarrassment. After all, he was not versed in meditation, so how could he know? However, he refrained from pursuing the topic further. Having confirmed that the calming talismans indeed benefited a mage's meditation, he resolved to stockpile more beast skin calming talismans in the future. Subsequently, Richard handed over a portion of the calming talismans he had prepared for Hardin to Sophia, urging her to expedite her training and attain the rank of high-level mage, after which he sent her home. As April drew to a close, the spring sowing concluded. Throughout these 3 months, Richard had spent nearly all his time training on the back mountain, aside from occasional strolls and brief moments dedicated to crafting talismans. One day, seated in meditation, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. He had finally ascended to the rank of high-level bronze knight. His diligence had indeed borne fruit, arriving ahead of schedule by several months. Once the breakthrough was complete, Richard took a moment to reflect on his aspirations to reach the pinnacle of bronze. Even with rigorous daily training, it could take a year and a half, especially considering he had the aid of gathering talismans and silver-level magic crystals. Without such assistance, the timeline would be even more prolonged. It was uncertain whether his slow progress stemmed from inadequate knightly aptitude or the premature use of the Phaeton potion. Regardless, his training speed was considerably slower than that of other bronze knights, which left Richard feeling anxious. The inability to break through as a knight meant he could not acquire new divine symbols, thereby stunting his growth in strength. This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy, he pondered. As for potions, Angelus had previously mentioned that only the Phaeton potion was available prior to becoming a silver knight. Thus, he would need to procure gold-level magic crystals, which posed its own challenges. Alas, I shall inquire with the Tulip Chamber of Commerce when they next arrive. Upon exiting the training room, Richard encountered Roland and Mark, both of whom had recently attained the rank of high-level bronze knights, effectively filling the positions vacated by the newly promoted silver knights, Sam and Roger. Presently, Richard possessed not just 6 Phaeton potions, but 12. Aside from using 4, he had acquired an additional 10 from the Tulip Chamber of Commerce for future use. Suddenly, the door to another training room swung open, and Ken emerged. Spotting Richard, he hurried over and bowed, saying, "My lord, you have emerged from your seclusion." Upon sensing the high-level bronze aura radiating from Richard, he quickly added, "Congratulations on your ascension to high-level bronze knight." Richard, somewhat dismissive of the congratulatory sentiment, inquired, "What is there to celebrate regarding a high-level bronze knight? By the way, have any of our scouts returned from their reconnaissance?" Kent, sensing Richard's dissatisfaction with his own progress, remarkable for a mere 15-year-old who had already reached high-level bronze, answered promptly, "Yes, my lord, the scouts have returned. It is little Charlie, along with Bree and Sager." Upon hearing this, Richard beckoned Kent, saying, "Then let us not delay. Proceed to the military camp's war room and summon them." After issuing the command, he walked outside, while Kent hastened away. Upon arriving at the war room, Richard found Kent and the 3 scouts already waiting. As Richard entered, they immediately rose to pay their respects. Richard gestured for them to sit and inquired, "How did your reconnaissance fare? Have you ascertained the details of the adversary?" The 3 responded in unison, "Yes, my lord. We have gathered the necessary information." Little Charlie continued, "My lord, in the territory of Baron Akrill. The Baron is currently a novice silver knight. However, the territory's strongest force is his steward, House, who is a mid-level silver knight. Additionally, there are 16 bronze knights, including 2 at their peak and 2 at high level, along with over 20 squire knights and approximately 100 regular soldiers. As soon as little Charlie finished, Bree interjected, "My lord, the Titan barony also possesses a mid-level and a novice silver knight, but only 13 bronze knights and around 20 squire knights, with about 100 regular soldiers." Finally, Sager reported, "The Juno barony boasts a greater number of knights, with 3 novice silver knights, 19 bronze knights, and nearly 30 squire knights, alongside approximately 150 regular soldiers." While the first two baronies displayed comparable strength to the previous Silver Moon territory, Richard expressed surprise at the Juno barony's knightly count, exclaiming, "What is the story with the Juno barony? Have they suddenly struck it rich? How did they come to possess so many knights?" Little Charlie quickly clarified, "My lord, the Juno barony lies to the northeast of the Silver Moon territory. It is said that they maintain a favorable relationship with Baron Brooke in the east, who is aligned with Count Grizzly Bear. Thus, the Juno barony has consistently had a substantial number of knights. However, it is indeed curious that they now possess 3 novice silver knights." Little Charlie glanced at Sager, who shook his head in response, stating, "I cannot provide any insights. We were unable to uncover such details during our reconnaissance." Richard, unfazed, remarked, "I see. Let's not concern ourselves with it. As long as there are not 3 high-level silver knights, it matters little to us. Very well, you are dismissed. Please keep an eye on others during this period. Should anyone return, report to me immediately." "Yes, my lord." The group offered a brief bow before departing. After reviewing the distribution map of the baronies for a while, Richard made his way to the military camp's training ground to solidify his status as a high-level bronze knight. In the following days, other knights returned from their reconnaissance in succession, each presenting their findings to Richard. Once everyone had returned, Richard convened another meeting. After summarizing the gathered intelligence, he began his analysis. "Based on your reports, the Northern Eric barony appears to be the weakest, possessing only 1 novice silver knight, 12 bronze knights, and approximately 20 squire knights. Next is the Southwestern Cass barony, with 2 novice silver knights, 13 bronze knights, and around 20 squire knights. The Northwest Titan barony has 1 mid-level and 1 novice silver knight, along with 13 bronze knights. The Southeastern Hill barony holds 1 mid-level and 1 novice silver knight, and 14 bronze knights. The Acril barony to the west has 1 mid-level and 1 novice silver knight, with 16 bronze knights. The Northeastern Juno barony, as previously mentioned, boasts 3 novice silver knights and 19 bronze knights. To the south, the Baz barony possesses 1 mid-level and 2 novice silver knights, alongside 16 bronze knights, indicating respectable strength. Lastly, the Eastern Simon barony is the most formidable, with 2 mid-level and 3 novice silver knights, 23 bronze knights, and over 30 squire knights. This strength likely exceeds that of the Sand Wolf territory prior to its breakthrough, which raises concerns, as they have not exhibited such power until recently. Richard suggested we may need to exercise caution concerning them. With the map and strength comparisons in hand, he conferred with 11 silver knights in the war room for nearly 2 hours, ultimately deciding to initially target the 2 weakest baronies ranked at the bottom, namely the Titan barony in the northwest and the Eric barony in the north. Their lack of strength and proximity would facilitate operations. Most importantly, Richard sought to test whether he could subdue them through overwhelming military might, thereby saving both time and effort. Moreover, if successful, it could further bolster their own strength, providing greater military support for future endeavors. Thus, Richard temporarily devised strategic plans for these 2 fronts, while the approach to the remaining 6 baronies would depend on the subsequent decisions of Baron Eric and Baron Titan regarding battle or surrender. Upon concluding the discussions, Richard began to organize personnel, stating, "Since our target this time is Baron Eric and Baron Titan, we need not deploy an excessive number of troops. First, Kent shall remain behind to continue his training, while I will personally lead the expedition, accompanied by Grandpa Charlie and 6 silver knights." Both Kent and Old Charlie had no objections and promptly rose to accept their orders, exclaiming, "Yes, my lord," and "Yes, young master," respectively. Richard then turned his attention to the others, pondering for a moment before announcing, "The 6 silver knights will consist of Clay, young Charlie, Fest, Sam, Roger." Upon hearing their names called, Victor stared eagerly at Richard, anxiously noting that 5 had been named, yet he remained unmentioned. Almost unable to contain himself, Victor nearly stood up, his fidgeting fully observed by Richard, who retorted with mild irritation, "All right, Victor, stop looking so pitiful. You're the last one. Yes, my lord. I shall fight valiantly," Victor responded, already eager to accept the command before the others could react. This left the rest of the group in silent disbelief, particularly Old Charlie, whose forehead began to bulge with veins. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his frustration, inwardly shaking his head at the thought of Victor, who was clearly a knight skilled in defending cities, continuously yearning to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Richard looked at Victor with a peculiar smile and remarked, "Victor, the adversaries in this operation are rather weak. Our main objective is to intimidate them into submission, and we shall avoid direct confrontation whenever possible. Furthermore, since you are participating this time, you shall remain behind for the next expedition." Victor was momentarily taken aback, then weakly replied, "Ah, my lord, does that mean I won't be in the next team?" Huh. Laughter erupted among the group, even managing to elicit a chuckle from the usually stern old Charlie. Once the laughter subsided, Richard did not acquiesce to Victor's humorous request, but continued, "In addition to the half-squad of silver knights, I intend to bring along a squad of bronze knights and 4 squire squads, along with 200 regular soldiers. After we adjourn, Clay, you will select the personnel." Clay promptly acknowledged, "Yes, my lord." Then, Richard allowed those without tasks to leave and attend to other matters, retaining only the knights required for the expedition to discuss routes and details. After an hour of deliberation, Richard resolved to first address Baron Eric, situated 350 kilometers to the north, and once this weakest barony was dealt with, he would then proceed directly to Baron Titan, only 150 kilometers away. With the marching route established, Richard decided to set forth in 3 days and instructed everyone to return and rest well, as the impending assaults on 2 baronies would demand more than just a few days' efforts. The following day, Richard ventured alone to Horse City, eager to inquire about the progress of the Wind Chaser horse's cultivation over the past few months. Upon arriving at Owen's office, he discovered the door ajar. He knocked lightly and politely inquired, "Mr. Owen, are you busy?" Owen, who had been reviewing data, looked up upon hearing the voice, and, upon recognizing Richard, immediately smiled and rose to greet him, saying, "Baron, what a pleasant surprise. You should have informed me of your arrival in advance. Please come in." "Ha, I did not wish to trouble you, considering you might be occupied. How have the cultivation efforts been these past few months? How many Wind Chaser foals do we have now?" Richard inquired with a smile as he entered the office and took a seat, replying to the Baron, "We currently have a total of 21 adult Mares in the territory. Among them, aside from 8 Mares that arrived in the past 2 months who are not pregnant, the remaining 13 have successfully conceived, and all indicators are quite healthy. However, even with the aid of potions, the gestation period for Mares still requires 6 to 7 months. Thus, no new foals have yet been born, but the 5 earlier foals will reach maturity in 2 to 3 months. Richard nodded, acknowledging, "I see. That is reassuring. Is there no issue with Kaka? Is he causing any disturbances?" Owen chuckled in response to the inquiry about the stallion. "No, Kaka has been quite cooperative, with the assurance that Kaka was not causing trouble." Richard departed from Horse City, realizing that tangible results from the Wind Chaser horses would likely take another 3 to 5 years. Before long, the day of departure arrived, and Richard set off north with his army early in the morning. Along the journey, old Charlie provided Richard with insights into the history of Baron Eric's family. "Young master, the Eric family did not arrive in the Chaos territory alongside your ancestors a century ago. Rather, they were established over 50 years ago by a high-ranking silver knight who appeared from unknown origins and subsequently declared himself Baron Eric." Richard expressed surprise. Baron Eric declared himself. "They are not legitimate nobles of the Ron Kingdom." Old Charlie nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, their noble status is in fact illegitimate. Consequently, the Eric family has never been acknowledged by neighboring baronial families, regarded instead as a fortunate bandit clan that managed to thrive, due to their lack of recognition. They have struggled to acquire resources from the outside, leading to a decline in their lineage's strength that, in just over 50 years, their territory's highest combat capability has diminished from high-ranking silver knights to the current low-ranking silver knights. Had you not sought them out, this family likely would not have persisted much longer, either succumbing to orc invasions or being eradicated by other families." Richard found this hard to believe, exclaiming, "Is that even permissible? Isn't there a noble council to oversee such matters? This situation should be absolutely intolerable." Old Charlie explained, "Such a breach of class hierarchy is certainly prohibited. However, the Eric family was favored by an unusual series of fortuitous events. At the time, The royal family of Iran Kingdom was embroiled in internal strife, vying for the throne, leaving the noble council preoccupied and delegating the matter to the Count of Great Bear. Coincidentally, the Count of Great Bear suddenly passed away without leaving an heir, resulting in a power struggle within his family, thus neglecting this situation as well. Furthermore, as this region is the Chaos territory, a lawless land, the then Baron Eric, being a high-ranking silver knight, found no opponents among the nearby baronies. Thus, the Eric family managed to weather the most perilous period without incident. Subsequently, they promptly paid considerable fines to the royal capital and fulfilled the necessary formalities, leading to the matter being forgotten. Richard marveled. Had the first Baron Eric continued to expand outward, I might have suspected he was a transmigrator himself, blessed with so many advantages. The initial Baron Eric indeed proved to be a remarkable figure. However, it was regrettable that the subsequent generations lacked ambition, diminishing in strength with each passing lineage. Richard mused whether this generation's Baron Eric might display a modicum of intelligence, should he prove to be unwise. The Eric family might as well align with the Wolf clan and fade into the annals of history. With this thought, Richard hastened his pace, as the recent incorporation of a goat-headed tribe had resulted in an ample supply of ordinary war horses in Silver Moon territory, with many knights riding 2 horses each. Consequently, there were no concerns regarding the horses' stamina during the journey. That afternoon, Richard arrived at Baron Eric's territory, having recently concluded the spring plowing and with the autumn harvest still far off. The patrolling forces were not particularly vigilant that Richard's army advanced to within 20 kilometers of Eric City before being spotted by the sentinels, who promptly returned to report the sighting. Upon learning of the approaching army, the current Baron Eric hurriedly summoned his forces to defend the city, immediately ascending the battlements to assess the situation. Heartened, it is only just spring plowing, which Baron could possibly be sending troops to seize our resources? Baron Eric questioned, gazing into the distance at his chief steward, who also happened to be the territory's sole silver knight. As the Eric family grew weaker, neighboring powers routinely extorted them during the autumn harvest. And this generation of Baron Eric had become accustomed to such occurrences. However, Harton shook his head and replied, "My lord, at this time of year, it is unlikely they come merely to extort. Their intentions may not be benevolent." The Baron grew increasingly anxious at the thought of an impending threat. Not for extortion. Could it be that they intend? Harton nodded gravely, and just as Baron Eric was about to voice further inquiries, Harton suddenly pointed to the distance, exclaiming, "They are approaching, and there are quite a few of them." Upon hearing the news, Baron Eric immediately turned his gaze towards the approaching army. Upon recognizing the banner, he remarked, somewhat astonished, "Is that not the banner of the Don Quixote family from the Silver Moon territory? Why have they journeyed all the way here from such a distance?" Just as Baron Eric was speaking, Richard had already led his forces to the foot of the city and came to a halt. Clay promptly rode forward and called out loudly, "Is Baron Eric present? Let him come forth to speak." Upon hearing this, Steward Harton quickly responded, pointing to Baron Eric beside him, and said, "This gentleman here is our Lord Baron. May I inquire what brings the esteemed members of the Silver Moon territory to our humble abode?" Since the principal party was present, Richard saw no need for further pleasantries and ascended into the air. Meanwhile, Old Charlie and the others unleashed their own silver aura, and Richard, standing aloft, proclaimed, "I am Baron Richard of the Silver Moon territory. You now have 2 choices. Either open the gates and surrender, pledging your allegiance to me, or I shall immediately raze Eric City to the ground." This scene left Baron Eric and the knights of his domain utterly stunned. The knights atop the city walls, upon seeing that among the Silver Moon army below were 7 silver knights, one of whom was a high-ranking silver knight, were stricken with panic, their faces ashen. The sight of the flying mage further intensified their fear. Upon hearing Richard's ultimatum, their terror only deepened. Baron Eric, in a state of utter disbelief, muttered to himself, 7 silver knights. How can this be? When did the Chaos territory acquire such formidable barons? What should I do now? Steward Harton, equally drenched in sweat, realized that if this situation were mishandled, they could all face dire consequences. As he glanced at his lord, he found Baron Eric in a daze, mumbling incoherently, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Even as Richard issued a second ultimatum, Baron Eric remained unresponsive, his mind clouded with fear. Noticing that Richard appeared to be losing patience, Harton hastily roused Baron Eric, stating earnestly, "My lord, you must make a decision quickly. Whether to fight or to surrender, we must act without delay. What should I do? Harton, how should I choose?" Baron Eric was now completely flustered, utterly unsure of his course of action. Witnessing his lord's disarray, Harton could only sigh in resignation and mutter, "Alas." He then turned to Richard in the sky and said, "Esteemed Baron of Silver Moon, greetings. That I am Harton, the chief steward of Baron Eric. May I inquire what the consequences will be should we choose to surrender?" Richard, observing the abject fear etched on Baron Eric's face atop the walls, realized that this baron would likely not require any further coercion. Thus, he replied, "You will face no dire consequences. All that is required is for you to sign an oath of fealty. Subsequently, Baron Eric and his family will temporarily relocate to Silver Moon City. Once I have dealt with the other 7 barons, you may return to continue your duties as baron, though the affairs of the territory will henceforth be managed by my appointed officials." Upon hearing this, Baron Eric was filled with unexpected joy and quickly inquired, "Will my title be preserved for future generations?" "Indeed," Richard affirmed. "Then I surrender, Baron of Silver Moon. I surrender," with the assurance that his noble status would endure. Baron Eric eagerly chose to yield, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the 7 silver knights before him. Upon hearing of Baron Eric's capitulation, Richard remounted his warhorse and signaled to Old Charlie to take action. Old Charlie promptly rode forward and declared, "Your Excellency Baron Eric, all knights of servant rank and above from your domain are to remove their armor and cast aside their weapons before exiting the city." Upon hearing this, Baron Eric immediately turned to Steward Harton and instructed, "Harton, comply with his orders. Lead the knights out to surrender." "Very well, my lord," Harton replied with a resigned shake of his head, then began instructing the knights to disarm. Before long, Baron Eric, accompanied by 1 silver knight, 11 bronze knights, and 22 servant knights, emerged from the city to surrender. As Baron Eric and Steward Harton approached Richard, they promptly bowed and said, "We greet you, Lord Richard. How shall we proceed with the signing of the contract?" Richard, observing the middle-aged Baron Eric, who was still merely a high-ranking bronze knight, felt a mixture of disbelief and dismay in a world where strength was paramount. The Baron's feeble prowess seemed rather inadequate. Instead of addressing the contract immediately, Richard inquired, "Baron Eric, at your age and as a lord, is it not rather disappointing that your skills are so lacking?" Baron Eric merely offered an awkward smile, while Steward Harton quickly interjected, "My lord Richard, Baron Eric was a high-ranking bronze knight at the age of 24, and he is only 28 now. 28? He is but 28? Richard exclaimed incredulously, pointing at the portly figure adorned with a scruffy beard. Indeed, Baron Eric was once a prodigy, but at 24, he fell victim to a strange illness, causing his body to become rotund and age prematurely, thereafter rendering him unable to cultivate further. Harton explained with a touch of sorrow. "How unfortunate," Richard remarked, empathizing with the Baron's plight. Without further ado, he proceeded to inscribe 2 contracts, slightly more stringent than those given to Kent and his companions. Before stating, "Baron Eric, Lord Harton, you need only absorb these contracts before you, without harboring any thoughts of resistance." The 2 looked on in wonder as Richard conjured the contract magic array, given their limited experience. They did not react with the same astonishment as Kent and Harton, but were merely intrigued. Following Richard's guidance, they complied, and soon the contracts were successfully sealed. That evening, Richard and his entourage took refuge within Eric City, where the initial silver knight, 12 bronze knights, and 22 servant knights all signed oaths of fealty to Richard in the guest hall of Baron Eric's castle. Richard sat at the head of the table and announced, "Baron Eric, tomorrow I shall lead my army onward to the northwest, towards the Titan barony. You and Steward Harton are to accompany me, and I shall take half of the bronze and servant knights with me." Upon hearing that half of the knights would be taken, Harton immediately interjected, "My lord, our Eric territory has always been perceived as a soft target by neighboring powers, often subject to their whims. If you take away too many knights, Eric Castle may be left vulnerable. Baron Eric, astonished, asked, "Lord Richard, do you truly intend to attack the Titan barony? You cannot be contemplating an assault on all the baronies in the central region, can you?" Unfazed by their concerns, Richard replied, "Rest assured, I shall ensure the safety of Eric City. I will leave ample magical scrolls for the knights on guard, more than sufficient to defend the castle. As for attacking other baronies, that indeed is my intention. You think I am merely feigning threats. Now, it has been a long day of travel, and we may face battles anew tomorrow. Let us adjourn for now." In a haze of shock and confusion, Baron Eric and Harton left the guest hall, uncertain whether surrendering to Richard was a boon or a bane. The following morning, Richard entrusted Gray with the defense of Eric City, providing him with an adequate supply of magical scrolls, before setting forth with the forces of Silvermoon and a handful of knights towards the northwest. The distance from Eric City to the Titan barony was a mere 100 kilometers. Thus, by midday, they entered the Titan barony, where the patrols were evidently much more vigilant than those of Eric territory. Shortly after their arrival, the patrolling knights detected their presence and promptly reported to Baron Titan. Upon receiving the report, Baron Titan first ordered the recall of all knights to the city for defense, then turned to his steward, Raven, and inquired, "Raven, what do you suppose the Silvermoon forces want by coming all this way? Especially with Baron Eric in tow?" Unable to deduce the motive, Raven speculated, "My lord, could it be that the timid Baron Eric has employed the Silvermoon Baron to seek revenge? After all, you did best him quite thoroughly last year." "Haha, that is a possibility, but why would he seek assistance from such a distant Silvermoon Baron? Does he even possess the means to afford such a noble—" Baron Titan laughed, jesting at Eric's predicament. Raven shook his head, replying, "That remains a mystery. Baron Eric, in the central region, should have no allies." Seeing that Raven was equally perplexed, Baron Titan decided to abandon the speculation, stating, "Enough of this. Let us proceed to the castle walls and await their arrival. We shall soon discover the truth." Approximately 20 minutes later, Richard's grand army arrived at the foot of Titan City. Just as Richard was preparing to have Old Charlie deliver a message, the Titan Baron atop the city walls preemptively shouted out, laughing boisterously, "Eric, have you brought reinforcements to seek revenge, you rascal? Haha." Upon hearing this, Richard turned to Baron Eric beside him with a look of confusion. Baron Eric, his face flushed with embarrassment, explained, "My Lord Richard, the Titan Baron frequently troubled my territory in the past, so he might think—" "Ah, I see. Then you tell him," Richard interjected, pointing at the Titan Baron atop the walls. "Very well, my Lord Richard," Baron Eric nodded vigorously, then turned to the Titan Baron, proclaiming loudly, "Titan Baron, it is not I who has come to find you, but my Lord Baron Richard. If you have any sense, you should surrender the city at once. Otherwise, we shall storm in." The Titan Baron was momentarily taken aback, and after processing Baron Eric's words, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Eric, you have truly disgraced your family. Your lord? Have you become his servant?" After mocking Eric, the Titan Baron then turned his attention to Richard, speaking with a hint of malice. "So you are the Silvermoon Baron. I care not why you've allied with Eric, but I advise you to leave at once. Your neighbor, the esteemed Lord Quinn of the Wolf Sand territory, and I share a deep camaraderie. With one word from me, your Silvermoon territory shall be in peril." Due to the chaos, there was little interaction between the various territories. So the Titan Baron was unaware that the Wolf Sand territory had been destroyed over a year ago. Upon hearing the Titan Baroness' words, the Silvermoon Knights fell into a stunned silence, exchanging glances until someone broke into laughter, which quickly led to a chorus of mirth. "Ha ha 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 ha." However, this laughter was perceived by the Titan Baron as a grave provocation, prompting him to immediately command his knights to fire arrows. Richard, who had joined the laughter, saw the arrows flying towards him, and with a flick of a wind spell, he dispersed them effortlessly, declaring, "Fools, charge in." Another wind spell then blasted open the city gates. Instantly, the 7 silver knights who had just been laughing drew their swords and surged forward with the army. The battle for Titan City concluded in under an hour. In truth, Richard had offered the Titan Baron opportunities. Yet this stubborn man clung to notions of family honor, refusing to surrender, even attempting to remain behind to delay their advance while his steward led his family to escape. The outcome was predictable. Aside from 5 squire knights who surrendered, The rest were slain, and the Titan Baron himself was executed by Old Charlie atop the city walls. His steward, Raven, was surrounded and killed by Clay and 3 Silver Knights, resulting in the obliteration of the Titan family, which had endured for over a century. Subsequently, Richard ordered the cleanup of Titan City. Due to manpower shortages, he decided to refrain from developing the area for the time being, leaving Roman to command 5 Bronze Knights and several ordinary soldiers to guard Titan City against potential incursions by orcs or bandits. Regarding the common folk and serfs of Titan City, Richard planned to relocate them to Silvermoon territory after the autumn harvest, as the population there was still rather meager. After briefing Roman, Richard led his forces back to Eric City. Upon receiving Baron Eric's family, they returned together to Silvermoon City. 3 days later, Richard and his entourage finally arrived at Silvermoon City, whereupon Richard granted everyone a 2-day respite and made appropriate arrangements for Eric's family, rather than resting himself. Richard accompanied Old Charlie to the war room to strategize about how to resolve the remaining baronial territories. Old Charlie began, "Young master, although these baronial families are not particularly grand, they are all lineages that have endured for at least a century. It will be quite difficult to persuade them to surrender and pledge loyalty to you. After all, cases like Baron Eric's are exceedingly rare." Richard, perplexed, replied, "Isn't living well enough? Moreover, I have no intention of treating them poorly." "Young master, this is a matter of dignity. Bring them under your rule. You must be granted the title of Earl. Only then will they willingly submit," Old Charlie continued to explain. "What a narrow-minded approach," Richard exclaimed. Old Charlie wished to add that the Don Quixote family would also not choose to surrender. "Very well. If they refuse to yield, so be it. My ambitions lie not with those nobles, but with the serfs, who are my true priority," Richard said with resignation, then continued to study the map, stating, "Grandfather Charlie, I want you to lead 9 novice Silver Knights from our territory, along with Steward Harton from Eric's domain, the ram-headed chieftain Yonga, and take Harton with you as well. Gather all the Bronze Knights and Squire Knights you can spare, and sweep from the west to the east. 9. Who shall remain?" Old Charlie inquired, puzzled by the decision to take only 9 Silver Knights. Richard responded, "Oh, let Clay stay behind. That fellow has been a novice Silver Knight for over a year now, and he ought to strive to advance to a mid-tier Silver Knight. I've already ordered a batch of glorious elixir from the Tulip Trading Company." Richard then recalled something and added, "Lastly, do not approach Baron Simon from the east or Baron Juno from the northeast alone. After you deal with the other 4 baronies, we shall confront these 2 together. I have a feeling they are reminiscent of the previous Wolf Sand territory and might have other forces involved." Old Charlie was taken aback and speculated, "Young master, do you suspect that the previous royal capital?" Richard nodded, affirming that possibility cannot be dismissed. "For now, let us not jump to conclusions. We will know in due time. Focus on resolving the other baronies first, and prepare to depart in 3 days. "Understood, young master," Old Charlie acknowledged before taking his leave. In the days that followed, Richard prepared to immerse himself once more in knightly training. The training grounds on the back mountain had become quite lively, with Kent, Clay, Mark, and Roland all engaged in their practice, providing Richard with ample company to stave off boredom. While Richard was training, Old Charlie, after 3 days of recuperation, led his forces directly towards the barony of Acriley, as anticipated. Despite witnessing Old Charlie's formidable strength, Baron Acriley remained unwilling to surrender, opting instead to resist from within the castle walls while sending knights to escort his family through secret tunnels to escape. Unfortunately, all attempts ended in failure. Baron Acriley and his family knights were ultimately slain, and his family was captured, destined to be sold into slavery. The subsequent fates of the baronies of Baron Cass in the southwest, Baron Baz in the south, and Baron Hill in the southeast were similarly grim. Even after Old Charlie demonstrated the severed head of Baron Acriley to intimidate Baron Eric S. Steward Harton into persuading surrender, these nobles persisted in their defiance. Upon concluding the campaign against Baron Hill, Old Charlie returned with his forces to Silvermoon territory. Due to the considerable distances between the 4 baronies, the knights required time to rest, and it took a significant amount of time to eliminate all 4, marking nearly 3 months since their expedition began. Upon returning to Silvermoon City, Old Charlie promptly reported the situation to Richard. Although Richard had been prepared for this outcome, he felt a twinge of regret upon learning that not a single baron had shown willingness to ally with him. He then convened a meeting with all the Silver Knights, including Eric and Hardin in the conference room. Richard began, "Gentlemen, this year our Silver Moon territory has achieved victory after victory to date. We have eradicated not 6, but 5 baronies, and Baron Eric has defected to our side, becoming one of us. Henceforth, I expect everyone to coexist harmoniously." That Richard's words left Eric feeling quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to stand and greet the other knights one by one. That Richard continued, "These 5 baronies will provide us with approximately 18,000 inhabitants. That I plan to relocate them all to Silver Moon territory after the autumn harvest. By then, our population will surpass 30,000, not including the populations from Baron Simon and Baron Juno's territories." Upon hearing this, old Charlie immediately inquired, "Young master, if we relocate them all at once, it might be challenging to accommodate them, especially since we have not yet cultivated enough arable land." "And no worries. I aim to expedite the development of Silver Moon City. Our autumn harvest is expected to conclude early. Once the harvest is done, we shall commence the construction of new serf villages. After the migrating serfs are settled, we can set them to work cultivating the land." Richard replied that, in any case, a vast expanse of arable land can still be cultivated along the banks of the River to the south. Upon hearing this, old Charlie nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this would indeed be feasible, and that the outer city of Silver Moon would likely be completed by next year. With the matter of the serfs settled, Clay inquired, "My lord, when shall we proceed to assault the remaining 2 baronial territories?" To this, Richard replied thoughtfully, "I have considered this, and given that our autumn harvest is about to commence, I believe it prudent to address them post-harvest. Once we have dealt with these 2 baronial estates, the autumn harvest in our other territories will also be underway, allowing us to allocate personnel to safeguard those yields. After all, there are still numerous orcs and bandits lurking around those lands." Richard paused momentarily before continuing, "For this campaign against Baron Simon and Baron Juno, I intend to hold nothing back. We shall bring forth all we can muster, so prepare yourselves accordingly." "Yes, my lord." In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed, and this year proved to be another bountiful harvest for the territory. Even with an impending increase of around 20,000 inhabitants, the food supply would suffice, alleviating any concerns. After over half a year of development, the strength of the territory had once again escalated. Mark and Roland had successfully advanced to the rank of junior Silver Knights, bringing the total number of Silver Knights to 14. While the Bronze Knights had reached 32, and the Retinue Knights had escalated to 93, not accounting for the newly joined Knights from the Eric territory and the Goathead tribe. Thus, for this expedition, Richard prepared to take along 14 Silver Knights, 24 Bronze Knights, and 72 Retinue Knights, with Harton, a junior Silver Knight, and Yongu, a junior Silver Orc warrior, also accompanying him, alongside Harden, who had recently advanced to a high-ranking apprentice mage. Once the army was assembled, Richard set forth towards their first target, the formidable territory of Baron Simon. This time, Richard eschewed a forced march, opting instead for a slow advance, as he wished to personally scout Baron Simon's domain that very evening. Thus, as dusk fell, he arranged for the army to encamp and rest for the night, while he and Kent took flight towards Simon City. Upon landing at Simon Castle, Richard immediately employed a concealment talisman to mask their presence, and commenced his reconnaissance. It was not long until Richard stumbled upon a camp where 4 or 5 Bronze Knights were gathered, indulging in revelry. He quickly approached to eavesdrop on their conversation. Overhearing one knight exclaim, "Zach, you must be preparing for your elevation to Silver Knight." The knight named Zach laughed heartily, replying, Soon. The Baron informed me that as soon as I solidify my peak Bronze Knight cultivation, he will bestow upon me the Glimmer Potion. At that point, I shall ascend to the rank of Silver Knight. Ha ha! Congratulations in advance, Zach! Come, everyone, raise a toast to Zach, the knight who had initially spoken urged. After they finished their drink, another knight interjected, "Zach, where do you think our Baron has befriended such influential figures, bestowing upon us so many resources, from magic crystals to glimmer potions?" Zach, with a mysterious grin, responded, "Ah, you are mistaken. Let me enlighten you to It is not our Baron who sought out this influential figure, but rather the influential figure who approached our Baron. And who says it's only magic crystals and glimmer potions? What other treasures are there? Pray, do tell. The others urged eagerly. Zack glanced around before quietly disclosing, "You must not breathe a word of this, but I have heard that our Baron has also acquired the Radiance Potion." The Radiance Potion? Does that mean our Baron has shoo? Just keep it to yourselves. TSK. It seems Simon's territory is destined to prosper. Who is this generous individual? When asked, Zack nonchalantly replied, "I only heard whispers that he hails from the royal capital. But specifics elude me. Enough of this chatter. We'll be scolded by the captain if he hears us. Drink up?" Meanwhile, Richard, hidden and listening intently, clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury reaching a boiling point. After locating Kent, he wordlessly led him back, muttering under his breath, "What a persistent specter." Throughout the journey back, Richard maintained a grim demeanor, and Kent refrained from asking any questions. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the encampment, where Richard promptly instructed Kent to summon all the Silver Knights. Kent complied without delay, while Richard sat by the fire, deep in thought. Once everyone had assembled, Richard spoke. "The strength of Baron Simon's territory may exceed our initial expectations. There is certainly a high-ranking Silver Knight among them." "How do you know this, my lord?" Old Charlie inquired, perplexed. Richard explained, "Kent and I just returned from scouting Simon City, and it appears Baron Simon may have allied with that troublesome Cavendish." "What? That scoundrel is at it again." The knights who were in the know gasped. Indeed, Baron Simon was previously a mid-ranking Silver Knight. Cavendish must have supplied him with a Radiance Potion. Therefore, it stands to reason that Baron Simon has advanced to a high-ranking Silver Knight. And with additional Glimmer Potions, there may be more than just the 3 initial Silver Knights we discovered. However, we need not fear, as we hold a decisive advantage in strength that I refuse to wait until morning. Gather everyone at once and prepare to set out. We shall launch a surprise attack at midnight. Since he has entangled himself with that Cavendish, we shall eliminate him directly. Yes, my lord. The knights then began to pack their belongings, embarking on a night journey that lasted until the early hours. By the time they reached Simon City, Richard wasted no time. He led the Silver Knights into the air and soared into Simon City. Charging directly towards the castle, he instructed Mark and Roland to wait at the city gate, ready to use magic scrolls to breach the main gate as soon as the battle commenced within. Upon entering Simon City, Richard and his men quickly approached the castle vicinity, their entrance of over a dozen Silver Knights stirring Baron Simon from his composure. He bellowed, "To arms! We are under attack!" and surged forth, accompanied by his 2 sons and his steward, Ross. Indeed, both Baron Simon and Steward Ross were high-ranking Silver Knights, and his sons were junior Silver Knights. Richard, upon witnessing this, immediately cast battle runes on Old Charlie and half of the junior Silver Knights. He was intent on a swift resolution and on uncovering any presence of knights from the royal capital. Such an overwhelming display left the previously composed Baron Simon and his companions utterly astounded. As Old Charlie, a peaked Silver Knight, bore down upon him, Baron Simon snapped back to reality and shouted, "Retreat! Quickly! Flee to the rear mountains!" and began to sprint in that direction. Yet Old Charlie would not grant him the opportunity for escape. Charging directly at Baron Simon, he quickly unleashed a barrage of frenzied attacks, while Kent engaged Steward Ross. The remaining knights swiftly surrounded Simon's 2 sons, dispatching them in mere moments, inciting Baron Simon to madness. Unfortunately for him, despite their numbers, they were vastly outmatched in strength, and under the relentless assault he was soon slain, with Steward Ross meeting the same fate, having perished without even learning the identity of his assailants. After eliminating both, Richard wasted no time, instructing Clay, young Charlie, and Fester, those empowered by the battle runes, to immediately assault the camp, while he led the remaining forces towards the rear mountains, where they soon encountered a group emerging from that direction. Upon assessing their strength and numbers, Richard couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! 1 high-ranking, 2 mid-ranking, and 9 junior Silver Knights. A whole squadron! Cavendish truly spares no expense." With that, Richard launched an offensive, hurling a barrage of Divine Fire runes towards the squad of Silver Knights. Commanding, "Kill them!" Old Charlie and Kent immediately charged in, while Richard refrained from further direct engagement, merely providing support with battle runes to any who found themselves struggling. With Old Charlie's formidable presence and Richard's initial onslaught shattering the enemy formation, victory was all but assured. In just over 20 minutes, the small band of Silver Knights was systematically slain by Old Charlie and his companions. That moment, the skirmish in the military camp had just concluded. Consequently, Richard promptly led the group towards the rear mountain. However, upon arrival, he found nothing but remnants of life, indicating that only those 12 Silver Knights had been present, with no others in sight, which offered him a sigh of relief. He then dispatched Kent to secure Simon City, instructing to eliminate foes and capture any survivors. Meanwhile, Richard, accompanied by Sam and Roger, remained at the rear mountain, along with Old Charlie, Sage, and Carter, who were recuperating after utilizing their battle symbols. Suddenly, Victor approached, exclaiming from a distance, "My lord, come quickly and see what this is, such a potent magical essence." Upon hearing the mention of a rich magical aura, Richard's spirits lifted. Could there be an unexpected boon? Recognizing Victor's excitement indicated something valuable. Richard urged, "Calm yourself. Let me examine it." Victor promptly handed Richard a small box, stating, "My lord, this was found on Baron Simon. The contents possess an extraordinary magical potency, resembling a magical crystal. However, I have never encountered a magical crystal of such strength." Upon hearing this, Richard opened the box, his suspicions confirmed as a wave of rich magical elements surged forth. To his delight, it was indeed a golden-grade magical crystal. I had been pondering where to acquire one of these. This Cavendish truly is my fortune-bringer, a veritable blessing. Richard exclaimed joyously upon discovering the golden-grade magical crystal within. He then commended Victor for his diligence before sending him back to his duties, advising, "Inform Kent that he is to handle everything tonight without needing my approval. I shall seek him out tomorrow." With that, Richard released a gathering symbol and began to cultivate using the golden-grade magical crystal. As the night passed swiftly, Richard opened his eyes, gazing at the golden magical crystal in his hand, exclaiming, "What a remarkable treasure! My cultivation speed has increased at least threefold. I shall reach the pinnacle of the Bronze Knights within 5 to 6 months." He then stored the golden magical crystal within his spatial ring. At this moment, Old Charlie and the others had recovered from their aftereffects and were assisting Kent. Richard, along with Sam and Roger, ventured out to inquire about the situation. Upon arriving at Simon Castle, he quickly located Kent and Old Charlie, approaching them with questions. How did it go? Was last night successful? Did any knights from the Simon territory manage to escape? Kent promptly responded, "My lord, it went exceedingly well. Our surprise assault prevented the Knights of Simon from regrouping, and they were systematically eliminated. Only 11 Squire Knights surrendered. That's inconsequential. I opted for a night raid, so I had no intention of taking them as prisoners." "What are the spoils?" "These fellows conspired with Cavendish. There must be plenty of treasures, correct?" Richard inquired further. Regarding the spoils, Kent grinned as he reported, "Ha! My lord, you guessed correctly. The haul was indeed substantial that we uncovered a total of 63 silver magical crystals, 189 bronze magical crystals, and 327 squire magical crystals from Baron Simon's castle, in addition to 3 potions of Phaeton and 10 vials of revival water. As for the other valuables, such as gold and weapons, we have yet to tally them. Such a bounty! I must admit, I am beginning to appreciate this young Cavendish. He has been exceedingly generous to me," Richard said with great cheer. However, at that moment, Old Charlie interjected, "Young master, let's not celebrate just yet. This Cavendish grows increasingly formidable with each encounter. I fear he may soon call upon his family for assistance. If that occurs, we might face Golden Knights, which would spell trouble." Richard, upon hearing this, instantly regained his composure, his expression darkening as he murmured, "Indeed, we cannot afford to delay any longer. He has been orchestrating obstacles for me. It is only a matter of time before it becomes detrimental. It seems I must venture out." Richard's final words were scarcely audible, even to Old Charlie, who stood a short distance away, while Kent merely exchanged a glance with his master without comment. After a moment of contemplation, Richard decisively instructed, "Kent, do not concern yourself with the other items for now. Focus on managing Simon City. Allow everyone a day of rest, and tomorrow We will leave a few bronze knights behind and set forth northward to the territory of Baron Juno. Once that situation is resolved, we can return and sort through the spoils." "Yes, my lord," Kent promptly acknowledged before departing. Subsequently, all knights and soldiers began to rest in place. Richard also formalized loyalty contracts with the 11 surrendered squire knights and inquired about the 12 silver knights. But these squire knights were unaware of their existence. The only information they provided was that Simon had been rapidly developing for about a year, coinciding with a sudden increase in territorial resources. Richard mused, "A year ago. That aligns with the time I vanquished the Sandwolf territory 6 months prior. What grievance could the original owner of this body have caused him? Was it truly merely out of jealousy? This seems far-fetched that it appears that after acquiring a new divine symbol, I must promptly journey to Ron City and find a way to eliminate this Cavendish." The following morning, Richard once again led his army forth to confront the final Baron in the central region. Baron Juno. The situation there also seemed peculiar, and he wondered what secrets lay in wait. That afternoon, Richard's forces arrived at Juno City, and upon learning of the approaching army, the current Baron Juno did not immediately summon his knights for battle. Instead, he hastily made his way to a villa located in the northwest corner of Juno City, where he knocked on the door. Before long, a small, delicate beauty with pointed ears opened the door. Greeting him with, "Baron, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Baron Juno smiled, responding, "Little windy. Greetings. Please inform Lady Sylph a human army is currently approaching."